Isabella is undoubtedly the individual most eager for a certain crimson-eyed patient to ascend as the Dark Lord. After all, being the daughter of the Dark Lord is far more desirable than being the offspring of the foolish minister of magic, the editor of the torturous Voldemort studies that torments every student, or the dream man of countless middle-aged women, or even the pale, pretentious youth who engages in snake charming at the slightest provocation. At the very least, she would not have to spend her days poring over study materials alongside the Death Eater progeny, who enjoy a generous 75% discount. There is absolutely no awareness of being part of the dark forces. Could you refrain from pulling out study materials during duels? Stop. I told you that you cannot add star anise when brewing potions. Who wrote the potion version of 5 years O.W.L. 3-year simulations that said to include star anise? Chapter 1. 1960. June 1, 1960. My alchemical soul vessel has finally been completed. A female infant, coursing with my blood, according to the instructions on the stone tablet, I shall raise her to adulthood, teaching her to become my most adept instrument, my most loyal servant, an eternal companion in immortality. Family. That is what I say, but why are her eyes black? June 1, 1960. When I awakened, I only recalled a white man with crimson eyes staring at me. I glared back at him. How peculiar. Who possesses such vividly colored contact lenses? Wait, who am I again? December 1, 1960. Yesterday, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Layton, died. According to Black, Layton was caught by his wife while with his mistress and was ultimately killed by an accidental curse. It seems that his wife was lured by me. But who knows? Today, the little girl is 6 months old. Her hair is growing swiftly, and she neither cries nor fusses, appearing quite precocious, just like me. December 1, 1960. It's already winter. The nursery doesn't even have underfloor heating. Father, did you assume I wouldn't cry? Huh? A child without a mother is like a blade of grass, whimpering. Having been here for half a year, I still cannot remember who I am, nor do I have any notion of my current identity. All I know is that I am a 6-month-old infant in a very wealthy single-parent household, accompanied by servants. The servant is a peculiar little creature known as a house elf, such a familiar term. December 7, 1960. Today, I encountered Dumbledore at Layton's funeral. With Layton's wife detained, he was invited to preside over the service. Before the gathering dispersed, he approached me. I truly wished to ignore him, but with a beaming smile, he expressed his congratulations. Congratulations for what? For the demise of a political rival. He congratulated me on having a child. How did he know? What is the child's name? He inquired with feigned concern. None of your business. Wait, hold on. I haven't even named her yet. Damn it. We remained in silence, staring at one another. Have you not chosen a name for the child yet? He asked. I truly do not want to admit it, it's so embarrassing. He chuckled and said, would you mind if I gave her a Christian name? I would mind very much. Be quiet, you old fool. People are already eavesdropping, you know. Don't you have anything better to do than pretend to tie your shoes while eavesdropping? How about Isabella? Isabella Slytherin. That won't do, the name is too long. It would be difficult for her to practice writing her name from a young age. You torment me, and now you wish to torment my daughter? Oh, Dumbledore, you. Dumbledore let out a gasp of surprise, seemingly astonished. You want her to bear the Slytherin name? Not your own, Voldemort? Or Riddle? Do you think I would allow her to carry the Riddle name and slap me in the face? Because the name Voldemort belongs solely to me, did I cast him a haughty glance and turned to leave. Leaving already? Off to change a diaper? Dumbledore remarked with a hint of regret. I wish to see the little girl. When will you bring her out for me to see? Do you think I would just show her to you upon request? What do you think my daughter is? I was genuinely furious at as if I fear you. You old orange peel-faced man. If you have the ability, let's duel, damn it. December 7, 1960. Today I managed to crawl. Thankfully, there was carpet, otherwise I would truly struggle with the icy wooden floor. And today, Father returned home in a foul mood and punished several house elves for not taking good care of Isabella. Who is Isabella? January 1, 1961. Today, Malfoy inquired why I did not bring the child out to celebrate the new year. Celebrate with you? That old orange peel-faced man has made this matter known throughout all of Britain, damn it. January 1, 1961. I have finally grasped it, my name is Isabella. Today, Father returned home reeking of alcohol, entered my nursery, and I clung to the crib railing, locking eyes with him. He chuckled softly. What is he laughing at? I was perplexed. He reached out to poke my face. Fine, poke away. After a few prods, he withdrew his hand and began to gaze at me with a profound expression. Isabella, he stated. Isabella, he repeated, fixing his gaze on me. I finally realized he was addressing me. In response, I smiled broadly. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Ugly, he said. Am I not the one you picked up? June 1, 1961. Isabella has turned 1 year old today. I introduced her to people for the first time. The little girl has been learning to walk unbeknownst to me today. When I brought her out, she refused to be held. Insisting on walking herself, she clutched my robe, walking steadily. Black and the others praised her beauty and intelligence. Just like me. Haha. June 1st, 1961, my first birthday. I finally discovered what my father's name is. It is Malfoy. But then why do I bear the name Slytherin and not Malfoy? June 2nd, 1961. After being introduced to a multitude of people yesterday, Father began to bring me out of the nursery to join him for breakfast. He set up a children's chair beside the long table and fed me rice porridge. Our home is truly vast. He handed me a small spoon, allowing me to savor the porridge at my own pace. As he indulged in his scrambled eggs, a thought struck him and he turned to me with a question. Why are you still unable to speak? I genuinely wished to splatter him with rice porridge. Behold my little millet teeth. Look! I have already restrained myself from using your clothing as a teething aid. And you expect me to converse? July 8, 1961. Today, Isadora and Nagini had their first encounter. Isadora was astounded, letting out a soft "oh." July 8, 1961. Ah, goodness! There's a snake in our home. Oh ho ho! What a surprise! February 3, 1963. I took Isadora to a charitable event. We attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Little Wizard Orphanage. So many witches wept upon seeing me with Isadora. Why were they so sorrowful? Why would they be upset at the sight of me having a child? February 3, 1963. Today, I ventured out for an event of uncertain nature. Numerous women gazed at my father in tears, while many others fervently snapped photographs of us. Is my father still a public figure? He took a few pictures with me, participated in the ceremony, and then left me to frolic among the little wizards while he mingled and gave interviews. I had little desire to engage with childish fairy tales and floating building blocks. The only set of child's-sized cauldrons was monopolized by a greasy-haired little boy. Consequently, I resorted to grabbing some cookies, sitting down to nibble while observing that child concocting something in his cauldron. Oh dear, my classmate caught me watching him and even glared at me. TSK, I won't hold it against you. Continue with your hot pot. When will father return? So many people are photographing me. A woman approached, inquiring if I knew who my mother was. How would I know? She dangled some buzzing honey candy to entice me, urging me to think carefully. Little did she know, I truly had no idea. The boy beside me glanced back, then at the candy in the woman's hand. After pondering for a moment, I declared, I remember now, my mother is. The woman's eyes sparkled with anticipation. My mother is my homeland, I pronounced solemnly, snatching the honey candy and tossing it to the bewildered boy at the cauldron. Long live the British Empire. Long live the 3 lions. I sensed that the woman was on the verge of tears. What's wrong? Was my answer inappropriate? February 14, 1963. I was awarded the title of Most Charming Male Wizard by the Wizarding Weekly. It seems to be due to the headline in the Daily Prophet featuring a photo of me cradling Isadora and soothing her during the ribbon-cutting ceremony, which sparked discussions among witches about her mother and labeled me as a tender-hearted, albeit domineering wizard. Has society truly abandoned the notion of the evil Dark Lord? Isadora has begun to learn her letters just as I was reading the newspaper. She tilted her head and recited the headlines. She is remarkably intelligent, grasping concepts with ease. Just like me. May 1st, 1963. Does our home possess no books beyond academic texts? Am I to rely on history of magic for my literacy? Do 3-year-old girls not read Grimm's fairy tales? Wait, what exactly is Grimm's fairy tales? March 7, 1965. It is rumored that Minister Sinistra was bitten by a blast-ended script that if he were to perish, then his position would. March 9, 1965. Minister Sinistra has died. March 10, 1965. My father is exceedingly furious because he was not elected as the next minister following the death of the previous one. Today he contemplated going bald and I had to intervene promptly. Thus he nearly made me bald as well. August 17, 1966. It appears that every time I take the children to an event, my approval ratings rise. August 17, 1966. Why won't father allow me to play outside? I have nearly exhausted the books at home. I have no interest in playing with snakes. Feeling despondent. September 6, 1966. Father has permitted me to play with the Malfoy boy and the black children. I find myself more mature than them now. I am the one who must entertain them. September 6, 1966. Walburga has repeatedly expressed her grievances regarding her eldest son's rowdiness and unruliness. Perhaps it would be an opportune moment for little Isadora to witness what the outside children are like. Once she is frightened by those dreadful boys, she will surely return to her studies. Sirius is utterly adorable. His mother adores me, and perhaps because of this, Sirius was initially a bit put off by me. However, it didn't take long for us to become fast friends. Once we were close, we began scheming various escapades to sneak out into the Muggle world. He mentioned having a rebellious uncle who shares a fondness for Muggles and could help us acquire some Muggle items. I am overjoyed. For some reason, I always feel a sense of kinship with Muggles. Sirius has 3 sisters and a younger brother. His sisters are all quite fascinating. The eldest, Andromeda, is adept at mediating. She intervenes every time Bellatrix and Sirius nearly come to blows, perhaps having witnessed such incidents too many times. She has become exceptionally skilled at it. His second sister, Bellatrix, such a lengthy name, is a fervent admirer of my father. Initially, her demeanor towards me was rather peculiar, oscillating between hostility and attempts at flattery. Strangely, upon meeting her, I felt an immediate connection akin to encountering a Muggle, almost wanting to cling to her as if she were my own sister. Though I often find myself lingering around the sisters, Sirius tends to express his discontent. However, I truly adore how Bellatrix positions herself in front of me whenever a seducer approaches her. She is so cool. The moment she produces a spray from her robe with a zzz sound, vanquishing the seducer, Bellatrix is incredibly impressive. And then there is the youngest, Narcissa. She is my age, but she is truly stunning. She resembles a princess. Her sisters have brown and black hair, while hers matches that of her boyfriend, Malfoy. Whenever they are together, the shine on their heads is remarkable. I love rushing over to embrace Narcissa like a cannonball. Her flustered, hey, 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 is utterly adorable. Regulus, Sirius's younger brother, is still quite small, yet he bears a striking resemblance to him, albeit with a temperament that is entirely different. Gentle and soft-spoken, how adorable he is, truly delightful. If only every little boy of his age could possess such amiability. And then there is Malfoy. Ugh, I have no desire to mention him. He seems to harbor intentions towards my sister, Sissy. Hehehe, I must certainly rally a team dubbed the Squad to vanquish the golden-haired white peacock, enlisting Bellatrix and Sirius into our ranks, with the aim of putting an end to that insufferable Malfoy who so often appears uninvited, flaunting his pretentiousness. Moreover, there was a rather peculiar incident during my first encounter at a soir. When I saw Malfoy being presented by his father, I nearly called him Dude. Why is that? Although calling him Dude would indeed be quite fitting. Chapter 2, 1966. The joy of flying on a broomstick. Today, Sirius showcased his new Nimbus to Regulus and me, soaring through his home's foyer with reckless abandon, only to shatter a grand vase in the process. Aunt Walburga was not amused and gave him a thorough thrashing, with the broom, no less. By the time I departed, he was sulking in his room, grumbling in a fit of punishment. Frankly, it was well-deserved. On the 15th of November, my father, Orion, gifted me 2 tickets to a Quidditch Premier League match between the Chudley Cannons and the Manchester Comets, hosted at the latter's arena. I have never been particularly fond of broomsticks, nor do I appreciate the absurdity of Quidditch. Yet, in the interest of garnering votes, I must partake in such frivolities to foster rapport with the electorate. It appears that pureblood families have an insatiable adoration for Quidditch. Alas, I am left with no choice but to attend tomorrow. At least we'll be in the luxury box. Otherwise, mingling with those flag-waving fools would surely drive me to cast a spell in exasperation. The thought of ruling over such Quidditch enthusiasts diminishes my ambition to conquer Britain. I contemplate the obliteration of broomsticks entirely. On the 15th of November, my father announced that we would be attending the Premier League match in Manchester together. Oh, how my heart raced with excitement. However, upon hearing the news, I dashed back to my room in a flurry, too exhilarated to inquire which teams would be competing. It matters not. I simply wish to see Manchester United. Long live the Red Devils. But wait, as a witch, why do I harbor such a fondness for football? Moreover, how could my father, a staunch wizarding traditionalist, express interest in football? Surely I must have misheard. I feel as though I am losing my grip on reality. This morning, Isadora awoke bright and early, bounding towards me with glee to offer a hug and a kiss, and she eagerly inquired about the teams competing. Upon learning that it was the Comets versus the Cannons, her expression turned disinterested. She too shares my indifference towards Quidditch. After breakfast, we utilized the Flu network to arrive at the Ministry of Magic's Manchester office. The Malfoys and the Orions were already present. Malfoy accompanied by his son, though Orion brought only his younger child, as their boisterous eldest was reportedly recuperating at home from a broomstick mishap. We refrained from purchasing any memorabilia, simply exchanging smiles with the reporters outside the stadium before entering. Throughout the match, I remained disengaged, only chiming in occasionally when Malfoy and the others expressed their excitement. I genuinely cannot comprehend Quidditch, nor do I wish to. It is a foolish game. Isadora sat silently beside me, and at one point, I thought she had become so bored that she had fallen asleep. However, a glance revealed that she was merely lost in thought, staring vacantly at the field, mirroring my own state of mind. Observing her in that moment, I was struck by how remarkably similar we appeared. I must ensure she is not led astray into bizarre pastimes, such as the infamous gobstone game that Lucius Malfoy allegedly enjoys, or the tedious card games that Orion once played all night. I ought to buy her more books to read. After all, they say daughters resemble their fathers. Surely Isadora will share my interests. I simply cannot grasp Quidditch. As my father and I sat in the luxurious box, an unusual silence enveloped us. He is inherently a quiet man, and I had little to contribute, lost in my own thoughts. Goodness, my father looks quite handsome when he is deep in contemplation. As I gazed at the field, I made a half-hearted attempt to decipher the rules of Quidditch. It seems a single goal is worth 10 points, while capturing the golden snitch earns 150. Quite a bit more complex than football, I must admit. Yet, my heart remains loyal to football, despite having only seen a single clipping about it. Sirius has an uncle, a rebellious Muggle enthusiast, from whom he inherited many of his uncle's old Muggle clippings. We secretly spent an afternoon perusing them, and Sirius is particularly fond of motorcycles. The first clipping I chanced upon was about the FA Cup. And I felt as though I had been struck by lightning, a voice within me exclaiming, "This is it. This is it." Trembling, I clutched the scrapbook tightly, leafing through the pages filled with frozen snapshots of Muggle news that I could never hope to experience, unable to suppress the thrill and nostalgia swelling within me. Queen Elizabeth II coronation, NATO, the Cuban Missile Crisis. I gently brushed my fingers over the faded smile of the Queen, gazing at the next page depicting a portly Churchill in an oil painting. Keep calm in what comes next. I too wish to own a motorcycle. I am certain I can. Sirius chattered incessantly about his motorcycle advertisement, but I tuned him out, my attention once again drawn to that FA Cup clipping. Manchester United. I must have been a Muggle in a past life, I mused, thumping my head in frustration. This feeling of forgetting everything is utterly dreadful. On the 21st of November, Narcissa invited me to Diagon Alley for some shopping, presumably for pre-Christmas purchases, though commencing in early December seems peculiar. Bella, in an unusual turn of events, expressed no desire to join and oddly wished me a pleasant shopping trip. The smile on her face indicated something was amiss. I suppose I will discover the truth tomorrow. Today marks the day of our shopping excursion. Sissy dared not call for me until she was certain my father had left for work. Once she deemed it safe, she summoned me via the Flu network to embark on our journey to Diagon Alley. I hurriedly filled Nagini's bowl with water and food, reminding her to behave and not to wreak havoc, rummage through the trash, or damage my books. Only when she wagged her tail in acknowledgement did I feel reassured. I had to tiptoe to reach the Flu powder on the mantelpiece. My father had placed it in a silver, ornate box, though to be frank, his taste is rather lacking. I tossed a pinch of Flu powder into the flames, which turned a vibrant green, and stepped into the fire, shouting, "Diagon Alley." In a whirlwind, I tumbled out of the Gringotts fireplace. Sissy, who had been waiting outside, helped me up, guiding my dazed self as we made our way out. "I've already withdrawn the money. Let us go," she exclaimed. I shook my head to clear the fog and brushed the soot from my dress, inquiring, "What are we planning to buy?" Sissy, unfazed, replied, "Well, we don't know what we're buying. That's why we're out shopping." A sense of foreboding crept over me. Yet, as a mere 6-year-old, I was powerless to resist being dragged along by my older sister. "Let us first buy some sweets next door," she suggested. The sound of coins clinking in her purse filled the air, and her face lit up with joy. We then visited a jewelry store, a clothing shop, a bookstore, and a pet shop. I glanced down at my little leather boots, my heart sinking. This was certainly a recipe for disaster. I attempted to glean the extent of our shopping spree, asking, "Who are we buying gifts for?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sissy cheerfully rattled off, "Lucius, Bella, Damida, Regulus, Sirius, you mum, dad, uncle, and auntie. We have arrived at the entrance of the Duke of Bees." With her eyes sparkling, Cece pushed open the shop door, gazing at the barrels of candy, and casually remarked, "There are probably only a dozen or 20 people." A wave of darkness washed over me, and I nearly fainted. So many gifts, and each must be unique. "Oh dear sister, I implore you, spare me. At your tender age, how can you roam the streets with such fervor? We are but young girls yet to reach the age of 10. Could you not consider your youth before engaging in such a taxing pastime?" No wonder Bella chose not to accompany us. This is bound to leave me with flat feet. After visiting 5 shops, I felt as though my legs would give way. Fortunately, we had our tote bags, which accommodated all the variously sized gift boxes, preventing the peculiar sight of 2 little girls struggling under a load of packages. However, both Cece's and my coin purses were significantly lighter. At least I managed to complete half of my shopping at the bookstore. Otherwise, if I had followed her from shop to shop, I might as well forget about dinner tonight. Now we find ourselves at the ice cream parlor, indulging in 2 scoops of cherry brownie with raspberry hazelnut ice cream each. I felt like a despondent fish, with only the energy left to lick my cone. Meanwhile, Cece was still bubbling with excitement, poring over the golden jewelry set that had taken her the longest to choose. Nestled within the black velvet box lay a collection of resplendent ornaments. From hair clips to brooches and cufflinks, all intended for men. The flamboyant men's collection. I tilted my head, observing the little girl Cece, as she dreamily imagined the recipient's reaction upon receiving her gifts, and sighed inwardly. Cece has reached that tender age of blossoming feelings. But how young she is. And she has set her sights on Lucius, who is nearly 5 years her senior, that flamboyant white peacock. I can proudly declare to everyone that amongst my peers, aside from Andromeda, none could have guessed it. I was the first to discover it. Moreover, when I mentioned it to my father, he did not refute me but instead inquired about my reasoning. I meticulously analyzed my observations for him, and in the end, he affectionately ruffled my hair in approval. What kind of wrapping paper and ribbon should I pair with the gift box? Cece suddenly asked. Without a moment's hesitation, I replied, green with golden flowers. Cece paused. Then her eyes brightened. Golden flowers are a must, but I want a color scheme that immediately captivates the eye. I earnestly suggested. You should write in gold letters on the wrapping paper. Inside is pure gold. He will surely be the first to unwrap yours. Cece's expression stiffened. Why? You don't even know who I'm giving this to. I patted her arm, feigning a sense of worldly wisdom. The musings of a young girl are always poetic. Isla ventured to Diagon Alley today with the daughter of the Black family, and I had Avery follow discreetly behind them. After they returned home in the afternoon, Avery came to my office to report that Isla had not purchased many items, most of which were books. But she did acquire a few trinkets from a shop selling various knickknacks. Upon returning home that evening, Isla appeared quite pleased, noticeably happier than usual. With Christmas break approaching in 2 weeks, perhaps I might take her to Diagon Alley? However, I must first ensure all the minor tasks are completed before the holiday. Rumor has it that the werewolf Fenrir has been spotted near the wizarding residence recently, and that werewolf named Lupin had previously crossed him. Lupin's wife, possessing a modicum of sense, reported it to the Ministry of Magic. Amongst the short-statured Aurors, few dared confront the madman Fenrir. Ultimately, one bold soul approached me for assistance. I regarded the earnest-looking Diallo, who had been ushered into my office, and pondered, you should seek a more capable ally. Oh no, Deputy Minister, Diallo earnestly replied, attempting an innocent expression despite his scarred face. Who in the ministry doesn't he know your esteemed reputation? You are the academic prodigy who scored 12 OS on the Newts, the revered president of the student council, the undefeated gentleman who has triumphed in 30 duels against our superior, and the most formidable contender for the ministerial position. My wife searches the papers daily for news of you. However, as the deputy minister responsible for education and public administration, my reach does not extend to your Aura department. Diallo waved his hands. No. This truly is a predicament for us. It turns out that Mad-Eye Moody is the only one brave enough to confront Fenrir, but he just defeated a Romanian vampire last week, and his right leg is poisoned. He is currently recuperating at St. Mungo's, and the attending physician is uncertain if he can save the leg. With Moody unavailable, none of us dare step forward and guarantee success. You are the deputy minister. If you lend your hand, we would be immensely grateful. If you are concerned about those incessantly squawking in the Daily Prophet, calling you a dark wizard, we Aurors would be the first to defend you. I thought to myself that this Aura department is truly a mess. Tapping my fingers on the desk, I inquired, I recall that Lupin has a 6-year-old son? Diallo hesitated. Yes, it seems Fenrir is intent on biting his son in retaliation. I sighed, feigning compassion. My daughter Isla is also 6. Why must parental matters involve the children? Diallo detected a shift in my tone and cautiously asked, so, what is your stance? I shook my head, verbally stating, I will consider it further, while my hand retrieved a signed photograph from the drawer, which I handed to Diallo, for your wife. Diallo accepted the photo of me with my charming smile. Momentarily taken aback, Malfoy has located a journalist with exceptional writing skills, preparing me for the impending media battle. Now that the journalist is in place, I crafted a paper airplane to the Aura department, accepting the task at hand. I hope that Lupin's boy can remain strong and not succumb to a bite too soon. The Aurors finally tracked down Fenrir. Lupin's son was nearly bitten by a werewolf concealed in the bushes while climbing a tree in the garden. The little wizard's surge of magic attracted them. In an amusing turn of events, the fool Shackle managed to scare off the pointed-eared wolf with a disillusionment charm, as he is dark and robust, leading the werewolf to mistake him for a bear. What can I say? If I were Fenrir, I would never show my face again. The fool reappeared a day later, planning to scale the second floor to pry open a window and enter the boy's room to bite him. I swiftly cast a stunning spell, sending him tumbling down. I silenced his mouth and tied him up with remarkable efficiency. The onlookers from the horror department were left dumbfounded, and the journalist hired by Malfoy was nearly fainting from taking pictures, causing me to endure the strobe lights and the strange purple smoke from his camera while binding the wolf. Using apparition, I transported the wolf back to the Ministry of Magic and left work early to return home. How absurd! Capturing a wolf counts as overtime. And I had no desire to linger on the rooftop all day to return to the office for paperwork. I hurried home to shower and hold my child. My father has made the front page of the newspaper. Although he has graced the headlines before, this time is different. Previously, it was all frivolous news or official statements from the Ministry of Magic. But this time, my father is a hero. He is the one who saved a 6-year-old child and captured the bloodthirsty werewolf. As a father, it is my duty. The front page features a dynamic image of him heroically standing over the werewolf, binding it. Goodness, I had no idea he captured a werewolf before dinner yesterday. The image shows a circle of Aurors around him, all in awe. I am so excited and inexplicably proud. Hastily, I seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on my father's cheek while he was indulging in scrambled eggs. My father is both handsome and formidable. 19661210. V. Indeed. My approval ratings have risen. The plan is working. Does Isadora secretly relish this Gryffindoresque wolf-catching hero?
19661222.
At long last, I have navigated through the tumult of werewolves and Christmas. Once I have sent Fenrir to Azkaban, I shall be able to enjoy a holiday. Shall I take Isadora to Diagon Alley tomorrow?
19661223.
The day after tomorrow marks Christmas, and the house elves have adorned the room in festive red, green, and white. My father transformed a pine tree in my room this morning using transfiguration. Today is the day I venture to Diagon Alley with my father. 19661223. Event A. Chapter 3. Age-Enhancing Potion. Isadora was jolted awake by a fierce whip striking her face. Get up. The cold whip slapped against her blankets. Get up. My bowl is empty. Hurry and fill it. Isadora, filled with resentment, rolled over, pulling the covers over her face, drowsily refusing. Tell Dad to fill it so I can sleep a little longer. Your father sent me to find you and to wake you up. Nagini persistently tugged at the blanket with her tail, attempting to pull it away. I'm so hungry. Get up, get up, get up. You're such a bothersome snake. Isadora finally flung the covers aside and sat up in fury. All right, I'll go. Nagini curled up obediently at the foot of the bed. With her tousled hair, Isadora reached out and flicked Nagini's head. I distinctly remember closing my door last night. How did you get in? Nagini quickly sold Voldemort out. Your father opened the door for me just now. Isadora flopped back onto the bed. Ah, indeed. He is my biological father. Voldemort, having finished breakfast, sat at the table contentedly perusing the Daily Prophet. The journalists under his command excelled at crafting flattering articles about Voldemort, ensuring that each day's paper featured praise for him, and scathing editorials condemning the inept minister. The reporter had dedicated an entire week to glorifying the capture of Fenrir, gradually downplaying the event as Christmas approached. I'm awake, Isadora, now clad in her little dress, bounced down the stairs. I'm so hungry. Voldemort looked up with a smile, seeing his little girl with the satiated snake coiled around her neck approach the dining table. Has Nagini had her fill? Indeed. Isadora complained like a spoiled child. I'm still hungry, and she rushed me to fill her bowl. She devoured an entire basin of chicken strips in just 3 bites, and she doesn't even fear choking. Nagini feigned ignorance, burying her head in Isadora's lace-flowered collar. Isadora sat at the table, and Nagini gracefully slithered off her lap, making her way to Voldemort, nuzzling his hand affectionately. Good girl, good girl. Voldemort absent-mindedly reassured his snake. After breakfast, we'll head to Diagon Alley. Isadora, is there anything you wish to bring? Isadora had grown accustomed to her father's insistence on speaking in Parseltongue at home. Nothing to bring. Isadora had no habit of wearing jewelry or carrying money. Let us just leave once I finish eating. Voldemort flipped to another page of the newspaper, quickly skimming through a celebrity gossip piece while reminding Isadora. Today, it's just the 2 of us going out. We may encounter reporters. Stay close to me. Diagon Alley will be bustling before Christmas, so be careful not to get lost. Isadora stuffed a jam biscuit into her mouth and mumbled a response. Through the Flu network, the father and daughter quickly arrived at Gringotts. Achoo! Isadora sneezed from the chill of the air. Voldemort absent-mindedly ruffled the little girl's hair and led her outside the bank. Let us buy some food first. What would you like to eat for Christmas? Isadora felt rather foolish for wearing a dress in December as they approached the entrance of Gringotts, where the biting northern wind greeted them. She sneezed twice more. "I want something warm," she said languidly. Voldemort glanced down at his daughter, whose attire was markedly different from those around them. Realizing, "You're wearing a dress in the middle of winter?" Isadora sniffled. "This dress has a warming charm." Voldemort felt a pang of annoyance. Even with the charm, should a reporter catch a glimpse of him taking his daughter, who appeared to be dressed in nothing but a simple dress, it would undoubtedly tarnish his image as a devoted father in the eyes of the overly sentimental middle-aged women. He had no choice but to first take his daughter to buy cashmere scarves. When they emerged from the store wrapped in matching gray cashmere, a journalist, having received the tip-off, was stealthily hiding among the crowd, snapping candid shots of them. To be fair, Isadora was not wearing a summer sundress but rather a proper, elegant little dress, and she had also donned long fuzzy socks for warmth. Once she wrapped the scarf around herself, she felt warm enough, while Voldemort began to worry if she was warm enough. "Let us go to Honeydukes," Isadora tugged at her father's hand. "I've finished my fizzing whizbees." Voldemort had little fondness for sweets. However, upon catching sight of the journalist lurking in the crowd, he smiled warmly and turned towards Honeydukes. Isadora had a habit of carrying a few galleons and fizzing whizbees with her. Her dress had small pockets for candy, where she kept a few fizzing whizbees. On ordinary days, she could easily take them out for herself or share them with her friends. So far, her generous sharing had successfully earned her the friendship of the Blacks. All her companions, except for the golden-haired Malfoy, had eagerly ripped open their packages and popped the sweets into their mouths, including the seemingly aloof, gap-toothed Bella. Thus, she truly possessed a knack for charming children. Emerging from the warm Honeydukes with a large bag of sweets, Isadora contentedly popped a fizzing whizbee into her mouth, with two more nestled in the small pocket of her dress alongside her stash of galleons. Where to next? Isadora, with a mouthful of candy, mumbled indistinctly, "The bookstore." Voldemort immediately swelled with pride. Look at his daughter, so studious and ambitious. While other children her age cried for exploding snap cards, Isadora was constantly thinking about books, books, books. Just like him, he had always adored reading. Unbeknownst to the world-weary Isadora, each time she mentioned books, she endeared herself to her father even more. "Have you finished the history of Eastern European witchcraft I bought you last time?" "Yes," Isadora replied. "Professor Browning writes splendidly, with a high academic level and lively language. I truly enjoy it." Professor Ulenberski's concise history of Polish witchcraft is also of high academic caliber, but the writing is rather dry, in comparison. I still prefer Professor Browning's series on witchcraft. However, Browning's account of the Polish uprising is not entirely objective. Voldemort instinctively countered, he is too biased towards the insurgents. And I deduced that Browning's ancestor was one of the Bloodfinger Toria among the insurgents. Voldemort closed his mouth, suddenly realizing that discussing this with his 6-year-old daughter might not be entirely appropriate. "No wonder," Isadora exclaimed, "I thought so too. While reading that chapter, my blood felt like it was boiling." However, in other chapters, there was no such bias. Overall, Professor Browning remains quite rigorous and objective. Thus, I find myself inclined to procure a copy of his tome, A History of American Witchcraft, for perusal. However, it would be wise to refrain from doing so. Voldemort, assisting his daughter, swung open the doors of the bookstore, and I would advise against delving into the historical accounts of another continent penned by a Polish professor. If your interests lie in American witchcraft, I would rather suggest you opt for the works of Falun Gong. The father and daughter were nearly blinded by the sudden eruption of flashes within the bookstore. "It is the Deputy Minister Voldemort." They shielded their eyes, hearing the excited shrieks of women within the shop, accompanied by the impatient clicks of cameras as journalists clamored to capture the moment. One interviewer vocally inquiring, "Deputy Minister, are you aware of the minister's visit to Romania during the Christmas holidays?" Voldemort, with great effort, opened his eyes and managed a smile, gently urging Isha, "Go and peruse the books for a while. I shall join you shortly." Unperturbed by the commotion, Isha was accustomed to such scenes whenever she ventured out with her father. Rubbing her eyes, she obediently acknowledged him with a smile directed at the camera before making her way toward the history section. A disheveled man, with tangled hair and sharp teeth, approached her ominously. Isha halted before the section dedicated to European history, glancing upward to see if the book she had previously desired was available. To her dismay, she found Browning's A History of French Witchcraft perched on the third shelf, just out of her reach. Turning her head, she noticed the area was devoid of patrons, save for a scruffy man with yellow teeth leaning against the bookshelf behind her. Grinning widely, "Are you Voldemort's daughter?" he inquired. Attempting to appear nonchalant, Isha casually placed her hand on the shelf, accidentally knocking over a few books, producing a moderate thud. "You are. I am the brother of Fenrir, whom your father captured, the werewolf proclaimed, brandishing his wand, and now you shall succumb. Do you have a camera in this establishment? Isha heard the werewolf ask as she regained consciousness, another voice responding, no, we are a potion shop. She was carelessly discarded onto the cold floor. The werewolf paced restlessly nearby, seemingly agitated, exclaiming, no, I must find a camera to capture the moment I bite her. Damn it, who knows if there's a place in upside-down alley that sells cameras. This wretched place has nothing. Isha cautiously opened her eyes a sliver, peering from her corner to observe the three figures in the dimly lit shop. The werewolf scratched his head in frustration at the entrance, while the shopkeeper stood behind the counter, responding leisurely to the werewolf's concerns. Upside-down alley has everything. Besides the shopkeeper and the werewolf, there was a tall figure enshrouded in a black cloak, silently clutching a black leather case at the counter. Who are you? The werewolf demanded, glaring at the cloaked figure. My supplier, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. This gentleman does not respond to inquiries outside of potion-related matters. The werewolf cast a glance at Isha, who promptly closed her eyes and feigned unconsciousness. Resolute, he retrieved a silver sickle and slapped it onto the counter. Watch this little brat for me. I'll return as soon as I find a camera. If she has gone when I return. The shopkeeper maintained his smile, slowly sliding the silver sickle toward himself. The werewolf was well aware of the rules of Upside-Down Alley. He glared menacingly at the shopkeeper before storming out of the potion shop. Isha lay there for a moment, hearing the shopkeeper begin discussing the sale of the aging potion with the cloaked figure, before suddenly springing to her feet. The shopkeeper and the cloaked man turned toward her, seemingly unfazed. Isha still felt a bit dazed. Fortunately, the werewolf's magic was not particularly strong. He had misjudged the duration of her unconsciousness, thus granting her an opportunity to escape. I possess 2 gold galleons, Isha declared, steadying herself against the counter as she approached the shopkeeper, rising onto her tiptoes to place her savings upon the counter. I wish to purchase your aging potion. The shopkeeper returned the galleons. I accepted the silver sickle from the gentleman earlier. One must honor their debts. I'm afraid, Mississippi. Moreover, I have yet to acquire this aging potion. You should negotiate with that gentleman. Isha was entirely unfazed. She produced her final gold galleon for the shopkeeper. This is certainly worth more than a measly silver sickle. I offer more, therefore I can demand more. Is that not the custom in Upside-Down Alley? The shopkeeper accepted the gold galleon with admiration. You are quite remarkable, Miss Slytherin. You may now freely enter and exit my humble shop. The cloaked figure remained silent, standing aside as if to appraise Isha, though perhaps he was not. Isha presented her last 2 gold galleons to the cloaked man. 2 vials of aging potion, and 1 of your cloaks. I believe 2 gold galleons should suffice. She then rummaged through her pocket, discovering a buzzing honeybee candy. This is for you as well, sir, she added, placing the candy alongside the galleons. The cloaked man hesitated momentarily upon grasping the galleon. Then, somewhat reluctantly, he accepted the candy into his pocket. The cloaked figure opened his black leather case upon the counter. Isha, being petite, could not see its contents. The cloaked man retrieved 2 small vials filled with transparent liquid from the case, placing them on the counter. The left one ages you by 10 years, the right one by 20 years, he stated. The effects last for 2 hours. Isha quickly seized both vials. What about the cloak? The cloaked man retorted with mockery. Do you wish for me to remove this one and give it to you? At that moment, Isha was too tense to engage in banter with the cloaked man. Under normal circumstances, she would have exclaimed, yes, 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 take it off, strip down. The shopkeeper bent down, retrieving a lengthy black robe from beneath the counter. I wonder if this will suffice, Mississippi. It should adequately cover someone who stands at 1.8 meters tall. However, this was left behind by this gentleman on a previous visit, so consider it a gift. The cloaked man clicked his tongue softly. I did not realize I had left it here. Isha accepted the long robe, hurriedly bowing her head in gratitude to both the shopkeeper and the cloaked man. Thank you, thank you. You may use my storage room to change, the shopkeeper smiled, pointing to a small door at the back of the shop. Isha dashed inside and closed the door behind her without hesitation. Without a moment's thought, she uncorked the vial that aged her by 10 years and downed its contents in one gulp. The aging potion had a faintly sour taste. Just as she began to discern its flavor, a sharp pain erupted in her head. Nearly losing her balance, she steadied herself against a dusty box in the storage room. Realizing her body was elongating, her little dress grew increasingly tight around her. She felt as though she might suffocate in her skirt. In a frenzy, Isha reached for a small knife the shopkeeper had left on the shelf, slicing her dress open. Her head throbbed painfully, pulsating as if it were crammed into an excessively narrow box. She struggled to kick off her constricting little boots and ultimately had to remove her ill-fitting undergarments as well. Standing naked at 7 meters tall in the cramped storage room at the age of 16, Isha felt a sense of absurdity wash over her. Finally 16. She mused while donning the black robe. This age truly suits me. After all, I was not even 7 meters tall when I turned 16. Wait a moment. Her 16-year-old self? Hadn't she forgotten? Isha realized that as she gradually regained her past memories, she also recognized that her 16-year-old form required more clothing for modesty. After all, she was no longer the flat-chested 6-year-old. Therefore, she picked up the remnants of her torn dress and wrapped them around her chest and lower half. Finally, she enveloped herself in the black robe, stuffing her scattered little shoes and undergarments into its ample pockets. Clutching the remaining vial of aging potion in her palm, she pushed open the door to the storage room. The shopkeeper seemingly finalized the transaction with the figure clad in black robes. The werewolf had yet to return. With utmost caution, Isla stepped outside, carefully surveying the street beyond the shop's entrance. The werewolf had whisked her away to Nocturne Alley. At that moment, the pedestrians outside appeared either peculiarly dressed or, like her, swathed tightly in dark cloaks. In this guise, she was utterly unrecognizable. Turning back, Isla expressed her gratitude to the shopkeeper and the robed figure once more. I am profoundly grateful. I shall remember this kindness. She paused. I swear it by Slytherin's name. There's no need for such gratitude, the figure in black replied coldly. This was merely a fair exchange. Isla's mind was a chaotic whirl, reminiscent of a disorganized disk drive. Everything her eyes fell upon ignited a cascade of memories within her brain. Upon hearing the black-robed figure's response, Isla, her thoughts already in disarray, blurted out. Your voice bears a striking resemblance to that of Alan Rickman, sir. The figure in black? Isla nearly slapped her own mouth shut. She had no time for idle chatter. She needed to flee. Goodbye, Mr. Shopkeeper, goodbye, Mr. Rickman, she exclaimed, hastily exiting, leaving the two inside pondering the identity of the mysterious Alan Rickman. As they continued to settle their next potion transaction, Isla dashed barefoot along the cobblestones of Nocturne Alley. She hurried in the direction indicated by the sign toward Diagon Alley, the sharp stones beneath her feet failing to slow her pace. Gripping the small vial tightly, her palm dampened with anxiety-induced sweat, she urged herself onward. Hurry, hurry, just reach Diagon Alley and escape the jaws of danger. If caught, I could become a werewolf, Isla. You cannot perish before even grasping your Hogwarts acceptance letter. With only a corner left to turn before she could glimpse Diagon Alley, Isla quickened her pace. Just as she was about to joyfully round the bend, a disheveled werewolf emerged from a neighboring shop, clutching a filthy camera with evident delight. Isla's heart sank. The werewolf cast a glance in her direction, showing no interest in the cloaked passerby whose gender remained ambiguous. He turned and walked toward the apothecary. Isla, with her back to the werewolf, felt her heart race uncontrollably. She quietly glanced back, gauging the distance to be about 50 meters, and then bolted toward Diagon Alley. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. The sharp stones beneath her bare feet caused her pain, and she dared not consider the state of her soles. The frigid northern wind lifted her hood, leaving her no time to readjust it. At 16, her long black hair streamed behind her, her mind consumed with the mantra. Faster. Faster. I can almost see the street leading into Diagon Alley. At the next turn, a familiar figure strode purposefully toward Nocturne Alley. It was Voldemort. Having discovered his daughter's disappearance, Isla broke down in tears. She screamed and flung herself into the arms of her father, who held his wand with a fierce expression. Voldemort instinctively prepared to push her away, but as he beheld the girl rushing toward him, a fleeting sense of recognition washed over him, as though he were gazing into a mirror reflecting his 16-year-old self. It's Isla. He caught her. What has happened? A werewolf kidnapped me to avenge Fenrir. Isla sobbed. He knocked me unconscious and left me in a potion shop. I managed to escape after purchasing an aging potion from the owner. Voldemort's expression darkened. Seal the street, he commanded coldly. Diallo, who had just arrived, hesitated, but Diagon Alley is already sealed by your order. I said seal Nocturne Alley, Voldemort declared, cradling his daughter in his arms, determined to unearth that reckless werewolf, no matter the cost. Isla nestled against her father's chest, enveloped in a profound sense of safety. Despite her mind racing with memories recently unsealed, whispering that this man was the Dark Lord, the serpent-faced villain. Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of protection. She succumbed to a deep slumber within her father's embrace, needing a prolonged rest to untangle her chaotic memories. Severus Snape peered out from the shop's entrance. The street is sealed, he remarked. May I borrow the key? The shopkeeper cheerfully handed him a small empty potion vial. Snape placed his finger upon it. feeling a sudden tug behind his navel. The candies and galleons in his pocket clinked together as he was whisked away in a whirl of motion. He closed his eyes, and soon his feet met the solid ground of Spinner's End. Severus Snape had returned. Chapter 4 Christmas. Isla awoke, feeling a gentle touch at her forehead, as if someone were wiping it with a damp cloth. Cracking her eyes open, she saw the house elf Winky tending to her with a wet sponge. Winky had been her caretaker from a young age. Voldemort had never truly cared for her since birth, merely casting her into a nursery while Winky managed all the diaper changes and feedings. Isla could remember countless nights, her memories filled with Winky's large, bulbous eyes rocking her cradle to lull her to sleep. Winky, Isla murmured. "Mrs. Awake!" Winky exclaimed, nearly dropping the sponge. "Is there anything troubling you, miss?" Isla contemplated for a moment before truthfully responding, "I'm hungry." Winky immediately declared, "Winky will fetch food right away." "Wait, Winky." Isla halted her, clutching the pillowcase draped over the elf's body, groggily complaining. "Why did you have to be named Winky? If only you were named Ferguson, how much better that would be." Winky is the name of the former manager of Arsenal Football Club, while Isla is a fan of Manchester United, whose manager is Ferguson, Winky's rival. Winky, momentarily perplexed, asked, "Mrs. dissatisfied with Winky's name?" "No," Isla replied, reluctantly releasing her grip. "Go ahead." The house elf promptly vanished with a crack. Isla sighed, pulling her arms back under the covers, lost in deep philosophical contemplation. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? I am Isabella Slytherin, the daughter of the ultimate villain of the Harry Potter series, Voldemort. If I do not save myself, I shall be forced to become a Death Eater and ultimately meet my demise. Isla lamented that her memories had returned at the worst possible moment. Why could she not have remembered her past life from the moment of her birth? Why must she first naively believe she was merely the daughter of a high-ranking official, only to be abruptly informed that her father was the Dark Lord? Yet if she had known from birth, she would have been terrified, trembling before her father. A newborn expressing fear would be most peculiar, and given her father's intellect, he would have surely noticed. It was quite odd that he had yet to discover her psychological age of over 20. Isla pondered this, attributing it to her father's utter lack of child-rearing experience, and his immense pride in his own lineage. Having been his daughter for 6 years, she was bound to continue in that role. She was undoubtedly tethered to the Dark Lord's ship. Fortunately, Voldemort was currently an ambitious politician aspiring to become minister, showing no signs of indulging in his darker inclinations. Should such thoughts arise, she would certainly quash them before they could flourish. So far, her father had proven to be a good dad, at least in comparison to Isla's psychological maturity of over 20. If he were to raise a genuine infant, with his neglectful approach, seeing her twice a day and merely showering her with coins, the child would undoubtedly grow into a psychologically twisted little Dark Lord. At the tender age of 20-something, Isadora found herself utterly enamored with the daily life of Voldemort as a father. She could only catch glimpses of him during breakfast and dinner, where they would engage in delightful conversations, sharing insights about the books they had read throughout the day. Her erudite father would effortlessly elaborate on any topic she brought up. If only she had a doting father who showered her with affectionate hugs and sweet nothings, she would be over the moon. He was remarkably generous when it came to her pocket money. Within a mere 12 hours of her expressing a desire for a particular book, he would procure it for her. If she wished for intricate instruments like a lunar calendar, a precise model of the solar system, or a children's cauldron set, he would promptly fulfill her requests. Even the little treats, like honeycomb sweets, were never lacking in her life. Should he be too busy, he would simply have wing buy them for her. The only area where he imposed restrictions was in her outdoor activities. Throughout her life, apart from the Black and Malfoy households, she seldom ventured outside. However, being a somewhat reclusive homebody, Isadora found no overwhelming urge to explore the outside world, preferring instead to remain comfortably ensconced on her sofa. Upon reflection, how splendid it was to have Voldemort as her father. Isadora felt a twinge of confusion as the rationality of her past life clashed with the memories of her current existence. The canonical Harry Potter narrative and countless fanfictions from her beloved Gryffindor house tugged at her collar, exclaiming, "Have you been corrupted by this lavish lifestyle? Voldemort is a twisted Dark Lord devoid of love. If you truly trust and love him, you will inevitably meet your demise alongside him." Meanwhile, the recollections of her current life and myriad fanfictions from her cherished Slytherin house wrapped around her waist, whispering softly, "Look at how well your father treats you. If you betray him and seek refuge in Dumbledore's embrace, can you truly live with yourself? Can you genuinely claim that after spending time with your friends, you believe Bellatrix is a mad woman?" After a moment of contemplation, Isadora hesitantly reached a conclusion. My father has no intention of becoming a dark wizard. Nor is he crafting horcruxes, is he? Just yesterday, I saw a golden cup and a crown displayed on the shelves in his study. He even wore a pendant box at public events. I recall him once placing photographs inside that pendant box, and during an interview, he boasted about possessing the only remaining artifact from Slytherin. She mused, he remains as charming and dashing as ever, showing no signs of disfigurement. Does this not suggest that the future may unfold differently? Before she could further unravel her thoughts, the door to her room opened. Nagini slithered in, followed closely by Voldemort, who closed the door behind him. Upon seeing her handsome father, who bore a look of concern, all her inner turmoil dissipated. My father is so striking. Even as a Dark Lord, he exudes an irresistible charm, she thought. I don't care. As an admirer of beauty, I find my father far more handsome than Dumbledore. I stand by my father. Voldemort, oh magnificent Voldemort, is approaching. He has reached my bedside. He sat down beside her. I have checked. You are in perfect health, he said, gently touching Isadora's forehead. You have slept for an entire day. In 3 hours, the Christmas turkey dinner will commence. Isadora, momentarily losing track of time, realized it was the 24th of December, Christmas Eve. If you do not wake soon, there will be no turkey left for you, Voldemort said resignedly. Isadora sprang up, exclaiming, I feel remarkably energetic. Let us head downstairs. Voldemort extended a finger, gently pressing her back down. Not yet. I still need to clarify the situation regarding the werewolf. Oh, she replied, reluctantly lying back down. I have already been resting for a day. If I lie down any longer, I shall develop bedsores. I have captured the werewolf, Voldemort stated, a shadow crossing his face. He was promptly dispatched to Azkaban, placed next to my good brother Fenrir. Such occurrences shall not transpire again. Isadora paid little heed to this. She understood that her father had undoubtedly suffered public humiliation, and would not let it go unavenged. You performed admirably yesterday. You displayed great wit, Voldemort praised her warmly. At 6 years old, no one could have done better. Truly, you are my daughter. Isadora grinned widely, revealing her 2 rows of baby teeth. However, Voldemort continued thoughtfully, I believe it is time for you to begin familiarizing yourself with practical magic. Why? Isadora queried. Reading too much history of magic can make one foolish. Voldemort replied, I have prepared a book on spells for you. I will search for my old textbooks upstairs. You can start with the first-year material. Can I really begin self-studying Hogwarts first-year curriculum at 6 years old? Voldemort regarded her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I completed my first-year studies in just 1 month. With your intelligence, you certainly cannot afford to lag behind. Besides, this is merely a preview of the textbook. You haven't even lost all your baby teeth yet, and your magical prowess is still developing. He glanced at Isadora's precariously loose front tooth. You are not yet able to use spells with your wand for now. Focus on potions and similar subjects. Isadora felt a wave of despair wash over her. Do not wear such a forlorn expression, Voldemort said, gently pinching her cheek. You are the only witch of Slytherin lineage in this era, and thus, you must strive to excel beyond the ordinary. He helped Isadora to her feet. She combed her fingers through her hair and gingerly stepped over Nagini, who lay on the floor, as she hopped out of bed. Let us go eat something, Voldemort instructed, leading the way with the snake beside him. Isadora slowly slipped on her slippers and glanced back at her small bed. Mr. Rickman's large black robes were neatly folded on her nightstand, with a bottle of aging potion resting atop them. The distinctive voice of Alan Rickman echoed in her mind. The memory of drinking the aging potion had unlocked her recollections, though they had been jumbled at the time. Yet, the voice of the cloaked figure was unmistakably reminiscent of Alan Rickman. She could not have misheard. If this were 1986, that cloaked figure could only have been the professor. However, this was 1966. Perhaps the cloaked figure had used a spell to alter his voice? Snapping back to reality, Isadora followed her father out of the room. Isadora had indulged herself at dinner. The previous night, she had enjoyed her meal so much that she accidentally knocked out a front tooth while gnawing on a chicken bone. Her father, wearing a stoic expression, poked the small tooth lodged in the chicken with a fork, then instructed her to open her mouth for inspection. Isadora felt a chill as the cold air rushed in. Voldemort had sent the sorrowful little girl, unable to eat hearty meat due to her missing tooth, to bed early. He advised her to keep her fallen tooth safe, as many spells required something belonging to the target. Do you understand? Just like with the polyjuice potion? Yes. Voldemort affirmed with approval. Therefore, to avoid being replicated by others using the polyjuice potion, you must ensure you remain bald in the future, correct? Such bravery for a Dark Lord. Isadora went to bed early, only to wake up bright and early. Wang had already piled her gifts at the foot of her bed. Upon waking, she was greeted by an enticing mountain of gift boxes, filling her with uncontainable joy. This day, along with Children's Day, was the one she anticipated the most each year, for it was a day of gifts. Her birthday fell on the same day as Children's Day. Excitedly, Isadora hastily donned her clothes and climbed to the foot of her bed to begin tearing into her presents with exuberance. The recipients of her gifts were few. Only the children of the Black family, Lucius, her father, and Dumbledore. However, she had heard that each year, her father also received gifts from Dumbledore, which typically consisted of peculiar items like wool socks and rabbit plushies. These items were invariably handed over to Isa after being unwrapped. One by one, she eagerly opened the gifts from the Black family. Sirius had bestowed upon her a Muggle scrapbook from his uncle, coincidentally the sports edition, which had Isa thrilled to discover it was filled with compilations of recent football and sailing events, causing her to squeal with excitement. Narcissa gifted her a silver and green hair tie, Bellatrix presented a spider toy, and Andromeda offered a box of handmade biscuits. Regulus meticulously penned a greeting card and gifted her a gemstone brooch. Lucius presented a diamond-studded gold watch, glimmering magnificently. Dumbledore gifted her a children's picture book about a story spring, and as Isa flipped through it, she realized the illustrations were animated. Then came the gift she anticipated the most from her father. Yet it was nowhere to be found. Isa pondered carefully, convinced her father would not forget her gift. She must descend the stairs and receive it directly from his hands. Surely it would be something splendid. Isa excitedly donned her socks, gathered the presents neatly, and scampered down the stairs for breakfast. "Good morning," she chirped as she settled at the table. "Father, did you receive the gift I sent you?" Voldemort, unusually, was not engrossed in his newspaper. With hands clasped and sitting upright in his chair, he gazed gently at Isa. "I did," he replied softly, "and I absolutely adore it." "Thank you, Isa." Isa beamed with delight. "But I haven't received the gift you promised me," she said. Voldemort nodded, explaining, "I originally purchased a children's cauldron set. But after receiving your gift this morning, I changed my mind." Isa tilted her head in curiosity. Voldemort unfastened the first button of his shirt, slender fingers reaching into the collar to retrieve a delicate silver chain from around his neck. He lowered his head slightly, removing a pendant that had rested against his skin. It was the Slytherin locket. Isa's eyes widened. Voldemort carefully slipped the locket over Isa's head, the silver-green velvet box resting perfectly against her chest, warmed by his body. Isa trembled as she opened the locket, revealing a glass window adorned with moving pictures of wizards. A young Isa was held in Voldemort's embrace, both smiling blissfully at the glass. "This is for you, my daughter," Voldemort said with a smile, "as the heir of Slytherin. It rightfully belongs to you." Without uttering a word, Isa leapt into her father's arms. On December 25, 1966, Voldemort awoke and unwrapped his daughter's gift. It was a small bronze statue, a bust of himself, crafted with such precision that it captured his likeness impeccably. Isa had included a handwritten card, which Voldemort retrieved, revealing the child's delicate script. "If I sculpt Dad into a statue, he can be immortal." Voldemort brushed his fingers over the word immortal, a faint smile gracing his lips. "As you wish, my child. Together, we can achieve immortality." Chapter 5, The Study Case. Once her baby teeth had all fallen out, Isa began to lose her molars. At the age of 8, she commenced brewing simple potions under her father's guidance, such as scabious tincture. The process was remarkably straightforward. The most challenging aspect was adding the porcupine quills after removing it from the fire. Isa would never forget this detail. For each time she reached for the quills while the potion was still boiling, the echo of a certain professor's roar resonated in her mind. "Idiot! I presume you didn't bother to take the pot off the heat before adding the quills, did you?" Isa shivered and promptly turned the stove knob to extinguish the flame, waiting for the potion to cease bubbling before adding the quills. After cooling and bottling, Isa lined up the glass vials neatly. She was now beginning to save pocket money, aided by her covert dealings with Lucius, which her father turned a blind eye to. The Malfoy family, a wealthy pureblood lineage, was one of the few that thrived in entrepreneurial ventures, having collaborated with the Muggle world across generations. Compared to the reclusive and traditional Black family, the Malfoys possessed broader perspectives and a more accurate grasp of opportunities, though their disdain and prejudice towards Muggles were no less potent. Isa was aware that the Malfoys operated a shop in the Muggle world, selling various wizarding trinkets, such as beauty products and potions. The scabious tincture was a significant portion of their sales. Due to strict regulations governing potion sales among Muggles, the Malfoys had to engage with Muggle authorities to obtain various certifications. Lucius had once casually mentioned dining with his father, and the British Minister of Health, and the shared contempt was evident on both his and Narcissa's faces. Initially envious and astonished, Isa hastily stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth to mask her reaction. Crafting scabious tincture was simple, yet its efficacy was potent, earning rave reviews among the oblivious Muggle populace. Once Isa had amassed a box full of scabious tincture. She presented it to Lucius in exchange for a bag of pocket money. With her restored memories, Isa found herself yearning for the Muggle world. She could not feign disdain in front of friends who harbored malicious views toward Muggles, nor could she openly express affection for them as Sirius did. Thus, she opted for silence, secretly rebelling alongside Sirius. For instance, her pocket money was spent collecting motorcycle models and football memorabilia with him. Thanks to Sirius's favorite uncle, Alfred, who was on the brink of being disowned, they managed to smuggle numerous Muggle trinkets. Among them was a delightful package Isa now held. Instant noodles. Isa's eyes sparkled. Upon first seeing the cauldron, she thought it was the perfect vessel for cooking instant noodles, so reminiscent of a noodle pot. Humming a cheerful tune, Isa set up 2 cauldrons. One designated for potion making, and the other for cooking. Adding water, noodles, and seasoning packets, she brought it to a boil. The tantalizing aroma of the noodles summoned Nagini. The great serpent was resentful. While the scent was enticing, the taste was rather lackluster, an aromatic deception. Voldemort kept his promise. He unearthed all his textbooks and notes from his school days, and Isa gasped in excitement at the sight of the dusty, tattered volumes. She joyfully wished to carry all the books and notes back to her room, but Voldemort permitted her only the first-year materials, retaining the remaining 6 years for himself. What do you need them for? Are you planning to repeat a year? Isa pondered, her mind swirling with questions as she prepared for her studies, while Voldemort contemplated his future strategies, gazing intently at his pile of textbooks and notes. Voldemort was certainly unwilling to settle for being merely a deputy minister. Even the position of Minister of Magic was but a minor stepping stone in his grand strategy. After graduation, he harbored lofty ambitions, aspiring to surpass Grindelwald as the next Dark Lord and dominate Europe. Thus he declined the connections and positions offered by Slughorn and Abraxas within the ministry, embarking on a journey of experience and exploration across Europe. Along the way, he encountered a myriad of characters and profoundly realized the abundance of mediocrity in the world. Understanding that the consequences of allowing the mediocre to gather could be dire, he bore witness to the revolts of Eastern European Muggles, observing the helplessness of the elite amidst the chaos of the masses. The arrogance and superiority of dark wizards over the weak ensured that those wielding power always possessed the loudest voice. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for Muggles, taking immense pride in his identity as a wizard and the heir of Slytherin. Within him lay a fervent desire for the world to acknowledge his uniqueness and unparalleled nature. He relished the sensation of superiority, yearning for all those who had once held themselves above him to kneel and kiss the hem of his robes. At Hogwarts, he had successfully executed the first step of his grand strategy. Slytherin revered him. Yet, he was acutely aware that mere lineage as a Slytherin heir was insufficient to compel their submission. It was his unmatched magical prowess and flawless academic record that rendered all others submissive and willing to serve him. From a young age, he had resolved that power was the key to commanding obedience. However, in Germany, he encountered a dark wizard who transformed his worldview, altering his perception and the trajectory of his life. Within a wizarding beer hall in Munich, he had just magically compelled a drunken wizard who had insulted him to kneel and apologize. The blonde dark wizard, idly leaning against the bar beside him, observed the trembling drunkard sobbing on the floor. After dismissing the inebriate, the dark wizard inquired with a smile, "Is that all?" He shot a cold glance at the dark wizard, responding, "What else would you have me do? Do you wish for me to kill him? I wouldn't mind. But such a task is beneath my palate." The dark wizard nodded. "Indeed, that is unnecessary. By your accent, I presume you are a foreigner?" He raised his chin with restrained pride. "I am English." The dark wizard chuckled. "Ah, indeed an Englishman. Your countryman's reputation abroad is well known. And even wizards are not exempt." After exchanging a round of drinks, he and the dark wizard engaged in casual conversation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the dark wizard possessed knowledge and abilities that rivaled his own. They felt an instant kinship and agreed to embark on a journey of trials together. They gazed upon Nurmengard, sharing their admiration for and critiques of Grindelwald. They explored ancient underground castles, searching for dusty tomes and forgotten spinning rooms. They ventured to Romania, witnessing the fury of dragons in the Black Forest. They spent sleepless nights discussing the pressing issues of their time. It was then that he cast aside his birth name and began to refer to himself as Voldemort, yearning for more, overwhelming power, eternal life, and supreme status. Yet, the Dark Wizard mocked him. He deemed Voldemort's ambitions of instigating a reign of terror within the British wizarding community as naive and foolish. "I understand why you would devise such a peculiar plan," the Dark Wizard said, tears of laughter streaming down his face. "You clearly did not pay attention in history class. Hogwarts' history curriculum is notoriously poor." Enraged, Voldemort suppressed his indignation and resolutely studied the reading list provided by the Dark Wizard. He realized he had indeed not taken Professor Bin's class seriously. History perpetually repeats itself, and he, being astute, could see the patterns. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. The intolerable mob periodically overthrows authoritarian rulers, and true rulers who achieve enduring dominance are nearly non-existent. Those who do manage it only sustain their reign for a single era. Grindelwald's failure was not due to a lack of strength compared to Dumbledore, but rather because he lost the support of the pyramid's base. Without the mob's upheaval, Dumbledore would not have turned back to duel him. The Dark Wizard proposed a wager, challenging each of them to conquer a person in their own way. Voldemort kidnapped the child of a Muggle he had selected, coercing the Muggle to steal something from the Dark Wizard on his behalf. The Dark Wizard disguised himself as a well-meaning young man, aiding the Muggle in his search for his child, accompanying him to report the incident, and ultimately, secretly rescuing the Muggle's child. The Muggle, in tears, begged to repay the Dark Wizard, who with great reluctance, persuaded him to help steal from Voldemort instead. In the end, the Dark Wizard triumphed. After Voldemort had erased the Muggle's memory, he believed he had discovered a new path, one that was reasonable, lawful, and capable of establishing enduring dominance in Europe. He and the Dark Wizard wagered on who could become the European overlord first. The Dark Wizard aimed to become the Minister of Magic in Germany, while Voldemort, recalling Slughorn's expectations of him, felt an overwhelming confidence that he would win this bet. He desired the very mob he scorned to cry out and implore for him to be elevated to the pedestal of power. Isla stumbled upon her father's manuscript by chance. He had compiled a thick stack of lecture notes in a binder, marked with various scribbles and corrections. Upon obtaining his permission, she perused the drafts, stunned to discover that they constituted a set of supplementary educational materials. For instance, the very book she held was a study guide for fifth-year O.W.T.S candidates. Each chapter corresponded to the textbook, complete with study notes and magical techniques, and alarmingly, it even included actual past O.W.T.S exam questions. Subjects like history of magic and ancient runes had key points to memorize. Good heavens, father, what do you intend to do? Isla was at a loss for words, her shock evident as she glanced between the book and her father, who wore an expression of determined ambition. The conquest of Hogwarts hinged on this endeavor. The Voldemort Study Case series was in the process of publication. Voldemort cunningly designed the cover to feature his portrait, including study cards for easy memorization with each volume. Thus far, he had only released the fifth-year O.W.T.S guide, with other grades still in development. The study techniques within this collection were derived entirely from the notes of Voldemort, the former Slytherin head boy, former president of the Student Council, and current Deputy Minister of Magic, who had achieved full OS in both O.W.T.S and Newts. He planned to establish a team of authors composed entirely of O.W.T.S top scorers, enlisting Hogwarts professors as advisors, with annual updates aimed at enhancing the academic quality of Hogwarts students. At the book signing event, he proclaimed that this initiative was for the next generation of wizards, so that every young witch and wizard could attain their desired results and secure the best employment opportunities. Moreover, his privately founded pureblood wizard group, the Death Eaters, offered internal discounts of 25%. The first batch of Voldemort study cases sold out completely. The Daily Prophet devoted an entire month to discussing this phenomenon. Dumbledore, in a rare move, even praised Voldemort's actions from afar. It was rumored that every fifth-year student possessed a copy of the Voldemort study case, with some affluent individuals purchasing entire sets. Hogwarts professors, upon reviewing the series, deemed the compilation quality exceptionally high and well-suited for candidates preparing for exams. However, the victims of this publication, the children of Death Eater families, found themselves ensnared in a grueling cycle of summer study sessions. In July 1970, the Voldemort Study Case series released all study guides for grades 1 through 7, triggering a buying frenzy. Concurrently, the first cohort of candidates utilizing the Voldemort Study Case received their O.W.T.S results, revealing a 30% increase in O grades compared to previous years. All parents attributed their children's academic improvements to the assistance of the study cases. Almost every wizarding household with school-age children possessed a copy of the study case adorned with Voldemort's visage. Voldemort, for the first time, was astonished to discover that the money earned from writing books far exceeded what he had made waiting for others to pay tribute to him. Isla was nearly overwhelmed. daily immersing herself in the study cases from which she could not extricate herself. The children of Death Eater families had nearly forfeited their summer vacations, compelled to complete the study tasks mandated by the cases, weeping bitterly at the sight of Voldemort's charming smile on the cover. It was noted that Voldemort's only opposition stemmed from the painful memories of their childhood spent laboring over the study cases, igniting a sense of rebellion. In Spider's Tail Alley, Severus Snape heard the sound of his mother's return. He extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron and descended the stairs to greet his mother, who had just come home from work. Following the divorce, her complexion had improved significantly. She had begun to actively engage with the wizarding community, taking a job at a bookstore in Diagon Alley. Snape observed that this world had become far more chaotic than the one he had previously known. For instance, he discovered that Voldemort had become an idol among middle-aged women, inexplicably fathered a child, and emerged as the leading candidate for the next Minister of Magic, even embarking on a writing career. Today the study aids were once again out of stock. Eileen Prince tied on an apron to prepare dinner, as daily patrons flocked to purchase the study materials. "Severus, you really should buy a set of first-year study aids to prepare," she urged. "I can get them at wholesale prices." Snape firmly declined. "I truly do not need them." In his previous life, he could have leveraged his status as a Death Eater to obtain them at an internal discount, perhaps even at a further 75% off. Bah! Even if they were offered at a mere 10% discount or even given for free, he would refuse. He was uncertain of the devilish tricks Voldemort was up to in this life. Yet he was certain that Voldemort would never change his antisocial nature. This was undoubtedly part of his grand scheme to fulfill his ambitions, without a doubt. The former potions master and defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and now the current headmaster, Severus Snape, age 10, struggled to suppress the urge to peruse the notes of the top student. Despite hearing that they contained original notes from Voldemort's student days, he would not be swayed. Absolutely not. Isabella was aware that there was someone far worse off than her. Sirius was said to have been confined indoors for 3 months, forced by his mother to complete study aids at home. After finishing the questions in the first-year Voldemort study aids, he had hoped to venture out to play with Isabella, only to find that Voldemort had joyfully introduced the Hogwarts past exam workbook series. This new set was filled with practice questions. Sirius Black swore that once he grew up, he would diligently study magic, so that one day, when Voldemort left the Ministry of Magic, he would throw a sack over him and give him a beating. Miss Isabella Slytherin silently admired him for this determination. In 4th year, Lucius was engrossed in the 5-year O.W.T.S 3-year simulation, while 2nd year Andromeda and 1st year Bella were diligently preparing and completing their summer homework. It was rumored that some professors at Hogwarts had stopped assigning essays, instead using the Hogwarts past exam workbook as coursework. Some professors eagerly accepted Voldemort's invitation to contribute to the study aid series, thus feeling no psychological burden in using the workbook as assignments. It was said that the Voldemort study aids for the history of magic had received authentic lecture notes from Professor Binns. The British Magical Society was undergoing an educational revolution, spearheaded by the future European overlord, Lord Voldemort. In this context, Voldemort's biological daughter, Miss Isabella, felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity mixed with despair. She had only recently discovered that her father's alias was King of Queens. The chief editor of the Voldemort study aids, 5-year O.W.T.S 3-year simulation, and Hogwarts past exam workbook was none other than Lord Voldemort. Chapter 6. Before the school year begins. "Have you finished your study aids?" Isabella greeted Sirius with a drooping head. "I have, but I haven't even started on the true exam compilation." Lucius, looking rather pallid, inquired, "By the way, does your father have any new publishing plans?" Isabella replied lethargically, "It's hard to say." This was the first gathering of their little group since the summer break. They sat beneath the awning of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, their faces grim as they indulged in double-scoop ice creams. 100 meters away, a book signing event for the True Exam compilation was underway, with throngs of parents and fans eagerly queuing to catch a glimpse of the editor, Voldemort, with the fortunate ones even getting the chance to shake his hand or take a photo. "Have you finished your study aids?" The Black sisters had returned after selling their new book, and this phrase had become the standard greeting among the children of Death Eaters. Isabella's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she watched her friends clutching their copies of the True Exam compilation and the 1971 edition of the 38 sets, feeling the weight of life's difficulties. Even young Regulus, still too young for school, was being subjected to the torment of previewing the Voldemort study aids. This prospective Death Eater was beginning to harbor a less favorable view of Voldemort, for every time he encountered Voldemort's smiling visage, his right hand trembled uncontrollably with the pen. "I really want to go to school," Sirius lamented, At least there I won't be forced to complete study aids. Lucius, even more despondent, retorted, nonsense. All the professors will be pressuring you to use the Voldemort series of teaching aids. Isabella, feeling the depth of her own misery, added, you have no idea how tragic my situation is. I have to submit my homework to my father for inspection every day, and there are additional tests he personally administers. The three soon-to-be students, Sirius, Narcissa, and Isabella, let out a collective sigh. Let us not even mention the study aids. Lucius, trying to muster some enthusiasm, suggested, so, where shall we go for fun today? What is there to enjoy? We can simply stroll around the Duke of B's and Zock's joke shop. Bella rolled her eyes dramatically, adding that they hadn't even purchased their wands yet. Having finished her ice cream, Bella proposed, shall I take them to buy wands first? Lucius raised his hand, Narcissa. I'll accompany you to buy a wand. Isabella remained silent, resting her chin on the table, sensing that they seemed to have forgotten something important. Father mentioned waiting until they finished the signing event before personally taking you to buy wands, Andromeda recalled. So do I, Isabella chimed in. I must wait for my father to finish the signing event before I can buy my wand. Sirius, looking defeated, added, so do I. My parents are taking me. The group of children sighed in unison and ordered another round of ice cream, sitting idly as they waited for the queue in front of the bookstore to dwindle. The black children had already been escorted by their parents. Isabella leaned against the awning of the ice cream shop, gazing longingly at the bookstore from a distance. The crowd at the bookstore entrance had thinned considerably, and Isabella thought it might be time to check if her father was done with his work. Voldemort was currently engaged in conversation with the bookstore owner, inquiring about the specific sales of the study aid series. A female shop assistant was bustling about, tidying up the remnants of the signing event. Isabella sprinted towards her father, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. Voldemort did not turn around. He merely reached back to stroke his daughter's hair, saying, Daddy still has a few matters to attend to. Isabella, why don't you go play for a while? Isabella rolled her eyes silently, then released her grip and walked away. Then I shall go read for a bit. She made her way to the reading area and greeted the busy shop assistant. Hello, Aunt Eileen. Instinctively, she headed toward the history section but abruptly halted. Wait. She was supposed to buy her own wand today. Why not check out some books related to wands? Perhaps something on maintenance? She turned a corner and entered the magical tools section. A boy of her age stood before a bookshelf, flipping through a book. Isabella casually glanced over and noticed it was a book studying the Elder Wand. The boy had long hair that obscured his face as he bent down to read. Isabella maintained a respectful distance from the stranger, beginning her search for books on wand maintenance. She found one titled Caring for Your Wand. Pulling the book from the shelf, the boy glanced at her briefly before returning to his reading. Wipe your wand with a dry, soft cloth. Use turpentine as needed. Isla rapidly flipped through the pages of the book, her mind momentarily drifting into contemplation. Her father's wand was an eccentricity, a rare white wand that she had never seen before. She doubted it was truly made from purple heartwood, as it appeared almost bone-like. In her previous life, she had even purchased merchandise related to her father's wand. She pondered what her own wand might resemble. Perhaps it would be red. Or, she could have Ollivander install a glowing tube within her wand, transforming it into a glowing stick for concerts, allowing her to switch colors like at a Love Live event that required 9 different support colors. No longer would she need to carry 9 glow sticks like an obsessive fan all day long. Isla let her imagination run wild as she clutched the book. She mused over the classic wand tropes from Harry Potter fanfiction. Bizarre wand origins such as the veins of ancient magical beasts, the tears of a siren, or the scales and whiskers from an ancient Eastern dragon. Nearby, Severus Snape, who was ostensibly engrossed in his study of the Deathly Hallows, feigned ignorance of her presence. Yet, as Isla's eyes glazed over, and she emitted a laugh reminiscent of Voldemort's favorite cackle, he felt an urgent desire to abandon his book and distance himself from this peculiar girl. She envisioned wands that had slumbered for millennia, once wielded by the 4 founders of Hogwarts, or mysterious wands bound by fate when placed together, or mass-produced wands crafted from the nearly plucked tail feathers of fox. She imagined a wand that was originally a beautiful maiden, transforming into human form once a bond of understanding was forged. Some fanfictions even employed the trope of wands made from the same tree as Snape's birch wand or Voldemort's purple heart wand, or the Elder Wand crafted from the same yew tree. Isla mused that these fanfictions would undoubtedly bestow magnificent wands upon their protagonists. Surely, as Voldemort's daughter, she too would become the heroine of a Harry Potter fanfiction. Her wand would certainly be an extraordinary artifact that could intimidate all who beheld it. With a decisive snap, Isla closed the book, startling Snape, who had been discreetly observing her. How could a mere ordinary wand suffice for me? Isla regarded the innocent, unassuming tome. Caring for your wand, with a dismissive glare. The book she sought about wands should at least match the caliber of care required for an elder wand. She resolved to find a book on the maintenance of legendary wands. Isla returned the book to the shelf, striding confidently toward Snape, who pretended as if nothing had transpired. Continuing to peruse his research on elder wands. Isla stood beside him, scanning the shelves before extracting a specialized volume on elder wands and retreating to her previous distance. Flipping through the pages once more. To her dismay, there was no book titled How to Maintain Your Elder Wand. What a disappointing tome. Isla pondered deeply, considering that this dilemma could be discussed with Headmaster Dumbledore, the current wielder of the Elder Wand, once school commenced. Ah. The weight of becoming the owner of a legendary wand was indeed a burden. Snape watched as she dashed away, internally muttering, what a nuisance. After finishing his signing event, Voldemort took the overly excited Isla to purchase her wand. Father, if I were to be chosen by a mysterious wand imbued with great power, would that mean I'd have to shoulder the responsibility of saving the world? Voldemort replied coolly, have a piece of candy to calm yourself. Isla unwrapped a honeycomb candy and popped it into her mouth, momentarily silencing her enthusiasm. As they entered the dimly lit Ollivander's shop, Voldemort silently reflected. This feeling was reminiscent of his own first visit. 11-year-old Tom Riddle. What if a mysterious wand of great power chose me as its master? Would I then have to bear the responsibility of uniting the world? How thrilling! Ollivander appeared quietly. Good day, sir and miss. Long time no see, Ollivander. Voldemort smiled. Ah, Mr. Voldemort. It has been some time. You've even changed your name. Ollivander's gaze flicked to the wand in Voldemort's hand, his face lighting up. Ah. This is one of my finest creations. Purple heartwood phoenix feather, 13.5 inches, indeed very powerful, and it has chosen a remarkably strong master. Voldemort beamed with pride. My daughter is starting school this year. She seeks her wand. Voldemort patted Isla's shoulder, and she pressed the candy against her tongue, greeting Ollivander. Good day, sir. The only girl bearing the surname Slytherin, Ollivander studied her carefully. You bear such a striking resemblance to your father. Isla wore a proud expression that seemed to say, of course, my father is incredibly handsome. What is your dominant hand? Right. Ollivander nodded, producing a measuring tape from his pocket to assess Isla's arm length, while he ventured off to select boxes. Isla allowed the tape to measure her height and arm length, inquiring whether Ollivander had any peculiar wands in the shop. Meanwhile, her father had already grown bored and began perusing her textbooks. Once the tape returned to Ollivander's pocket, he emerged with a tall stack of boxes, eagerly exclaiming, Come miss, try this one. Severus Snape, who had been contemplating purchasing an owl, encountered Isla again at the pet store. Following her with a blank expression was the vacuous Voldemort. Snape turned his back, concealing himself behind an owl cage, intent on eavesdropping on Isla's complaints. Hardcore walnut phoenix feather, didn't specify which phoenix. Am I not destined for a grand mission to save the world? Voldemort retorted. When I purchased my wand, all I was told was that it was powerful and that I would achieve great things. There is no such thing as a legendary wand. Isla, didn't he also praise the power of your wand, declaring your future boundless? It's quite sufficient. Whether or not you save the world is inconsequential, child. Every hero fantasy has its limits. Though Isla feigned disappointment, she cherished her wand deeply. She had already unboxed it, and was now fondling the smooth wooden handle. All right then. She sighed. Let's focus on what pet you want to buy. I think a viper would be quite fitting. I want a ragdoll cat. Voldemort, interrupted in his thoughts, frowned slightly. A cat. Isla, now thoroughly excited, dashed into the cat section, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, look at all these kitties. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of cats, she lost her composure. The staff watched as Voldemort, as usual, became agitated. Isla made her way through every cage, her mind consumed by the delightful chaos of cats. I don't care. I want to be a cat slave. Isla exclaimed, her eyes locked onto a ragdoll cat. You're the one, my dear. I don't care. I want you to be my master. By the time Voldemort arrived, Isla had already formed a bond with the bewildered ragdoll cat. I am now the magical girl of Cristiano Ronaldo, and we shall never part, Isla declared, having taken the bewildered cat out of its cage. From now on, your name shall be Cristiano Ronaldo, Voldemort. Wasn't it agreed that you'd be raising a snake with me? Shopkeeper. However, this cat already has a name. Isla, with a vigilant expression, inquired. What is it called? Shopkeeper. Its name is Leo. Isla. Leo Messi? Shopkeeper. Just Leo. As she stroked the cat, Isla earnestly declared to her new companion. You now have a new name. You shall be called Cristiano Ronaldo. From this moment forth, Let us guard Old Trafford and the Bernabeu together. Voldemort felt a growing chasm between himself and his daughter. The heir of Slytherin of all people did not keep snakes. If she must forego snakes, she could at least maintain a semblance of aloofness by adopting a black cat. Yet she chose to have a ragdoll. Such a breed, with its amiable disposition, is hardly aloof. Look, look. After just a few gentle strokes, it exposes its belly. Voldemort resolved to persuade his daughter, and involuntarily began to pet the cat, stroking its head and belly, completely reluctant to let go. Finally he conceded, "Very well. But you must acquire an owl for sending messages, one to you?" Isla pondered this for a moment and agreed, as she caressed Cristiano Ronaldo, glancing back towards the owl section, where Severus Snape remained frozen in place. Yet, he found solace in the fact that Isla had no intention of venturing into that feathery realm. Instead she called out, "Magical bird." A grayish-white owl turned its head and hooted. "That's the one." Isla hastily made her decision. "You shall henceforth be my Jas Mourinho. Together, let us safeguard Old Trafford and the Bernabeu." Voldemort questioned, quite reasonably. "Why must you insist on giving your pets names derived from the Latin language?" Isla, thoroughly satisfied, exited the pet shop, cradling Cristiano Ronaldo. Voldemort felt a twinge of displeasure. But it was certainly not due to his daughter's unwavering grip on the cat while he awkwardly held the owl cage. "I am immensely looking forward to school life," Isla proclaimed. Voldemort mused over whether a feathered serpent would feel similar to the soft fur of a cat. Nagini at home suddenly felt a chill at the tip of her tail. Snape emerged only after they had left, clutching the owl he had chosen. He reflected on the predictable nature of these two Slytherin heirs. What a burden it is to be the former head of Slytherin, he thought gloomily. Chapter 7 On the train. Isla reluctantly nuzzled her father's face, planting a kiss upon it before releasing him to conclude their embrace. "Be sure to write to me while at school." Voldemort gently patted his daughter's head, advising her to be cautious of Dumbledore's discussions. Not everything he says should be taken at face value. "And if he approaches you, you must write to me." Isla nodded vigorously. "I've placed your pocket money in the pocket of your school uniform. Just be careful not to let it fall out when you change on the train." Isla opened her jacket zipper slightly. "Ah, but I'm already wearing the uniform." Oh, the pocket is quite stuffed. How much did you put in, father?" Voldemort replied. "Is it truly necessary for you to be in such a rush? Treat your classmates well," he finally advised her. "And remember, you are the heir of Slytherin, the daughter of the next Minister of Magic. The elections won't begin until December, father. Regardless, you can be assured that your father will secure the position. Don't waste time with trivialities. Remember your identity and your pride. You must become a leader in every regard." Isla nodded earnestly. "Don't forget that your father knows Slughorn. He will send me a copy of your report card." Voldemort wore an enigmatic smile. Isla felt a pang of anxiety. Finally, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Be cautious when entering the Chamber of Secrets. It is particularly filthy, so do not descend in a dress." Isla nodded fervently. "All right." Voldemort straightened, reluctantly patting his daughter on the shoulder. "You're already 11. How does it feel as if it were only yesterday that you were born? This is one of the 10 great illusions of parenthood. Well, I shall board now." Isla picked up Cristiano Ronaldo, waving goodbye to her father, as Lucius conveniently descended from the train to assist her with her luggage. As Isla turned to board, Lucius silently mouthed to Voldemort that he would take good care of Isla. Enough of that, Voldemort thought impassively. "Your girlfriend would care for my daughter far better than you would." "Our compartment is already full," Lucius said apologetically to Isla. They navigated through the aisle of the train. Isla, unfazed, replied, "No worries, I'll find Sirius and sit with him. You can head back. I'll use the levitation charm." Lucius watched in awe as the young girl waved her wand, causing all her luggage, including the owl named Mourinho, to float. "Very well, I shall return then." Lucius, without a hint of reluctance, hurried back to find Narcissa. Isla soon discovered a spacious compartment where Sirius was animatedly conversing with his new friends. She swung the door open, and the 3 occupants turned to look at her. "Oh, you're here." Sirius greeted her, noticing the 2 pets. "How about this?" Isla suggested, tapping on Mourinho's cage. "The magical bird can be registered under your name since you haven't brought a pet. Just pat your head and pretend you're petting a dog. You consider me a brother, yet you think of me as a dog?" Sirius rolled his eyes. "You don't want the jersey." "Of course I do." Isla immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Yes. "Sirius, the illustrious star, is the brightest of the Canis Major. Hurry and give me my jersey, oh magnificent one." Sirius basked in the attention. "Call me that again. Oh magnificent one. Good brother." Sirius tossed her the package he had been holding. The jersey bore no name. Only a number. You can add the name yourself later. Alright, big brother, thank you. Isla deftly caught the package and wasted no time in unwrapping it. The stunned onlookers were left speechless. Isla levitated the box onto the luggage rack, and then sat beside the only other girl in the compartment. Hello, are you a new student this year as well? The red-haired girl nodded. Her eyes unable to resist glancing at the jersey in Isla's hands. Are both your parents muggles? Sirius coughed loudly. Isla was about to lift the Manchester United jersey for a closer look when she paused. Huh? Why do you say that? Because of your Manchester United jersey. The red-haired girl pointed at the shirt. We are all Manchester United fans in my family. In fact, we live in Manchester. Isla was ecstatic. What? Really? Come, let us shake hands. The girl beamed with joy and shook hands with Isla. Hello, I'm Lily Evans. Isla already knew her name, and was also aware that Sirius's new friend was named James. Hello, I'm Isabella Slytherin. You can call me Isla. However, my father is a wizard. James coughed loudly. Lily exclaimed, Hello Isla, you are a Slytherin? James turned around, astonished, to scrutinize Isla. His expression shifting to one of outrage. Your father is Voldemort? Isla braced herself. Indeed, that is correct. James exclaimed in accusation. Your father is nothing short of a demon. How could he possibly write those assignments and exercises? My father forced me to study all summer. Isla, equally a victim, retorted. I had it worse, okay? My father has been making me work on his new book since I was 8. I've already gone through all the supplemental materials you're using now. I've reviewed everything you haven't even purchased. Lily looked on, bewildered yet impressed. Isla explained to her, You see, my father was quite the academic overachiever during his school years. A few years ago, he meticulously organized his study notes and began publishing various supplementary materials. Due to their exceptional quality, nearly the entire Hogwarts has been compelled to rely on these guides for their studies. Lily's eyes lit up in realization. Oh, you mean the Voldemort study guides? Yes. I bought a set for first year as well. I did some studying over the summer, and your father is truly impressive. His work is fantastic. Is that handsome man on the cover your dad? Isla nodded, feeling a sense of exasperation. Your father is quite dashing. Lily remarked with a smile. I thought they had chosen a male model for the cover. James interjected with indignation. But that doesn't change the fact that he is the Dark Lord. Sirius concurred. Indeed, that is correct. Isla joined in the chorus of complaints. Utterly inhumane. Lily, who was enjoying her studies with the guides, replied with confusion. Not at all. I think they're rather good. After collectively bemoaning the study guides, the four quickly became acquainted and began discussing various topics. However, James and Sirius preferred to converse privately, while Isla relished her interaction with Lily. Lily cheerfully shared about football. My father told me that during the 1966 World Cup, we attended the match in person, but I don't remember much. I only recall catching a glimpse of Her Majesty the Queen from afar. Isla lamented. Last year's World Cup was truly disheartening. England was shockingly eliminated by Germany in the quarterfinals, yet Pell was simply phenomenal. He is history. He is the king of football. And that was his last World Cup. Such a pity. Lily sighed. However, Manchester United has not been performing well in recent years. With only one Premier League title in 67, and one Super Cup in 68. Isla reassured her, Don't worry. Manchester United will surely rise to glory once more. I believe in it. Although this glory would not come until 1986, when Sir Alex Ferguson took the helm. She had decided not to attend any matches during her school years to avoid the disappointment. James whispered to Sirius, Is her father really that Voldemort? I recall my dad mentioning that her father has a tendency to despise muggles. Sirius replied, Genetic mutation? James continued, Moreover, she bears the surname Slytherin. I can't help but feel that she is far too lively for a Slytherin. She won't end up as a Gryffindor, will she? Sirius mused, Who knows? Perhaps we will make history. Isla and Lily transitioned from football to discussing celebrities until the food trolley arrived, prompting Lily to suddenly remember something. I have a friend who was supposed to join us in this compartment. After she bought a pumpkin pasty, she thought of it. Where has she gone? Isla replied, Yes. I'm curious about where the professor went as well. I haven't met him yet. Ah. I'm so eager to see the professor. In fact, Snape had arrived just outside their compartment when Isla and the others were furiously critiquing the study guides. At that moment, he had just prepared himself mentally to confront his lifelong adversary, only to find that he was again faced with the ever-persistent Slytherin. He seemed to encounter her everywhere. Whether he was secretly selling potions, purchasing books at the bookstore, or even buying an owl. He never expected to see her on the Hogwarts Express as well. This Slytherin was insufferable. As Isla and Lily excitedly began discussing football, Snape decided it was time to retreat. He could not withstand being poisoned by this Slytherin any longer. If he were to discover that Lily was being corrupted by her, he would set Old Trafford ablaze. Snape pondered secretly about what Old Trafford was as he left. Isla created a circle with her textbook and placed 3 chocolate frogs inside, watching them hop. Continue for a second, for the benefit of the nation. She handed all her collected cards to Lily, exclaiming, "You can start your collection now. The people on these cards move. Look, it's Dumbledore." Lily exclaimed in delight as she opened the card, "And Voldemort. I absolutely adore this card of Voldemort. He is so handsome." The 3 individuals from wizarding families were left speechless. The Dark Lord can only deceive with this face. Do not be fooled by his charming exterior. As dusk settled, the lights in the compartment illuminated. The 4 had joyously played a round of exploding snap, when James expressed surprise that Isla had never played this card game before. "Every young wizard plays this," Isla replied. "While you were playing cards, I was busy studying the guides, alright?" Cristiano Ronaldo jumped into Lily's lap, and she stroked him contentedly as he began to purr. "Are we almost there?" Sirius leaned out to glance outside the compartment. "Shouldn't we change into our uniforms soon?" The 2 boys voluntarily stepped out, allowing the girls to change in the compartment. Isla helped Lily levitate her trunk down, and Lily excitedly changed into a sweater and pleated skirt. "I heard that at the moment of sorting, the uniform will automatically transform into the style of your respective house. I'm so thrilled. That moment will surely be spectacular." For someone with no suspense regarding her sorting outcome, the Slytherin girl remarked, "The green uniform is quite lovely. Isn't it?" Lily asked, "By the way, why aren't you changing your clothes?" Isla stylishly pulled down her zipper and raised her hand to remove the long coat she had draped over herself. "I've been wearing my uniform underneath my clothes all along. I'm so clever," Lily replied. Was it really necessary to be in such a rush? Once the 2 girls finished organizing their trunks, they allowed the boys to come back in while they waited outside. "Do you know how the sorting works?" Lily asked with a hint of excitement. "I heard from Severus that there's a test, but he refuses to tell me how it's done." Isla felt a pang of guilt for misleading her but couldn't resist the temptation to tease. "They just show you the representative colors of the 4 houses. And whichever color you prefer, that's the house you'll join." Lily paused for a moment, then joyfully jumped up. "That's amazing, Isla. We can both join Gryffindor." "Gryffindor is red. That's the color of Manchester United," Isla replied. "Excuse me." Having inadvertently trapped herself, Isla quickly corrected, "Actually, not informing new students about the sorting process is a rather unfortunate tradition at Hogwarts. My previous statement was merely a guess." Lily pouted. "Oh, but Isla, you share a surname with Slytherin House?" Isla replied. "You just realized that?" After a moment of contemplation, Lily asked, "Could it be that you might end up in Slytherin? By the way, isn't the surname Slytherin quite rare?" Isla confirmed, "It is quite rare. I've only heard of myself bearing that surname." Lily added, "And your father doesn't even bear the surname Slytherin? He is known as Voldemort. Did you take your mother's surname instead?" Isla thought. "This is going to be complicated to explain, but I can't refuse, sweet Lily. My father didn't originally go by Voldemort. It's a name he adopted during his more theatrical phase, akin to a stage name. My father is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts. After I was born, he didn't want to pass down his parents' family name, and thought the surname Slytherin was both lengthy and pretentious. So he chose to use Slytherin for my name." Lily gasped, suddenly catching on to a detail. "Wait, did your father give birth to you?" Isla exclaimed. "How do I explain this?" It indeed sounded as though her father had somehow produced her without a mother. Isla clarified, "I was born into a single-parent household, and I don't know who my mother is, so I tell everyone that my father gave birth to me." Lily covered her mouth. "A single-parent household?" Isla. "I'm so sorry. What's there to apologize for? It should be my father apologizing to me," Isla thought. "It's alright, I don't mind it." She quickly redirected the topic. "They must have finished changing by now, right?" The 2 of them entered the compartment, finding the 2 boys assisting each other in tucking their shirts into their trousers. Isla and Lily said, "No worries, you can continue." "Blast it all," Lily exclaimed, unexpectedly taking a mouthful of the odd concoction known as Deer Dog. As they donned their robes and settled down, indulging in a round of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, the train's announcement pierced the air. The train was nearing its final destination, Hogwarts. Chapter 8, Hogwarts. Upon disembarking, Lily surveyed her surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. "What are you looking at?" Isa inquired, steadying Lily. who nearly stumbled on the slick moss-covered stones. My friend has been missing. I had hoped to introduce you, Lily mumbled. Introduce her to the professor. Isa exclaimed with sudden excitement. What does he look like? I can help you find him. Never mind, it's too dark to see anything. Lily sighed, conceding defeat. Don't be like that. You promised to introduce her to the professor. The young wizard stumbled along the path behind Hagrid, who was carrying a lantern. Isa's thoughts were preoccupied with Cristiano Ronaldo, whom she had left on the train. Parting with her beloved pet had been heart-wrenching, and she could still hear his mournful calls through the glass, leaving her heart shattered. The four of them boarded a small boat, and unsurprisingly, Isa shared a vessel with Lily and the others. At that moment, Lily and James were on amicable terms. James even assisted Lily as she boarded, to which she responded with a grateful smile. I've got a taste of that, dear Lily, Sirius declared, leaning over the bow of the boat, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Lily surveyed the Black Lake and suddenly asked, Is it a tradition for first years to travel by boat? Isa nodded. Indeed. But what if the weather is terrible on the first day of school? I mean, what if it pours? Wouldn't we capsize? Isa replied nonchalantly. First-year students are all single dogs. Single dogs' canoes are resilient. Dear dog Lily, excuse me, meow meow meow? Sirius quickly interjected, attempting to clarify. Even if it were to rain knives, we would still take the boat. The Black Lake is quite safe. It is said to be guarded by a great water creature that watches over all students. The creature will rescue anyone who capsizes. Isa felt that her explanation about being a single dog was the most compelling. The night was calm, and the young wizard's boats reached the shore without incident. However, all the students gazed up in awe at the towering castle, momentarily forgetting to disembark. Come on, children. The sorting ceremony and the opening feast await you. There's a sumptuous dinner, Hagrid urged, rapping on the side of the boat. Isa tilted her head back, her eyes wide with wonder as she beheld the majestic castle, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Since the day she first read the Harry Potter series, she had yearned for her acceptance letter. And now, she had finally fulfilled a lifelong dream. She had even framed her acceptance letter and its envelope. This was the most splendid letter she had ever received. Of course, if she had received an acceptance letter from X Academy, she might have considered it. Isa felt invigorated. Excitedly, she helped Lily ashore, then patted her pockets, discovering that her father had not only packed her a purse, but had also included a few buzzing bee candies. Would you like some candy? As the young wizards filed toward the castle, Isa produced the sweets from her pocket. Lily, James, Sirius? The three young wizards obediently accepted the candies from her hand, unwrapping them to alleviate their nerves. Sirius, with candy in his mouth, mumbled, How come you always have candy in your pockets? Do you just hand it out upon meeting people? Isa replied grandly, Because I am the official dad. I must distribute sweets at the slightest provocation. Or I would have been driven mad by fanfiction long ago. Dear dog Lily? The young wizards arrived at the grand wooden doors of the castle, where Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked 3 times. The door opened swiftly, revealing a stern-looking witch with her hair neatly styled in a bun, who scanned the group of young wizards. Isa seized the moment to flash her a smile as she glanced their way. Professor McGonagall. They say she is one of the few professors at Hogwarts who does not rely on the Hogwarts exam workbook for assignments. McGonagall nodded to Hagrid, stating, I will take them from here. The young wizards, filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, followed Professor McGonagall into the Grand Hall of Hogwarts. Isa's eyes widened in amazement as she took in the vastness of the entrance hall. Lily clung to her arm, whispering in astonishment, Goodness, it's so big. Isa gestured for her to look up at the ceiling, and Lily gasped, Is it really open to the sky? No. It's some sort of magic that mimics the weather outside, Isa explained. The two girls linked arms and whispered to each other, until they were ushered into the hall to stand before the entire faculty and student body. Snape, quietly following behind, felt that his Lily was lost to him. He ignored the other pair of black-haired boys, also whispering together. He refused to partake in the deer dog. Isa lifted her gaze, her expression a mixture of emotions as she scanned the curious faces of the 4 houses before settling on the staff table. At the head sat Dumbledore, smiling down at the young wizards. Next to him, McGonagall was arranging stools and the sorting hat. Glancing down the table, she recognized only the rotund Slughorn and the diminutive Professor Flitwick. Lily stared wide-eyed at the tattered hat, her voice trembling. How does that hat sort us? Do we touch it, and it glows a color indicating which house we belong to? Lily, your imagination is impressive, Isa reassured her. The sorting results are typically quite accurate, and it is very safe and easy. Professor McGonagall stepped back. The hat split open, took a deep breath, and began to sing. Fever. It bellowed. Let us rock. Dance in the sleepless Hogwarts. Show me your hands. How are you, my friends? The entire assembly of students and faculty responded with a bewildered, excuse me? The Sorting Hat continued, TFU. This year is the year of rock. It sprang from its stool, declaring, but I plan to introduce you using rap. 4. Great. Houses. Yo, Lily exclaimed. You said it was safe. It's terrifying. Dumbledore lowered his head in silence. Recalling that he had perhaps played a rock album in the headmaster's office this past year, Isa felt compelled to step forward, perhaps to DJ for the Sorting Hat. As purely rap without any background music would be exhausting. Yes, this is our Hogwarts, yo aha. If you want to join, come join the fun. Lighting up our spirits, don't worry, just put me on, and everything will be alright. Bang! Upon finishing its song, the Sorting Hat added an effect for dramatic flair. Thank you. It screamed. You are all so enthusiastic. Thank you. Thank you. Look forward to the Sorting Hat live next year. Dumbledore was the first to applaud. And after a moment's hesitation, the others joined in, the Sorting Hat appearing quite pleased. This year's new students looked utterly petrified. Isa trembled as she pulled all the candy from her pockets, distributing it among the surrounding young wizards. Come on, everyone, have a piece of candy to calm yourselves. Don't be afraid, it only happens once a year. Even Snape received some candy. He did not refuse. He felt he truly needed to calm down at that moment. The world had gone mad. McGonagall steadied her voice, cleared her throat, and announced, when I call your name, step forward and don the Sorting Hat. The list is arranged in alphabetical order. Among those known to Isla, Narcissa was first, followed by Sirius, then Lily, Lupin, and she and Snape were in close succession. Wait. She and Snape were in close proximity. The spelling of Snape is SNAP, while Slytherin is spelled SLYTHERIN. The initial letters are identical, but though precedes the N. This meant she would be sorted before Snape. Before she could finish her thought, Narcissa stepped forward. Isla suddenly realized she hadn't spoken to Narcissa all day. Too preoccupied with her banter with Lily. She feared the girl might be upset. As expected, Narcissa was sorted into Slytherin. Lucius, who had been appointed prefect this year, stood up to applaud his sister's arrival, after which Narcissa took her seat beside her sisters. Next was Sirius. A subtle smile crept across Isla's face. Gryffindor. What? Bella shrieked from the Slytherin table. What? Sirius removed the hat, relief washing over him as he dashed toward the Gryffindor table, not forgetting to wink back at Isla and James. You go on with your Gryffindor, just don't drag me along, Isla thought quietly. Soon it was Lily's turn. Isla squeezed Lily's palm reassuringly, saying, you will surely be sorted into the house that suits you best. Lily managed a nervous smile before rushing to the stool, sitting down and placing the hat upon her head. The moment the hat touched her auburn locks, it shouted, Gryffindor. Isla heard someone behind her exhale softly. She turned to see a dark-haired boy retracting his gaze from Lily. Professor? The boy tightened his jaw, furrowing his brow, glaring at Isla with a hint of displeasure. Realizing her rudeness, Isla smiled at him before turning back to await her own sorting. It was undoubtedly the professor behind her. Isla felt a surge of energy. A professor. The rare childhood version. His hair appeared quite clean too. Unable to resist, she glanced back at Snape's hair. Snape, caught off guard by her gaze, thought to himself. I washed my hair last night, didn't I? It's quite clean. Satisfied, Isla turned back. What could be more blissful than witnessing her childhood crush looking immaculate and adorable? Even if he frowned upon seeing her, it was of no concern. Lupin was sorted into Gryffindor. The boy who had not been bitten appeared healthy and lively. Then it was Isla's turn. Perhaps Lucius had given prior instructions. For when Professor McGonagall announced Isabella Slytherin, the Slytherin table erupted in applause, while the other three tables buzzed with whispers. Slytherin? The Slytherin? The daughter of Voldemort? I saw her in the Daily Prophet. Goodness, how many assignments will she have to complete? Isla felt her reputation crumbling under the weight of academic expectations. She approached the stool, sat down, and without a moment's hesitation, placed the Sorting Hat upon her head. However, the moment the hat touched her hair, it bellowed, Slytherin. The onlookers wore expressions of I knew it would be this way, and Slytherin erupted in enthusiastic applause. Yet when Isla removed the hat, she wore a bewildered expression, glancing first at Snape, who was preparing to step forward, before stiffly making her way to the Slytherin table. This wasn't he right? As the protagonist of this fanfiction, surely the Sorting Hat would engage her in a heartfelt conversation, discussing her aspirations and lineage, ultimately sighing, goodness, sorting you is quite a challenge. Then Isla would calmly respond, no worries, I won't put you in a bind. Slytherin is where I belong. The hat, according to her will, would make its decision. And not forget to compliment her. You shall stride toward greatness in Slytherin, child. But, now, to be sorted into Slytherin without even wearing the hat was utterly absurd. Was she still the protagonist? Isla, author. Author, come forth. Do you have someone else in mind? I won't settle for being a mere supporting character. Is this a subversion of the Mary Sue trope, where she is the one destined to be eliminated, while the true protagonist lurks in the shadows, waiting to pull her down from grace, fulfilling the reader's desire for a narrative twist? No. Author, you cannot do this to her. She has diligently toiled for years, not even exchanging a word with the professor. How could she be a Mary Sue? She is not a proper Mary Sue. She has black hair and eyes. She stands only at 4'5". Her cat is even having digestive issues. Isla rejected the world in her mind, stiffly making her way to the Slytherin table. Prefect Lucius rose enthusiastically to shake her hand. Isla forced a smile, greeting all the Slytherins who smiled at her, then hurriedly sat down beside Narcissa. Initially, Narcissa felt a twinge of jealousy over Isla's new friends, but after her sister's reassurances and Sirius's provocation, her mood had settled. Just as she was about to speak to Isla halted her. Wait. Then Isla fixed her gaze on the next boy being sorted, waiting until the hat declared Slytherin, before she clapped vigorously. The Slytherins, having been focused on the first Slytherin in centuries, noticed the applause erupting from their table and, somewhat confused, joined in, their applause rivaling that which had greeted Isla. Snape approached Slytherin with mixed emotions, and the same prefect from years past stood to shake his hand and pat his shoulder. Isla looked up, her expression hopeful, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Snape. There was still space beside her. Come sit, come sit. Yet Snape frowned, choosing the empty seat opposite her. Isla's shoulders slumped. She recalled that Narcissa had wanted to say something to her, and turned to look at her little daffodil, only to be met with the angry back of Wisty. Isla? What's wrong with Wisty? She shamelessly wrapped her arms around Narcissa from behind, rubbing her face against her golden locks. Aren't you happy? Go find your Gryffindor red-haired girl. I'm ignoring you. Narcissa huffed. Don't be like that. Lily is your future-in-law, your son's mother-in-law. Isla hurried to placate her, while Andromeda and Bella remained oblivious, focusing on Sirius, who was fitting in splendidly at the Gryffindor table, watching him and James get along as if they were inseparable, which irritated them to no end. No. No eating. Reject. Reject. Snape emptied his mind, avoiding the nauseating display of affection between Isla and Narcissa, ignoring the furious Black sisters, and disregarding Lucius's smitten gaze toward Narcissa. Goodness. He didn't know where to look at the entire Slytherin table. In the end, he felt that only Bloodboy Barrow seemed normal. Thus, he locked eyes with Bloodboy Barrow until the sorting was complete, and the headmaster began to speak. Bloodboy Barrow. Does that young lad have an interest in me? But I've already given my heart to Helena. I'm sorry. Young man. I'm fated to disappoint you. Severus Snape, MDZ. The Slytherin house truly is a pill. Chapter 9. Transfiguration. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Isla, hand in hand with the reconciled Narcissa, followed their prefect Lucius, yawning, toward the dungeons. Isla paid little heed to the rout. Fatigue enveloped her, and her stomach felt uncomfortably full. Hogwarts' culinary prowess was remarkable. Had she not recalled her father's admonition to maintain a modicum of decorum, she would have eagerly seized a chicken leg to devour. She remembered her father's counsel, to become a leader. Yet, given the current state of drowsiness that blanketed everyone, delivering an impassioned speech to assume the mantle of leadership seemed an insurmountable task. Instead, she yearned to be the first to collapse into slumber upon reaching her bed. Lucius halted before a damp, bare stone wall, proclaiming to all, "This is the entrance to the common room. Be sure to remember the password." Genuine compilation. A number of young wizards jolted from their stupor, their right hands trembling involuntarily as they processed that it was merely a password. Casting glances back at Isla, she wished to bury her face in the ground but maintained her composure, straightening her back. Her expression one of aloofness as she regarded the password, genuine compilation, with an air of cool indifference. The stones recessed into the wall, and the young wizards, still yawning, entered the common room. The Slytherin common room was elongated, its walls of cold stone illuminated by circular green lamps. Numerous armchairs were arranged before a semicircular fireplace, yet at that moment, none were occupied. Isla cast a fleeting glance at the room's decor before yawning and following the female prefect into the girls' dormitory. Contrary to the depictions in fanfiction, the Slytherin girls' dormitory did not consist of pairs or single rooms. Rather, each year group shared a spacious chamber, with only 4 or 5 girls per year, resulting in ample space that surpassed Isla's previous accommodations. At least there was no waiting for a shower. And there were particularly comfortable four-poster beds to rest upon. Isla acquainted herself with her dormitory companions. There were only 4 girls in their year, quite a rarity. She and Narcissa were already familiar, so they introduced themselves to the other 2 girls. One was Apollonia Vance, whose face seemed familiar, as if they had crossed paths at some gathering. They exchanged names, followed by the other, Scarlet Cousteau. Isla, as was her custom, distributed sweets to mark their meeting, reminding the girls to brush their teeth after enjoying the treats before bed. Their belongings had already been transported to their respective beds by the house elves. Cato, her pet, was already curled up asleep on Isla's bed. Isla hurriedly took a refreshing shower, donned her nightwear, and feeling utterly exhausted, slipped beneath the covers. Once roused, Cato obediently permitted his owner to pet him multiple times. Once he sensed that his caretaker had succumbed to slumber, he wriggled from her grasp and nestled into her arms, adjusting himself into a comfortable position, purring softly as he closed his eyes. Isla deemed it unnecessary to memorize the route. As long as she stayed close to Narcissa, Lucius would instinctively guide them to the great hall for breakfast. To her dismay, there was no hot milk available at the breakfast table, and she resolved to seek out the portrait of the fruit bowl on the 4th floor this week, to scratch the pair and request a kitchen visit from Hogwarts house elves. Slughorn arrived during breakfast to distribute the class schedules. Isla greeted him cordially, as she had dined with the esteemed professor previously, accompanying her father. Slughorn took a liking to her, ruffling her hair and casually handing her the schedule. To her delight, she noticed that there were 2 consecutive potions classes on Thursday. Fantastic! I am so looking forward to it, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm bringing a smile to Slughorn's face. Isla thought to herself, finally, she would witness the young professor concocting potions. Meanwhile, Snape felt a shiver run through him as the first class of the morning approached. Transfiguration. Narcissa furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you know where the Transfiguration classroom is?" "No worries," Lucius quickly interjected. "I have no class first period. I can lead you there," Isla remarked. "Feel free to show off as much as you like." Lucius upheld his promise, guiding them to the Transfiguration classroom, thus becoming the earliest arrivals among the lost Slytherins. No, 2 of the 3. Snape had arrived even earlier. He cast a fleeting glance at them before returning to his book. Isla shrugged, preparing to find a seat. But as she turned, she noticed a cat perched on the lectern. At that moment, she could scarcely contain her excitement, and nearly shouted in delight. Rushing forward to pet the feline, exercising great restraint, she merely extended her hand toward the cat for a sniff. Professor McGonagall, with a look of disdain, turned the cat's face away from Isla. Undeterred, Isla rummaged in her bag and produced a catnip-infused toy she had intended for Cato. The moment McGonagall caught sight of the toy, she thought, "Oh no," and before she could react, the cat's nose was already buried in the catnip. In a flurry, she hastily reverted from her animagus form, awkwardly transforming back to human in front of her students for the first time. The sole bystander, Narcissa, was left utterly bewildered. Quickly, she took a seat. McGonagall adjusted her hair and awkwardly urged, "No toys in Transfiguration class, Miss Slytherin." Isla promptly apologized, "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were an animagus, Professor. Your animagus form is splendid. I wish to learn." McGonagall softened her tone. "Becoming an animagus is not an easy feat, Miss Slytherin. It requires remarkable talent in Transfiguration. Class is about to begin. Please take your seat." Isla mused, "This cannot be. In fanfiction, the heirs of the 4 founders abound, and animagi are as common as dirt. Surely, if even Wormtail can transform, there's no reason I cannot succeed. I can finish the competition version of the experimental class." Snape swiftly stifled a laugh that threatened to escape. However, Isla caught the sound. She turned to him, as though meeting him for the first time, and without hesitation began to offer sweets. "Hello, I am Isabella Slytherin. Let us get acquainted." Snape reluctantly accepted the candy, marking the 3rd piece she had offered him. Severus Snape, he introduced himself tersely. "Hello, hello, hello," Isla exclaimed with enthusiasm, extending her hand as if for a handshake. Snape hesitated for a moment before setting down his quill and shaking her hand. Narcissa seized the opportunity to introduce herself to Snape as well, though their exchange was brief, and soon they were back to retrieving their textbooks. As more students entered the classroom, they gradually filled the seats, yet none chose to join Isla's vicinity. Narcissa leaned in and whispered, "Why are you being so friendly with that Snape?" Isla was still savoring the sensation of the young professor's delicate hand, internally flustered at her own infatuation with the young boy, muttering, "Because he is handsome." Narcissa was taken aback, and Snape, who had been eavesdropping with pricked ears, was equally astonished. He never anticipated that his meticulously washed hair would render him so popular. Could it be that all his classmates in his previous life found him repulsive solely due to his lack of hygiene? It hardly seems plausible, after all. The only distinction between his current self and his past incarnation lies in his newfound dedication to bathing, grooming, and cleanliness. As the class bell rang, the cat transformed back into a human, startling the young wizard significantly. She once again morphed the podium into a sheep before reverting it to its original form, effectively delivering a stern warning to the Slytherins. The assignment for this lesson was to transfigure matches into needles. "What is the matter, Miss Slytherin?" Isa pushed the needle on her desk forward and modestly inquired. "Are there any other tasks, Professor?" The first-year Slytherins exclaimed, "Ah, how blinding! Who is trying to show off?" Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and requested Isa to transform the object again. Isa transformed the needle back into a match, and then into a needle once more. "Excellent. Excellent. 1 point for Slytherin," McGonagall remarked, clearly pleased. "Can someone like me practice to become an animagus?" Isa whispered to McGonagall. "Certainly, Miss Slytherin. But you must practice under the guidance of a qualified instructor. May I seek your assistance?" Isa implored, her eyes wide with hope. "Of course, I will not refuse," McGonagall replied. Severus Snape, unable to suppress his innate power, inadvertently transformed the match into a needle as well, becoming the second successful student. During the remaining class time, Isa assisted Narcissa with her transfiguration, and ultimately Narcissa succeeded too. Snape remained quietly absorbed in his academic work. Before the class concluded, Professor McGonagall assigned homework, exempting those who had successfully transfigured their objects. Isa and Narcissa sighed in relief simultaneously. "Do we have another class next?" Isa asked while gathering her belongings. Narcissa checked the schedule and replied that they did not. Isa suddenly recalled that she had yet to respond to her father's letter. "I must write to my father," she declared. Initially intending to compose her letter in the common room, she reconsidered, feeling the dungeons were a bit far from their next classroom. And thus she tugged Narcissa along to the library. In the library, they encountered Lily, who also had no classes. Lily greeted Isa enthusiastically, and Isa intended to introduce Narcissa to her. However, Narcissa, visibly displeased, walked away. Isa, having never witnessed such a dramatic scene among 11-year-old girls, hurriedly reassured Lily before seeking out Narcissa. "Sissy, what's the matter?" Isa found Narcissa in the potions section of the library, on the verge of tears, and quickly took her hand, coaxing, "Don't be upset. You are my favorite, Sissy." "That's nonsense," Narcissa retorted, shaking off Isa's hand. "Go find that red-haired Gryffindor. Go find that mudblood. Sissy." Isa's tone grew stern. "Listen to me." Isa utilized her ability to interrupt, scooping Narcissa into a princess carry and spinning her around before gently setting her down. Narcissa, suddenly lifted, was left dazed in Isa's embrace. Severus Snape, eavesdropping from behind the bookshelf, was equally startled by the sight of a petite girl executing such a whimsical maneuver. Back on solid ground, Narcissa found herself speechless, compelled to listen as Isa reasoned with her. "Everyone will have many friends, especially after coming to school," Isa stated solemnly, extending her small hand. The bookshelf thudded against Narcissa, who nestled into the narrow space, listening intently as Isa continued. "In the beginning of the term, I may have neglected you for new friends. That is my fault. However, Sissy, everyone has their own social circles, and ours may not entirely overlap. I cherish you as my dear friend, and I wish to introduce you to those I know, so we can expand our circle of friends together. Don't be upset, Sissy. I want you to be happy by my side," Isa added, leaning in and resting her forehead against Narcissa's. "Lily Evans is very sincere and warm-hearted, as well as quite intelligent. She is a splendid girl. After all this time we've spent together, do you really believe she could ever replace you in my heart, having only just met her for 2 days?" Narcissa's cheeks flushed with an inexplicable warmth. "No, she wouldn't. You should also get to know more friends, truly," Isa earnestly encouraged this future ally. "Even if you lack the motivation to meet Lily, do not refer to her as a mudblood." "Why not?" Narcissa's expression bore a hint of disdain from the future. "I asked Lucius. Both her parents are muggles. You know that mudblood is a deeply derogatory term," Isa replied with exasperation, as though she had uncovered the source of future Draco's poor upbringing. "It is truly disrespectful. As a lady, a person of refinement, you should refrain from attacking someone based on immutable traits, even if you truly dislike her. Do not casually insult others' appearances or backgrounds. If you must critique, focus on character flaws instead. One cannot choose their appearance or lineage, but they can cultivate their character and refinement through personal effort. Wouldn't you agree?" Unjustly targeting unchangeable aspects of others is equally distressing for them. Narcissa, still an 11-year-old child, could not pinpoint any faults in Isa's words but felt a lingering resentment. Muttering, "You're 3 months younger than me. How is it that you're lecturing me? At least I am 20 years older than you, little girl," Isa retorted playfully, preparing to lift Narcissa once more. Narcissa quickly cast aside her displeasure, giggling as she evaded Isa's grasp. "Oh, old lady, don't be mischievous." The reconciled girls clasped hands and made their way to write letters home. After a while, Snape emerged from behind the bookshelf to find Lily, who had been waiting for him in the library. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time," Lily exclaimed, having already settled into a seat and completed some homework. "What book did you borrow?" "1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi," Snape replied, placing the haphazardly found tome on the table. "By the way, Severus, do you know Isa?" Snape stiffened momentarily. "I do. What of it?" "I like her a lot," Lily said, smiling brightly as she pulled out a buzzing honeybee candy from her pocket. "She gives me candy every time she sees me," Snape replied. "I have another one she gave me in my pocket. But Mary, my roommate, said that Slytherins are not good people," Lily remarked thoughtfully. "And then there's Potter. He became very angry when he heard I was friends with a Slytherin, declaring that all Slytherins are exceedingly wicked." When Black realized Potter was not referring to Isa, he attempted to dissuade him, but once he understood the misunderstanding, he echoed that there was not a single good Slytherin. Snape felt dryness in his mouth. Although he knew Lily would not be swayed by such gossip, he himself had not withstood the harsh judgments of Slytherin in his past life. "Why is there such animosity between Slytherin and Gryffindor?" Lily inquired. "The history of Hogwarts mentions that Gryffindor and Slytherin were once good friends," she continued, "and you and Isa all get along well. Doesn't Isa have Black as a good friend?" "It's all a matter of accumulated grievances," Snape murmured. In truth, during this lifetime, Voldemort had not yet embarked on his path to darkness, and the rift between Gryffindor and Slytherin was not as pronounced. However, the deeply ingrained biases and conflicts between the two houses could still sever bonds between once close friends. "We will always be friends," Snape assured Lily. "Of course," she replied with a radiant smile. Snape thought to himself, at the age of 37 in terms of his mental maturity, he could not believe that the petty squabbles of these youngsters could affect him. He was, after all, a psychologically mature adult. Isabella's flirtatious words lingered in the air. Severus Snape suddenly recalled the dimly lit storefront in Knockturn Alley from 5 years ago, where a resolute 6-year-old girl boldly placed a galleon on the counter, alongside a black-robed girl who bore the poise of a 16-year-old. Isabella Slytherin, this individual. There was something amiss. Chapter 10 Piers. Severus was uncertain from where the tumult of his life had originated. It was said that he had been struck unconscious by his drunken father, only to awaken in the embrace of his mother, who was weeping over the former headmaster of Hogwarts, bitten by a snake. Subsequently, he was inexplicably sent to a small wizarding orphanage run by Voldemort, where he spent a tedious day playing with toy cauldrons at a ribbon-cutting ceremony, until his mother, now divorced, took him back. What followed became increasingly peculiar. His mother re-entered the Wizarding Society, subscribing to the Daily Prophet, which featured Voldemort on the front page each month. The newspaper extolled him in extravagant terms, and Severus felt himself teetering on the brink of insanity at the thought of Voldemort running for the position of Deputy Minister of Magic, and succeeding. Over the years, Voldemort had behaved like a consummate politician, deceiving nearly the entire wizarding community. Severus observed with a detached demeanor, his sole ambition in life being the protection of those around him, leaving all else to fate. In this new life, with a newfound emphasis on personal hygiene, Severus managed to befriend Lily. Their interactions bore no significant difference from the previous life, yet he found himself regarding young Lily as somewhat childish at times. Endearing, of course, but still. At 37, he found it exceedingly difficult to nurture any romantic notions towards a girl still losing her baby teeth. Moreover, she had a penchant for playing house and engaging in role-playing, and he adamantly refused to portray the beast that was vanquished by Night Lily. Even if she promised to alternate roles, he simply could not acquiesce. His once prospective side business of selling potions had also faltered due to the Slytherin kidnapping case. The only cooperative apothecary owner, unable to withstand Voldemort's scrutiny, had shut down his shop. Presently, Severus Snape was merely an inconspicuous first-year student with a stash of hidden wealth, remarkably ordinary. Isabella Slytherin's rise to fame in her first year was merely a month-long affair. Her magical prowess and charm with the professors mirrored her father's, yet unlike him, she was free from Dumbledore's watchful eye. She had written to Voldemort 4 times, receiving brief replies each time, as he was preoccupied with his campaign preparations. Surveying her competition, she found no worthy adversaries. However, mindful of her father's apprehensions, she refrained from disturbing him amidst his various engagements. Soon winter would arrive. Isabella, already donning plush-lined knee-high socks, had memorized the entirety of Hogwarts layout. Her current life at the school was exceedingly comfortable, and she found herself more than capable of handling her first-year coursework. Thus, she resolved to indulge in a bit of mischief. Thursday. The grass was frosted over, creating a landscape that appeared almost snow-like. Today marked the flying lesson shared between Slytherin and Gryffindor. The class had proceeded without incident, barring Potter's repeated attempts at daring maneuvers, for which Professor Hooch had chastised him. Severus lowered his gaze to his broomstick, inhaled deeply, extended a hand, and commanded, "Rise." The broom obediently leapt into his grasp. Severus exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. In his past life, flying lessons were fraught with complications. His broom had been uncooperative, Potter had mocked him, and Lily had, rather uncharacteristically, not sided with him, instead laughing uncontrollably. But such a situation would not repeat itself this time. The dashing former headmaster of Hogwarts would not allow a mere broomstick to bully him. Having resolved the broomstick dilemma, Severus mounted it and cast a sidelong glance at Isabella, who was staring blankly at her own broom. However, her predicament was another matter entirely. Severus recalled that during their first flying lesson, Isabella had summoned her broom for 5 minutes without success. Ultimately, she had approached Professor Hooch to request an exemption from flying, claiming her father had taught her a method of levitation. Naturally, the request was denied. Isabella spent the entire class on the ground, yet miraculously managed to lift her broom on her second attempt, albeit in a rather wobbly fashion. When she dismounted, her cheeks were flushed. Severus discerned that she had been drinking. Alcohol emboldens the timid, Severus mused, pondering from whence she had procured it. He felt a slight urge to partake himself. In subsequent flying lessons, it became increasingly evident to Severus that Isabella had imbibed a few sips of liquor. Her gaze fluctuated between clarity and haze, always appearing somewhat clouded. After drinking, she became exceedingly loquacious, engaging in animated chatter with her accomplice, Narcissa Black, who wore a rather delightful expression. After each lesson, Narcissa would produce an ice pack from her pocket to revive Isabella, applying it to her face for a minute until she regained her senses. How much had she consumed this time? Severus was curious. At present, Isabella's eyes appeared perfectly lucid, devoid of that sluggish mist. Severus speculated that perhaps today she was in fine form. Had she not drunk? The pale-faced Isabella suddenly turned to Severus, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. Feigning intense interest in his broom, adopting a mask of indifference. "You're incredibly handsome," Isabella whispered to Severus. "You fly superbly. You are truly my idol." Severus was utterly taken aback by her words. He felt a wave of awkwardness. Had she just called him handsome? What was this idle business? For the first time, being complimented on his looks led Severus to wonder if he had indeed become a shade more attractive in this lifetime than in the last. "I'll tell you. You are a person of great ambition," Isabella said earnestly. "Of course, I too am destined for greatness. Just you wait, I will achieve something magnificent." Severus finally comprehended. She was intoxicated. "Do you even remember your surname?" Severus asked quietly. Isabella fell silent for a moment, her seriousness palpable. "Severus," she finally responded. He realized with dismay that she was indeed quite inebriated. "You cannot fly on that broom. This is flying under the influence." Severus attempted to intervene. "Does Black know how much you've had?" The surrounding young wizards had already taken to the skies. Only the two of them remained on the ground, while Professor Hooch was preoccupied with monitoring Potter and Sirius, who were likely to stir up trouble. "I told her I only had a sip of whiskey," Isabella giggled, oblivious to the fact that the water she had consumed before class was actually vodka. "Ha ha. What do you intend to do after drinking so much today?" Severus questioned, suspicion creeping in. Flying lessons hardly warranted such indulgence, especially for an 11-year-old. "Rubbish. I've already surpassed the legal drinking age," Isabella retorted, displeased. "I've been past 18 for ages." Severus was taken aback. "Rise," Isabella exclaimed gleefully, grasping the broom that had been summoned. "I'm off to soar alongside the sun. Farewell. Come back. Isabella Slytherin, return at once." Severus had no choice but to command his broom to follow her, prepared to catch her should she fall. In a state of unrestrained euphoria, Isabella did not perform any alarming maneuvers in the sky. By the end, she merely draped herself over her broom, gliding leisurely. Potter seized a moment to swoop over and tease her. "What's the matter? Experiencing a fear of heights, Slytherin?" Isabella looked up at him, flashing a grin. "I am merely admiring your aerial prowess. Do not cease." Potter remarked, "Oh, this woman is acting rather strangely today. Yet, there seems to be an unusual excitement about her." Finally, Snape endured the class until its conclusion. When Isabella dismounted from her broom, she staggered slightly. Narcissa, who had been preoccupied with competing against Lily throughout the lesson, returned, producing an ice pack for Isabella, who gently pressed it against her face. Snape approached discreetly from behind, tentatively querying, "Do you still remember your surname?" Isabella paused momentarily, bewildered. "Huh." She set down the ice pack and earnestly began to ponder her surname. "Ronald," she finally declared. Snape responded, "You are still not fully awake." As Isabella departed, Narcissa, who had just received a warm greeting from Lily, blushed as she linked arms with Isabella and dashed into the castle like a rabbit. Snape sensed impending trouble. He initially intended to follow to ascertain what was amiss, but he was soon called back by Lily. "Narcissa Black from your house has a crush on me," Lily exclaimed with glee. "She has been secretly watching me. And when I caught her, her ears turned crimson. She spent the entire class flying around me. Is it typical for Slytherins to be such tsundere types?" Snape muttered, "Oh, this world has gone mad." Suddenly he envisioned Draco and Harry Potter decades into the future. What was happening? The next lesson was History of Magic. Rarely, Isabella succumbed to slumber during this class. Snape remained seated behind her, contemplating that by the end of the lesson, she should have sobered up. When the bell rang, Isabella, her face marked from sleep, groggily wiped drool from her mouth. Snape leaned closer and quietly asked, "Do you still remember your surname?" With remarkable decisiveness, Isabella replied, "Hiddleston." Snape exclaimed, "How much did you drink?" "Scythe, I need to use the restroom." Isabella rubbed her temples and told Narcissa, "You can head back to the common room." Narcissa nodded, gathered her belongings, and left. Snape had planned to slip away as well, but a drunken Slytherin was indeed not to be trifled with. She was shrouded in mysteries, and the direction she was heading was troubling. Clearly, it was the second-floor lavatory. But that lavatory was out of order. He recalled Draco lying in a pool of blood. Snape stood rigidly before the entrance to the girls' lavatory, as others began to cast furtive glances at him. He had no intention of entering the women's restroom. Truly, he had ample justification for doing so, because this lavatory was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. With newfound resolve, Snape thought, of course, he entered the women's restroom to save the school and prevent Isabella Slytherin from opening the chamber. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly cast a confundus charm upon himself and quietly opened the door, slipping inside. Upon entry, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets had been revealed. A vast, pitch-black, bottomless pipe had appeared above the sinks. His heart nearly stopped as he spotted a drunken Isabella, her head down, half draped over the edge of the entrance, her feet already off the ground. With one more movement, she could plummet headfirst into the pipe, falling into the chamber and meeting a gruesome fate. "Are you an idiot?" Snape sprinted forward at a speed he had never before achieved, grasping Isabella's dangling legs and swiftly lifting her away from the pipe's edge. With her head downward, her flushed face was a deep shade of red. She appeared dazed, and upon realizing she was in Snape's arms, she could only smile vacantly. "Why is a boy in the girls' restroom?" A ghost with enormous pearl-colored glasses floated out from the adjacent stall. "This drunken girl just greeted me." "Eh? What are you doing in my lavatory?" "Go back." Snape glared at her fiercely. Myrtle sulkily returned to her toilet, weeping. At present, the priority was to rouse Isabella and restore her clarity. Snape half-dragged, half-carried her into a stall, lowered the toilet seat, and positioned her upright. He then filled a basin with water at the sink, cast a freezing charm, and after creating a large block of ice, returned to the stall. "I hope you can withstand this," Snape said, his expression impassive. He then cleared out a trash bin, ensuring it was clean before filling it with crushed ice and adding water until it was full. Splash. A bucket full of icy water cascaded over Isabella. Snape locked the stall door, cast a silencing charm, crossed his arms, and glared at the bewildered Isabella, who was shaking the water from her face. "I was just about to open the chamber." "Oh. Snape, how did you end up here? And why are we in the same stall? Are we in the boys' restroom or the girls' restroom?" "The second-floor girls' lavatory." Snape gritted his teeth. "Have you remembered? Are you sober now? Not being foolish?" Isabella closed her mouth and innocently looked up at Snape, whose arms were crossed in anger. "What's wrong with you? You nearly fell headfirst from the pipe." Snape bellowed. "I saw the bottle of alcohol in your bag. Adults wouldn't even dare drink a full bottle of vodka. You think you're capable, don't you? Drinking and then flying on a broom? Do you have any idea how close you were to falling? Do you realize you almost smashed your head?" Isabella keenly caught the crux of the matter. "So you saved me?" Snape glared at her. "I happened to see it. Would I allow a classmate to die? Isabella let out a long "oh" and then beamed at him, saying, Thank you, thank you. You saved my life. I don't know how to express my gratitude. You are my savior. May I offer myself in return? Snape, taken aback by such overt gratitude, felt a peculiar sensation. Yet what did she mean by offering herself? Was she still intoxicated? Isabella rubbed her head, suddenly recalling, You said you saw me about to fall into the pipe? Snape replied yes. Isabella continued, Don't you want to ask me how that inexplicable, enormous, illogical black hole of a pipe appeared? Where does it lead? Snape became alert, pressing his lips together and slowly responding, If you are willing to tell me. I am willing to tell you. Isabella grinned enigmatically. It leads to the chamber of Slytherin. Snape exclaimed, Why are you so quick to divulge this? Potter and Dumbledore have spent an entire year on this case. And I managed to extract it from you in 10 minutes. Oh. Snape gradually reached for his wand. So what do you intend to do by opening the chamber? Isabella tilted her head. You seem unfazed by what I am doing. Have you employed the mind closure charm? Snape's heart skipped a beat. Isabella fixed her gaze intently on Snape's eyes. You used the mind closure charm. You can use the mind closure charm. Who are you? Isabella sat on the toilet, drenched, her expression sharp as she scrutinized Severus Snape. Are you truly Severus Snape? Chapter 11, Professor. Who are you? Isabella sat on the toilet, drenched, her expression sharp as she scrutinized Severus Snape. Are you truly Severus Snape? Snape's mind raced as he feverishly conjured up excuses. Yet doubt began to creep in. Was Isabella Slytherin truly without flaw? And who might you be? Snape retorted. Are you genuinely Isabella Slytherin? Isabella arched an eyebrow. I'm asking you. I'm also inquiring about you. Lowering his voice in an attempt to intimidate her, Snape stated, Miss Slytherin, an extraordinary prodigy, you certainly do not resemble an 11-year-old girl. Your flaws are too numerous and evident. I am quite perplexed as to why you have yet to be unmasked in your father's presence. Isabella appeared flustered. I am Isabella Slytherin without a doubt. But you are not an 11-year-old Isabella Slytherin. Snape pressed further. In your drunken state, you seem to have revealed everything. I am well aware of your secrets and more. A smirk tugged at Snape's lips, giving her a knowing smile. Isabella's anxiety heightened. She had no recollection of what she had said while intoxicated. The thought of confronting the enormous basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets had kept her awake the previous night, leading her to implore Lucius for a bottle of vodka to bolster her courage. However, her alcohol-induced ramblings were completely unpredictable, leaving her oblivious to what she had actually divulged. I truly am Isabella Slytherin. Isabella pinched her arm to maintain composure. Without a doubt, if I were an imposter, my father would have discerned it. For he believes his child to be a genius. Do you have any inquiries? Speak freely, and I may spare your life. Wait, Isabella raised a hand. You have questions too. Are you Severus Snape? Snape raised an eyebrow. I am, of course. Can you swear to Merlin that you are Severus Snape, unequivocally, and that no other soul occupies this body? Snape slowly replied, So you are implying that another soul has indeed taken residence in this body? Isabella quickly sealed her lips. The two stood in silent opposition for a moment. Eventually, Isabella found the courage to speak. Let us exchange truths. What qualifies you to propose an exchange? Snape scoffed. I already know your secrets. Why would I divulge mine? He turned to unlock the door, but Isabella, disregarding everything, propelled herself toward his retreating figure and shouted, Don't you want to know whether Voldemort is truly dead after your demise? Snape froze. Do you not wish to learn if Harry Potter succeeded, whether Voldemort was vanquished, and what became of the wizarding world? Snape swiftly turned, his eyes ablaze. Who are you? He relocked the door, his voice low with suspicion. What do you truly know? Isabella, however, was taken aback by his reaction. Professor? She hesitantly asked, Professor Snape? Snape narrowed his eyes. Did you come from the future? Isabella remained silent, her eyes brimming with tears. You did not die. You were reborn, she murmured. You were reborn, and the professor has indeed returned. What a twist this narrative has taken. Snape, momentarily stunned by this revelation, gradually regained composure and retrieved a potion he had brewed just the night before from his robe pocket. Do you know what this is? He leaned closer to Isabella, gripping her chin, presenting a small glass vial containing a colorless, tasteless potion before her eyes. I could easily compel you to drink it. What are you doing? Isabella exclaimed, snatching the truth serum from his grasp, uncapping it, and pouring it down her throat. By the time Snape reclaimed the vial, it was too late. She smacked her lips, savoring the flavorless liquid. Well, that was indeed tasteless. Snape replied, Do you realize that after consuming this, you will be unable to tell a lie for an entire month? Isabella's demeanor shifted dramatically. She appeared energized and elated, exuding a sense of trust as if inviting further questions. Are you daft? I am not. Though I sometimes seem so. That is not what I asked. Snape barked at her. Who are you truly? I am Isabella Slytherin, she replied earnestly. It appears to be true. How do you know of events post-war? I read a novel chronicling your exploits in my previous life, Isabella explained, sharing the abridged version told from Harry Potter's perspective, detailing events up to the aftermath of the conflict. Snape's mind raced with a singular thought. Could it be that Potter had survived and written an autobiography? So, did Voldemort perish? Yes. Harry Potter destroyed all of his Horcruxes and ultimately sacrificed himself. Voldemort cast the killing curse, but it did not slay Harry. It merely obliterated the last fragment of his soul attached to him. Later, during their duel, Harry Potter defeated Voldemort. Snape was momentarily stunned, struggling to digest this information. What of the Elder Wand? He asked, his voice trembling. Voldemort wielded the Elder Wand, making him invincible. Draco Malfoy disarmed Dumbledore atop the tower, thus claiming allegiance from the Elder Wand. Later, Harry defeated Draco before their duel, causing the wand to refuse to kill its true master, rebounding Voldemort's killing curse. Snape found the entire situation ludicrous. Noticing his distress, Isabella quickly supported him, offering him a seat on the toilet lid. Professor, please sit. Wait, Snape grasped her wrist tightly. You know your father's future and the kind of monster he is. You cannot. Isabella gently urged Snape to sit, squatting to meet his gaze. She looked earnestly into his eyes and said, of course, I know what he is. However, at this moment, he has not yet committed the heinous acts of the future. To my knowledge, he has not even created Horcruxes. Look, she produced a locket from her clothing. This is one of his future Horcruxes. He is very much aware, and is on a path completely divergent from what lies ahead. I cannot judge him for events that have yet to occur. Additionally, Isabella continued, he is my father, who has shown me kindness. If he were to consider committing those cruel acts, she placed her hand over her heart. I would do everything in my power to prevent him. I swear it. Snape regarded her with a complex expression. Aside from me, have you disclosed knowledge of the future to anyone else? No, she replied, not even my father knows. I haven't even told Cristiano Ronaldo. What use is it to tell a cat? Snape grumbled, grinding his teeth. Isabella shrugged lightly. The two maintained their positions, staring at each other for an extended period. Do you have no further questions? Isabella finally asked softly. None. Snape slowly stood. No, there is one more thing. Were you ever my student? Snape scrutinized her. Why do you seem so overjoyed upon learning that I am reborn? If you attended my classes, if I had attended your classes, I would have wished for your utter demise, she interjected. No. A radiant smile spread across her face. We simply adored calling you professor. Did you know, after your book was published, you garnered the most fangirls? Professor, I am one of your admirers. Snape was momentarily taken aback. You are not to disclose anything regarding me, or the future to anyone. As Snape regained his composure, he gritted his teeth and said, if you don't trust me, we can swear an unbreakable oath. Fool. How can we do that without a witness? He exclaimed, and before he realized it, he had uttered, Slytherin loses 5 points. Snape was momentarily taken aback by his own words. Isa's smile froze on her face, and she tentatively asked, surely, your point deduction isn't valid now, is it? Don't actually deduct it. Snape replied, it is indeed invalid. I'm merely enjoying the act of deducting points. Slytherin loses 10 points, he added. Oh. As long as you're happy, Isa responded. After the revelation, Snape felt an urge to circumvent Isa. Upon reflecting, he realized she must be a post-war student who had read Potter's autobiography, and undoubtedly, Potter had included all the distressing memories from his recollections. Just the sight of Isa, her eyes gleaming with mischief, made him uneasy. Farewell, Harry Potter. May you ensure that decades hence, you do not fall into his hands again. Yet, despite the confrontation, the relationship between Isa and Snape had progressed remarkably, at least on a friendly level. The results of tomorrow's election were imminent. During breakfast, an owl delivered that day's daily profit. Isa, spoon in mouth, flipped through the newspaper and chuckled. Oh, just thinking about becoming the daughter of the Minister of Magic makes me a little exhilarated. Her voice was barely audible, only heard by Narcissa and Snape, who rolled his eyes at her. You should be concerned about today's pop quiz, Snape remarked. Your potion class grades aren't as stellar as you claim, genius girl. That's because your brilliance in potions overshadowed mine. Oh, idle, Isa casually replied. Snape scoffed. If Hogwarts offered a class on making excuses, you would undoubtedly receive an outstanding. Isa shrugged. Well, with so much going on lately, who cares about a potion quiz? My father's election, Next week Slytherin faces Gryffindor in Quidditch, and then there's the Christmas holiday. By the way, are you going home for Christmas? Snape nodded, of course. But what does that concern you? Isa turned back to her porridge, feeling somewhat dejected. Snape's mood had soured in recent days, reaching its nadir upon learning of Voldemort's electoral victory, the youngest minister of magic. At the last Slug Club gathering before Christmas, Slughorn raised a toast with Isa, proclaiming, "Let us toast to my favorite student," while still busy delivering his inaugural speech. I knew even back in school that he would become the Minister of Magic. Snape, invited as well, was tucked away in a corner, silently sipping the mead provided by Slughorn. There you are. Isa, having finally escaped from Slughorn's clutches, found him alone. Why are you drinking alone? You're drinking spirits, Snape shot back, glancing at the whiskey in her hand. You're only 11. Remember your age, Miss Isa the airhead. Isa readily returned the drink to a house elf weaving through the crowd, opting instead for a glass of champagne. This should be a low enough proof, right? Snape rolled his eyes. I didn't force you to change it. Isa grinned, but I must heed the words of my esteemed professor. Otherwise he might deduct points from Slytherin. Snape's expression remained impassive. That's what you said. Drinking on school grounds warrants a 10-point deduction from Slytherin. Oh, Isa replied, eliciting a rare smile from Snape despite his unchanged demeanor. As they stood side by side, watching the jubilant crowd, he mused, I wonder what the wizarding world will be like under Voldemort's leadership. The future is uncertain. That is the worst part, he said slowly. I don't know either. Isa mumbled, kicking at the cashmere carpet in Slughorn's office. But he shouldn't do anything too outrageous, right? In his previous life, before becoming the Dark Lord, all those who flocked to him thought the same thing. Snape replied calmly, I once believed that too. A peculiar silence enveloped the corner. I will return home for Christmas and attend his inaugural dinner. This way, I can connect with some of the people he works with, Isa finally said. I will do my utmost to uncover his future plans. If he intends to follow the same path as before, I will do everything in my power to stop him. Snape turned to her, his gaze colliding with Isa's sparkling eyes. They contained a multitude of emotions. Admiration, longing, affection, and an unwavering determination. Be careful. Snape could only advise in response. Isa nodded, presenting him with a radiant smile. I will get you a Christmas gift, she said cheerfully. You'll surely love it. Snape replied with a forced smile, I might not reciprocate. Isa shook her head, her expression one of a devoted fan. That's fine. As long as you receive it, I will be content. With that, she seized the opportunity to slip out of Slughorn's office. Snape drained his cup, watching the door click shut with a soft sound, resonating in his heart. Chapter 12. The German Minister. During the Christmas holiday, Isa and her friends prepared to return home. This time, she squeezed into the Black's compartment, enjoying the raucous festivities along the way. To her surprise upon arrival, she found her father waiting for her on the platform. After leaping into his embrace, she whispered, Father, aren't you busy? How did you find time to pick me up? Voldemort smiled, patting Isa's back, and succinctly replied, There are reporters taking photographs. Oh. Just putting on a show. Voldemort, maintaining his charming smile, engaged in cordial conversations with many other parents also there to collect their children. When Aaron Prince, holding Snape's hand, cheerfully approached Voldemort for a chat, Isa caught a glimpse of the desolation in Snape's eyes. The two children, led by adults, exchanged silent glances. Have you eaten? Isa asked. I don't feel like talking right now, Snape replied. Oh. Fortunately, Voldemort still had official duties to attend to. Once he noticed the reporters were nearly finished, he took Isa home using the Flu network. Upon returning home, Isa played with Nagini for a while. The serpent had been neglected for some time, and was now feeling quite put out. Naturally, it wanted to make the most of Isa's presence. Tonight, we have a guest for dinner, Voldemort announced after directing a house elf to take Isa's luggage to her room. He then descended the stairs, with Crotone trailing behind, nuzzling against his trousers. Isa paid little attention, continuing her game of chasing Nagini's tail. Voldemort, noticing her indifference, added, He was a dear friend of mine. Isa pondered for a moment, realizing this meant she should dress nicely and be particularly charming and warm for the evening. So she responded earnestly, Oh. Voldemort sensed she had not fully grasped his implication, and felt compelled to elaborate. He is, the newly appointed Minister of Magic for Germany. Nagini, feeling the hand that had been stroking it cease, nudged Isa with its head. Isa blinked, momentarily stunned, before the realization dawned upon her. This was not merely a casual gathering of friends, but a diplomatic dinner involving the magical worlds of two nations. I must go choose my attire. Isabella hastily rose to her feet, gently placing the serpent down. Nagini, displeased, bared her fangs while Voldemort, unbeknownst to the passage of time, had cradled Cristiano Ronaldo in his arms, skillfully petting the feline with both hands. Once again neglected, the serpent could only sulk off to partake in her meal. As Isabella ascended the staircase, she suddenly pondered whether she ought to learn some conversational German. Just a few commonly used phrases would suffice. Voldemort, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "In any case, I have but one request." Isabella gazed down at Voldemort, who stood in the grand hall below. He lifted his head, his eyes brimming with determination. "We must decisively overwhelm him with our presence." He intensified his caresses of the cat, causing Cristiano to emit contented purrs, ultimately rolling onto his back in bliss. Voldemort was finally to reunite with the dark wizard who had once been both mentor and friend. However, now they both held the esteemed positions of ministers of magic in their respective countries, and their reunion could no longer afford the same candidness as before. Yet, he found himself unconcerned about the absence of such openness. Both had harbored a sense of rivalry from the very beginning, each a prodigy in their own right, subtly vying for supremacy. Naturally, their discourse would be tinged with restraint. Their past wager regarding who would dominate Europe first had seen Voldemort falter in the initial round. The electoral mechanisms of Germany differed from those of Britain. Germany had appointed its ministers by September, while Britain would not do so until December. Though both had been elected this year, the Dark Wizard had assumed his office 3 months prior. This must be a systemic issue. I refuse to accept it. Thus, he resolved to reclaim his dignity during tonight's banquet, to vent his frustrations. Fortunately, his team boasted 2 members, while the opposition had but 1 2-1, a numerical advantage that would certainly favor them. Isabella made a splendid appearance this evening, deliberately showcasing her pendant box, a departure from her usual discreet concealment beneath her garments. Tonight, her father had also donned a flamboyant demeanor, his hair slicked back with gel into a dapper style, and a spritz of cologne adorning him. Most notably, he had even donned the resurrection stone ring, a piece he rarely showcased. "Father, you look exceptionally handsome tonight." As they awaited their guests at the entrance of their estate, Isabella unabashedly praised him, believing that, merely on the basis of appearance, they could easily overshadow their rival. However, Voldemort merely smiled faintly before adopting a more serious countenance. "No. That fellow is not lacking in looks. His intellect and abilities were comparable to Voldemort's own, and in certain aspects, he even surpassed him." Isabella felt her understanding of the world being utterly overturned. Could it be that she was encountering someone even more formidable than her father? And that her father would willingly concede his superiority? Who exactly was this German gentleman? A sudden realization struck Isabella as she recalled numerous fanfics. She whispered to her father, "Could he possibly be a follower of Grindelwald?" Voldemort replied, "What are you thinking? He is merely from an ordinary wizarding family." Before long, the Germans did not keep them waiting. With a sharp crack, a man clad in a 3-piece suit materialized before them. The tall, blonde gentleman approached with a smile, extending his arms from a distance, and greeted, "Long time no see, Tom Riddle." Voldemort's smile momentarily twisted before he quickly composed himself, moving forward to embrace him. Gritting his teeth as he welcomed, "It has indeed been a while, though your forgetting my name saddens me, Eric Fassbinder." "How could I forget, my dearest friend?" Fassbinder patted Voldemort's back. "After all, you are Lord Voldemort." Isabella's mind erupted in chaos. This man whom her father addressed, he was Eric Fassbinder. Her expression froze as she stared at the golden-haired man enthusiastically exchanging pleasantries with her father, her thoughts racing. It was old Magneto. Could it be that he had secretly adopted a new identity within the German magical community? Had he ascended to the position of minister? Furthermore, he had assumed the surname of a famed figure. Isabella quickly cast a glance at Fassbinder's waist, acknowledging that he indeed deserved the surname. However, this doppelganger of old Magneto was not silver-haired or black-haired, but rather golden-haired, though he had found a friend who would undoubtedly go bald in the future. How utterly terrifying to encounter someone named Eric Fassbinder. How was she to address him? Calling him Uncle Eric felt akin to summoning Magneto, while referring to him as Uncle Fassbinder made her feel like an infatuated fan. "This is my daughter, Isabella Slytherin," Voldemort introduced, taking Isabella's hand. "And this is Eric Fassbinder, my dearest friend." Isabella managed to conjure a polite smile. "Good evening, Mr. Fassbinder." Oh dear, she actually said it. She thought, addressing him as Mr. Fassbinder. "Greetings," Fassbinder replied, casting a glance at her before bluntly asking Voldemort, "You have taken to raising a child, I see?" Isabella was taken aback, contemplating whether their relationship had reached such familiarity. Yet Voldemort's expression darkened. "Have you settled matters concerning her mother? That woman must be dealt with, lest she hinder your ascent." Voldemort and Isabella's faces turned ashen. Voldemort ruffled Isabella's hair, leading her to catch up with Fassbinder, forcing a smile as he said, "No need for concern, Eric. Allow me, the host, to show you around." "Show me around?" Fassbinder chuckled. "Why would we need a tour? It's just a typical English estate. Let us hurry inside for dinner. I've been famished since my arrival in Britain." "What a rude individual." Isabella fumed slightly, glancing up at her father, who had unusually regained his composure. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry," Voldemort reassured Isabella, despite having been publicly slighted. "I can handle him. He seems to think that now he is minister, he can overshadow me." Voldemort watched Fassbinder, who was carelessly opening the grand door, with a cold smirk. "He has always aspired to be the one guiding me. When did it become his turn to dictate to me?" "Maintain your composure, Isabella. Do not fall into his rhythm," Voldemort advised. "He wishes to mock us, and we shall respond in kind." Isabella contemplated this, replying, "So we should strike back, ensuring he knows we are not to be trifled with?" Voldemort's expression softened with a sense of pride for her understanding. "Indeed, let us leave him bruised. I did not expect the British wizarding community to still be clad in robes," Fassbinder remarked as he seated himself at the guest table, spreading his napkin. "Have you not realized how impractical robes are for all occasions?" Voldemort's expression darkened as he sat in his robes. "Your ability to duel in a suit and shoes is quite impressive," Isabella politely retorted. "At least in robes, one can move without restriction, cannot one?" Fassbinder shot her a surprised glance before smirking at Voldemort. "Your daughter has inherited your sharp tongue, though she has not been graced with your good looks." "Well said." Isabella chimed in. "I take great pride in having inherited my father's wisdom." Raising her glass, she continued, "In England, we do not typically drink beer at banquets. Tonight, we present you with a fine Scotch whiskey." Fassbinder studied her intently, clinking glasses with Voldemort before neglecting to toast with Isabella, taking a sip before casually remarking, "Little girl, when I converse with your father, do refrain from interrupting. When the topic of myself arises, I believe I am entitled to respond, am I not?" Isa did not seem to mind, smiling as she spoke, and as the sole mistress of the manor, it was her duty to address the inquiries of her guests. Surely Mr. Fassbinder, who was visiting, would not be oblivious to this fact? Voldemort resolved to increase Isa's allowance. "All right, Isa, stop jesting with Eric," he said, casting a smug glance at Fassbinder and then tapping the plate before him. "The main course may now be served." Fassbinder, with an impassive demeanor, sampled the salad prepared by Winger and uttered a sound of approval. "Quite good. I did not expect English cuisine to possess any palatable offerings." Without a second thought, Isa launched into banter. "Indeed, you must not have encountered any truly exquisite dishes during your time in England. Oh dear, do indulge while you are here, lest you return to Germany to nothing but sausages, pig trotters and beer." Fassbinder chose to ignore her, continuing his meal in silence. Voldemort raised his glass to clink with Isa's. After years devoid of playful banter, Isa felt invigorated. At that moment, she was not alone in her verbal skirmish. At this instant, Snape, Tony Stark, Loki, Spider-Man, Deadpool, Mourinho, and Ferguson seemed to possess her spirit. For the remainder of the meal, until the main course was served, Fassbinder engaged Voldemort in trivial conversation. Isa, during the lack of a time constraint, silently devoured her food. When the cod fillet arrived, Fassbinder suddenly shifted the topic. "However, I must say, I am astonished by how the British magical community remains so isolated from the world. Americans are preparing for moon landings, and yet you still rely on candlelight?" Voldemort was momentarily taken aback, and in that interlude, Isa sprang into action. "Are you encouraging us to embrace electricity?" she inquired with a smile. "Ah, it seems you hold Siemens in high regard. You wouldn't be investing in them, would you?" Fassbinder responded with a smile. "Please refrain from making baseless assumptions, Mississippi. However, I am quite surprised that you are aware of Siemens. I had thought that British wizards were oblivious to even the Cold War. That is quite normal. There are those who believe that all Chinese do is beg. Yet they have already launched satellites into space. No one can awaken those who choose to remain asleep," Isa retorted. "We use candles because we do not trust a mere flip of a switch to sever our energy supply. We place our faith in our own magic. Observe this candle," Isa said, pouring a small amount of hand-washing liquid onto the table candle. Yet the flame remained undiminished. "Surely it is far more reliable than electricity?" Voldemort interjected with a sharp remark. "We are all too familiar with the incident involving the German Ministry of Magic, where documents were stolen after their power was cut." Unfazed by the mention of his past misstep, Fassbinder replied. "Since then we have begun research into electrically powered facilities driven by magic. Surely, the British magical community has not neglected this area? I am afraid that even as friends, I cannot disclose our research progress to the magical ministers of other nations. Voldemort shrugged. It seemed her father was no weakling either. Isa exchanged a knowing glance with him. Fassbinder chuckled, raising his glass to Voldemort. I apologize for my abruptness. Until dessert was served, Fassbinder did not press any further. After the meal, Voldemort was eager to usher the guests away. Fassbinder also indicated his intention to leave, prompting Isa to hastily accompany her father in seeing him out of the manor. At the entrance, Fassbinder straightened his suit. Smiling at Voldemort, I did not expect to see you exhibiting feelings towards your daughter. Do you recall what you said during our travels? That was then, this is now. Voldemort wished to swiftly conclude the topic. You once claimed that you did not require such things as love. You do not need family nor friends. Our relationship is merely one of mutual assistance and companionship. Emotions are your shackles, Voldemort. Fassbinder cast a cold glance at Isa, as though regarding an object. Those who aspire to great accomplishments must not possess ties or weaknesses. Do you believe Isa to be my weakness? Voldemort's expression darkened. I wish to avoid this topic. Then I wish you luck, Tom, Fassbinder observed with a smirk. I hope that you, burdened with family, can successfully dominate Europe. Thank you for your kind words, solitary Eric. Voldemort placed a hand on Isa's shoulder. We shall not see you out any further. Farewell. Farewell, Fassbinder coldly replied before vanishing with a flicker. And you as well. Loquacious young lady, goodbye. I shall not be your burden, Isa assured Voldemort after Fassbinder had departed. You certainly shall not be, my dear girl. Voldemort absent-mindedly ruffled Isa's hair, pondering the peculiarities of his old friend. Voldemort was well aware of the underlying motives behind Fassbinder's every jab. Fassbinder aspired to personally cultivate the next Dominator, the next Grindelwald, the next Dark Lord. Yet Grindelwald had fallen to Dumbledore undone by love. As Fassbinder positioned himself as Voldemort's mentor, he certainly did not desire his most flawless creation to stumble over matters of the heart. Unbeknownst to Fassbinder, Isa's true nature eluded him. Voldemort silently scoffed, observing as Isa took his hand and gave it a gentle shake. He was not in love with Isa. As his sole Horcrux, flowing with his blood, Isa was his assurance of immortality. He had always loved himself above all else. Chapter 13. The Chamber of Secrets. Fassbinder was merely a minor interlude during Christmas. Isa remained steadfast in her admiration for Michael Fassbinder. Accompanying her father to numerous soirees, Isa instinctively felt that she would gain 5 pounds this winter, returning home each night to fret over her belly. Voldemort, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of feminine concerns, mistakenly presumed she had indulged too much. While Isa expressed her worry about weight gain with a chuckle, there are weight loss potions available on the market. Voldemort recalled his youthful days of concocting beauty potions to earn money after graduation, noting that many shops in Diagon Alley sold them. Isa instinctively doubted the efficacy of weight loss potions. Surely they cannot be legitimate? I can provide you with the recipe. You may brew it yourself, Voldemort offered. Upon receiving the recipe, Isa promptly sent it to Snape. Get lost, Snape returned the recipe. After the Christmas holiday, Isa returned to Hogwarts. She expressed her gratitude to her classmates who had gifted her presents, and after acknowledging each one on her list, she placed the most significant individual last. Did you receive the gift I sent you? Isa finally cornered Snape in the common room. Snape rolled his eyes. I have no interest in your long letter filled with nonsensical drivel. You are not interested in the little secret I shared? Isa inquired, her smile unwavering. Snape shot her a look that screamed incredulity. I have no interest in the blank wall opposite the tapestry of that idiot Barnabas on the 8th floor, training trolls to dance ballet. Isa let out a long "oh." Then who was pacing in front of the tapestry on the 8th floor earlier? Snape's expression turned blank. You were following me, he said through gritted teeth. I merely admire you, Isa stated matter-of-factly. Snape felt an urge to retaliate with a gas canister. Do you like it? The room of requirement? Isa persistently pressed. Snape glanced over his shoulder, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and then lowered his voice. Does no one else know of such a place? A select few house elves are aware, Isa replied matter-of-factly, but if you like it, you may occupy it for as long as you wish. It's no trouble. The room of requirement has always operated on a first-come, first-served basis. Once someone enters, no one else can follow. Severus Snape now appeared to be in a state of profound indecision. He harbored a fondness for the room of requirement, yet was consumed by the fear of others discovering this clandestine secret. What are you truly hesitating about? Isa probed, her heart unburdened, urging him to seize the moment since only the two of them were privy to this knowledge. If they tarried, Potter and his companions would inevitably uncover it. The thought of Potter discovering this sent a shiver down Snape's spine. Accompany me after class tomorrow, he resolved. I have prior engagements tomorrow evening, Isla countered. I must attend to the Chamber of Secrets. Snape exclaimed, is it truly appropriate to speak so nonchalantly about accessing the chamber? Will you accompany me there? I can introduce you to the basilisk. Isa's interest piqued at this prospect. I must decline, Snape replied. That evening, Isla and Snape parted ways. One heading to the 8th floor while the other made his way to the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor. Upon encountering moaning Myrtle, Isla found her unresponsive. Still ensconced in her cubicle, weeping quietly, Isla felt a pang of trepidation at the sight, for Myrtle was a victim of her father's serpent. Guilt washed over her whenever she beheld Myrtle. You are quite pretty, Isla remarked as she slipped into the pipe. Myrtle, however, did not hear her. With a sigh, Isla adjusted her trousers, secured an apron to prevent any mess, and swiftly descended the pipe. Upon reaching the subterranean depths, Isla landed with a thud, quickly rising to her feet and brushing off the dirt before untying her apron and dragging it deeper into the expansive chamber. Open, she called out as she ventured forward. Shouting open, open, open. Was it too much to ask for Slytherin to choose a more thoughtful password? Finally, she arrived at the innermost chamber, where a colossal relief of Slytherin's visage adorned the wall. Come forth, basilisk, she cried, after slumbering for so long. Do you not yearn to stretch your limbs? The mouth of the Slytherin effigy gradually opened, and a cacophony of movement echoed from behind the wall. Truth be told, the expression on the Slytherin statue as it opened its mouth was rather foolish. Isla shielded her eyes, sensing a massive creature gliding toward her. Close your eyes, she commanded. The basilisk appeared to misunderstand her. It lowered its head, nudging Isla gently, as if to sniff her. Then it flicked its tongue, brushing against her face. Isla erupted. Your breath is atrocious. She screamed with her eyes still shut. Heavens, have you not brushed your teeth in a millennium? I know you feast solely on mice daily. My goodness, how dare you lick me? I will return reeking of foulness. The basilisk remained silent. Did I not instruct you to close your eyes? Have you complied? Isla reiterated her command. Obediently, the basilisk shut its eyes but continued to nudge Isla, nearly toppling her over. Cautiously opening her eyes, she was relieved to find the creature had indeed complied. With newfound courage, she reached out to touch its head. How intriguing. You sport red feathers atop your head. The basilisk flicked its tail. You are truly enormous, Isla remarked, circling the creature and noting its size rivaled that of a dragon. By the way, a boy came to awaken you nearly 30 years ago. Do you recall him? The basilisk's intellect seemed to surpass that of Nagini. At least in memory. I remember. He took me out for a stroll a few times but never returned. Oh, Isla thought, realizing she was indeed adept at handling serpents. He is my father. The basilisk flicked its tongue again. You smell better than he does. A swell of pride overcame Isla. I shall return to visit you, she promised, stroking the basilisk's large head. Do you enjoy going for walks? The basilisk nodded earnestly. I shall craft you an eye mask so that I can frequently take you for strolls. How does that sound? Isla coaxed. I will even bring you roasted chicken as a treat. What do you say? The basilisk, having subsisted on mice for a millennium, was deeply touched. Yes, yes, yes. Good. Isla affirmed, I will bring a big brush next time to clean your teeth. Afterward, I will treat you to 2 chickens. How does that sound? All right. The basilisk was nearly delirious with joy. Much easier to placate than her own master. Isla wiped her brow and inquired, do you have a name? The basilisk tilted its head innocently. I had one once, but I have forgotten it now. Did my father ever call you by any name? The basilisk pondered. Isla sighed, accustomed to her father's whimsical naming habits. May I give you a name? She asked excitedly. I can name you Ricardo, as your feathers are red and black. Though you may not possess Cac's looks, I hope you have his heart and refrain from glaring at others. Ricardo? The basilisk queried, bewildered. Yes, Ricardo, the headstrong young lady declared, thus bestowing upon it a name. Now you must tell me how I can exit. The basilisk, using its tongue to perceive its surroundings, lifted Isla gently onto its back, gliding her towards its secret exit. Covered in grime and foul odors, Isla found herself back in the room of requirement, where a frazzled Snape was extinguishing his cauldron. How on earth did you manage to enter? He exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this passage. Isla removed her apron and waved goodbye to Ricardo, then wrinkled her nose at her own stench. I'm not sure. It seems the chamber is connected to the room of requirement. Hurry, let me out. I need to wash up in the dormitory. You smell dreadful. Snape pinched his nose in distaste. Your hair is also incredibly greasy. Not that you're in any position to criticize, Isla retorted. I washed it last night. Snape's face darkened. Yet today it is again oily. Isla glanced at her watch, realizing curfew was fast approaching. You're still brewing potions? Hurry back. Or if caught wandering at night, I'll claim you kidnapped me. Shameless, Snape shot back as he bottled the potion, giving her a pointed glare. 10 points from Slytherin. Isa chuckled. Oh, what are you brewing? Polyjuice potion, Snape replied curtly. Is it not evident? Even Granger could brew it by second year. Am I to compete with Hermione? Isa countered. Are you not the self-proclaimed genius of the year? Oh. Unable to match wits with a professor, Isa capitulated, following Snape out of the room of requirement. They stealthily descended the stairs back to the Slytherin common room. In the end, Isa explained her disheveled state to her roommates by claiming she had inadvertently stepped into a dung bomb placed by Gryffindor. Yet, she sensed that the three girls regarded her with even greater disdain. The first year S courses concluded, and Isa, initially brimming with confidence in her academic prowess, found her position as the top student threatened by Lily Evans from Gryffindor. Consequently, she spent several sleepless nights cramming before exams, ultimately managing to retain her top position. It would be a travesty. Failing to secure the first place would surely earn her father's wrath. Snape, observing her frantic studying with a detached gaze, refrained from offering any extracurricular assistance, yet still secured a commendable third place. Isa suspected his ranking was merely an act of leniency towards Lily, as one could hardly imagine the prowess of a former headmaster allowing for anything less than first place. Did you let me off easy? Isa whispered to Snape. Reluctantly accepting Lily's invitation, Snape found himself seated with them in the same train compartment, joined by the somewhat awkward Narcissa, who nonetheless engaged in a game of gobstones with Lily. I submitted a blank paper for my history of magic exam, Snape remarked, his gaze fixed on their game of gobstones, his enthusiasm evidently lacking. I scored full marks in all my other subjects. Oh, you insufferable overachiever, Lily teased. In this round of gobstones, Lily lost to Narcissa, and was doused with a spray of lemon juice. She giggled as she wiped her face and then asked Isa, would you like to join a round? Having never played gobstones before, Isa inquired, what kind of marvelous game is this? Is it like pinball? The gobstones prodigy Narcissa proudly replied, come let me teach you. After a brief lesson on the basic rules, Isa eagerly joined in, only to be thoroughly trounced by Narcissa in 3 consecutive rounds, ultimately ending up drenched in lemon juice. I'm done, Isa declared, shaking her wet hands in frustration. Cristiano had distanced himself, now curled up on Lily's lap, seeking affection. What are you laughing at? Isa noticed Snape, who was stifling laughter behind a book. Why don't you join me for a round? Have you ever played gobstones? Snape set down his book and replied nonchalantly, oh, I have never played in my life. A competitive spirit ignited within Isa. She felt she could easily teach him a lesson. Come on, let me show you how it's done. Lily struggled to suppress her laughter. Snape rolled up his sleeves and calmly stated, just don't cry if you lose. Isa replied boldly, who knows who will win or lose? When Voldemort met his little girl at the station, he noticed a distinct scent of lemon about her. Did you spill lemon sherbet on yourself? He wrinkled his nose, sensing something was amiss with Isa's drooping demeanor. What happened? Isa lamented, I lost 10 consecutive rounds of gobstones. Voldemort's expression turned peculiar. Do not dwell on it. It's merely a trivial game of marbles. He consoled his daughter, recalling how Abraxas had once defeated him for 7 years straight. But you are the top student in your year. Isa felt no comfort in that. Her opponent was the third in their year, a former headmaster of Hogwarts, after all. Cheer up. This summer we can travel abroad. Are you excited? Voldemort took the luggage trolley from her, accompanying her out of Platform 9. Which countries are we visiting? Isa inquired, her spirits lifting. Voldemort smiled, Algeria. Isa responded, you're joking, right? Actually, we're going to France, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Isa's spirits soared, really? Will there be someone to host us? Voldemort replied with confidence, of course, there will be hosts. The Minister of Magic from Britain has hosts wherever he goes. Suddenly, Isa had a thought, and her smile faltered, but surely, we must meet the Minister of Magic in each country? Voldemort understood her concern and reassured her, do not worry. Eric will not embarrass us in public. In truth, they were partners in the endeavor, advancing the integration of the European magical community. Chapter 14, Side Story, A Fool and Aqua Blue. Isa had a nightmare. She dreamt that her father was happily cradling 2 infants, one in each arm. Announcing to Isa, you have 2 new little sisters. Voldemort pointed to the child in his left arm. This one is older, named Aisha, the second fool. He then indicated the smaller child in his right arm. This one is younger, named Shansha, the third fool. Isa, trembling, tiptoed to hold the second fool, only to find the little girl frowning and glaring back at her. Do they have a mother? Isa asked her father. Voldemort joyfully embraced a blushing Snape, saying of course. Severus endured quite a bit to bring these two into the world. Just then, someone pushed Isa's head, jolting her awake. Dazed, Isa swayed, feeling a familiar hand pressing down on her head. How familiar, she thought. Severus's grip seemed somewhat gentler than usual. He always had to nudge her awake when she dozed off in History of Magic class, causing her head to bump against the desk. Why was he being so tender today? Opening her eyes, she found a tall shadow looming over her. Dark hair slicked back, it was Severus Snape, standing at an estimated height of 6 feet. Isa blinked in confusion, gazing into Snape's stern yet affectionate eyes, before glancing around and realizing she was in the potions classroom. Surrounded by classmates she did not recognize. Not a single one. "Pull yourself together, Miss Weasley," Professor Snape said, his tone surprisingly gentle. As he turned to page 34 in his book, Isa widened her eyes. When had she become a Weasley? What sort of dream was this? As Snape turned away, she discreetly pinched herself. "What's wrong, Miss Weasley? Are you feeling unwell?" Snape frowned, glancing back at Isa, who had let out a whimper from the sudden pain. "You may take a leave to the infirmary." Isa, panicking, discovered her hair had turned red. Her uniform had also shrunk to a size small. She had changed bodies. "I'm not feeling well, Professor," Isa said, raising her hand. "I would like to visit the infirmary." "Go ahead," Snape replied kindly. Trembling, Isa grabbed her bag and dashed out of the potions classroom, racing towards the come-and-go room on the 8th floor. Oh dear, a gentle Snape is truly terrifying. In 1991, Akoi Weasley. Isa huddled in the Slytherin dormitory conjured by the come-and-go room, frantically rummaging through the original owner's backpack, exclaiming in disbelief. "This is it." She gazed at the beautifully inscribed cover of the textbook, despairingly reading her name aloud. "Aqua Blue. Why did I wake up to find myself transformed into Aqua Blue?" Trembling, she sifted through Aqua Blue's belongings, uncovering a plethora of magical items, a time turner, which she cautiously lifted by its delicate chain. How did she even acquire this? My father couldn't he even get one? The Half-Blood Prince's textbook caught her eye, and she let out a small, excited squeal upon discovering a tattered book. This is the artifact I've always dreamed of. That wretched Snape wouldn't he let me copy his homework? Ah, and there was a diary as well. Isa dumped the contents of the backpack, revealing a small notebook. Could it be her diary? Wait a minute. Isa's heart sank with an ominous premonition. A handsome boy gradually materialized from the diary. Date! Isa screamed in despair. Tom Riddle slowly opened his eyes, gazing affectionately at Isa as he called out. "Have you finally remembered me, dear Aqua Blue?" Isa was utterly at a loss for what to do. "Dad, you were so handsome at 16. Dad." Tom Riddle narrowed his eyes, leaning dangerously close to Isa. "Are you interested in playing a new game? Role-playing?" Isa trembled all over. No, I mean, seeing you is like seeing my father, that." Tom Riddle understood the usual tactics of girls rejecting suitors. "Is that how you see me? As your father? Is this truly how you perceive things, Shuail Warner?" Tom leaned forward, his hand asserting dominance as he pinned her to the bed. "You have provoked me. And now you think a mere declaration of me as your father will suffice to reject me?" Isla, caught off guard by Tom Riddle's audacity, stammered. "But you really are my dad. I shall make you aware that I am not one to be easily dismissed." Tom slowly leaned in closer to Isla's lips. "Dad. My dear father. I beseech you to cease, father." Isla screamed in a panic, writhing desperately in an attempt to escape. "Oh heavens, my biological father is about to kiss me. This is madness. Not even the most absurd tales would depict such a scenario." "Silence. Woman." Tom Riddle grasped Isla's chin. "Do you truly despise me so? I love you as one loves a father." Isla mumbled incoherently, "Father. You are so magnificent." Tom Riddle felt the icy fortress around his heart shatter for the first time in years. "You are quite remarkable." He clutched his heart and began to lean back. "I had thought I had finally found true love. I believed I understood love, yet the price of love is excruciating." Isla lay sprawled on the bed, gasping for breath, nearly retching at her father's words. "Writing lesson plans has truly obscured your potential, father," she said, propping herself up on a pillow. "You should pen romance novels." Tom Riddle's figure gradually faded away. "I shall not give up, Shuail Warner." He wore a tearful smile. "You are the woman I have chosen. Do not think to escape so easily." "Thank you, father. Please hurry back." Isla hastily stuffed her diary into her bag, weighing it down with textbooks. "What a bizarre world this is. I fear I may not survive to see the next episode. What are you doing here?" Severus Snape frowned as he observed Isla pacing anxiously outside the headmaster's office. "Aren't you feeling unwell? Is your health better now, Shuail Warner?" Every time someone affectionately called her Shuail Warner, Isla instinctively translated it to the phonetic AQA in her mind. Oh, I feel much better, Professor Snape. Isla quickly expressed her gratitude, feeling a shiver at the gentle concern emanating from him. Snape continued to scrutinize her with a furrowed brow. Isla's eyes darted nervously. Shuailwaner, Snape sighed. What is the matter? Why have you stopped calling me Uncle Snape? Isla nearly slipped and fell. I think it's best to maintain some decorum at school, Professor. She steadied herself against a stone statue. Goodness. Severus Snape, what are you thinking? Do you want me to call you Uncle? Such familiarity is not so easily granted. In my previous school, I always referred to myself as father. You know, dear child, I do not wish for you to grow distant from me, Shuailwaner. Snape's gaze was complex as he looked at the red-haired girl who reminded him of a cherished memory, her eyes a captivating blend of deep blue and enchanting green. Professor, could you assist me by opening the door? I wish to see the headmaster. Could you please stop staring at me? I washed my face this morning. Isla rushed to interject before Snape's expression grew more peculiar. Snape regarded her with a mixture of concern and intrigue, uttering the incantation to unlock the door. Blow a bubble. Super lollipop. Isla seized the moment and dashed up the spiral staircase before Snape could inquire about her purpose in seeing the headmaster. Oh, Miss Weasley, what brings you here? Dumbledore appeared somewhat surprised. Headmaster, I have 2 items for you. Isla eagerly emptied her backpack, scattering her diary and a textbook onto the long table in Dumbledore's office. Oh, and this textbook, Professor Snape, I shall return it to you, as I discovered that I had already noted its contents in my notebook. Snape and Dumbledore stared in bewilderment as Isla hurriedly dumped a haphazard collection of items onto the table. Do not question the origins of these items. All explanations are contained in the letter. Isla finally handed a letter to Dumbledore. I would prefer not to be compelled to explain. I simply wish to return to my normal life and sleep. Shuailwaner. Snape, filled with concern, reached for her arm, but Isla deftly rolled away. Excellent. That almost completely tarnished my image, Isla thought contentedly as she snatched a handful of honeycomb from Dumbledore's desk and departed. Do not pursue her, Severus. I believe we should peruse this letter together. Dumbledore halted Snape's chase. I have always known that Miss Weasley possesses extensive knowledge, but I did not anticipate this much. Goodness. Shuailwaner has saved so much money, Isla exclaimed as she rummaged through her dormitory drawer, discovering a pouch of coins. This is far more than the allowance my father gives me. This is enough to sustain me for a lifetime. Goodness, there's even a Gringotts key. I must escape this place of turmoil. I need to pack my belongings and flee Hogwarts today. On Isla's first night of freedom, she raided Snape's potion cabinet, consumed an aging potion, and cast a transformation spell upon herself. Now resembling her former self, she gazed into the mirror in her room at the leaky cauldron, tears of joy welling in her eyes. I am now unburdened, Isla told herself, and with all this money, why not indulge in something grand? When Shuailwaner returned to her own body, she found herself asleep on a bustling soccer field. Goo-oh-oh. The referee blew the whistle. The match concluded. Congratulations to Real Madrid for winning the Champions League championship. Shuailwaner? Why am I suddenly on a soccer field? Where am I? Why are the people here speaking Spanish? Why am I wearing a white jersey? Why has all the money in my pouch disappeared? Why? Isla was jolted awake by a sudden push. Do you still wish to achieve full marks in your history of magic class? It was Snape who had nudged her, a mocking expression on his face. I am also impressed that you managed to sleep through every history of magic lesson. Isla stared blankly at the diminutive Snape, nearly moved to tears. Come now. Scold me one more time. Snape. Are you an idiot? Ignoring the disgruntled classmates around them who had been awakened by their bickering, Isla, with tears of joy in her eyes, implored Snape, Uncle, scold me once more. Snape. Surely, you didn't get bitten by a stupid plant in herbology class? Isla, weeping, replied, I just had a nightmare. I dreamt I became a universally adored Mary Sue. Snape. Isn't that your dream? That sounds wonderful. Isla, it was terrifying. After I dozed off in your potions class. Snape interjected quickly, Sure. Why are you being so loud? Isla whispered. After I fell asleep in your potions class, you gently woke me, asking if I felt unwell, and if I needed to go to the hospital wing. Snape pondered, Oh, that is rather unusual. Typically, I would expel any student who dares to sleep in my classroom, sending them flying out and landing on their backside. Isla, I also dreamt that my 16-year-old father fell in love with me and insisted on giving me kisses. Snape, are you trying to get yourself killed? Isla, I was terrified out of my wits. Hurry and flee from Hogwarts to seek refuge in Spain. Snape. Oh, shall I berate you a bit more to comfort you? You simpleton? Isla, no thank you. It is peculiarly unusual today that Voldemort has been summoned by Isla through the fireplace. Dad. Isla's head is ablaze in the hearth. She appears exceedingly excited. Father. Voldemort. What is it? Why the sudden desire to see me? Is your allowance insufficient? Isla. No, father. I merely wish for you to respond when I call you father. Voldemort. Speak, how much do you want? Have you squandered the 50 galleons I recently bestowed upon you? I advise you to be prudent with your spending. Isla. No, father, I simply wish to hear you call me your daughter. Voldemort. You little brat. If you have no other business, do not bother me. If you need money, just say so. I have a meeting to attend this evening. Isla. All right, dear father. Please grant me another 50. I am short on funds. Voldemort. Very well. I shall have Lucius deliver it to you. I hear you have exams coming up the day after tomorrow. Ensure you perform well, or else I shall deduct your allowance. Isla. Understood, oh great one. Kisses Daddy. Voldemort. Return, and hasten to complete your homework. Isla feels that this life is, indeed, the best. She vows never to become a Mary Sue again. It is simply too unsettling. Chapter 15. The Transfer Student. Dearest Severus, we have finally departed from Germany, and I am utterly grateful. I can no longer bear the sight of that dreadful fastenbind. The German Ministry of Magic treated us exceptionally well. And I have sent you a package containing some of the sausages and pickled pig's trotters I enjoyed during my stay. However, it seems that the last time Mourinho visited your home, he must have consumed something that rendered him quite lifeless upon his return. Have you been mistreating him? We spent a week in Germany, during which my father took me to Berlin and Munich. I visited the Reichstag, the German Ministry of Magic, and the beer halls in Munich. Ultimately, I took a risk and snuck away to Torbjörn's home ground, the Allianz Arena. My father was engaged in discussions with Fasenbind at the time, and I slipped out unnoticed. However, when my father discovered my absence, he rushed out to find me. And the look on his face when he caught me at the stadium entrance was one of pure fury. To be honest, in all my life, that expression of his when he found me made me believe he was destined to become a Dark Lord. He emanated an aura of deathly intent. I trembled in fear. Yet he merely glared at me menacingly before pausing the meeting with the Germans to have a serious talk with me. Fasenbind was present, and upon hearing this, his expression turned quite peculiar. I sensed he detested me even more. You can only imagine the nature of the punishment. I never wish to see a school assignment again. P.S. Our next destination is Belgium. I shall send you chocolates and a copy of The Adventures of Tintin. Yours, Isabella S. Simpleton Isla. I did not mistreat your bird. Forcing it to fly back and forth from England to Germany in 3 days is the fault of you, its incompetent owner. At least I allowed it to rest at my home for a bit. I received the pig's trotters and sausages. My mother adored them, though I am not particularly fond of such greasy fare. Furthermore, sneaking out is a feat only an 11-year-old child would attempt. I have no sympathy for you. You deserve it. Fortunately, you were under your father's watchful eye. Had you dared to do this at Hogwarts, I certainly would not have rescued you. I do not desire chocolates or the adventures of Tintin. If you continue to torment your bird, it may very well perish. Now focus on your school assignments. SS. Did you see that girl? Fasenbind sat in his ministerial office, casually tapping on the armrest of his plush chair. I did, replied the dark-haired boy, somewhat shyly seated across from him. Next year you shall transfer to Hogwarts. There's no need for me to elaborate on which house you will enter. Fasenbind's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon his nephew. He must ensure that this little Slytherin is firmly within his grasp. I believe captivating a 12-year-old girl who sneaks out to watch football is not beyond your capabilities. I am quite confident, Thomas Lawrence responded with a smile. However, the thought of that dark-haired girl filled Fasenbind with agitation, a frustration born from the feeling of losing control. After that Christmas banquet, he had finally convinced himself that Voldemort merely kept her as one would a pet. He and she were cut from the same cloth, both devoid of the need for love. All rational thought had been cast aside. Yet, when a discussion regarding the magical community's collaboration across Europe was abruptly interrupted by news of Voldemort's daughter going missing, Fasenbind felt a heavy weight settle in his heart as he witnessed the terrifying expression on Voldemort's face. Voldemort turned and decisively exited the meeting hall, while Fasenbind snapped the pencil in his hand. His daughter had a profound influence on him, one so great that it could cause Voldemort to temporarily abandon his ambitions. He hastily followed the furious Voldemort, observing him roar at the residence's staff, searching for clues, and ultimately glaring with bloodshot eyes, though they were inherently red, as he disapparated, locating the little girl draped in Bayern scarves at the Allianz Arena. Fasenbind could not comprehend what it meant to love someone. Yet he recognized that Voldemort's expression mirrored that of parents who had lost their children. He could not abide the thought that his only companion, his sole rival, had begun to exhibit concern for offspring. It was utterly uncharacteristic of a Dark Lord. For the first time, he contemplated eliminating a little girl, one who posed a potential threat to his interests. Dismantling the bond between a father and daughter was a simple task. Betrayal was something Voldemort could never tolerate, and Fassbind understood him all too well. However, to personally enact such a betrayal would be beneath him. Therefore he summoned his nephew, a handsome, shrewd boy of alarming maturity, currently in his 3rd year at Durmstrang. You must make her sufficiently enamored with you that she would betray her father, Fassbind instructed Thomas Lawrence. In a young girl's heart, particularly one as tender as 12, filled with innocent dreams, love would always triumph over familial bonds. Isla gifted Lily a complete set of The Adventures of Tintin, while Narcissa received a crystal wind chime. Snape appeared distinctly displeased with the chocolates he had procured. I told you I do not want chocolates, he glared at her. Isla, enthusiastically playing with the Hogwarts castle model that Narcissa had given her, mumbled without looking up. These are limited edition chocolate potions, filled with age-enhancing, troll essence, Dumbledore's love potion, and infused with joy and fortune elixirs. Snape, with a look of disdain, remarked, I believe Potter and Sirius Black would enjoy them. Each bite is an adventure. Sirius received a model of a Mercedes, claiming he preferred a BMW motorcycle model instead. Isla rolled her eyes at him, not allowing him to enter the train compartment. That compartment remained occupied by Snape and Lily, who barred Isla from entry. Narcissa had long since gone to seek Lucius, as they were to accompany the newly enrolled Regulus. Isla had quietly slipped away to find Lily, only to discover, as expected, that she was nestled with Snape, engrossed in reading. Mourinho had exhausted himself with the summer correspondence. Isla tenderly caressed her owl, who shot her a disdainful glance before turning its back to her. From now on, I shall refrain from sending it anywhere. I'll simply utilize the Flu network to dispatch items and letters directly through the fireplace. Severus Snape scoffed at her words. You have it easy. That morning, while my mother was preparing breakfast, an inexplicably large parcel was ejected from the fireplace. My mother thought Santa Claus had mistaken the season. Lily chuckled. Isla, did you truly send a package via the Flu network? Isla, feeling a bit foolish, preferred not to dwell on that embarrassing history. Once the train arrived, all students except the first years took the carriages drawn by Thestrals. Isla and Lily could not see the Thestrals, but judging by Severus's expression he could. A peculiar pang of sympathy swelled within Isla. I would rather never see a Thestral in my life, she confided to Lily, who hesitated before asking. What is the Thestral's definition of death? The two enthusiasts of obscure knowledge immediately became animated. It must involve witnessing it firsthand, Isla asserted, and one must observe the process of dying. Lily concurred. Indeed. I've seen corpses in newspapers and murders in films, yet I cannot see Thestrals, which suggests one must witness the death itself. Moreover, the memory must be impactful enough to leave a lasting impression. Isla recalled how Harry had witnessed his mother's death at the tender age of 1, and her gaze toward Lily grew complex. Merely seeing a murder without comprehension would not suffice. Lily concluded, then I believe our chances of seeing Thestrals in the future are slim. Isla pondered this, realizing that the current generation witnessing death was likely due to her father's potential to become the Dark Lord. However, since he was now ruling the world through conventional means, the likelihood of inciting war appeared minimal, and she nodded in agreement. Indeed, the probability is quite low. Lily then added, and it must pertain to human death. Isla recalled the cruel disembowelment of a toad in potions class and agreed, it absolutely must involve humans. That evening, the weather was splendid, with a bright full moon illuminating the surroundings. Remus Lupin and James Potter, neither of whom had been bitten by a werewolf, found Sirius Black, the three of them laughing heartily as they made their way into the castle. Isla, trailing behind with Lily, greeted Severus before seeking out Narcissa. Lucius mentioned that this year, a transfer student from Durmstrang would be joining the 4th year. Upon seeing her, Narcissa eagerly seized her arm. I could tell from that slight air of disdain on Lucius's face that he must be quite handsome. Isla felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Not this again, she thought. The mere mention of a transfer student sent shivers down her spine. A transfer student. Among all tropes, this was the most cost-effective and widely appreciated. And a male transfer student, no less. To be honest, her greatest desire at that moment was to discern the romantic orientation of this story, and who exactly was listed as the protagonist. She increasingly felt like a mere supporting character destined for tragedy. A transfer student who was also a dashing male. Was this to be a tale of pure love? She believed she had unraveled the author's scheme. The only mystery remaining was the romantic pairing of this transfer student. The romantic pairings of the previous generation were limited. Professors Lucius, Sirius, and perhaps Remus. One other popular pairing was her father. Isla nearly lost her courage to enter the castle. Even as the sorting ceremony commenced, she found herself absent-mindedly tugging at her robes. "What's the matter?" Narcissa inquired once they were seated. "Are you afraid of the sorting hat song?" This Isla dismissed entirely. During Christmas, she had sent Dumbledore a disc of campus ballads. And she doubted that the sorting hat, having listened to folk songs for half a year, could produce anything remarkable. As expected, the sorting hat took a lyrical approach that evening, singing in deep tones, seemingly charming a few first years, who smiled like enamored fans. Isla rolled her eyes. Scanning the line of shorter first years, she spotted the transfer student standing out among them. A sudden shock coursed through her, and in an involuntary movement, she kicked Severus, who was seated beside her. Sorry, she exclaimed, her eyes still fixed on the transfer student at a distance. Observing his profile, he indeed seemed quite handsome. "What are you staring at me for?" Severus, now irate from the kick, glared at her. "Planning to kick me again? That's 10 points off Slytherin." "I'm merely staying true to myself, lest I be enchanted by that transfer student," Isla replied, keeping her gaze on Severus's face. "You are far more handsome than he, even if he bears a slight resemblance to that one character." Severus merely rolled his eyes in response. Aside from enthusiastically applauding Regulus for joining Slytherin, Isla was nervously glancing at the transfer student, and then back at Severus. Severus was becoming increasingly exasperated with her antics. "I will deduct 50 points from you," he murmured. "Go ahead," Isla replied wide-eyed, just as the transfer student was about to be sorted. "Thomas Lawrence." The transfer student ascended the stage amidst the collective intake of breath from the female students. After just 5 seconds, the sorting hat bellowed, "Slytherin." Lawrence removed the hat, gave a slight bow to McGonagall, and then smiled as he made his way to the Slytherin table. Isla attempted to tug at Narcissa's sleeve for support, only to realize that Narcissa had already seated herself beside Lucius. Thus she resorted to pulling Severus's sleeve instead. Hey, do you think he has been staring at me?" Isla had expected Severus to dismiss her concerns, but he furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before replying, "Indeed. He has been watching you, with those snake-like eyes." Lawrence finally reached the table, and the Slytherins erupted in applause. This year's prefect, Lestrange, stood to shake his hand, which he shook briefly before turning away to approach Isla. Isla's heart sank with a foreboding feeling. "Hello, Miss Isabella Slytherin." Lawrence greeted her with a smile capable of enchanting any 12-year-old girl, extending his fair, slender hand. "I have long admired your reputation." In her mind, Isla thought, "Oh no, this is bad." She realized then what this transfer student's intentions might be. His overly cordial demeanor must mean he was interested in her. No, it couldn't be. She recognized the author's typical plotline. Such scenarios usually indicated that the true intention was elsewhere. This transfer student was undoubtedly trying to win over her father. Absolutely. That was it. "My uncle is Eric Fassbinder, a close friend of your father," Lawrence added with a smile. "He encouraged me to get along well with you." Isla felt a wave of certainty wash over her. These two, uncle and nephew, were both after her father. Heavens above, this is outrageous, she thought. They are attempting to invade my territory. Isla cautiously shook his hand with feigned cordiality, offering a polite smile. Lawrence then glanced at the empty seat beside her. Tilting his head slightly, "May I have the honor of sitting here?" Narcissa, attuned to Isla's distress, quickly rushed from Lucius's side, smiling as she seated herself next to Isla, effectively blocking Lawrence. "Gee, Narcissa, you're the best." Consequently, an empty seat appeared at Lucius's table. Lucius's companions shifted in their seats, effectively rendering that spot unoccupied. "I suppose," Isla leisurely remarked, "that there remains an empty seat beside Mr. Barrow." Lauren scanned the surroundings in search of Mr. Barrow. The Bloodman Barrow lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance in Lauren's direction. "Ah, yet another boy seeking to sit beside him." Bloodman Barrow mused to himself. "It seems my recent charm has attracted quite a few admirers. Alas, my heart is already pledged to Helena. What a pity to waste such a handsome lad." Sigh. Chapter 16. The Art of Romance. "Now the entire Slytherin house is aware of Lauren's affections for you," Narcissa scribbled fervently, copying Isla's homework, "while you, for some reason, continue to evade him." "I doubt he holds any feelings for me," Isla mused, scratching her chin with a quill. "I know how boys are drawn to girls. It certainly isn't like this. Besides, what could he possibly see in me?" Narcissa casually remarked, "Perhaps he simply finds you beautiful." Isla often forgot that she had inherited her father's striking looks. Yes, I am indeed quite lovely. But to be liked solely for that reason seems rather superficial, Isla complained. Surely, it should be for my inner beauty as well. Narcissa, drying her ink, lifted her head with an expression of exasperation. Why shouldn't someone fall for you based on your appearance? I was smitten with Lucius at first sight because of his looks. Isla shook her finger seriously. That's because Lucius is not merely a pretty face. He possesses depth. Narcissa shrugged. Could it not be that Laurens initially admired your beauty, only to discover your substance after 2 months of acquaintance? Isla firmly rejected this notion, stating, even if he were to appreciate my intellect, I still wouldn't like him. Every time he strikes up a conversation, it revolves around my father, showering him with praise. I can't even tell if Laurens has a crush on my dad. Narcissa interjected, you're overthinking it. Isla packed her bag, declaring, I absolutely cannot develop feelings for Laurens. He is simply not my type. Aren't there plenty of girls who adore the warm-hearted gentleman type? Narcissa queried. I prefer those who possess a certain charm. Isla contemplated the traits of her crushes, concluding, they must have a sparkle, but also possess flaws or quirks. The quirk is crucial. Without it, I am uninterested. For instance, Fabian is handsome and talented, which are his sparkling qualities. His shark-like teeth are his quirk. Narcissa believed she had grasped Isla's method for identifying her ideal partner, and noted, your crushes tend to be rather mature. Isla affirmed, I have absolutely no resistance to older men. After a moment of contemplation, Narcissa posed a question. But I see how fond you are of Snape, and he is only 12. Isla blushed. He has a mature psychological age. Narcissa replied, that is quite revolting. After they finished packing their bags, Narcissa complained, but Laurens is rather bothersome. He has been pestering us since the beginning of the term. No pestering you. Wherever we attempt to study, he follows us, and we cannot shake him off. Isla huffed in indignation. Fortunately, the Slytherins banded together and dealt with him. Narcissa gritted her teeth, clearly irritated that they could not even study in the common room without Laurens flaunting his knowledge beside them. As a result, he flunked his first assessment after joining Hogwarts. He deserves it. Isla remarked, that is because the students from Durmstrang usually do not complete their assignments. This offered a small consolation to the Hogwarts students who were frantically completing their work. See? You neglected your assignments and ended up at the bottom of the class. Serves you right, you loser. Laurens Thomas was not one to give up easily. After 2 months of tentative observation, he realized that winning over Isabella Slytherin was an arduous task. First and foremost, she harbored no affection for him. Secondly, the Slytherins had no fondness for him either. Lastly, this Slytherin not only rallied her housemates against him but also allied with students from other houses to make his life miserable. He had previously fallen victim to a trap set by 2 Gryffindors, who hung him upside down in the 3rd-floor corridor, eliciting laughter from passers-by at his floral polka-dotted underwear. He even heard someone taking photographs. This was intolerable for the Durmstrang heartthrob. He must seek revenge. Voldemort received a letter from his daughter. While having breakfast, he opened the letter, skimming through it hurriedly. Isla mentioned that she orchestrated a scheme involving the Gryffindor troublemaker to get back at Laurens. Upon reading this, Voldemort smiled. His daughter's approach mirrored his own, swift and decisive in her retribution, without ever dirtying her hands. The unfortunate soul who suffered understood precisely whose eyes had been sullied. However, this Fassbinder's nephew was a peculiar pawn. Voldemort was confident that someone would fall for his daughter at first sight. Such was his belief. Yet Laurens's infatuation was riddled with doubt. He was nearly certain that there was some prompting from Fassbinder behind it. Currently, discussions were underway regarding the cultural festival projects among the magical communities worldwide. On the surface, they were collaborators, yet beneath it all, each sought to outshine the other, wishing to present themselves as the leader. What did Fassbinder intend to use Isla for? Voldemort squinted, relieved that Isla currently held no interest in Fassbinder, and had Lucius at Hogwarts to keep an eye on her. However, Lucius would graduate next year, and he would need an informant within Hogwarts. Isla. She was his biological daughter, utterly loyal to him. Yet she was still too young. Her immaturity was evident from the incident at the Allianz Stadium. What a predicament. Voldemort sighed, considering that among the older students, perhaps only Bellatrix could be of use to him. However, this girl was not particularly level-headed. He would ponder it further. In the Slytherin girls' dormitory, a discussion was underway. Isla distributed small flashlights to each girl. The 4 of them had stashed various snacks under their beds, and at that moment, the sounds of wrappers being torn open filled the air, followed by the crunching of snacks. The current situation was quite dire. Scarlet Cousteau was an exceptionally insightful gossipmonger, and Laurens was inquiring everywhere about whether Isla had a crush. Isla was somewhat bewildered by his intentions. Scarlet pondered aloud. That fool Gall is the only one Lawrence has bribed. He said you fancy Snape. Why would he say I like Snape? Isla protested. A Plazelwyn leisurely remarked. I believe half of Slytherin can see it. Scarlet added, you sit near him in class. Narcissa, being the top student, noted. You always seem to gravitate towards him under the pretense of asking questions. A Plazelwyn continued, whenever Potter attempts to provoke him, you stand up for him. Even going so far as to abduct Evans as leverage. Narcissa added, there are days each month when you sneak out with him at night. And no one knows what you are up to. Scarlet recounted how Lawrence had tried to follow them during one of those clandestine outings, only to be led away by Malfoy. Isla was unaware that her every move was meticulously scrutinized by these gossip-hungry youths. She couldn't help but wonder. What was wrong with this generation of Slytherins? Why were they so nosy? And why stay up so late? It seemed she ought to express her gratitude to Lucius. He always had her back. Thanks to him, Isla said dryly. Narcissa let out a soft hum, remarking that he was helping you out of consideration for her. Given that I have always copied your homework, everyone in second-year Slytherin will assist you, Isa. After all, we all borrowed from your assignments. Isa felt a surge of emotion. She knew that diligent study and kindness towards others would yield rewards. Narcissa waved her hand dismissively, no need for thanks. But you must now enlighten us about your clandestine outings with Snape. Is it a date? Isa thought it was no big deal. After all, he didn't like her. We were brewing potions. Snape earns his pocket money from this. Indeed, it was entirely plausible that Snape, who consistently outperformed the academic overachiever Isa in potions, could do such a thing, and her roommates believed it. Did anything transpire between the solitary male and female in a confined space? Scarlet winked. Isa maintained a stoic expression. First, they called me a fool, then an idiot, and now it has softened to a gentler term, silly. Her roommates noted that it was all derogatory in essence. Isa chuckled. But silly conveys a sense of endearment. Her roommates remained indifferent, full of hope. Isa envisioned the next step would be for him to affectionately call her Silly Goose, and then perhaps Little Silly Goose. The other three urged, lights out, go to sleep. The fourth-year students were quite impressive. When Lawrence was forced to counter Sirius's jinx, Professor McGonagall was drawn to the scene. Sirius quickly slipped away, leaving the innocent Remus Lupin behind as the apparent victim. A week of detention was doled out by Filch. Isa gleefully remarked to Snape, now he can't follow us. Snape calmly replied, oh. Curiously, Isa rummaged through the prepared ingredients, asking, what shall we brew today? It looks like a love potion? Snape nodded. The shop has received the order. It's a high-quality love potion, enough to last an entire year. Instinctively, Isa felt a distaste for the sheer volume of a year's worth of love potion. Surely the purchaser intended to control someone. Snape produced a personal item from the buyer. A lock of black hair wrapped in paper, saying, we need not concern ourselves with this. It's the last ingredient to be added. Make sure to set it aside. Like the polyjuice potion, a love potion requires a small piece of the object of affection. Isa took the paper package, instinctively wrinkling her nose. This person's hair smells of Moroccan oil. Snape had already commenced brewing, casually mentioning perhaps they are a wealthy person of refined tastes. Isa responded, oh, mumbling. Neither my father nor I use Moroccan oil. Only someone like Lucius or Lawrence would. The comment was made without malice, yet Snape furrowed his brow upon hearing it. The shopkeeper inadvertently revealed a detail. The order was from Hogwarts, with a completion deadline before Christmas. Observing Isa meticulously slicing daffodil bulbs with a knife, Snape felt a connection to the matter at hand. Chapter 17. The Erratic Love Potion. Severus Snape found himself in a peculiar state of mind. He had gone to great lengths to inquire of the shopkeeper about the identity of the purchaser. He felt utterly mad for expending such effort to uncover who was behind this batch of love potion. He had previously concocted many illicit potions, most of which served unsavory purposes, and he was merely a producer of potions. In other words, he merely created the weapon, while the wielder's intent, be it for culinary use or murder, was of no concern to him. He quickly sought to rationalize his thoughts. His suspicion was that Lawrence was the buyer, and most of Hogwarts was aware of Lawrence's affection for Isa. Isa was the beloved daughter of the hidden Dark Lord Voldemort, should any harm befall her. The werewolf who had been ensnared by the Dementors would certainly be aware. He simply wished to avoid escalating the situation, especially as it might reflect poorly on him as a potion maker. Yes, that was the reason. Snape ground the moonstone with a sense of frustration. Meanwhile, Isa, blissfully inhaling the completed love potion, exclaimed, this is the scent I've longed for. It smells like spicy strips, and there's a hint of lemon tea. Also, the aroma of freshly baked cake, the scent of barbecued meat, the ink from the freshly printed parchment, the cologne my father uses, and the fragrance of mint shampoo. Snape had no desire to comprehend what spicy strips or lemon tea entailed, nor did he care to know why Isla could detect the scent of his mint shampoo. As a master potion maker, he only recognized the sense of the ingredients he had added to the love potion. With meticulous precision, Snape tended to the flames, adding the ingredients and stirring. In the potion workshop, Isla finally set down the small glass vial of love potion, neatly organizing the completed bottles before continuing to assist Snape with the ingredients. Recently, I've encountered Laurens less frequently. It seems he has taken to bothering you instead? Isla inquired while attending to her tasks. Snape rolled his eyes. Thanks to you. Laurens had evidently initiated Plan B. Snape now encountered the Gryffindor marauders far less than before, as his interactions with Lily had diminished. They shared a mutual friend in Isla, and Lily evidently preferred the company of girls her own age. With Isla as a friend, Snape was no longer in such need of her companionship in Lily's eyes. However, Potter and Sirius still regarded him with disdain. One was due to Lily, while the other was for Isla. Potter, my goddess is friends with this sniveling wretch. Sirius. Oh, my brother, Isla has seemingly forgotten me. What happened to our bromance? The now confident Remus Lupin served as their best restraint. The good-natured Lupin could always intervene at the right moment. Yet there were times when even Lupin could not prevent the inevitable. Last Friday in potions class, Lily and Snape engaged in yet another grand display of pretentiousness. After both the goddess and the detestable one received praise from Slughorn, Potter seethed with jealousy. Having secured third place, Isla felt indifferent and hurriedly pulled Narcissa away to bathe. Left alone, Snape found himself cornered by Potter and Sirius in the dungeon. Snape felt no concern. Frankly, Potter now appeared to him as nothing more than a childish pest, one who could be easily silenced with a mere detention. However, Potter did not share this sentiment. Enjoying the limelight, are we, Snivellas? Potter sneered, gritting his teeth. Let me tell you, when one engages in misdeeds, retribution is inevitable. Not speaking now. You were quite animated in potions class, weren't you? I assure you, your son will receive special attention in potions class, Potter retorted. Feeling provoked by Snape's silence, Potter perceived himself as being ignored. Let us try that new spell we learned yesterday, James, Sirius said, placing a hand on Potter's shoulder, eager to showcase what true attention-seeking looked like. Without hesitation, Potter drew his wand and shouted the incantation. Snape recognized the spell immediately. It was one that caused leeks to sprout from one's ears, a fate that had befallen a fool in his house once, who had gone so far as to harvest 5 crops of leeks, intending to use them for dumplings. With a languid flick, Snape retrieved his wand, preparing to cast a silent shield charm, planning to make a stylish exit to his dormitory. But someone stepped in his way. Shield charm. Laurens valiantly obstructed the marauders, declaring, 2 against 1 does not make a hero. Severus Snape rolled his eyes at Lawrence's back, seizing the opportunity to slip away to the Slytherin common room while Lawrence was still prattling on about the marauders. Subsequently, it seemed that Lawrence had taken this heroic rescue as an excuse to initiate conversations with Snape, lingering around him in a flirtatious manner. Snape found it utterly exasperating, infuriating. In fact, especially when he caught sight of Isha reveling in her amusement with a mischievous grin. It was extraordinarily vexing. After yet another fruitless lunch invitation from Lawrence, Isha covered her mouth, chuckling, prompting Snape to decisively shove a fizzing bee candy into her hand, instructing, have a sweet and calm yourself. Isha did not consume it. Instead, she tucked the candy into her right pocket and retrieved her own fizzing bee candy from the left pocket, saving it for later. Storing it, she muttered, before breaking into another infatuated laugh. What was it like to have the Dark Lord's precious daughter as an admirer? Snape was thoroughly annoyed. After dispatching a love potion, Snape promptly handed Isha a box of antidotes. Deliver this to Narcissa Black. If she notices anything amiss, she is to administer it to you, he instructed. Isha nodded. However, it was still a ruse. After all, it was a scheme. The Sniveling Club before Christmas saw Slughorn invite the Black Sisters, along with James Potter and Lily Evans. As usual, Snape remained in his corner, indulging in Christmas pudding. Potter, having been selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was loudly recounting his victory over Ravenclaw. Lily and Isha were seated at a distance from Potter, engaged in their own discussion. Narcissa was swaying on the dance floor with Lucius. At that moment, Lawrence approached. I've met a most intriguing young lady, he said, holding a glass of champagne and smiling at Snape. She seems to have a profound interest in potions. Snape chewed his pudding in silence. I thought, Lawrence shrugged, I might introduce you. I intend to toast to all the ladies present, you know, that sort of thing. Alarm bells rang in Snape's mind. A toast to all the ladies? His primary suspect for administering the love potion was Lawrence, and now he was seeking an opportunity, right under Snape's nose. Snape resolved to keep a watchful eye on Lawrence. Thus, Snape followed Lawrence to a woman with long, dark curls, who was turned away from them. Upon noticing their presence, she quickly closed her notebook, glaring at them warily. He shouldn't he have come, Snape thought, feeling a headache coming on. This was Bellatrix, engrossed in her beloved Voldemort clippings. I heard you were interested in the glamour potion, Bella, Lawrence said, familiar with Bellatrix. Severus here has quite the expertise in that area. Bellatrix scrutinized Snape from head to toe, with a discerning look. What I desire is a glamour potion that can banish dark circles. Snape. You can procure that from the apothecary in Nocturne Alley. Don't ask me. I won't, Lawrence chuckled heartily, as if to cover something up. Don't be modest, Severus. Here. Try this chocolate truffle. I find it delightful. Snape frowned, intending to refuse, but Lawrence shoved the chocolate into his hand. What was his intention? Snape was utterly perplexed. But he had to prevent Lawrence from having any chance to engage with Isha. He popped the chocolate into his mouth. Try a sip of whiskey, Severus. It complements it splendidly. Lawrence retrieved a glass from a tray held by a house elf, and pushed it toward Snape. Reluctantly, Snape took a small sip of whiskey, swallowing the chocolate along with it. Isha, Snape swayed over to her. Do you have a mirror? Isha looked at him, puzzled. What for? Snape took her small hand mirror, and stared intently at his reflection. He felt a flush creep across his face. Isha and Lily were discussing cosmetics? I look magnificent, Snape declared, a blush spreading across his cheeks. I am not only a master of potions, but also an idol for the Dark Lord's daughter. Lily sensed something was amiss. Severus, Isha, is your idol Severus? Isha was taken aback. Hey, Severus, don't scare me. Have you been drinking too much? I am a resilient flower thriving amidst adversity, Snape continued, gazing at his reflection with a dreamy smile. Diligent and proficient in magic. I contribute to the victory of the Order of the Phoenix. He was intoxicated, rambling incoherently. Lily glanced worriedly at Isha. Shall we escort him back to the Slytherin dormitory? Yet Isha sensed something was off. Who is the person you love the most in this world? She asked Snape. Me. Snape blurted out. Isha's eyes widened in realization. I see now. You take Severus to a corner and let him gaze into the mirror until he calms down. Do not believe anything he says. I'll be right back. Isha instructed Lily. By the time Isha returned with the antidote from Narcissa, Lily was already staring at Snape with wide eyes. I am electricity. I am light. I am the only myth. Snape gazed at his reflection with an infatuated stare, trembling as he touched his own face. Severus, this is the glamour potion. Drink it, and you will become even more handsome. Isha offered him the antidote. Without hesitation, Snape downed it. Lily, I think when he sobers up, he will want to bash his own head in. Isha commented. No, he will want to eliminate Lawrence first. Snape stood there, dazed as his clarity gradually returned. His expression darkened. I will make Lawrence regret ever being born, Snape seethed through clenched teeth. The once daffodil youth, Snape, became the subject of endless ridicule for Lily and Isha. However, Snape evidently did not share this sentiment. Seizing the opportunity while Lawrence was in class, he pilfered the remaining box of chocolate truffles from Lawrence's dormitory. After tricking Goyle into consuming one, Goyle began frantically demanding to see Bellatrix. The remaining truffles, once consumed by Goyle, also induced symptoms of infatuation towards Bella. I remember. Isha raised her hand. When you were brewing potions, I accidentally opened a paper bag and a few of my hairs got mixed in. When I went to retrieve them, I might have inadvertently blended in some of yours. Snape thought to himself that he would rather be the daffodil youth than fall in love with Bellatrix. The two conjectured about Lawrence's intentions in the room of requirement. He thinks I like you, Isha mused thoughtfully. We have definitive news from the girls' dormitory. So, he must hope I discover your affections? Where did he get that dreadful information that you like me? Snape demanded. From Goyle, Isha replied. Snape believed he should have made Goyle drink the love potion aimed at Crabbe, then have him confess at the opening ceremony. How malicious, how juvenile. Isha shook her head. Do you think it's necessary to inform my father about this? Isha was not a victim. Voldemort would not fly into a rage. However, it would expose Snape's potion-making skills as being inappropriate for his age. Never mind, Snape sighed. We two adults can handle Lawrence. Before long, it was Christmas break again. Isha stretched joyfully. What do you wish for this year? Snape did not refuse. He pondered for a moment, his lips curling into a smile that would have frightened all the Hogwarts trolls of yesteryears. Something that would make Lawrence wish he were never born. Chapter 18, Special Training. Voldemort felt that his education had gone awry. Truly. Although Isha's report card indicated she remained the top of her class, That was the extent of it. This child had apparently spent all her remaining time brewing potions and reviewing her study cases. She had never once set foot in the library. The brilliant young wizard Voldemort, capable of altering the memories of others at the tender age of 6th grade, was profoundly disappointed. He began to ponder whether it was indeed a mistake to have Isabelle write her academic assignments. Clearly, for a child of her exceptional talent, diligently laboring over the textbooks prescribed by Hogwarts professors was not the correct path. She ought to be delving into more profound and powerful forms of magic. Isabelle, I shall guide you in magic. Voldemort sank into deep contemplation. He resolved to dedicate the Christmas holiday to intensive training for Isabelle, personally instructing her. Isabelle could scarcely believe that her father had burned all her assignments. Such conventional tasks would stifle her innate gifts. Voldemort led her to a spacious room set apart within the manor, gesturing towards the wall lined with books. You need to learn more advanced and intricate magic, he stated. Have you ever contemplated what your future might hold? Without hesitation, Isabelle replied, to become exceptional. Voldemort raised an eyebrow slightly. I desire power and renown, Isabelle earnestly declared, fixing her gaze upon him. Although I may never reach your heights, I aspire to follow in your footsteps and become a formidable figure worthy of admiration. Voldemort was exceedingly pleased. Do you have a detailed plan? He inquired softly. First, I will become a leader at Hogwarts and achieve outstanding in all my major exams. Isabelle replied. And then, I am uncertain. The situation keeps evolving. Your European Magical Community project seems to me a variable. Initially, I wished to join the Ministry of Magic. But the stage in Britain is too small. I cannot bear the thought of living my life among merely a handful of wizards. Isabelle had grand aspirations. Very grand. In her past life, merely being a student at a single school had drawn thousands of attendees, while British wizards were so few that nearly every family knew one another. She could hardly expect to witness the frenzy of hundreds of thousands of comments on a single social media post again. Yet, having witnessed the spectacle of a crowd erupting in applause at a rally, how could she resign herself to being a frog in a well within the narrow confines of the British magical community? Once one's horizons have been broadened, it becomes exceedingly difficult to bow down to a limited perspective. Surely, I must leave a mark in history. Isabelle flashed a smile at Voldemort. You wish to leave a mark in history? Voldemort could no longer contain his laughter. How simple that is. I shall offer you a shortcut. Voldemort suggested. Assassinate Dumbledore in public. That will guarantee a year's worth of headlines. Isabelle contemplated this seriously. Voldemort playfully rapped her on the head. If you wish to leave a mark in history, then you must possess the power to do so. As long as you are strong enough. It will not be you begging history to remember your name, but rather history beseeching you to provide it with sufficient deeds for posterity to commemorate. At that moment, Voldemort sparkled in Isabelle's eyes. While this is so cool and edgy, Isabelle devoted the entire holiday to practicing magic, dark magic. She felt no aversion to the dark arts. Effortlessly embracing her father's teachings, Voldemort instructed her on how to create illusions in others, how to constrict their throats, how to conjure black mist with her wand to ensnare opponents, and how to swiftly bind her adversaries. Her practice target was none other than Voldemort himself. She honed her skills in dodging, precise aiming, and quietly reciting spells. For the time being, she could not master the silent incantation. After each day's practice, her body ached. The tumbles, the bruises from being struck, left her marked in shades of blue and purple. Her father merely had the house elf Winky prepare her a soothing potion bath. By Christmas Eve, Isabelle had undergone intense training for a full fortnight. She felt utterly exhausted. I need a break, she asserted during breakfast. My physical condition does not permit me to continue practical training. Voldemort cast a dark glance over his newspaper. Unless you are incapacitated, you shall continue training. I have my period, Isabelle said. Winky can attest to it. She helped me change the sheets. Voldemort suddenly tensed. You do not have a period, he declared, setting down the newspaper. Where is that woman who claims to be your aunt? Isabelle? She attempted to explain. I meant my monthly visitor, she clarified. You have no mother. You were birthed from my own flesh and blood. Voldemort evidently perceived she had been deceived, warning her not to trust whatever that woman had said. How did she contact you? Did she say anything to the outside world? I said I have my period, Isabelle replied. Isabelle, why is it so difficult for you to speak more delicately? Voldemort inquired, his voice laced with frustration. Why do you refer to this as your aunt? Despite receiving a week's holiday, Isabelle was still required by the irate Voldemort to complete the reading list he had assigned. Is it my fault you don't know what an aunt is? Ultimately, Snape received the Christmas gift Isabelle had sent him, a box of mysterious and magical snacks from the East. She called them spicy strips, ensuring that once Lawrence tried one, he would crave more, and it would become an addiction. Snape frowned as he tentatively opened a package. He would surely regret it. Once her health improved, Voldemort finally prepared to teach her the ultimate killing curse. The 3 spells were labeled as unforgivable curses by the Ministry of Magic. He and Isabel sat facing each other. 3 small green snakes coiled on the floor. Isabel, of course, was aware of these 3 spells. The Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and Avada Kedavra. Isabel, Voldemort nadie gently. Try them on the snakes. Isabel, her expression stoic, first uttered the Imperious Curse. Imperio. The little green snakes, under her control, twisted their bodies into an M shape. What else? Voldemort inquired, raising his eyes to meet hers. Isabel's hand trembled slightly as she gripped her wand. She truly did not wish to utter the other 2 curses, spells that touched upon her moral boundaries. But her father was watching her. This was the inevitable token of her allegiance as Voldemort's daughter. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort seized one of the snakes by its tongue, glaring at Isabel with disappointment. You cannot even kill a snake. Isabel met his gaze innocently. But I'm only 12. I could kill a rabbit when I was 8. Voldemort lamented. In this regard, Isabel could not compare to her father, who was a naturally high-functioning sociopath, and she begrudgingly admitted, I'm not great at it. After a moment of reflection, Voldemort concluded that her ability to use the Imperious Curse at age 12 was quite impressive. He did not expect her to kill anyone at school. Dumbledore rather liked her, and would ensure she did not get into trouble. There was no benefit in having her learn Avada Kedavra so early. Very well, he sighed. Right. Isabel felt she had narrowly escaped a disaster and eagerly agreed. Killing doesn't necessarily require Avada, right? Even something as simple as clean water can drown someone. And the stunning spell can sever an artery. The transfiguration spell can turn an enemy into a chicken, and toss them into a snake pit. Levitation charm, a first-year spell, can send someone tumbling out of a window. Voldemort was taken aback, for it had been a long time since he had been so surprised. Killing requires imagination. It is not necessary to have the unforgivable curses to commit evil deeds, Isabel summarized. Voldemort felt that his dream of becoming the Dark Lord could be realized through Isabel. Her imagination was boundless, and her methods were ruthlessly ingenious. Truly, she was his daughter. I almost succeeded in launching a surprise attack, Isabel said to Snape, somewhat disgruntled. In the end, I was forced to tear his outer robe apart and then faint. Who knew he still had a shirt underneath? I was subdued. Snape appeared somewhat distracted. However, my father complimented my performance, stating that most ordinary wizards typically don but a single robe. Had it been someone else, I might have succeeded. Isabel rested her chin on her hand, admitting that she never expected to surpass my father. In all of England, only Dumbledore could contend with him. Given such an outcome, I felt quite content. Snape nodded absent-mindedly. Isabel noticed something was amiss. You seem rather absent-minded today. Please refrain from speaking during class. Snape waved a dismissive hand, akin to shooing away a fly, resulting in a 5-point deduction for Slytherin. Isabel delicately wrinkled her nose, catching a whiff of something. Spicy strips? How is there a scent of spicy strips? Have you been drinking a love potion again? Nonsense, I merely indulged in some spicy strips. At least I had to taste your Christmas gift. We wouldn't want to disappoint the little troll. Snape's eyes were devoid of focus. Isabel discerned that he had employed a mental defense. His unease was evident. How many did you consume? She inquired with curiosity. I told Lawrence it was a ruse. They were all meant for you. It's perfectly fine if you devoured them all. Snape exhaled softly, almost inaudibly. You didn't actually eat them all, did you? Snape tensed. What you sent me was intended for my consumption. Why should you care how much I eat? Isabel was utterly astonished. You managed to consume an entire box of spicy strips in just a week? How much do you love them? Spicy strips cannot replace a meal. Snape retorted. Filled with embarrassment, it's clearly the box of spicy strips that is problematic. You actually poison them. I must inform you that placing poppy seeds in snacks is illegal. Isabel countered. I didn't add anything. I went through great lengths to procure an entire box of spicy strips from China, and I sent it to you unopened. Clearly, it's you who has fallen for spicy strips. Keep it down. Narcissa interjected with discontent, raising her head from her arms, while you two are awake. Others still wish to rest. History of Magic class served as a communal napping time. All students opted to stay up late the night before a History of Magic class, knowing they would have an entire period to catch up on sleep the following day. Isabel made an effort to whisper. Why do you care what I enjoy eating? Snape muttered before bowing his head to sleep. Noticing his pretense of slumber, Isabel struggled to suppress her laughter. The professor has been led astray. The professor has fallen for spicy strips. She held considerable sway in Slytherin, particularly among the younger years. Lawrence, with an impassive expression, summarized. There's a significant number of hidden admirers, reserved to outsiders, yet warm and welcoming to friends. Her reputation is quite favorable. So, this young lady holds considerable influence at Hogwarts? Fassbinder inquired from beyond the two-way mirror. Indeed, Lawrence conceded. And aside from the students from Gryffindor, who harbor a long-standing prejudice against Slytherin, the other students generally regard her with kindness and admiration. Fassbinder pondered for a moment. For the remainder of this semester, I require you to convince the entire school of your genuine affection for her, ensuring that you would never act against her interests. Aim to become her friend. If that proves unfeasible, acquaintances will suffice. Remember, Fassbinder's expression darkened. The use of love potions is absolutely prohibited. Isabel's decision to cease writing assignments caused quite a stir. My father burned all my assignments, she whispered to Narcissa. He said I had become foolish from doing them. Narcissa stared in disbelief. Yet we, the children from other families, continue to suffer the torment of assignments. You needn't do them either, Isabel suggested. It's all textbook knowledge. Attending class attentively will suffice. Who studies the material 3 times before class like you? Narcissa lamented. Isabel quickly hushed her. We're in the library, keep it down. As Narcissa continued to harbor grievances, Isabel cast a silencing charm around them. I read in the newspaper a few days ago that Durmstrang has also begun using the Voldemort study guide now. Narcissa found some consolation in knowing that foreign peers would endure similar hardships. And Beauxbatons, Isabel added. Narcissa felt slightly more accepting of the idea that she too would be using the study guide. Your grades have actually improved recently, Narcissa recalled Isabel's performance in class. My father has been intensively training my practical skills. Isabel scratched her head. It's been grueling, yet quite effective. Narcissa exclaimed. Is that why you turned your bed into a sheep in the dormitory yesterday? Isabel declined to revisit that embarrassing moment. Chapter 19 Quidditch. I am no longer the person I once was, Isabel declared with ambition to Snape. I am now a suave and formidable version of myself. In the common room, Snape silently completed his homework, simultaneously casting a silencing charm on Isabel. She skillfully deflected his spell with a protective charm, and Snape slightly tilted his head to evade it. Returning to his silent studies, banned from writing assignments by Voldemort, Isabel found her boredom unbearable. She collapsed onto the comfortable green sofa in the Slytherin common room, a spellbook resting on her knees which she needed to finish within 3 days. She had shown Snape the reading list Voldemort had assigned her. Snape quickly skimmed it and jotted down a few titles in his palm. He stated that there were only a few books on the list that he had not yet read. Isabel was left astounded by this revelation. My idol is actually a scholar. How incredible. The magical flames in the fireplace of the common room crackled warmly, lulling Isabel into a near slumber. We can't do without a chaser. Snape furrowed his brow, glancing at the group of sweaty boys carrying their brooms, just having entered the common room after practice. They were members of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Hey Slytherin. Captain Rudolph Lestrange, who was Bella's boyfriend and familiar with Isabel, greeted. Hey Snape. Snape offered a brief nod in their direction, while Isabel rubbed her eyes and smiled at the players. Thank you for your hard work. The match against Gryffindor is just a month away, right? Indeed. We encountered those Gryffindor chaps again on the pitch today. Their new seeker is utterly insufferable, Lestrange grumbled, boasting incessantly. What does a second-year newcomer have to brag about? He also mocked their lack of a chaser. Avery, another second-year newcomer, had a good rapport with Snape. Gringotts had suffered a knee injury in the last match, and while he should have been able to recover with a dose of bone regrowth potion, his O.W.Ls were approaching, and he couldn't secure an E in Transfiguration, so he temporarily withdrew from the team to focus on tutoring for that subject. I see, Isabel nodded. Slytherin. I remember Bella mentioning your flying class results. Didn't he receive an O? Lestrange recalled. Isabel's heart sank momentarily. Yes, that's correct. What about it? Snape sensed the impending turn of events. Why don't you give Chaser a try? Lestrange suggested excitedly. It's quite simple. Just catch the ball and throw it through the goalposts. Isabel was taken aback. No, I can't do that. Lestrange patted her shoulder. How will you know unless you try? Come on, we have practice this Sunday afternoon. Just give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, you can simply observe our training. Bella will be there that day too. You can come with her. And with that, the group of sweaty boys shuffled off to the showers. Isabel was left speechless with fright. Snape finally completed his spellwork essay, gently blowing dry the ink before sincerely telling Isabel, with your timid demeanor, you could never make the Slytherin team. But I wouldn't even obtain an A passing grade. If I don't drink? Isabel was at a loss. Flying under the influence is exceedingly dangerous, Snape warned. Never entertain the thought of having another drink of whiskey before trying out. You nearly broke your neck last time you overindulged. Very well, Isabel steadied herself. I've never cared for Quidditch. I'll simply mount the broom and fly around aimlessly. They won't force me to join the team once they see my true skill level. Snape nodded in agreement. Should I catch you intoxicated again? I shall administer to you a potion of infatuation for Hagrid, Bella teased with a playful grin, shaking her head in mock fear. Snape merely rolled his eyes in response. Nonetheless, Isa was forcefully pressed onto the broomstick by Bella, who as the current captain of the Slytherin team and his girlfriend, felt an immense sense of responsibility. You represent Slytherin, Bella asserted, gripping Isa's shoulders firmly. Now soar with the dreams of Slytherin. No, I absolutely do not wish to fly. Isa trembled, questioning her own abilities. Look, I can show you my skills. Just allow me to fly a lap. It took her 5 minutes to coax the broom into the air, and she managed to wobbly circle at a height of merely 1 floor. When Isa dismounted, Bella's expression was thunderous. Did you do that on purpose? She threatened. I distinctly remember your flying class results being exemplary. Only 2 in the entire year achieved that. Did you intentionally perform poorly to embarrass us? Do you think Slytherin's honor is something to be trampled by Gryffindor? Bella towered over her, exuding an intimidating presence. The Slytherin team members stood at a distance, watching, none daring to intervene. Isa was utterly at a loss. She had merely employed a few clever tactics to pass her exams. Then you can use clever tactics to compete now. Bella pressed on. Isa had brought along chocolate truffles filled with liqueur, yet she could not indulge. She had promised Snape. However, judging by Bella's current demeanor, it seemed she would threaten their friendship if Isa did not join the team. Isa was in a state of profound distress. Bella. I'm sorry, she lamented. She could not betray her own safety and interests, truly. Is this the tryout area for seekers? A clear male voice inquired. Isa Bella. May I give it a shot? What? Recommended by her? The crowd turned to see a dark-haired boy standing confidently with his broom, smiling at the assembled team before winking at Isa, who was encircled in the middle. It was Thomas Lawrence. He had come to save the day. Isa had scarcely spoken to him, let alone invited him. Yet Lawrence approached Captain Lestrange with an air of ease. You're short a seeker. I'd like to try out, Captain. Would you watch my flying? Bella's face lit up in realization. Oh, so you intentionally passed the opportunity to Lawrence, huh? Little Isa. You've got some moves. Isa, let me explain. Lawrence took to the broom at Lestrange's request, flying a lap and executing several high-difficulty maneuvers before joining the team for a brief game of Quidditch. Upon descending, Lestrange eagerly announced that Lawrence had joined their Quidditch team. Bella drew Isa close, grinning. What's this, little Isa? Everyone says that boy fancies you. Do you feel the same? Not at all. Isa quickly clarified. I have no relationship with him. You've always been so reserved, Bella remarked, ruffling Isa's hair. I know you're more mature than your peers. No. I think Snape is, Isa began, but Bella cut her off. That gloomy fellow? He replies to 10 questions with 1 word. And he is certainly not as dashing as Lawrence. As your elder sister, I certainly hope you choose Lawrence. What do you think? Consider it. He is really quite splendid. Isa felt cornered and had no choice but to reveal her ace. My father forbids me from dating. Bella was momentarily speechless, since it was Lord who said so, and as a core member of Voldemort's global support, she felt compelled to accept his reasoning without question. Isa nodded fervently. Lestrange called for Bella, who ruffled Isa's hair once more before departing. Isa slowly carried her broom back to the broom shed, only to encounter Lawrence waiting for her there. Upon seeing him, she dropped her broom and attempted to flee. Wait, Slytherin, I need to speak with you. Isa felt she had nothing to say to him. I sincerely apologize for any distress I may have caused you this semester, the tall boy stammered, nervously fiddling with his fingers. I truly like you. Perhaps my methods of pursuit were a bit inappropriate. I know, it sounds ridiculous to speak of love at first sight. I used to think so too. But the day of sorting, the moment I laid eyes on you, it was as if the stars lit up the sky. Isa replied, Oh, thank you. I'm not sure what you're worried about. You've been avoiding me, he said, his head drooping sadly. Today, I merely wished to assist you. Without any ulterior motives. Isa was at a loss on how to respond to this boy, who appeared so innocent. I harbor no lofty expectations. I simply hope we can start as friends. Lawrence raised his gaze, his eyes sparkling as they met Isa's. You may refuse me, but could we perhaps become friends first? And then you could come to know me better before declining? Who knows, you might. Isa had never encountered such a situation in her entire life. She was utterly flustered, especially with Lawrence's intense gaze upon her. He was exceedingly handsome. Were he to wear blue contact lenses, he would resemble someone extraordinary. But Alan Rickman was still waiting for her in the library. Isa recalled her past life, where she found it infuriating when the heroine tangled with the supporting male character. If you're not interested, don't give him hope. This led to all sorts of misunderstandings and heartaches. Isa felt she should adhere to her own principles as the heroine. Thank you, but I currently cannot engage in romantic relationships, she stated firmly. We can be friends. But nothing beyond that. That is perfectly fine. As long as we can be friends. Lawrence beamed, as though he had just received a windfall. Isa expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you for helping me today. I must return now, goodbye. She did not look back. Striding out of the broom shed and dashing towards the library. Lawrence lingered in the broom shed for a moment before breaking into a smile. The plan was a success. Chapter 20, Friends. The Slytherins observed that their mascot, Isabella Slytherin, seemed to be softening towards the advances of the transfer student, Thomas Lawrence. Why is that? Have you finally recognized his merits? Narcissa inquired during a dormitory meeting. Didn't you previously insist he had ulterior motives? Isa curled up in her blankets, gently stroking Cristiano, who purred contentedly, rolling over to expose his belly. It's just a sort of illusion, you know, Isa mumbled. He helped me once. And I agreed to give friendship a try, but further than that, not a chance. I recall you saying he resembled McAvoy. Who is McAvoy? Scarlet asked. Isa felt a chill run down her spine. He does not resemble him. She protested. That was merely during twilight. I couldn't see clearly and mistook him slightly. Very flustered. So who is McAvoy then? Narcissa pressed on. He looks nothing like him. Isa squirmed in bed. His uncle's surname is Fassbinder. This is not a matter of mere aesthetics. You seem quite anxious, her roommates noted. What got you so worked up? Who are McAvoy and this other person? Isa had no choice but to clarify. James McAvoy is a Scottish actor, incredibly handsome, especially with those blue eyes and red lips. His nickname is Ime, as he has been deemed the most beautiful person in Europe by his admirers. On that particular day, I found myself agreeing to his friendship simply because the look in Lawrence's eyes was so pitiful and watery, reminiscent of Ime. Oh. Our Slytherin mascot seems to have no resistance to those watery puppy eyes. Narcissa elongated her words, teasing. You don't have a bit of a crush on him, do you? Scarlet inquired eagerly. No, Isa affirmed after careful consideration. Absolutely not. I'm not lying. I feel no romantic flutter. Unless he resembles Ime. Oh, I thought so. You're not one to easily change your affections. Narcissa sighed in relief. Change affections? What does that mean? Isa asked, her sensitivity peaked. It means you no longer fancy Snape. Narcissa replied. Isa inhaled sharply. No. Although he is my idol, someone I admire, I certainly do not harbor those feelings for him. Even Opera, who had just fallen asleep, was roused by the mention of those feelings. Those feelings like the ones Narcissa has for Lucius. Absolutely not. Isa protested. And please, don't use me as an example. She reiterated, my father forbids me from dating, so I've no affection for anyone. Scarlet sighed in disappointment. Why is your father like that? Narcissa, however, found something amiss. Then why did you seek out Snape to explain yourself after agreeing to be friends with Lawrence? And you explained for quite a while too, mentioning Alan Rickman and whatnot? Isa felt overwhelmed. It was nothing. I was simply worried he might misunderstand. After all, I had told him I wouldn't have anything to do with Lawrence, and now it seemed like I was going back on my word, so I thought I should clarify. If you merely admire him, why explain yourself? You're just friends with Lawrence, so what's the worry about Snape misunderstanding? Narcissa pressed on, little one. It's not good to lie. Isa, in a fit of frustration, pulled the blanket over her head. You are the children here. I'm practically a 30-year-old aunt, and I'm not playing your romantic games. The three girls burst into laughter. Auntie, don't be shy, Scarlet teased. Didn't you say Snape's mental age is quite mature? Wouldn't that make you two a perfect match? Isa produced an exaggerated snore as Ronaldo, her pet, struggled to poke his little head out, nudging his owner's blushing face. Snape in turn was utterly baffled. He had originally planned to meet Isa in the library on Sunday night to tackle their assignments together, but instead she hurried over, dragging him into a conversation filled with peculiarities. Lawrence helped me. He said he wanted to be friends. I should have rejected him without hesitation, but at that moment, my mind was muddled. I thought his eyes were watery, and his lips were rosy like Ime's, and in a heat of the moment I agreed. Snape remained perplexed. So? So, I feel incredibly conflicted. First, regarding Ime, everyone seems to adore him now, making you slightly outdated, you know? Suddenly, a character resembling Ime appears, yet he doesn't quite look the part. If he starts acting in a way reminiscent of Ime, people will forget he's actually a cunning boy who uses love potions. Your protagonist status is at serious risk. Snape questioned, so who is Ime? And why am I considered outdated? Ime is a popular angelic figure. You haven't released any new works lately, and fanfiction is dwindling, hence the outdated label. That aside, I'm not intentionally pursuing anything with him. He merely lent me a hand. Plus, I haven't forgiven him for the love potion incident. And I absolutely want to develop feelings for him, so you needn't worry. Snape grew increasingly confused. Why are you explaining this? Whether you befriend him is your affair. Not mine. But he has harmed you. The love potion. I won't forget. Isa exclaimed, growing animated as she waved her arms. I'm just letting you know that I usually just exchange pleasantries with him. And I would never do anything inappropriate. Absolutely not. Snape began to grasp the situation. So you came to explain because you feared I might be upset or misunderstand. Isa, with a sense of urgency, confirmed, yes. I just didn't want you to think too much about it and get upset. Your standing in my heart is far above Lawrence. You are my idol. The self-proclaimed 30-year-old aunt was now flustered like a genuine 12-year-old girl. I'm done talking. Please don't be angry. Don't overthink things. I haven't betrayed you. And I promise I will never do such a thing. I'm going back to my dorm now. I'm sweating from the panic. And she fled in haste. Snape watched Isa, who had originally agreed to study together, scurry out of the library with small steps, bewildered. What was that about? He muttered to himself, shaking his head. The friendship between Isa and Snape remained unchanged. They continued to sit at desks close to each other during classes, and if time permitted, they would meet in the library or the common room to work on assignments, with Narcissa joining them depending on her dating schedule. At times, they would secretly collaborate with Lily on assignments, but such opportunities grew scarce as they had to avoid both Gryffindor and Slytherin students. Every month, Isa and Snape would vanish for a couple of evenings, claiming to be attending potions tutoring. When those confined with Slughorn later reported not seeing them, they altered their story, stating they were actually in the Forbidden Forest for tea. Their maturity far exceeded that of typical 12-year-olds. While other children were eager to showcase themselves or engage in age-appropriate antics, Isa and Snape maintained an air of calm, their disdain and contempt for such behavior glaringly evident. They dedicated their time, which others spent playing Quidditch or frolicking by the Black Lake on sunny days, solely to their studies, exuding an eerie quietude. Their focus surpassed that of even older students. Isa often wore a blank expression when confronted by strangers, but would beam with a toothy smile when interacting with friends or acquaintances. The Slytherin students generally appreciated their mascot, who consistently accrued house points for them. Save for a few envious souls, the other three houses held a favorable view of this girl, who never displayed house prejudice, largely due to her striking resemblance to her father. Snape, possessing a rather reclusive disposition, seldom initiated conversation and exhibited remarkable talent in potions. He had a few enemies in Gryffindor, yet seemed to dismiss them entirely. His interests lay solely in academia, eschewing all other activities. Aside from a select few, few could engage him in conversation. Moreover, his insults were particularly cutting, extremely caustic. This is the observation diary of Lawrence. He folded the letter and placed it in a ready-to-send envelope. Fassbinder had instructed him to document Isabella's daily life, including her preferences and habits. Initially challenging, it became manageable after he interacted with some of her friends. Especially during meals, he managed to exchange a few words with Isabella. Uncertain of his uncle's intentions, he was confident that his uncle harbored grand plans. He had long idolized him, vowing to follow him to the ends of the earth. His uncle was a powerful figure capable of uniting Europe, and the only rival worthy of his uncle's acknowledgement was Isabella's father, a recognized strongman in his own right. He aspired to contribute to his uncle's grand endeavors, even if it meant observing the mundane life of a little girl. During the first half of the semester, he exhibited a somewhat frantic desperation, even resorting to administering a love potion to Snape. He concealed this incident, fully aware that his uncle would surely chastise him for his recklessness upon learning the truth. Fortunately, Snape, being a half-blood with no solid roots, and his companions did not come seeking him out for retribution. He harbored hopes that they would forget the occurrence altogether, and that it would not hinder his plans with his uncle. Above all, he yearned to uncover the whereabouts of Isabella and Snape on those 2 nights each month when they mysteriously vanished. He was determined to unravel all of their secrets. Every single one. Voldemort had received a letter from Isa. He discerned that the young girl appeared quite flustered in the face of Lawrence's relentless pressure. He mused that her inexperience made her particularly vulnerable before Lawrence. The nephew of Fassbinder was adept at employing these flirtatious tactics with remarkable finesse. In his youth, he had indulged in such games himself, and he was certain his skills surpassed Lawrence. However, upon realizing that such pursuits were ultimately a waste of time, he had returned to the embrace of dark magic. Now, a boy was using the same tactics he had once employed to pursue his daughter. Voldemort rolled up his sleeves, resolved to compose an extensive letter detailing the tricks of these deceitful suitors, warning his innocent little girl to dismiss such scoundrels with a swift rebuff, to show no mercy, and not to be deceived by their seemingly innocent exteriors, especially those who were handsome. Without exception, they were sure to harbor ill intentions. He was, after all, quite handsome himself. He readily admitted he was no paragon of virtue. Isa received her father's lengthy missive, aptly titled 100 Tricks for Flirting. As she perused its contents, she felt an urge to flirt herself. Dad, how are you so skilled at this? Chapter 21. The Cultural Festival. Isa suspected her father was simply bored. Look at this. His flirting techniques are even more polished than mine. He wrote 5 whole pages. Isa complained while stirring her porridge, thinking that rather than offering her advice, he should focus on managing the European magical community. Narcissa, yawning, spread strawberry jam on her bread, ignoring her. Snape remained silent. Yet he was inwardly intrigued by Voldemort's compilation of flirtation strategies. Just then an owl swooped in. Isa immediately guarded her porridge and bread, effectively armoring the breakfast table. She detested the idea of receiving messages from owls while eating. How filthy! What if some feathers or droppings fell into her meal? What if she contracted avian flu? Mourinho returned after delivering her reply to Voldemort, but he came empty-handed, merely seeking a morsel to eat. Isa, however, did not mind her magical bird. This gray-feathered owl, with its keen gaze, was known for its precision and cleanliness. Isa affectionately stroked Mourinho's feathers, tearing off a piece of bread for it. The magical bird nestled in her arms, pecking at the bread, while another ordinary brown owl delivered the daily newspaper. Ever since the delivery owl had carelessly knocked over Isa's porridge, it had been particularly courteous, carefully placing the newspaper on the Slytherin table before taking flight. Isa set down her spoon to examine the newspaper. My dad is in the headlines again, she muttered. Voldemort, in any case, was undeniably handsome. The headline featured him laughing heartily alongside the Dutch Minister of Magic, before a floral canopy in Diagon Alley, announcing the opening of the Dutch Magical Cultural Festival. Finally, it has commenced, was the only thought occupying Isa's mind. Her classmates, upon seeing the newspaper, began to whisper amongst themselves. Bella, with fervor, pulled out scissors to cut out the article for her scrapbook. Narcissa read the report intently, exclaiming with excitement, "This cultural festival looks marvelous. Indeed, it must be splendid. After all, my father has spent an entire year preparing for it." Following his conquest of the British Isles, Voldemort had set his sights on the European continent. His first strategic move was the establishment of the European magical community. However, when he tasked his subordinates with organizing the conference, he was taken aback by the staggering ignorance of British wizards. His staff was so uninformed that they did not even know where Brussels was. His deputy even dared to ask him where New York was. Am I to blame for the geographical incompetence of Malfoy, who was certified as an idiot by Voldemort? Voldemort was appalled. This was common knowledge. Even his 12-year-old daughter was well-versed in world geography and history. When she had just learned to read, she would lie on top of a world map, identifying countries and their capitals. Isa only excelled in geography and history because of her past life. After 9 years of compulsory education and further studies, she found it beneath her to compare herself to these lackwits who had dropped out after 7 years to make foolish choices. Yet, those in high positions within the Ministry of Magic were utterly clueless. Had their knowledge evaporated into thin air? Had they invested their limited intellectual capacity solely into endless office politics? Despite constantly reminding himself that the world was filled with mediocrity, Voldemort was repeatedly astonished by their sheer stupidity. A genius by nature, he often pondered why there existed so many fools in the world. Throughout his life, he had conditioned himself to not be intimidated by such imbeciles. Yet he found himself continually astounded by their ignorance. A genius is always lonely, for no one can stand alongside them. Voldemort did not desire companionship. He merely sought subordinates capable of understanding his intentions and executing tasks efficiently. The crux of the matter was that most of his subordinates were utterly useless. He yearned to multiply himself infinitely. If he could manage everything personally, he would surely achieve perfection. Could this be considered one of the truths behind Voldemort's fragmented soul in a parallel universe? But Voldemort could not use shadow clones. That was a technique of ninjutsu, not magic. He could only gradually dismantle the ignorance of the populace, enlightening them about the world beyond their borders. He employed a writer to launch a column in the Daily Prophet, detailing curious tales from foreign lands. However, this was far from sufficient. Thus, Voldemort began to prepare for the cultural festival. Originally, Germany was meant to be the first collaborative partner. He shared a deep camaraderie with Minister Fassbinder. However, the thought of Fassbinder encouraging his nephew to pursue his daughter made him uneasy. He had no doubt that Lawrence's actions were instigated by Fassbinder. The cunning minister surely wished for Isa to fall for his nephew, thus gaining control over her. Devious. There were numerous potential partners. He ultimately chose the Netherlands. The Dutch Minister of Magic was a jovial, Mediterranean rotund figure, yet he was remarkably astute. Communication between intelligent individuals was always seamless. After easily finalizing the collaboration agreement, they embarked on a year-long preparatory journey. Following the festival's inauguration, the Netherlands emerged as a prime example, attracting invitations from many other countries. The cultural festival offered myriad benefits. Firstly, it provided a platform for stalls and performances, showcasing the wizarding culture and customs of various nations. The longer the festival lasted, the more items were sold, leading to greater profits. Secondly, foreign wizards who gained insight into the local customs would undoubtedly wish to visit, thereby boosting the tourism industry. Lastly, it would serve as a notable achievement for the Ministry of Magic. Since the festival was bilateral, the UK would also host a cultural festival in the Netherlands. Voldemort issued strict instructions forbidding them from selling food at the Dutch event. British cuisine could not afford to be embarrassed. As a supplement for the absence of food, Voldemort translated all his teaching materials and moved them to the Netherlands for sale. Surely they must be selling like hotcakes, hee. I would love to attend the cultural festival as well. It is said that many fascinating trinkets are for sale, and there are performances that Narcissa greatly yearns for. Unfortunately, we still have to attend school. However, it doesn't matter to Isa, as the cultural festival continues until the end of the summer vacation. We can go during our summer break, especially since we definitely plan to visit Diagon Alley for shopping. The young wizards of Hogwarts are chattering excitedly about the cultural festival, discussing the legendary magical tulips, enchanted windmills, and wizardly cheese that the Netherlands has to offer. Moreover, the British Minister of Magic has overshadowed the Dutch Minister of Magic in terms of appearance, which bizarrely boosts the national pride of the British wizards, akin to our collective admiration for the dashing Voldemort. Isa and Snape cannot comprehend this at all. After all, it is not as if they themselves are particularly handsome. Why are they so delighted? Immature. While the young wizards remain immersed in the novelty of the cultural festival, Snape receives a new order. The vendor specifically requests a case of the highest quality Veritaserum, with an exceptionally tight deadline. Snape has no choice but to enlist Isa's assistance. On any evening that they have a manageable amount of homework, they must brew Veritaserum, which has aroused the suspicions of the observant. Lawrence is exceedingly curious about what they are up to on those nights when they seem to vanish. On Friday evening, after completing their assignments, Isa and Snape head to the room of requirement. However, once they reach the 5th floor, Snape instructs Isa to halt. Someone is tailing us. Isa nods discreetly, and the two part ways. Isa heads directly to Professor McGonagall's office, declaring her decision to begin studying to become an animagus. Snape, on the other hand, makes his way to Gryffindor Tower, boldly calling out for Sirius Black. Under Sirius's piercing gaze, he reluctantly retrieves a packet of spicy strips from his pocket, explaining that they were meant for Isa, but since she is preoccupied this evening, he is delivering them on her behalf. After spending some time apart, the two discreetly return to the 8th floor, where the experienced Snape confirms they have lost their tail before entering the room of requirement. Who was following us? Isa inquires. Snape shakes his head uncertain. His awareness of the stalker is purely instinctual. However, this follower casts a shadow over their ability to come to the room of requirement with peace of mind. Their entire potion brewing process today feels unnaturally quiet. Isa, feeling despondent, ponders for 2 hours before finally conjuring a solution. Do you know about the Marauders map? Snape certainly does. He recalls how, during the werewolf incident, he used the map to discover that those troublesome kids had gone to the Shrieking Shack to engage in perilous antics. He had gallantly rushed to rescue them, only to be knocked unconscious by Harry Potter, and upon awakening he found himself with a few malicious bumps on his head. Oh, how infuriating. We could create our own Marauders map. It would make everything so convenient. Isa exclaims enthusiastically, adding that she could seize the opportunity to learn more in the process. Snape contemplates this and considers it a splendid idea. After completing their potion plans for the day, they linger in the room of requirement for a while longer. They begin drafting a plan for creating the Marauders map. The first issues to address include Snape's first-hand experience with the map, the confidentiality of the map, the precision of its drawing, and the labeling of names. Almost every issue is beyond the capability of second-year wizards, Snape states gravely. We are not second-year wizards. Isa softly counters, gazing earnestly at Snape. You are one of the greatest headmasters in Hogwarts history. Snape is caught off guard by this flattery. His ears tinged with a hint of crimson. How could I not know that I am one of the greatest headmasters? He mutters, brushing his long hair to cover his ears. But you, on the other hand, are the most silver-tongued person in Hogwarts history, without exception. I am serious. Isa pouts. In my eyes, you are the best headmaster. Just like Dumbledore. Snape, quick to mask his bewilderment with sharp words, retorts, how old are you? Pouting like that? Is your maturity stuck at 3 years old? With such childishness, do you still wish to create a Marauders map? Isa promptly straightens her lips and obediently replies. I could always seek external assistance. Snape realizes she could consult her father, one of the most outstanding students in Hogwarts history. However, he harbors significant doubts about informing Voldemort about the creation of the Marauders map. It's fine. My dad has been preoccupied with the cultural festival lately, and has no time to concern himself with what we are doing. I will only ask him technical questions. He only needs to provide answers. Isa perceives Snape's hesitations and adds, even if my dad finds out, he will only be pleased with how capable we are. With his abilities, creating a Marauders map would be a piece of cake. He just hasn't thought of the idea himself. Snape's doubts are alleviated by half. We can definitely do it, Isa encourages herself. With a professor around, what can't we accomplish? Severus, you are the best. My dad is also incredibly capable. Snape realizes that Isa is merely an unthinking admirer of his and Voldemort's. Yet he feels a twinge of delight at this realization. Snape rarely experienced such unabashed praise in his past. During his student days, his professors would commend his excellence, but only to a limited extent. After becoming a Death Eater, Voldemort had only generously praised him twice. Once when he revealed the overheard prophecy and again when he killed Dumbledore. Voldemort's commendation pierced his heart like knives. As a spy, both the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters doubted him. Aside from the flattery from a few Slytherin students after he became headmaster, he had not heard such earnest and childish praise in quite some time. Isa never conceals her admiration for him. Perhaps if he merely brewed a pot of high-quality elixir of life in potions class, she would regard him as a world saver, her eyes sparkling with an almost eerie light. Looking at him with fervor. Even a simple spell, like one that automatically categorizes potions, would leave her in awe, exclaiming, of course it's Severus. So impressive. Clearly, she could accomplish these feats herself. Initially, Snape suspected she had ulterior motives. As the daughter of Voldemort, she could very well be attempting to win him over for her father. However, after 2 years of interaction, he realized he had overthought it. She genuinely just had a habit of exuberantly praising him. He was unaccustomed to such a sincere and mindless admirer. He attempted various means to deter her, such as deliberately not returning her Christmas gifts, refusing her invitations to partner up during class, or outright mocking her. Yet, when he found himself reluctant to fully mock her, he recognized that he might truly have accepted her. He accepted this peculiar, vivacious, and somewhat naive yet astute and kind-hearted Isabella. The only lingering caution he held was her identity. She is Voldemort's daughter, with profound feelings for him. Yet, whenever he interacted with her, he often forgot this fact. Only recalling it when Isa insisted on giving her father some recognition in an attempt to bolster his presence. So it's settled then. Isa jots down notes briskly. And the Marauders map project is officially underway. What shall we inscribe on the cover? Perhaps something akin to the dashing and captivating king of the winged bats, and the enchanting king of the green robes present to you the live point map. Is the password simply Hala Madrid? Who on earth are the kings of the winged bats and green robes? Snape, in a fit of rage, flipped the table, exclaiming, are you itching for a reprimand? I must warn you that this behavior could lead to your expulsion. Chapter 22. Epilogue: The Accidental Fatherhood of Tom Riddle, Part 1. Tom Riddle stood at the entrance of the girls' restroom on the second floor, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. After confirming that no one was watching, he swiftly slipped inside. As a person of unwavering resolve and a scion of Slytherin, Tom had tirelessly sought the legendary Chamber of Secrets, traversing every nook and cranny of Hogwarts. He even stumbled upon the Room of Requirement, yet the elusive chamber remained hidden from him. He could not afford to relent. After meticulously retracing his steps, it dawned upon him that he had never ventured into the girls' restroom. He was hardly a deviant. Why would he seek the chamber there? Furthermore, was Salazar Slytherin truly the sort to construct a secret chamber within a girls' restroom? Despite his unwavering faith in the integrity of his ancestor, Tom decided to explore the restroom nonetheless. He gazed at the S-shaped emblem on the faucet with a conflicted heart. His forebear could indeed be a peculiar individual who chose to hide a chamber in the girls' restroom. Tom splashed water on his face, reaffirmed his conviction, and then addressed the faucet, uttering in Parseltongue, "Open." Remarkably, a thunderous rumble erupted from the sink, revealing a pipe large enough to accommodate an adult man. Leading into an abyss below, Tom peered down, but the darkness and faint odor emanating from the pipe were off-putting. Reluctantly, he prepared to descend. The diligent student conjured 5 protective spells around himself, and enveloped his form in a protective bubble, determined to avoid any unsavory substances within the pipe. After all, this was his only set of expensive robes. With a moment of hesitation, truth be told, his resolve had been wavering ever since he discovered the chamber's location. He pinched his nose and leaped into the pipe. The stench was unbearable, navigating through countless rat bones. With his wand, the purple-cloaked one, casting a faint glow, he cautiously approached a motionless figure lying ahead. Raising his wand, he discerned that the prone figure was a girl clad in Slytherin robes. She appeared to be unconscious. Tom inched closer, ever wary of a potential ambush, and finally beheld her face. He gasped. It was as if the chamber had conjured a female version of himself. Save for her long hair and softer features, the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to him, right down to the slight downturn of her lips and the widow's peak at her hairline. Could it be that the chamber's purpose was to create a female counterpart for the heir of Slytherin? Cautiously, Tom approached the girl and prodded her face with his wand. She stirred, smacking her lips and moving her arms. Tom was taken aback, almost losing his balance. However, the girl merely stretched, her bones cracking, and slowly opened her eyes. Tom regarded her with suspicion. The girl stared at him in bewilderment. "Who are you?" she asked. In an effort to soften his tone, Tom replied in Parseltongue. The girl's eyes widened as she glanced past him, surveying the decor of the chamber. "Am I in the Chamber of Secrets? You know about the chamber?" Tom felt a sinking sensation in his chest. "Dad, what are you doing here in the chamber? What brings you to school?" The girl tilted her head. "Did you get Botox? Your face looks much younger. Have you dug out your old school robes? Are you back to relive your school days after the cultural festival?" "Dad, what did you just call me?" Tom's expression darkened as he realized the situation was more complicated than anticipated. The girl ignored him and expressed her own discontent. "Ugh. How did I end up on the floor of the chamber? It's filthy. Dad, help me up." Startled by her familiarity and closeness, Tom reluctantly extended his non-wand-holding hand to pull the girl up. Once she stood, she retrieved her wand from her pocket. Tom pointed his wand at her cautiously, but she merely cast a cleaning spell on herself. "I've told Ricardo countless times to properly dispose of his bones after eating, not to leave them scattered at the entrance." The girl brushed off her robes and turned to Tom. "Dad, can you check if my back is dirty?" "Not dirty." Tom found himself responding instinctively, alarmed by his own lack of caution. Could this oblivious young girl truly be his daughter? How could this be possible? He was staunchly anti-marriage. "Dad, what's wrong? You didn't even tell me you were coming to school." The girl continued to hold his hand with ease, and Tom instinctively tried to pull away, only to be restrained by her grip. How peculiar. How did she know that he despised being pinched? Tom was beginning to accept that this girl might indeed be his daughter. He pondered whether the chamber was a time-bending anomaly, either bringing her to his era or him to hers. "I am 16 years old, Tom finally decided to probe. "Oh, 16, the girl replied, leading him deeper into the chamber. "All right, role-playing? What brings 16-year-old dad to school?" Tom abruptly halted, pulling her back to face him. "I am Tom Riddle at the age of 16, currently in my 6th year at Hogwarts, and I do not have a daughter." The girl looked utterly bewildered. "Dad, you even came up with a pseudonym? But you're using your old face. Everyone at school knows you." Tom was exasperated. He began to question the girl's connection to him. Surely, she could not be his daughter with such intelligence. "Who are you?" he asked, releasing her hand and coldly inquiring, "Why are you in the chamber? How can you speak Parseltongue, and why do you call me Dad?" The girl stood frozen in place. "Isn't it 1972? She asked incredulously. "Am I some sort of time traveler?" "It is 1945. Tom tightened his grip on his wand. The girl's expression flickered through a range of emotions before she exhaled deeply. "I am your future daughter. I came to the chamber to feed Ricardo after the basilisk was done. and then I inexplicably lost consciousness. She frowned. My name is Isabella Slytherin. Tom Riddle. Tom scrutinized her cautiously. Why do you bear the surname Slytherin? Isabella had initially contemplated saying it was because of his youthful delusions, yet she stifled the retort and replied, because you changed it. Tom's face lit up. Changed it? Have I found my wizarding family? Isabella paused, clearly taken aback that a 16-year-old Voldemort had yet to locate the Gaunts, and cruelly shattered his illusion. You found them. They are your maternal grandparents. But they are all deceased. You later changed your name to. Isabella withdrew her wand, eager to channel a persona reminiscent of a certain diary from 1992. As Tom Marvolo Riddle gazed into the air, golden letters began to materialize. With a graceful flick of her wand, Isla transformed the letters into the declaration. I am Lord Voldemort. Tom was evidently taken aback, and then a euphoric expression spread across his face. Am I not entitled to a title? He mused. No, I believe it is purely because you find it rather stylish. Voldemort is a name of French origin, Tom declared, clearly pleased as he interpreted it as a symbol of transcending death. A legacy of aesthetic appreciation, Isla thought. Yet you still lack the surname of Voldemort, Tom pointed out. Isla, feeling somewhat exasperated, lamented, because you have monopolized the most dashing name. Suddenly, Tom realized that obsessing over names seemed rather foolish. He ought to inquire about other matters. What is your story? He began to scrutinize her features. Am I to marry you afterwards? Nonsense. You have no scandal attached to your name, despite witches across Europe wishing to engage with you. Isla chuckled. I suppose I must be a product of some method you are unaware of. Tom could discern no traces of anyone else on her visage. How peculiar. Perhaps this is what bloodline entails. Tom, a man of suspicion, surprisingly accepted the notion that she was his future daughter, having traversed time due to the mysterious temporal distortions of the Chamber of Secrets. What becomes of me? Tom's primary concern lay here. You will ascend to the position of Minister for Magic, widely embraced by the populace, currently orchestrating the unification of Europe. Isla stifled the urge to roll her eyes. However, Tom was oddly discontent. But I aspire to be a Dark Lord akin to Grindelwald. The political arena does not suit me. Who knows why you have changed your mind? Isla herself was quite curious as to why her father had abandoned his ambition of becoming a Dark Lord. Tom was determined to uncover the reason. Did you just mention a basilisk? Tom glanced into the depths of the chamber. Is there a basilisk within? Isla smacked her lips, feeling a pang of sadness at the thought that Ricardo might not recognize her. Yes, I named it Ricardo. Shall I summon it? Tom instinctively closed his eyes. For an academic such as he certainly knew what a basilisk was. Isla silently reached for Tom's hand. He, with his eyes still shut, offered a token resistance before allowing her to grasp it. His daughter's hand was small and soft. Indeed, he had raised her well. Open, key imbued with dark powers. I command you, as the heir of Slytherin, to lift the seal. Is the incantation truly like this? Tom, still with his eyes closed, asked in astonishment. Isla solemnly teased. Indeed. If not spoken, the basilisk shall not emerge. Salazar Slytherin is indeed a perverted old man. The familiar tremor of a heavy object hitting the ground, and the rustling of a large creature approaching filled the air. Isla remained silent. In this era, Ricardo belonged to her father. Close your eyes, Tom commanded. The basilisk obediently shut its eyes, nudging Tom and the still fragrant Isla with its head, nearly toppling them over. Tom opened his eyes, caressing the basilisk with a fervent gleam in his eyes. I shall take you and eradicate the mudbloods in the school. Isla promptly interjected. What about me? Shall I accompany you? I appear unable to return in the short term. Must I attend school with you? Tom's train of thought was interrupted. He turned to regard the small girl whose height barely reached his shoulder, hesitating. It was currently the Christmas holiday, and he had sneaked out of the dormitory at night to seek the chamber, while the school was mostly empty. Although there were few people, it was not devoid of any presence. Bringing back a girl who bore his likeness at such a late hour. Wouldn't that be some ethical drama? We can seek the headmaster, Tom contemplated. He is quite accommodating. You may start learning in Slytherin and gradually find a way back. Tom was eager to hear more about his future exploits in the political realm, becoming a minister. Isla instinctively assumed the headmaster was Dumbledore, thinking to herself that he didn't particularly favor him. What kind of accommodation could that be? It took her a moment to recall that in this era, the headmaster was not Dumbledore. Isla actually held a fondness for Dumbledore and trusted him deeply, likely inciting the youthful and impetuous Tom to feel vexed. What time is it? Is it still possible to find the headmaster? Tom possessed an old pocket watch. He glanced at the time, noting that there was half an hour until curfew. We must hurry. He had completely forgotten about the potential chaos of unleashing a basilisk. Ricardo led them out of the chamber. Isa hurriedly cast a cleaning charm on them. Your magical prowess is quite commendable, surpassing even that of fourth-year students, Tom remarked approvingly. Isa beamed with pride. That's because you have been an excellent teacher, father. Flattered by the compliment of his future self, Tom felt quite content. They stood at the exit of the room of requirement on the 8th floor when Isa suddenly sneezed. What month is it? She asked, sniffling. It's so cold. Tom effortlessly cast a warming charm upon her, hesitating briefly before draping his scarf around the small girl clad in summer robes. It's Christmas break. We are nearing our final exams, Isa chimed in. Suddenly transported from summer to winter, she felt significantly warmer. You are truly kind, father. Tom grunted in acknowledgement, guiding her toward the headmaster's office. Our headmaster is O.W.T.S. Tom mentioned without any formalities, describing him as a frail old man. If you demonstrate obedience, politeness, and exceptional talent, he will take a liking to you. Isa exclaimed, oh. I imagine he did not live to see your time at school. Tom glanced down at Isa, noting her petite stature, which allowed him to see the same whirl of hair on her head as his own. Indeed, our headmaster is Dumbledore. What 3? Tom asked as he pushed Isa behind a statue near the corridor. Footsteps echoed from around the corner, and Tom nervously glanced back at Isa, who stood in an empty spot. His astute little girl promptly cast a disillusionment charm upon herself. A man with chestnut hair emerged from the corner, carrying a magical lantern. With half an hour until curfew, Tom, what brings you to the Gryffindor Tower at this hour? It was Dumbledore. I have urgent business to attend to with the headmaster. Professor, Tom replied, adopting a mild demeanor. Dumbledore fixed his penetrating gaze upon Tom. Very well, but I hope you retire early after your meeting. Even during the holidays, one must maintain a proper routine. This sounded akin to what her former head teacher would say, Isa thought, holding her breath and remaining motionless. Dumbledore walked away in another direction, and Tom waited a moment before leading Isa out. He has become headmaster? Tom glowered in the direction Dumbledore had departed. Has he ever made things difficult for you at school? Difficult? No, Isa shook her head. He has always been quite kind to me. When I was younger, he would send me Christmas gifts, although I haven't seen much of him since starting school. I suppose that is why he ascended to headmaster. Tom wore an expression of displeasure. Professor Dumbledore is quite impressive. He can grant holidays while other professors take vacations. Yet he spent last summer in Germany seeking out a Dark Lord. Was that when he defeated Grindelwald? Isa was taken aback. Oh my goodness. I'm so close to a historical event. Father, would you like some candy? What kind of candy? Tom lowered his gaze as Isa slipped a handful of fizzing whiz-bees into his palm. She smiled brightly at him. I do not eat candy, Tom declined. Yet he absent-mindedly tucked the sweets into his pocket. He treats you so well. Could it be that I have a future connection with him? I do not know. But it seems you do not hold a high regard for Professor Dumbledore in the future. That is certainly the case. Tom let out a grunt, resolutely affirming that nothing would alter this fact. They arrived at the entrance of the headmaster's office, adorned with a grotesque gargoyle-shaped water tap. Clearing his throat, Tom spoke the password, Achilles, to the statue. The door swung open with a resounding thud. Isabella followed Tom up the spiral staircase, somewhat astonished that her father knew the password. A proud smile crept across Tom's face. Well, I am the prefect, after all. Isabella thought to herself, as expected. My father has always been remarkable. Prefect, male president of the student council, and achieving all O's and OWL's in news. President of the student council? Tom pondered for a moment. Indeed, I could certainly attain that. They paused before the office door, and Tom gently knocked. A weary voice from within beckoned, enter. Headmaster O.W.T.S was a frail old man, clearly incredulous regarding Isabella's time-traveling tale of being discovered by her father at Hogwarts. You can tell by our appearances, Tom exclaimed, weariness and excitement mingling in his expression. It seems Isabella cannot return in the short term. I believe we must contact the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic. Matters concerning time are their purview. O.W.T.S widened his eyes, glancing back and forth between Isabella and Tom. But, how can this young lady prove she hails from 1972? Isabella appeared unfazed. Do you possess a pensieve? She deftly extracted a memory from her temple with the tip of her wand, and deposited it into the pensieve. A translucent figure of an adult Tom, seated and reading a newspaper, slowly emerged from the basin. Tom clenched his fingers. He recognized that it was his future self. Voldemort, handsome, mature, and exuding an extraordinary aura, appeared formidable even while casually perusing the news at the breakfast table. The headline declared Voldemort's inaugural speech as the new Minister for Magic. Today, I shall host a friend, Voldemort remarked, flipping through the pages. He is the Minister of Magic from Germany. tPullOutCaseStudiesDuringDuel gazed at the future minister with a sense of admiration, while Tom struggled to suppress his pride and excitement. As Voldemort gradually faded from view, another figure gracefully ascended. Dumbledore, with his white beard and hair, donned in a purple robe adorned with starry sequins. Isabella has grown so much, he cheerfully remarked, conjuring a bubble of snowflakes with his wand to present to Isabella off camera. Do you like the sweets I sent, Tom? Tom endeavored to maintain a composed expression. Isabella retrieved her memory. tPullOutCaseStudiesDuringDuel exhaled a long sigh, rubbing his temples. It seems I shall have to allow Miss Riddle to temporarily reside at Hogwarts. What year are you in? Second year, Professor, Isabella replied respectfully, refraining from correcting his mispronunciation of her surname. I will expedite your enrollment process. tPullOutCaseStudiesDuringDuel glanced at the sorting hat on the shelf. You should not require another sorting. However, there is one issue. tPullOutCaseStudiesDuringDuel turned his gaze to the tall and short duo. You cannot refer to each other as father and daughter in public. It will cause complications. Tom's mind raced. She is my sister. Isabella was taken aback by the sudden familial shift. For the time being, you shall reside in the Slytherin dormitory. tPullOutCaseStudiesDuringDuel checked the time. It's nearly curfew. You should hurry back to sleep. What 3? Isabella inquired while following Tom back to the Slytherin common room. Tom was taken aback, recalling that he had mentioned something similar to her before meeting Dumbledore, surprised that she remembered. Hesitantly he reached out, but ultimately relented, ruffling Isabella's hair. You and I share 3 cowlicks. Isabella looked up, beaming at Tom. I'm so thrilled to hear you say I resemble you. However, once Tom had ruffled her hair enough, he withdrew his hand. From now on, addressing each other will be rather complicated. I refuse to call you brother or Tom, Isabella quickly asserted. Of course, calling him Tom in front of Voldemort would be utterly reckless. I shall call you. They halted at the entrance to the Slytherin common room, and Isabella took Tom's hand, solemnly yet sweetly addressing him as Lord. Tom. Isabella, Lord is not my future name. It's merely an honorific. Oh, I thought you would appreciate such a melodramatic title, like my master or my lord. Am I foolish? To allow my daughter to address me as master or lord. Then what should I call you? Isabella sighed in defeat. Tom pondered quietly, recalling a name he cherished deeply from his future. You may call me Voldy. Isabella's eyes widened as if she had encountered a ghost. What an absurd name from some fan fiction. Are you still sane, father? I suppose I shall just call you brother. Bro. She collapsed against Tom. Brother. Get up, Tom replied with a stoic expression, opening the door to the common room. I have 100 ways to ensure you cannot survive in Slytherin. Tom, unexpectedly embracing the role of a father, held his drowsy daughter, Isabella, as they strolled towards his dormitory. This was entirely because he couldn't enter the girls' dormitory. He certainly didn't want his daughter to spend a lonely night in an empty dormitory. It was not at all because he wished to share a bed with her. Chapter 23, Ambition. Isabella would forever remember the scene from her past life in Lijiang, where she was accosted by a vendor selling hand-painted maps. She recalled the colorful watercolor map, imbued with an abstract beauty, showcasing charming little buildings. Determined, she resolved to purchase one as a keepsake, only for the vendor to cheerfully extend a finger, 100 yuan. Now, biting her feather quill, she eagerly presented her hand-drawn map of Hogwarts to Snape. Snape unfurled the map, his brows gradually furrowing before relaxing again. What do you think? Isabella asked eagerly. Isn't it amazing? Indeed, Snape replied gently. I intend to gift this map to James Potter. Why him? If he roams at night using this map, he will undoubtedly be caught by Filch, fulfilling my heart's desire for revenge. Isabella thought, you could simply say my drawing is terrible. Snape patted her shoulder, adopting a mentor's tone. One must not discourage a child's enthusiasm, and children should refrain from using foul language. Nevertheless, he meticulously folded the map before storing it away. Regarding the password for the map, Snape interlaced his fingers upon his knees. I think we should create 2 versions, each with its own password. Isabella, inexplicably excited, exclaimed. So everyone's Marauder's map will be a personalized VIP edition? Precisely, Snape confirmed. Isabella exhaled in delight before retrieving a letter from her homework pile, opening it to extract a standard printed map of Hogwarts. Snape, incredulous, questioned, why didn't you present this earlier instead of insisting on hand-drawing it? Because making things by hand is essential, Isabella asserted. Children should not use foul language. This map was used by Voldemort in his quest to find the Chamber of Secrets. The girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor is even marked in red ink. It was exceptionally accurate, detailing all hidden passages and their methods of access. Isabella lowered her voice. This is highly confidential. Only we are permitted to see it. Snape nodded gravely, then tapped the map, retrieving a duplicate which he kept for himself. As a figure of considerable authority, Snape's magical prowess far exceeded Isabella's. He expertly completed most of the map's creation, and on the eve of final exams, he presented a blank piece of parchment to the diligently studying Isabella. Incendio, he incanted, touching the tip of his wand to the blank page, causing the intricate lines of Hogwarts map to instantly emerge. Isabel's eyes widened in astonishment. You did it. However, she expressed her need to access the student roster of Hogwarts. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to mark the locations of everyone. Snape furrowed his brow, stating that only the headmaster and the deputy headmaster had access to the student list. Isabel found this predicament rather challenging. She would have to seek out Dumbledore. How had Potter and his friends succeeded? Snape's face displayed a mixture of derision and resentment. Potter had always been favored by Dumbledore and possessed certain unique abilities. Clearly, that method was beyond their reach. Dejected, Isabel slumped onto the table, fiddling with the footer of her notebook. The creation of the Marauders map was merely one step away from completion, yet with exams concluded, they would soon be on summer break. Who would willingly endure another 2 months of waiting? Let us plan to meet during the summer, Isabel resolved. My father works every day, so he surely won't know what I'm up to. Perhaps we might even discover a way to mark the locations over the summer? Snape did not refuse, murmuring, let us hope so. As soon as summer began, Isabel eagerly invited Snape to join her for a day out. Let us go to Diagon Alley and find a CAF to spend the day. We can work on our assignments and research the Marauders map. I have a new idea that you will absolutely love. Plus, the Dutch Cultural Festival is still ongoing. We can explore that too. After sending out a letter in the morning, by afternoon, a magical bird delivered a response. Oh, you set the time. I won to be attending the cultural festival. Such a succinct and quintessentially Snape-like reply. Thus, the impatient Isabel scheduled their rendezvous for the next day. Upon receiving Snape's note of agreement, she excitedly exclaimed and leaped onto her bed, startling her cat, Cristiano, whose fur stood on end. She rolled around on the bed for a couple of turns before springing up to rummage through her wardrobe for clothes. Pretty clothes. After all, I'm going out with a professor tomorrow, hehehe. When Voldemort opened Isabel's bedroom door, he discovered his daughter clad in an extravagant Lolita dress, making silly poses in front of the mirror. The Moonchosen which solemnly hugged Cristiano, pinching the cat's delicate paw pads, as she prepared to present herself alongside the strongest winger from Portugal. The salvation of the British magical world rests upon us. Am I interrupting your plans to save England? Voldemort asked. Isabel felt an acute embarrassment wash over her. Cristiano struggled to escape her grasp, scampering to rub against Voldemort's feet. Voldemort bent down to scoop up the feline, expertly beginning to pet the cat. Isabel, flustered, hastily removed her hair accessories and jangling bracelets. Voldemort raised an eyebrow, observing her as she discarded her adornments, then asked in a subtly inquisitive tone, Are you going out to meet someone tomorrow? Isabel was even more embarrassed. Wait, how did you know? Given your lazy disposition, you would wear a nightgown all day if you didn't go out. I know you too well. Is it someone special? He couldn't help but inject a hint of gossip into his tone. I recall the Black family is vacationing in Seychelles this year. Who are you going to meet? Isabel's expression stiffened, a mixture of fear and shyness overtaking her. A good friend. Voldemort's demeanor darkened. A boy or a girl? Oh no. How is this like an interrogation from my mother in a past life? Going out to have fun? Who are you going with? How many people? Boys or girls? Where are you going? What activities will you engage in? How much money are you spending? What time are you coming back? Why did you buy so many things? Always frolicking about. Do you even plan to study anymore? Just look at you. Soon you'll be preparing for your exams to enter high school and then university. Isabel discerned a strategy to counter her father's scrutiny. She adopted a serious demeanor and replied honestly, I'm going out with Severus Snape to work on our assignments and to take him to the cultural festival. He is an exceptional student, mature, and possesses a unique talent in potions. He's truly a remarkable individual. I hope to cultivate a relationship with him. Voldemort was taken aback by her response. He had merely been concerned as a parent that his daughter might be out having too much fun with her classmates, never considering any deeper implications. Isabel's answer startled him. Have children these days become so scheming and competitive? Well, wanting to do that is commendable. At least you won't be easily deceived. But it's crucial to have a few genuine friends. Isabel blinked in disbelief. Genuine friends? Is that something my father would say? I don't want your mind to be consumed by calculations, Voldemort said, releasing Cristiano to jump down, ruffling Isabel's hair. You are a good child, the princess of Slytherin. You can make friends without overthinking alliances or factions. You have already done splendidly at school. I'm not trying to be a leader. You already are a leader among the younger students. Voldemort reflected on Lucius's intelligence reports, excelling academically, possessing remarkable abilities, and being personable. You have already established yourself as a leader among your peers. Deliberate attempts to consolidate power would only attract Dumbledore's attention. I know you genuinely consider that boy a friend. It's only natural for someone of his caliber to befriend you, maintain normal interactions, and avoid any nonsensical schemes for manipulation. Isabel was utterly bewildered. Her father possessed such an unexpectedly open-minded and accepting attitude. You don't need to build a faction, just make friends naturally. Could those words truly have come from Voldemort? You can absolutely become a leader based on your own merits. Even if you don't overshadow them, Voldemort smiled. With me around, no one can bully you. His words struck Isabel like a thunderclap, so cool. Her father was so incredibly cool that he had no friends. What sheer luck had she stumbled upon to have such a father? She adored him to bits. Isabel suddenly leaped into Voldemort's embrace. Nuzzling him, "I love you, Dad." Voldemort patted her back, but then suddenly turned serious. "However, you must not date. That Snape is out of the question. And Lauren is even more unsuitable." Isabel had anticipated this. Today Snape wore a rather ordinary ensemble. A white shirt and black trousers. His hair neatly groomed, which was quite extraordinary for him. Isabel gave up on ostentatious attire, opting for a simple dress and a small bag. She stood outside the ice cream shop, holding a double scoop of ice cream in each hand, idly waiting for him. On that sunny morning, the beautiful girl with long hair licked her ice cream, gazing pensively into the distance beneath the sunshade. The person she awaited was him. As Snape emerged from Nocturne Alley, a subtle stir coursed through him. He folded his black cloak neatly and tucked it into a bag enhanced by a space expansion charm. Then, dispelling the disillusionment charm, strode purposefully towards the girl with long hair beneath the parasol. The bewilderment and emptiness in her eyes vanished upon seeing him, replaced by a gleam of excitement and admiration. As though she were beholding a treasure, Snape pressed his lips together, a faint smile gracing his face, revealing the rarest hint of a dimple. In this lifetime, at least one person treated him sincerely. However, as soon as Isabel spoke, all the enchanting atmosphere was obliterated. "Oh my, Severus, you look absolutely dashing in that white shirt. You resemble the quintessential school heartthrob, do you know that? Like the embodiment of youthful vigor. Even though you're now a mature gentleman, don't glare at me like that. Just know that you're far more handsome than Sirius. That guy just smirks all the time, as if he is still stuck in his teenage phase." Isabel handed him an ice cream. "This is for you, mango and mint flavors, topped with some crushed hazelnuts. The mint here is incredibly delicious." Snape habitually accepted the ice cream, feeling weary to the point of not engaging with a foolish girl whose angelic appearance belied her rather boisterous demeanor. "Please refrain from speaking," he implored. "Allow everyone to be deceived by your serene and beautiful exterior for a while longer." His initial impression of Isabella had been splendid, composed, collected, and remarkably intelligent. The young lady had even rewarded him with a honeycomb candy after purchasing an aging potion. However, upon the commencement of the school year, he discovered the true nature of her character, leaving him to ponder how Voldemort could have raised such a daughter. Was it possible that Voldemort himself was equally eccentric? Yet, aside from him and Narcissa, to other students, Isabella remained the epitome of poise and wisdom. What could account for this peculiar discrepancy? Why do I project such a positive image? Isabella mused, walking beside him on Diagon Alley, savoring her matcha-flavored ice cream. It's quite simple. I refrain from speaking and merely smile and act pretentious. My father advised me to speak less. Whenever I open my mouth, I ruin everything. Snape could not help but agree that Voldemort's assessment of her was rather apartment. Still, it perplexed him how she had been taught to behave in such a peculiar manner. After this inexplicable diversion, Snape suppressed the fluttering sensation he experienced upon seeing the sunlit girl with long hair. My father's suggestion is to set up a magical array capable of identifying identities, Isabella stated. Hogwarts itself is equipped with a magical array that distinguishes between wizards and muggles. We simply need to connect it to the Marauder's map. Snape frowned, aware that activating the magical array would undoubtedly attract the attention of the faculty. Isabella winked at him. "We could sneak away during the summer break." "Stop frowning. Your brows will furrow naturally, leading to wrinkles between them," she teased. Snape instinctively relaxed his brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he pursed his lips. Dismissing the notion of sneaking into the school during the summer, Dumbledore would surely discover it. Isabella theatrically cleared her throat, stating, "As far as I know, Dumbledore is about to embark on a journey to France to meet with the headmaster of Beauxbatons." Snape raised an eyebrow. "How do you know this so well?" "I wrote to ask him," Isabella replied honestly. You are remarkably bold. They found a quaint CAF and ordered coffee. Snape opted for a black coffee, devoid of cream or sugar, while Isabella, with a penchant for sweetness, ordered a cappuccino, liberally adding sugar. The sight made Snape feel slightly nauseous. They pulled out their assignments and swiftly began to work. I can resolve all of the defense against the dark arts assignments today, Isabella announced, scribbling her essay without lifting her gaze. I think Professor D'Alto is incredibly accommodating. The assignments he gives us are significantly fewer than those assigned to other houses. Snape recalled that in his previous life, the defense against the dark arts professor had not been D'Alto. The position had changed every few years, primarily due to Voldemort's juvenile curse. Fortunately in this life, Voldemort aspired to become Minister of Magic, and had not applied for a position at Hogwarts. I believe he takes good care of you, Snape remarked, scratching his chin with a quill, correcting a spelling mistake. You've accrued the most points in the entire school. Isabella pondered this for a moment, then decided to dismiss the thought. Perhaps it's because my beauty and kindness have moved him? Snape rolled his eyes. Please be quiet. I'd rather not vomit on my summer assignment. After spending the morning completing their assignments, they had a light lunch before beginning to devise a plan to infiltrate Hogwarts. I know there's a secret passage from the Honeydukes in Hogsmeade to Hogwarts, Isabella informed him. Snape was unaware of this. The only secret route to the outside world he was familiar with was the one from the Shrieking Shack to the Whomping Willow. However, in this life, Lupin had not been bitten, and thus Hogwarts lacked a Whomping Willow. He had no desire to revisit the Shrieking Shack, the site of his own demise. Nevertheless, never in his wildest dreams did he imagine becoming friends with the daughter of his enemy. No, the most terrifying thought was that Voldemort would actually raise a daughter. Then we can find the focal point of the array, Isabella said, jotting down notes on parchment, completing the plan. What do you think? Snape, momentarily distracted, merely responded with a noncommittal as he glanced over the plan. After reviewing it, he found no issues and raised his head. All right. Let us set it for a week from now. Why are you looking at me like that? Isabella had been observing him intently, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It's just wonderful to have conversations like this with you, she said, failing to conceal her expression. Snape shot her a bewildered glance. What on earth? Nothing. By the way, I want to show you something. Isabella quickly suppressed her thoughts, pulling out 2 black-covered notebooks. This one, with the cauldron on it, is a gift for you. Snape took the blank notebook, somewhat puzzled. Is there something special about it? Or is its uniqueness simply its lack of aesthetic appeal? Isabella rolled her eyes. Why don't you try writing something in it? Snape picked up the quill and wrote on the first page. Isabella is a fool. A marvelous occurrence transpired. The current date and time appeared in small print following his sentence. Isabella glanced down at her notebook, her expression darkening. You are a fool, she wrote in response. Snape was astonished to see her words materialize on his notebook. You are a fool, accompanied by the same small print date and time. Is this a communicative notebook? Snape inquired, flipping through the pages with curiosity. Is there a distance limitation? Isabella shook her head. None at all. This was an inspiration she had derived from the diary. I shall name it QQ, she declared solemnly. Did you purchase it, or did your father create it? I made it. You managed to create something so ingenious? Don't underestimate me. Snape couldn't help but chuckle. It's merely average, he nodded. I understand the mechanics behind it. Mainly, your idea is quite innovative. Isabella beamed, and that's not all. This is just the beginning. I plan to add group chats, friends and more. I want to develop a real-time communication tool for wizards. Just with notebooks? That seems rather inconvenient. I'll eventually invent a touchscreen. A grand ambition. My dear girl, Snape mused, gazing at Isabella's animated face somewhat lost in thought. At 13 he too had been filled with such aspirations. He had yearned to rise above others, to trample those who had once belittled him. Yet on the path to realizing that ambition, he had committed irrevocable errors, spending the remainder of his life in penance. He had lost his ambitions. In this life, he existed solely to bring happiness to those around him. He had never contemplated his own future. His aspirations were locked away in the deepest recesses of his mind. Meanwhile, Isabella, a girl with wisdom beyond her years, still looked forward to a bright and promising future. We could develop an internet for the wizarding world. Just thinking about it excites me, Isabella exclaimed, attempting to pull him into her enthusiasm. You can be Severus Zuckerberg, and I'll be Isabella Mahuateng. Internet? Come, let me introduce you to it. Snape interjected. I do not wish to partake in such matters. Huh. Isabella's eyes widened in surprise. But you seemed so interested just now. Your eyes were shining. In this life, I simply wish to live an ordinary existence, not to achieve some grand legacy. Isabella looked at him incredulously. A Slytherin without ambition? What kind of Slytherin are you? Surely you must desire to accomplish something. Do not presume. Severus Snape spoke in a calm tone, declaring himself to be a Slytherin devoid of ambition. He had sacrificed everything for his aspirations. Isabella appeared momentarily stunned. She was well aware of the regretful decisions Snape had made in his previous life when he had allied himself with Voldemort. However, with a hint of hesitation, she informed him, "My father wishes to invite you to dinner tonight." Snape, who had initially aspired to lead a life of simplicity and detachment, was taken aback. What? Chapter 24, Dinner. A thunderous revelation. This was not the first time Snape had encountered the dashing and suave Minister of Magic. This ambitious man bore no resemblance to the bald, serpent-faced figure he had once pledged his loyalty to. Snape pondered over his past naivety, reflecting on how he had once believed that such an abhorrent visage could provide him with any semblance of security. Security? He had genuinely thought that such grotesqueness was a manifestation of formidable dark magic. How misguided he had been. Convinced that this inhuman appearance was a testament to Voldemort's power over his adversaries. Isabella, in her youthful exuberance, was clearly caught up in a bout of adolescent infatuation, which Snape recognized as a troubling legacy. The striking man before him, with hair slicked back with what seemed like an excess of gel, and piercing red eyes, shared little in common with Voldemort save for a peculiar, almost endearing, air of youthful arrogance. Yet, they were fundamentally different. To Snape's astonishment, Voldemort himself had come to collect Isabella, causing quite a stir in the CAF as fans clamored for photographs and autographs before he finally approached her table. Snape was incredulous. Had Voldemort actually cultivated a fan club? It was not entirely unexpected, given that the Death Eaters had originated from the fervent admirers of the remarkably handsome Tom Riddle. Isabella, brimming with joy at her father's arrival, embraced Voldemort with the familiarity of a beloved daughter, and planted a kiss on his cheek, while cameras flashed all around them. Snape was left in a state of bewilderment. Who was he, where was he, and why was he witnessing Voldemort being affectionately greeted by his friend, who had also ruffled her hair? What had become of this world? As Isabella began to gather her belongings, Snape remained frozen in place, locking eyes with Voldemort's crimson gaze, feeling an unexpected tremor within him. Instinctively, he attempted to employ the mental defenses he had not fully activated in years. Yet, there was no familiar sensation of intrusion, no sharp prick of offense. The man before him, possessing the same blood-red pupils as the Dark Lord, merely regarded him with calmness, an innocent 13-year-old, a friend of his daughter. There was no soul-sucking scrutiny, no suspicion, nor madness. Voldemort simply extended an invitation for Snape to join them for dinner, thanking him for his care of Isabella, who in turn playfully prodded him for revealing her secret. "I did not speak incorrectly," Voldemort replied, glancing down at his disapproving daughter. "You wrote to me, stating that you had been sleeping through History of Magic class, and it was your friends who awakened you." Isabella resigned herself to the futility of stopping her father from revealing her shortcomings. "Come on, Severus. The dishes my father prepares are absolutely divine, far beyond the standard of typical British cuisine." Snape found it impossible to decline such an invitation from his former superior and idol. "One moment, please," he managed to smile at Voldemort. "I should inform my mother first." He awkwardly exited the CAF and hurried to the nearby bookstore to notify his mother, who had secured the position of manager there. "Mother, I want to be home for dinner tonight," he announced, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back. "Isabella's father has invited me to his home." Eileen paused in her task of checking inventory, her eyes widening with an unsettling excitement. Isabella's father? Is he the minister? Voldemort himself? Severus felt a pang of dismay. His mother was a fan of Voldemort. Consequently, he was unceremoniously ejected from the bookstore. "Don't forget to bring me back an autograph," she called after him, her enthusiasm palpable. Returning to the CAF, Snape found Voldemort and Isabella waiting for him, both beaming with delight. An overwhelming anxiety washed over him. Isabella offered him a reassuring smile as Voldemort produced a peculiar key made of gobstone. "Welcome to the Voldemort residence," Isabella announced, attempting to maintain her composure as she led the way, while Snape followed, making an effort to keep his gaze in check. Voldemort had changed out of his robes, donning a crisp white shirt as he guided them to the dining room. A long, elegant wooden table was already set for three. Isabella assisted Snape in pulling out a chair before taking her seat opposite him, while Voldemort settled into the head of the table, observing the two children on either side of him with a hint of amusement. "Would you care for a drink?" Voldemort inquired warmly, addressing Snape. "By the time I was your age, I was already partaking in alcoholic beverages. How about a drink, father?" Isabella eagerly chimed in. You may not partake. Instead, enjoy some orange juice, Voldemort replied unyielding. Isabella pouted. Why can't I drink? It's unfair. Snape felt compelled to interject. I shall also have orange juice, thank you. Voldemort nodded. You both will be able to visit Hogsmeade in your 3rd year. I too began drinking at that age. My first was butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks. Isabella agreed. Yes, it's quite delightful. Voldemort shot her a knowing glance. I am aware you indulge in sneaky sips when I'm not around. I know you had Lucius smuggle whiskey for you in your 1st year. Consuming strong liquor at such a young age, especially during flying lessons. Had Severus not been there to save you, you could have met a tragic end. Isabella shrank back, while Snape remained silent, staring at the salad before him. Thank you for your care of Isabella, Voldemort remarked, tapping his glass, as orange juice was poured into their cups. A toast to you. Snape managed a smile, lightly clinking his glass with Voldemort-s, deliberately lowering his own glass beneath the Minister-s. Voldemort took a sip of his juice while ignoring Isabella, who continued to enjoy her drink, and resumed chatting with Snape. Do try the Caesar salad. Winger's dressing is exquisite. Voldemort cast a glance at Isabella, who was happily consuming her meal. I trust you don't behave like this at school. That's nonsense. I am quite the lady at school. Isabella protested after swallowing a mouthful of lettuce. I am a little fairy from Slytherin, just ask Severus. Snape choked slightly, and both he and Voldemort replied in unison. You declared that yourself, didn't you? Isabella felt slighted and crunched angrily on a piece of crusty bread. The two men exchanged amused glances, and Voldemort's laughter eased Snape's tension considerably. The man before him now seemed merely a father conversing with a friend, not the deranged figure of his past. With that, Snape began to relax and truly savor the dinner before him. The culinary delights at the Isa household are truly remarkable, and the two Slytherins at the table are far from being dull conversationalists. Isa is quite familiar with him, able to engage in any topic seamlessly, as long as he refrains from making any sarcastic remarks in front of her father. Voldemort, possessing a vast reservoir of knowledge, began to share anecdotes from his own experiences at Hogwarts, leading to a plethora of intriguing revelations. Isa and Snape both relished Voldemort's eloquent discourse. This handsome man with crimson eyes exuded charm and humor, leaving Snape somewhat entranced. Were he indeed a mere 13-year-old boy, he would have surely found himself utterly captivated by Voldemort's suave demeanor. Later, Lestrange was left with no choice but to seek out herbs that counteracted the testing potion. However, with only 15 minutes remaining until the exam, time was not on his side. Ultimately, when the chief examiner compelled him to drink the testing potion, he contemplated discreetly discarding it, only to be caught red-handed by Examiner Foster, who forced him to consume it. His complexion began to shift dramatically, transitioning from blue to green, and finally settling into a striking gold. Desserts were served, and Voldemort recounted a tale from his O.W.T.S. examination, where a classmate, having cheated using Felix Felicis, was caught by the chief examiner. Isa listened with rapt attention, while Snape half-heartedly absorbed the narrative, recalling the numerous students he had caught cheating with the same potion, all of whom had ultimately faced his wrath and confinement. Severus must possess remarkable potion-making skills, Voldemort suddenly remarked, singling him out. Professor Slughorn holds you in high regard. With your talents, you will undoubtedly brew Felix Felicis before graduation. Snape straightened slightly, expressing his gratitude for the professor's kind words. Voldemort glanced at Isa, a smirk playing on his lips. Do not be modest. A friend of Isa's caliber is certainly not of mediocre stature. Snape pursed his lips, staring intently at Isa, who beamed with delight as if she had been complimented. Isa had a knack for stirring trouble, Voldemort commented, to which Isa protested. I do not. I am quite well behaved. I know, Voldemort replied. You have been greatly aided by him. I am immensely pleased that you have such a friend. Isa gazed at Snape with unmistakable joy, seemingly elated by Voldemort's acknowledgement. Voldemort affirmed him. Snape pondered whether garnering Voldemort's attention was a boon or a bane. I am equally delighted to have forged a friendship with Isa. She deserves nothing less. Snape exhaled, recognizing the rarity of a friend like her, who placed such trust in him. However, he vowed never to repeat the mistakes of his past. He would never again harm those he cherished in pursuit of power and ambition. After traversing the Floo network, Isa stretched languidly, exclaiming, Wasn't Severus magnificent? Voldemort smacked his lips. That lad becomes exceedingly anxious in my presence. He must be quite the admirer. Isa rolled her eyes inwardly, recalling how Voldemort had met his demise in her previous life. Nonetheless, the young man displayed remarkable composure and maturity, undoubtedly having looked after her well. Voldemort glanced around. Where has Nagini gone? I haven't seen her all evening. She broke a Chinese vase so I can find her, Isa replied calmly. Of course, given that in her past life the professor had been killed by Nagini. She had to ensure that the serpent was kept at bay, lest it frighten the professor into unconsciousness. Voldemort, ever the serpent's servant, went to release his pet. Isa observed the great snake, which had been confined for 2 hours, and was now coiling around her father, whimpering for attention. And she let out a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, all was well. However, they still needed to sneak back to school next week. And this had to be kept from her father. Snape returned home in a daze, emerging from the fireplace. Eileen quickly brushed off the soot, asking, "How was the food? Did you enjoy it?" "It was quite good. Isa's father is rather pleasant," he replied. "Voldemort seems to quite like him." Snape shivered at the thought. Eileen extended a hand. "Severus? You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Forgotten what?" Snape inquired. "The signed photograph." Thus, a week later, the two of them met at their usual spot in Diagon Alley, prepared with their essentials for a clandestine infiltration of Hogwarts. Upon arriving at Hogsmeade's Honeydukes through the Floo network, Snape hesitated before speaking. Engrossed in donning her disposable invisibility cloak, Isa did not notice Snape's unusual silence. When they evaded the shopkeeper and entered the storeroom, revealing the secret passage, Snape finally summoned his courage. "Do you have a signed photo of your father?" Isa nearly tumbled down the passage. "I have a signed poster," she replied, still dazed as Snape steadied her. Snape felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. They walked in silence, illuminating the flickering glow of their wands as they traversed the passageway. Isa, filled with curiosity, asked, "Could it be that your idol is?" Silence. "We shall not discuss this topic," Snape snapped sternly. Chapter 25. Isa the fairy has something to say. The author, regrettably lacking in narrative depth concerning my previous life, has only noted that I was an ardent pseudo-soccer fan. Oh, and to satisfy her peculiar whims, she forcibly imposed upon me an intermittent northeastern accent. This narrative is a fanfiction, and my reincarnation serves merely to fulfill the requirements of the plot. Were I a reader, I too would find little interest in the protagonist's backstory prior to their reincarnation. The allure of fanfiction lies in the triumphs following their rebirth. Who cares about the protagonist's nostalgic laments for the past as they weep at the moon? Thus, the author, being considerate, refrained from including any details about my former life, resulting in my own confusion regarding my identity, age, and whether I had perished. I am unable to reminisce about loved ones based on the cliches of reincarnation. Should I ever express, "Oh, how I miss my father and mother. I long to return to my original world," the author would mercilessly awaken me to reality. "You are a fool. Your character's background is that of an orphan. Isn't that bewildering? However, I am a bright and cheerful fairy, and my father treats me exceptionally well. I am content and have no need to dwell on the past. Moreover, I was certainly not an orphan in my previous life." Given my understanding of the author, she despises the trope of protagonists being orphans. How could a harmonious family fail to nurture a radiant fairy such as myself? Additionally, I must clarify that I do not speak with a northeastern accent. I articulate in a rich, standard London accent. Has the author forgotten this is a Harry Potter fanfiction? She should try to convey a northeastern tone in English. She is merely a petty individual yearning for the black earth of her homeland. I could berate her in 81 different dialects, you know. Regarding my father, I cherish him deeply. Ironically, my greatest disappointment in him occurred during the first 6 years of my amnesia. Imagine, a fragile little girl devoid of memories, confined to a grand estate, accompanied only by a house elf and a snake, while her father, like a cat, toiled incessantly, occasionally taking her out for a brief respite before returning her indoors. It was utterly heart-wrenching. After regaining my memories, why did I come to love him once more? Consider this. As a father, he would earn a solid 70 out of 100. Quite commendable, wouldn't you say? He shows concern for me, provides me with delightful sustenance, and aside from his limited time spent with me, he is rather decent. In my amnesiac state, I yearned for familial companionship and communication. Yet my father was preoccupied with his work, ruling over Britain, with little time for me. Thus, I hoped for a score of 90, but he fell short, leading to my disappointment. However, once my memories returned, I knew precisely who he was. A loveless, bald dark lord. Suddenly discovering that the seemingly grotesque boss is, in fact, charming and handsome, and has become an almost omnipotent figure for me, akin to a father who fulfills my every wish. While I have transformed into an ostentatious descendant of Slytherin, who still cares whether the grand boss chooses to engage in playful activities with me. After regaining my memories, I set my expectations for the boss so low that I would be grateful for merely passing marks. Yet, to my astonishment, he managed to score a commendable 70 points. nearly bringing me to tears. Moreover, I increasingly feel that I have indeed influenced him positively. I must ask you all, who else would dare to embrace Voldemort? Who else would dare to kiss him? I have been dedicated to charming my father since I learned to walk. Whenever he returns home from work, I rush to envelop him in a hug and plant a loving kiss on his cheek. Though it may be somewhat embarrassing to do so at school, I have persevered. Have I not? Surely I am his favorite. Oh dear author, I sincerely hope you do not pair my father with any romantic interests. I cannot bear the thought of a stepmother or stepfather. I am well aware that many relish the idea of pairing my father with that character named Fassbinder. How absurd. Fassbinder should be with McAvoy, and Eric with Charles. This is the fundamental baseline for any EC Shark beauty party. Even if my father were to suffer a tragic breakdown, a mere hair regrowth potion is within my capabilities. If all else fails, I could always enlist Severus' assistance. Regarding the professor, yes, I wish to pursue him. And what of it? I hold affection for him. Especially for that man who has endured the ravages of war and borne the weight of humiliation. Had he not been reborn, I might never have dared to befriend him. I would likely only have gazed at him from afar, intervening to prevent Sirius from bullying him. And nothing more. Yet he is reborn, the very man for whom I once wept, my designated idol. He possesses numerous terrifying flaws. And I adore him, not only for his resilience and character, but even his sharpness endears him to me. Am I truly such a hopeless fangirl? Facepalm. Some say they cannot comprehend us, the professor's admirers, who find him laughable for being perceived as worthless beyond that poignant love story. No. Severus Snape is captivating for reasons that extend beyond mere infatuation. A man who learns he has caused the death of his beloved and chooses to sacrifice himself. Does that not count as profound devotion? He even relinquished his own life. Yet, more painful than the departed are those who remain alive. What makes Severus truly compelling is his perseverance through suffering. He labors without complaint to atone for his transgressions, enduring physical torment, the Cruciatus curse, all while being suspected as a double agent by both sides, walking a precarious tightrope. He is continually tormented by the anxiety of revealing his true self, silently aiding those students who harbor resentment towards him during their 7th year. It is precisely because his sacrifices are so monumental, the misunderstandings and hatred he bears so weighty, that his eventual redemption is rendered so shocking and heart-wrenching. A mere infatuated soul's death might elicit only pity, but Severus, beginning with his fervent love, achieves the extraordinary feat of dying as a hero. Something even the most callous may not attain. The ephemeral nature of romantic love is not the key to judging Severus. Tears are reserved for heroes. Oh how this besotted fan long to weep. Author, why must you craft such intricate plots? Let the professor be reborn without complications. I would be content to merely adore him from a distance. Why compel me to pursue him? And you, impudent one, must you insistently declare, Father, I cannot OOC. When in other Mary Sue stories, it is so simple for a character to feel a flutter of emotion at discovering their heart has found a long-lost spark in her presence? Why must you insist on starting from the friendship angle? Friendship, friendship, friendship. What nonsense. I have endured the barbs of this acerbic little tyrant for 2 years, and only now has he felt a mere tremor in his heart. At this pace, must I resort to some dramatic act to progress our story? Ah, how I despise this predicament. Chapter 26, Strolling Along the Street. Isabella has never harbored any desire to visit school during the summer, in this life or the last. The school she adores is defined by the rhythms of daily life and the professors and classmates she shares it with. This empty building holds no allure for her. Severus is intimately familiar with Hogwarts Castle. He silently guides Isabella toward the underground depths of the castle. Do you know where the formation is? Isabella hastens her pace to walk alongside Severus. In the cellar? How come we students have never discovered it? Severus glances at her askance. Have you ever observed closely? Isabella pouts, well, not really. Severus halts before Slughorn's office. He extends his wand, tracing the patterns along the wall beside the wooden door. Channeling magic to lightly draw a circle, which illuminates a thin line of light upon the wall. Every teacher's office contains a part of this magic formation, he states, familiar and poised as he prepares to pry open the door. Is it really appropriate for a former potions professor to break into his own office like this? Isabella interjects. No, no, no. There will be traces left behind. She grasps Severus's hand, which holds the wand, and he trembles slightly, realizing that Isabella is oblivious to his discomfort. She merely guides his hand away from the door before releasing it. That brief connection seems inconsequential to her. However, for the elderly man who has not held a peer's hand for decades, his ears flush with warmth. What a thrilling experience. Isabella clears her throat and calls out in Parseltongue to the small silver snake coiled around the doorknob. Hey there, young one. Would you mind opening the door? The little silver serpent obediently flicks its tail, pressing down on the doorknob. The office door creaks open. Come in. Isabella cheerfully beckons, naturally reaching for Severus's sleeve. The still stiff young man is led into Slughorn's office by this adept charmer. As a frequent visitor to the Slug Club, Isabella is quite familiar with this cozy office. Slughorn has adorned it in warm tones, filled with comfortable armchairs and small tables. Along the walls, shelves display photographs of outstanding students alongside him. While potion ingredients are relegated to a corner, Severus approaches Slughorn's desk, gently touches the wall behind it, and nods, this is the spot. He retrieves a map from his pocket, taps it to ignite a fire, and once the map appears he spreads it against the wall, resting his wand's tip upon it while murmuring a Latin incantation. As the magic flows, the formation activates, safeguarding the castle and its territory from intruders. The once wallpapered patterns on the wall gradually illuminate with a soft golden glow. The formation is now active. A bead of sweat appears on Severus's brow, and a glimmer of gold emanates from his wand tip as he carefully maneuvers it, lightly sketching the outline of the formation on the map. The golden formation gradually becomes clear, as though it is being imprinted onto the map. Once the entire miniature formation is faithfully replicated onto the map, Severus relinquishes his hold, pulling down the map as if exhausted. Hand me your version as well, he requests wearily, extending his hand towards Isabella. I'll manage on my own. Confident that she can replicate the formation onto the map, the studious Isabella insists, you take a break. Severus does not press further, instead collapsing into Slughorn's large, plush chair. Resembling a weary fish out of water, Isabella follows suit, placing her map over the activated formation, and using her wand to guide the formation to completion. The energy required to replicate the formation is substantial, and once Isabella finishes, she too feels utterly drained. She staggered backward. Yet she did not forget to deactivate the magical array. Snape hurriedly steadied her, preventing her from toppling over. You are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, dazed, giving him a thumbs up. Let us be off. Thus, these two 13-year-olds, unmindful of any potential embarrassment, supported each other as they made their way back to the secret passage. They languished in a CAF in Diagon Alley for the entire afternoon, until they regained their composure. Creating magical arrays is exhausting, Isa remarked, feeling utterly spent. Akin to a salted fish. No wonder so few wizards could manage such spells. Snape was the first to recover. He had already begun marking points of interest on his living map. The colors of the 4 houses were red, yellow, blue, and green, while the faculty was represented in black. Snape poked at the map, particularly highlighting the paw print of Madame Loris. Isa leaned closer to take a look and noticed Filch still wandering about the school, while Madame Loris's tiny paw print sniffed around the cellar, likely having detected the presence of students. You are truly impressive, Isa marveled. I must learn these little tricks from you. Snape calmly tapped the map, extinguishing its glow and returning it to a blank sheet, then fixed his gaze on Isa, saying, now you try it yourself. Isa raised an eyebrow, accepting the challenge. She cleared her throat, tapped her own map, and recited the incantation, Zhuzhong Wenzhou, Zhuzhong Wenzhou. The map gradually manifested on the blank page. She strained to recall the spells Snape had used, and with a flurry of precise gestures, she managed to mark points of interest as well, though she could not distinguish the colors of the houses, resulting in a less refined version. Snape assisted her by making minor adjustments, adding the colors and the cute little paw prints that were decidedly incongruous with his usual style. It's done. Isa cheered, then turned the map back into a blank sheet, exclaiming, the Jiangnan leather factory has closed down. Snape chose not to delve into the nature of her peculiar incantation. With some time left, Isa finished her juice, straightened up from the soft seat, and suggested, shall we go see the cultural festival? I will not go. If you wish to, you may, Snape replied with a stony expression. This magical windmill can grind potions with just a touch of magic. Isa tugged Snape to a stall selling small windmills, stopping him in his tracks. Hey Severus, do you like this? Ultimately, despite his initial reluctance, Snape picked up the small windmill and examined it, furrowing his brow, unsure of how finely it could grind ingredients, wishing for a live demonstration. Isa eagerly enticed the stall owner, using the magical windmill to grind a piece of honeycomb candy she had on her, and after Snape's assessment, they found it could grind some not overly hard herbs. The affluent Isa purchased 3, and Snape, who was not lacking in funds, bought one as well. One for us and Narcissa, and another for Lily. She isn't particularly fond of potion making after all. Isa stowed the items in her storage bag. Oh look. There's another stall selling tulip bulbs. Let us check it out. Perhaps we can grow flowers in the dormitory. Snape, who had initially complained about the lack of sunlight in the cellar, still followed her to the flower stall. "Do you think today counts as a date?" she mused, having spent lavishly and purchasing a bag of chocolates. Isla suddenly remembered and playfully flirted with Snape. Snape calmly returned her jest, stating, "You are dreaming." Undeterred, Isla broke off a piece of dark chocolate and watched as he frowned while tasting it, then smiled as she led the way to the next stall. Regardless, this was a date, and denial was futile, she thought with a playful smirk. Chapter 27 Boggett. It was a shared nightmare for both of them, the Dark Lord who had slain love. When third year began, Isla was exceedingly excited. Third year meant they could visit Hogsmeade. They could openly indulge in drinking. The only all-wizarding village in England was a veritable paradise for couples, with lovebirds swarming the streets on school days. Having never had the chance to don the FFF group's black robes, Isla felt as though her mental age was a solid 30. As a single woman, she had finally qualified to be a witch. In truth, she was indeed a witch, proficient in various fire spells, eagerly anticipating the day they could revel freely. During the opening ceremony, Isla sang the school song with exuberance, her tone vibrant. "Let us embrace the mundane while studying profound magic. Let us toast and sing, sharing our youthful days." Snape, as ever, monotonously hummed the centuries-old Greensleeves with a mumbled voice, finishing rapidly. Dumbledore waved his hand to announce the feast, and Isla, with a plate of fried noodles, turned to Narcissa to gossip. "So, how was your vacation in Seychelles?" Narcissa, already tanned, rolled her eyes at the idea of using potions to lighten her skin. Sirius had a fierce argument with Aunt Walburga, and the next day he took Regulus with him, declaring he would run away from home, only to return the very next day, hungry. Regulus mentioned that Sirius's counterfeit Muggle money had been recognized, nearly resulting in a beating, after which he had to use magic to escape. The French Ministry of Magic's abuse of power had caused quite a ruckus. Isla thought to herself that she was aware of this, as Sirius had written her a letter detailing his escapade after returning home, feeling quite aggrieved. Regulus, the little angel, had even taken the blame before their parents, leading to a quarrel over who should shoulder the blame. However, due to this commendable attitude of admitting fault, the black couple had mitigated the punishment, though a month of writing assignments was still inevitable. Sirius had even included a piece of the Muggle money he had transformed, asking her to point out its flaws. Isla scrutinized it and replied, "There is nothing wrong with this pound. Even an experienced connoisseur like myself cannot detect any flaws. However, dear boy, ignorance can be detrimental. Seychelles, being a French colony, does not use pounds." Isla cast a glance towards the Gryffindor table, where Sirius animatedly conversed with James while eating. Lily, noticing Isla's gaze, smiled back. Isla nudged Snape, who was engrossed in his steak. "Lily is smiling at us." Snape continued to eat, urging her, "Just focus on your meal. Don't wake up starving in the middle of the night, and come knocking on our dormitory door, crying for a midnight kitchen visit." Avery nearly had a scare last time. Caught in a moment of embarrassment over past transgressions, Isla fell silent, lowering her head to eat her noodles. "But last time, after deducting 200 points from me, you still led me to the kitchen to eat," she thought, secretly flashing a mischievous grin. In their third year, aside from being allowed to leave the school grounds, they also needed to select elective courses. Isla had previously conferred with Narcissa and Snape, and they all agreed on ancient runes and arithmancy. However, they were utterly taken aback when Isla unexpectedly chose Muggle studies. What is there to learn from that? Narcissa quietly advised her regarding her schedule. Muggle studies has always been a class for Muggle-born students to scrape by for credits. Snape remained in shock at the notion that Voldemort's daughter, who had killed a Muggle studies professor, would even consider taking the course. "I am merely seeking to understand how wizards perceive ordinary people, Muggles, Isla explained, although a significant part of her motivation was indeed to earn credits. Nevertheless, Narcissa, of the Black family, felt somewhat betrayed and was displeased. Isla and her father were both researching the interchange between electricity and magic. The wizarding world had numerous electrically powered devices, yet these inventions had seen a marked decline over the past decade. The original reason was the enactment of the Muggle Protection Act, which severely hampered technological exchange between wizards and Muggles. Regarding the issue of communication with Muggles, Isla sincerely wished to express her gratitude to Fassbinder. He was the one who changed Voldemort-'s perceptions of Muggles. Fassbinder's grandfather was a wizard who served as a diplomat for the German Axis during World War II in Neon. After narrowly escaping from Hiroshima, he eventually found his way back to Germany, where he unearthed the haunting memories of that devilish August to present to each of his adult descendants. Upon sharing the ancestral recollections with Voldemort, the Dark Lord was momentarily stricken with neurosis, terrorized by the mushroom clouds and the grim aftermath of radiation. Once he regained his composure, he ceased indiscriminately slaying Muggles, fearing that a careless muggle might inadvertently deploy a cloud bomb. As his heir, Isa is merely 13 years old, and in Voldemort's eyes, she still requires his guardianship. Thus, she has not been granted permission to witness that dreadful memory. However, the seasoned veteran, who had once torn through foes, had no desire to confront such terrifying visions. She had already watched the documentary, which had left her feeling nauseated and unable to eat. Voldemort, too, harbored concerns that his daughter might disregard muggles. In recent years, with the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and the United States, the geopolitical landscape has undergone significant transformations. Voldemort, more sensitive than Isa, who had previously memorized examination points, would peruse the Times before the Daily Prophet during breakfast, murmuring gravely to himself, "Nixon, Kissinger, the world is about to change." Isa listened, trembling with trepidation. "You know, in August 1945, Voldemort mused, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, unconditional surrender on August 15th, the Declaration of Humanity by MacArthur, the peace in the Korean Peninsula, the hefty little boy and the slender fat man." Isa hurriedly recited her study points, then wiped her mouth and scampered upstairs to hide in her room, leaving Voldemort in the dining room, brooding. "It seems my daughter is quite averse to muggles. She simply did not wish to endure your 800th recounting of the lessons imparted by Voldemort, the little sunflower, about the mushroom cloud, and its implications for wizards." This course on Muggle studies was nearly imposed upon Isa by Voldemort. Isa thought to herself, having assembled simple generators, that she, a lifelong Muggle, surpassed the professor's expertise. Was she taking this class out of sheer boredom? Yet, Voldemort required her to submit a wizarding invention modified from Muggle technology after a year. Isa was nearly pulling her hair out in despair. As she complained to Snape during History of Magic class, using her QQ notebook, Snape glanced at her through the curtain of Narcissa, who was asleep on her desk. With a complex expression, Isa felt a shiver at his gaze. "Baldness is hereditary," Snape noted. Isa nearly hurled her History of Magic textbook at him. The first defense against the dark arts class was a tremendous shock. "I've rented a boggart," Professor Diallo announced, winking playfully. However, the students' spirits did not mirror his amusement. Professor Diallo was a retired Auror who had turned down the ministry's offer to remain in administration, opting instead to teach at Hogwarts. Having received considerable support from Voldemort during his time in the department, he was correspondingly kind to Isa. Yet, this was not the reason Isa felt prepared to face the boggart. "The incantation is exceedingly simple. Just wave your wand and say, 'Ridiculous. Ridiculous,'" Isa absent-mindedly recited. She noticed another student, Snape, gripping his hands tightly. Diallo chose to conduct one-on-one sessions, allowing each student to enter a small room to face the boggart individually, thus avoiding the awkwardness of confronting their greatest fears in a group. Nevertheless, Isa remained apprehensive. After Narcissa emerged from the small room, flushed, Lucius had declared his family's bankruptcy and sought to end their relationship. It was her turn. Isa suddenly grasped the sleeve of Snape's robes. "I wish to go with Severus, Professor. There are only 10 minutes left before class ends, and I fear I won't have time to wait for him." Snape cast her a disapproving glare, wishing he could avoid the encounter. Diallo readily acquiesced. The cupboard door swung open with a crash, revealing a bald man in black robes, stroking his wand as he slowly stepped forward. Faced with two individuals simultaneously, the boggart did not transform to embody their deepest fears. Instead, it merely laughed boisterously. Raising the Elder Wand, the wand extracted from Dumbledore's grave, shouting, "Avada Kedavra." "Ridiculous." Snape and Isa screamed in unison, casting the spell. The bald man stumbled, thick black hair sprouting from his head, and his nose grotesquely elongated. Diallo ushered it back into the cupboard, inquiring with concern, "Are you both all right? Would you care for a piece of chocolate?" Isa and Snape, pale as ghosts, did not respond. Diallo chuckled awkwardly. "Well, that was quite impressive. But why are you both frightened of a mere monster?" "What was it exactly?" "The dim-witted Dark Lord," Isa whispered. "A madman who can't wear glasses," Snape added. Diallo, bewildered, sent the two peculiar Slytherins on their way. Chapter 28. The Idols. The boggart incident did not lose its fervor due to the participants' silence. Narcissa remained immensely curious about Isa's greatest fear, as the other three girls in the dormitory had shared their boggart experiences. Isa's reticence left Narcissa feeling it was rather unjust. Isa had resolved to keep the image of that bald Dark Lord buried deep within her. However, ultimately, to placate the now somewhat irked little girl, Sissy, she was compelled to fabricate a fib. "I saw my father pull out a stack of assignments, declaring that everything I had done previously was incorrect, and instructed me to redo it all from first grade." Narcissa's expression transformed into one of realization. concluding that this truly epitomized Isa's unique brand of fear. Entirely different from what a poor student might dread. Isa replied, as long as you believe it. However, this fabricated tale would only deceive Narcissa for so long. Following the boggart incident, Snape spent an entire day in a peculiar daze, even zoning out during History of Magic class. Isa was the first to notice his unusual state and, as he sat there with his mouth slightly agape, staring blankly at his textbook, she swiftly popped a buzzing honeybee candy into his mouth. Snape's expression was utterly foolish at that moment. Isa had never envisioned the perpetually composed professor gazing at her in bewilderment, with a buzzing candy in his mouth. The fingertips that had briefly brushed against his lips still retained a slight moisture, prompting Isa to mischievously rub her fingers together, watching as Snape's ears reddened. Whether from anger or embarrassment. The bald Dark Lord is dead, Isa stated calmly, killed by the rebounding curse of the Elder Wand. Snape moved his lips, pressing the candy beneath his tongue, slowly savoring it. He will not return, I assure you. Isa tentatively extended her hand, covering Snape's slightly curled, icy hand. Even if that day comes when my father wishes to tread the path of the Dark Lord again, I will thwart him, with my very life. Snape remained still, merely lowering his gaze. Isa, emboldened, gradually maneuvered her palm to envelop his curled fingers. For as long as Snape pondered, their hands remained intertwined. Until he realized how unusually warm his right hand felt, and became aware that he was holding hands with a beautiful girl of his own age. He flinched and Isa, appearing composed, gently patted the back of his hand before retracting her own. What a thrill, she thought, to steal a moment like that. Snape's daze was not born of fear, rather he found it surreal. Since the day of his rebirth, he had lived a life of happiness he had never dared to imagine. His mother had divorced and found a good job. He secretly sold potions on the side, accumulating a modest savings. School life was pleasant, with Potter hardly bothering him. He had finally found a friend who truly understood him. And she was the belle of the school, even if she occasionally acted foolishly. Most importantly, Voldemort had transformed this world into a safer, happier place. The ones he loved and wished to protect were living blissful lives. The debt he owed to Lily from his previous life lingered. Although they were no longer as close as before, she was free of much of her unwarranted worry. It was precisely because this beautiful reality felt so fantastical that Snape continuously believed the world had gone mad. His greatest fear concerning Boggart was not the mad Voldemort himself, but rather the tragic world that the bald man epitomized. The soft touch of Isla's palm finally pulled him back to reality. This world had repeatedly demonstrated its validity. His current life felt as warm, delicate, and endearing as the sensations his right hand experienced, compelling him to protect it. Snape's tongue cradled the buzzing honey candy, rolling it around his lips and teeth, allowing its sweetness to permeate the air. He offered a faint smile to Isla, who gazed at him with concern. I shall endeavor alongside you. Sacrificing one's life to safeguard this world is not an unfamiliar endeavor for me. This time, with a congenial companion. Perhaps the journey will be more enjoyable. However, no unwarranted disturbances to the professor, nor any sudden offerings of sweets into his mouth. Snape's countenance darkened. Pay attention in class. Isla stifled a giggle as she turned back. And no indiscriminate touching of my hand. What is this? Isla inquired, pinching a thin booklet as she addressed Scarlet. After distributing one to each girl in the dormitory, Scarlet proudly declared, I have created a ranking handbook. Flipping through it, Isla was astounded to discover it was a top 10 list of the boys at Hogwarts whom the girls most desired to date, colloquially referred to as the God List. After conducting a meticulous survey across all houses, the information guru Scarlet had compiled an entirely credible list. Isla was thoroughly impressed by Scarlet's dedication to the gossip endeavor. The booklet included high-definition animated images of the heartthrobs, with a greater number of animations for those ranked higher. Scarlet had cleverly arranged the list in reverse order, with the 10th placed on the first page, and the first on the last. In no time, the girls in the dormitory sat cross-legged on Scarlet's bed, eagerly flipping through the pages. Can you believe that Sirius, that fool, is ranked 4th? Narcissa exclaimed. The arrogant prince. What on earth is this description? How can any girl be enamored by his mischievous grin? The moment we see him smile like that, we only want to hit him. Below were detailed pie charts depicting fan demographics and various scoring metrics. I knew Sirius's votes were all from those naive little Gryffindor girls. James Potter is ranked 8th, and it seems he has a girlfriend or is pursuing someone, yet his score is still low. Isla flipped ahead. Oh, my Hamer made the list. Which Hamer? Isla turned to the 10th position. A first year has made it onto the list. Wow, this little cutie is absolutely adorable. He's that blue-eyed cutie Hamer. I remember pointing him out to you at the start of term ceremony, Scarlet said. Lucius is 3rd. Narcissa suddenly read aloud angrily, the perfect aristocrat, whose meticulous care for his fiancée has inspired countless young girls' fantasies. Our love is paraded to this extent, and they still swoon over him. All votes from those first-year girls. Flipping to second place. Lawrence ranks above Malfoy, the romantic angel, with his watery blue eyes, gentlemanly demeanor, and a smile that seems eternally melancholic. The fortunate Slytherin princess has captured the heart of the angel, yet she remains indifferent. Who the hell wrote that introduction? I want to confront her. Isla fumed. It was a submission from a Lawrence fangirl. I thought the writing was decent, so I used it, Scarlet replied. Isla gritted her teeth. This is disastrous. Lawrence is ranked second, and over 100 girls see me as a rival. But I don't even like Lawrence. I must see who is first, and which girl favored by the first can possibly be more unfortunate than me. Scarlet hinted, it's still related to you. Isla blinked in surprise, then eagerly asked, is it Severus? Narcissa turned to the first place. No. April, the first place is. Scarlet, your father. Wait. Isn't this the Hogwarts heartthrob list? My father graduated. How can he still be on the list? Why didn't you vote for Dumbledore? He was incredibly handsome in his youth. Scarlet replied defiantly, your father received the highest number of votes. There's nothing I can do. Those girls adore your father's mature, successful wizard charm. Besides, even after graduation, he is considered an alumnus. Isla, with tears in her eyes, realized how many girls at school aspired to be her stepmother. The fans were distributed evenly across the 4 houses, with 100 Lawrence fangirls lurking in the shadows, casting envious glances her way. Her heart felt heavy. I don't care. Isla grasped Scarlet's hand. I will bribe the judges to manipulate the votes. I want to elevate my heartthrob to the top 3. Your heartthrob? Scarlet mused. Isn't your father already in first place? I meant Severus. Scarlet slightly parted her lips, then with a hint of regret, said, the vote gap is too significant. It's impossible to manipulate. Isla's eyes sparkled. How much is the difference? I'll pay to buy votes. You see, third place Malfoy has 93 votes, while Snape. Isla stared blankly at her solitary vote, realizing the professor indeed suffered from campus bullying. How could the highest-ranked heartthrob in the HP fandom have dwindled to just a single vote? The professor, who took great care in his personal hygiene, washed his hair 3 times a week. 3 times. Isla solemnly stated, this voting is naive. Scarlet pointed out. But you just said it was exciting. The water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Perspectives must shift with circumstances. One must care about personal experiences while also recognizing the historical context. Isla had begun to ramble incoherently. The other 3 girls in the dormitory returned to their beds, settling in for a peaceful sleep. The release of the heartthrob list sparked widespread debate, primarily consisting of fangirls from various houses clashing. As the fiancé east of the third place and the shared white moonlight of the first and second, Narcissa and Isla were largely spared from fangirl harassment. For few dared to challenge Isla. However, an increasing number of younger students secretly approached to catch a glimpse of Isla, eager to see the legendary girl whom the most handsome wizard in all of Britain had desired but could not attain. Although Isla found it somewhat bothersome to be covertly observed in the corridors, she was unexpectedly gaining many younger admirers. Yet Isla's greatest concern remained Snape's popularity. Just 1 vote. Isla lamented as she patted the booklet. It was my vote. Snape had received a new order and was preoccupied brewing potions in the room of requirement, completely unaware of the heartthrob list. How is it? He inquired, boredom evident in his tone as he sliced mint leaves, taking care not to indulge himself in any further infusions. But you are a professor. You could easily outpace the second place by hundreds or thousands of votes. Professor? Snape chuckled oddly. You seem to harbor an unusual and blind admiration for me, and you are particularly fixated on my former identity as a potions master. You must be mistaken. During the Weasley twins' professor ranking, I infamously ranked last, trailing the second to last by hundreds of votes. Isla pouted, that's different. Snape stirred the potion. Both are meaningless endeavors, fundamentally the same. I care not for the affections of irrelevant individuals. I only concern myself with whether my contributions yield a return. Isla found that to be a quintessential professor's response. And me? Isla asked. What about the efforts I extend to you, and what I receive in return? Can we achieve a balance? Snape fell silent. Isabella believed that he simply wished to evade the questions, thus refraining from pressing further and quietly mashing the mint leaves. However, Severus was deep in contemplation. It seemed that Isabella had consistently given more than he had ever offered her. He was acutely aware of his own peculiar and irritable nature. Yet the princess, who ought to be cherished by all, had persevered. For 3 years, her tolerance and patience, her attempts to strike up conversations, and her meticulous observations of his moods and well-being had transformed the once stoic and silent double agent into a boy who openly expressed his emotions and vented his frustrations in her presence. Their relationship should not have unfolded in such a manner. By the very nature of friendship, he ought to temper his temper, show her consideration and care for her. But aside from Isabella, he truly did not know with whom he could reveal his genuine vulnerabilities and anger. I am sorry, Severus silently thought to himself. Nevertheless, he surmised that Isabella likely would not dwell on this matter. He lifted his gaze to the dark-haired girl who was intently focused on her mint leaves. Her hair, cascading down to her elbows, was simply tied back, with a strand brushing against her cheek. She casually reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear. How long her eyelashes were, Severus mused, increasingly aware that this thought was growing more pronounced. Isabella was indeed a remarkably beautiful girl. Voldemort had bestowed upon her his charm. Unfortunately, she had not inherited his masculine visage, but rather the finer attributes of his appearance. With her flowing black hair, alabaster skin, soulful eyes, and a smile that danced at the corners of her lips, not to mention her impressive height, it was no wonder that Severus had heard whispers of boys discreetly inquiring about her class schedule, plotting serendipitous encounters. As the years passed, once the young girl blossomed into a young woman, how many hearts would she capture? Alas, the intelligent, polite, and somewhat aloof princess of Slytherin was not the embodiment of what boys of her age envisioned a princess to be. The dream girl for boys of this age typically had flowing hair, skin as white as snow, and an ethereal beauty, with every smile and frown exuding gentleness. Unfortunately, such a girl did not exist. As someone who had experienced life, Severus could confidently inform the younger boys that the beautiful girls of their age were far more mature, often enamored with dashing and responsible upperclassmen. Even if they encountered a girl who fancied someone of their own age, her true character would undoubtedly not align with their fanciful notions of a gentle goddess. For instance, his own goddess Lily had written Mary Sue novels at the age of 14, fantasizing about an epic romance with the boy who lived. Now, reflecting on that plot, he wished he could toss that manuscript into the Black Lake. Yet, as a boy, having glimpsed that story, he had felt a deep connection to the villainous dark wizard within its pages, leaving him despondent for quite some time. Now, the princess in the hearts of the young boys, Isabella, could often be found sprawled on the floor of the room of requirement, languidly dragging out her plea. I don't want to do my summer homework. Severus, darling, may I copy yours? While cucumber slices adorned her face. After a moment's rest, she would stretch her tongue out to lick a piece of cucumber, chewing lazily, even too lethargic to use her hands. Such a goddess could only ensnare the foolish younger students. Severus chuckled softly and returned to stirring his potion. He held no interest in the so-called Slytherin princess. The Isabella he knew was a playful girl full of whimsy, who never pretended to be anything but herself in his presence. Chapter 29 Cat Ears. The fervor surrounding the Hogwarts God list had exceeded the expectations of its founder, Scarlet. While she was pleased that everyone was discussing the list, it would have been even better if the boys did not protest and demand the creation of a goddess list as well. She found it hard not to suspect the goddess list was devoid of any underhanded dealings. Time and again, Scarlet explained to others, I am rooming with Isabella, and we share a rather good relationship. Yes, the Isabella from Slytherin you're thinking of. I thank you on her behalf. Your faith in her ability to top the list is truly touching. No, there was absolutely no malpractice involved in her father's position atop the god list. None. Exhausted, Scarlet ultimately enlisted the help of a male Hufflepuff friend, who also had a penchant for gossip, to establish the goddess list. Moreover, the goddess list was divided into male and female categories, meaning both boys and girls could cast their votes. When the questionnaire arrived in the Slytherin common room, nearly all the present little snakes turned their gazes toward Isabella, who was leisurely assisting Avery in grading the Hogwarts top students' question bank. The Hufflepuff tasked with delivering the questionnaire felt, at that moment, the collective gaze of the snakes was one of eager anticipation. Goddess, we will vote for you. Of course, we will. You are goddess and academic powerhouse, who earns us countless house points every year. You are beautiful, kind, and intelligent. So, please help us pass the answers for this month's exam. Thank you. Isabella rose under the spotlight, gracefully walked up to the Hufflepuff, accepted the questionnaire, flashed a smile of gratitude, cleared her throat, and addressed the Slytherins present. When filling out the questionnaire, please be honest. We will, of course, be truthful. The goddess who borrows our homework is our true love. Let us avoid any under-the-table dealings. Yes. The study guide you provided for the History of Magic exam, doesn't count as bribery. It's simply mutual assistance among classmates. You are the heir of Slytherin. We, in our green robes, must vote for you. That's all. Isabella smiled. I will send this around for you to fill out. Those not present can have their roommates collect it. As the questionnaires were distributed, nearly half of the attendees filled in the blank without hesitation. Isabella Slytherin. Isabella, as usual, took her time returning to her armchair, first finishing grading Avery's question bank. Avery quickly filled in Isabella's name and handed it to the Hufflepuff collecting the questionnaires. Severus sat beside Isabella, his expression calm as he stared at the questionnaire, hesitating to write. Are you pondering what font would look best? Avery inquired. Severus shook his head. Unlike the God list, due to Isabella's surname and status, her admirers promoted voting for her as a politically correct act within Slytherin House. This time, the little snakes unanimously cast their votes for her, aiming to achieve the dual victory of having both heirs of Slytherin occupy the top spots on the God and Goddess lists. Severus remained unmoved by such childish promotions. He was merely conflicted over whether to vote for Isabella or Lily. No, Professor. Your indecision on this matter will only make everyone more eager to berate the emotionally inept author, Isabella remarked lightly, having finished grading the question bank. She cleaned the nib of her quill, capped the ink bottle, and rested her chin on her crossed hands, adopting an aloof demeanor that suggested she didn't care whom he voted for. As there were plenty of admirers ready to cast their votes for her, she certainly did not need his. Severus genuinely found this whole affair rather tedious. Yet he sensed that while Isabella did not care about her ranking, she was concerned about whom he would ultimately vote for. His fingers grazed the delicate fibers of the quill, struggling to resist the urge to meet Isabella's expectant yet anxious gaze. How he longed to use a mental blocking charm. Why did a single vote create such turmoil within him, akin to facing the Dark Lord himself? Perhaps it was because he cared. Severus chose to delay submitting his vote until the deadline approached, and Isabella did not directly inquire about the questionnaire. After all, asking him whether he preferred her or Lily would be unreasonable and would surely leave Isabella feeling uneasy. She had always been a proud and confident girl, shining brightly with her excellence, possessing a delightful disposition. She had never been scorned by readers after all. She had no reason for self-doubt. However, the only source of her insecurity lay in the presence of Snape and Lily, a bittersweet sensation that perpetually surged within her. The professor's grand dream of life culminated in a reunion with his beloved after enduring countless hardships, and she felt a profound sense of solace in his happiness and fulfilled desires. Yet in the hidden recesses of her heart, where she had deliberately carved out a sanctuary for the little angel known as youthful affection, there lingered a voice that often made her heart ache. She would express her admiration for that valiant potions master, that esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, to Snape time and again. She endeavored to present herself as an ardent friend, a fervent admirer. However, she never dared to reveal any feelings that transcended friendship and admiration. Such feelings would interrupt her school song. As she became entranced by his rendition of Greensleeves, and found herself spellbound by the sight of Snape, clad in a pristine white shirt, his dark hair slightly damp after a bath. It was an affection for this complex amalgamation of maturity and youthful innocence embodied in SS. The adoration that compelled her to subconsciously seek his presence in crowds, the delight that washed over her upon seeing him, the desire to prolong every solitary moment spent with him, and the anxiety of potentially displeasing him. These were all manifestations of her affection. She was acutely aware that he would sacrifice everything for another woman, yet she continued to watch him from a distance, her heart heavy with a love that could not be dissuaded. This was the sorrow of being a professor's fan, knowing she could never be the object of his affection, yet still loving him for his love for someone else. Why are there so many tragic souls in the world clinging to futile loves? Before encountering Snape, Eliza had never understood. Her perspective on love was fervent and decisive. To her, affection was bold and overt, a multitude of gestures of goodwill. But should her sincerity be belittled or should he take another as his partner, she would withdraw instantly, ruthlessly extracting her admiration from her heart and casting it at his feet like a bloody remnant. Eliza never compromised her self-worth. She believed herself to be deserving of better, questioning why she should engage in the shameful act of pursuing a man, even competing with another woman. Yet, there were those who were worthy, deserving of the ardent admiration that churned within her, which ultimately manifested in the understated sentiment, "As long as you are happy." Her confidence and pride diminished to a fragile state in his presence. He was a guardian of another girl's heart, allowing her to nuzzle against his pant leg, yet only offering a semblance of friendship in return. But she simply could not let go, nor could she sever the bond. Time and again, she reminded herself that the way he looked at Lily was unmistakable, yet she foolishly clung to a sliver of hope. What if he were to notice me? Like the powerless little fangirl in the Taylor Swift and Tom Hiddleston saga, despite her heartbreak, tears and sleepless nights for him, he remained oblivious to her existence. his narrative solely revolving around him and his girlfriend. Their relationship drama was theirs alone, while she, the painfully aware fangirl, watched from the sidelines, knowing her insignificance, yet continuing to harbor a humble affection for him after their breakup. Because it was inescapable. The fangirl was luckier than Eliza. Tom surely understood the wails of his devoted fans. If a fangirl expressed her love, he would respond graciously. However, if Eliza dared to convey even a hint of affection beyond friendship to Snape, she was certain she would frighten him away. She was unwilling to accept this. Perpetually yearning to test the waters, yet feeling somewhat despicable in doing so. He clearly loved Lily, and the foundation of her feelings for him was rooted in his love for Lily. As the deadline for the questionnaire approached, Eliza found herself anxiously contemplating Snape's ultimate decision. Correspondingly, with her mind preoccupied, her perspective on other matters became less composed. For instance, nestled under her covers, unable to sleep, she foolishly opened the Marauder's map, seeking the little green dot representing Snape, and watched it with a silly grin for a while before sensing something amiss. Amidst a sea of still dots, the activity in Gryffindor Tower was unusually loud, for vibrant red dots congregated, jostling together as they made their way out of the tower, traversing the corridor unimpeded, and heading towards an empty classroom on the third floor. Those little rascals were up to no good. Eliza watched in envy and resentment. As a descendant of the Peveril family, she reflected on how the Potters inherited an invisibility cloak. What a magnificent weapon! What a splendid tool for mischief! What had her family bequeathed to her? A locket. Her grandmother had only received 10 galleons for it. Useless. The locket. Is it my fault? What about the other inherited Deathly Hallow? The resurrection stone. For heaven's sake, she and her father had no desire to resurrect anyone. In this era, her idol, the ever-so-dreamy Snape, still had 3 years to live. What could possibly compel her to call back the dead? Utterly useless. The resurrection stone. Is it my fault? No matter. She was furious. She didn't even possess a golden finger. Those time-traveling heroines were so impressive, endowed with mysterious bloodlines, ancestral artifacts, and magical talents, effortlessly winning the hearts of handsome characters even without following the strong female narrative. Meanwhile, she was stuck with her diligent studies, exhaustively reviewing her assignments. Later, enduring practical lessons only to be mercilessly beaten down. And on top of that, she had to help Snape with his tasks to earn a commission. The one she adored did not return her affections. Even her attempts to vote were met with indifference. She was done being the heroine, throws a tantrum. If the author didn't come to console her soon, she would unilaterally cease updating and refuse to follow the plot. Eliza was feeling overwhelmed. In the depths of the night, emotions ran high, and to make matters worse, she was dealing with her monthly cycle. Eliza's dramatic tendencies reached their peak. She was determined to confront this unjust fate. She aspired to become a strong female lead. In the past, whenever she envisioned becoming stronger, she would think of reviewing her assignments. But now, in the stillness of the night, with her roommates peacefully asleep and her assignments burnt by her father, she resolved to read and elevate her skills. Eliza was reluctant to move, still curled up in her blankets. With a flick of her wand, she murmured, 100 days. Teach you to master Animagus, and a thick, leather-bound book soared from her backpack into her canopy. Adjusting her pillow comfortably, she half-reclined. The Marauder's map still spread across her lap, occasionally glancing at Potter and Snape. Holding the Animagus training book, she flipped to the bookmarked page and continued reading. First, you must clarify what animal you will transform into. This was something Eliza had never determined, as she was uncertain what dictated the animal form. Was it based on personality or the one she adored? In terms of personality, she would be a Psyduck. In terms of affection, she would be a Zubat. If the choice of animal could be dictated by personal preference, Eliza began to calculate. First, she ruled out aquatic and amphibious creatures. Even if she adored frogs, she could not transform into a black-frame toad. It had to be a mammal that breathed through lungs. A mammal capable of concealing itself, with some degree of lethality, preferably one that was also quite adorable, thereby garnering affection. After mulling this over, she gazed at the peacefully slumbering Cristiano Ronaldo and suddenly realized she wanted to transform into a cat. The more Eliza contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Cats were so adorable. Even her father could not resist the charm of Cristiano Ronaldo. Moreover, who would suspect a cat wandering about in the middle of the night? She could even have Snape as her litter box attendant. Eliza had made up her mind. She didn't care how clitched the idea of transforming into a cat was. She would do it if she wished. Thus, she eagerly opened the practical section, following the steps, closed her eyes, and let her magic flow throughout her body. Fervently thinking, Meow 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 meow. Eliza seemed to be losing her mind. Narcissa anxiously caught Snape during breakfast. As she lay in bed unable to move, lacking even the strength to draw back the curtains. I heard her voice. It doesn't sound good. I urged her to go to the hospital wing, but she refused. Snape paused, then began to worry. She lacks even the strength to open the curtains? What did she do last night? She seemed fine in the library. She was perfectly all right before bed. Narcissa prepared some food, claiming she would take it back for Eliza to eat. Severus Snape trudged heavily to his transfiguration class, taking a moment to request a leave of absence for Isha. The absence of her incessant chatter rendered the classroom somewhat dreary. Without her, the atmosphere was notably muted. Unlike before, where he deliberately slowed his pace to outdo Isha, he swiftly transformed the cat into a paper cup. After awarding himself some points, he reverted the cat back to its original form, unconsciously stroking the softly purring creature, feeling a sense of tranquility mixed with boredom. Casting a glance around, he opened the Marauder's map, seeking the small green dot that represented Isha within the Slytherin girls' dormitory. It was nowhere to be found. After searching twice, even checking the boys' dormitory, he still could not locate her. Snape mused that perhaps she had gone to the hospital wing? But that too yielded no results. To his dismay, from the dungeons to the highest tower, there was no sign of Isha's small green dot. She had inexplicably vanished. Snape refused to believe she had left the school, nor could he entertain the notion that she had fallen gravely ill. There was only one possibility that remained. She had ventured to a place that could not be marked on the map, the room of requirement. As soon as class concluded, Snape made his way to the 8th floor. He paced thrice before the tapestry of the foolish troll, contemplating their potions workshop, when a door handle materialized on the wall. This indicated that Isha was either in the potions workshop or not in the room of requirement. Snape turned the handle and swiftly opened the door. Isha, flicking her tail, lay sprawled on the plush carpet of the workshop, staring blankly at him, her ears twitching. Then, in a fit of embarrassment, she let out a sharp cry, lifting the carpet to cover her head, leaving her body and a large fluffy tail exposed. Snape understood immediately. What magical experiment have you conducted? The worries and anger he had accumulated throughout the morning erupted within him as he lunged forward to tug at the carpet, transforming into this peculiar half-cat, half-human form. Isha's tail flicked as she clung tightly to the carpet. Now you know fear. You had no reservations during your experiment last night. Snape couldn't help but raise his voice, feeling that all his earlier restlessness was a farce. Did you drink the polyjuice potion? Or have you failed at becoming an animagus? I know you've been coveting McGonagall's animagus form for quite some time, haven't you? You desire the spotlight. To be the number 1 on the goddess list, and to master being an animagus, a prodigy who succeeded at 13. You are too formidable. We mere characters cannot stand alongside you, can we? Very well, I shall no longer. Not at all. Isha abruptly yanked away the carpet, revealing her tear-streaked red eyes. The cat-eared girl trembled slightly, her fluffy ears quivering, as she vehemently denied. I am not striving for attention. I never wished to disdain you. I merely feel I should work harder to stand beside you. Her ears drooped. You are truly wonderful, so exceptional, possessing so many talents I do not. The gap between us is vast, and all this time, you have looked after me. I too wish to grow stronger, even if just a little. If it could ease your burdens. Isha rubbed her nose, her left hand now covered in fur, the palm adorned with pink pads, utterly transformed into a cat paw. Thankfully, her right hand remained normal. Tears brimmed in her eyes once more, the torment of her monthly cycle weighing heavily upon her. She simply wanted to cry, to let it all out. I adore you so much. You are my idol. Being friends with my idol is like a dream come true. Initially, I found joy in attending classes and completing assignments with you, but now I am unsatisfied. I wish to reach the same heights as you. I long for your praise, your recognition, a heartfelt affirmation of I like you as much as you like me. Thus I push myself to be the best witch, to be beautiful, kind, lively, cheerful, and extraordinarily skilled academically. I thought mastering being an animagus would earn your approval. No need. Upon hearing her almost whimsical declaration, Snape's ire dissipated significantly, even eliciting a hint of amusement. He hesitated for a moment, then extended his hand to gently stroke Isha's head, even giving a light pinch to her fluffy cat ears. Isha's ears perked up, her teary eyes fixated on him. Snape perceived her outburst as unreasonable. After all, it was her impulsive experimentation that had led to this predicament. Yet her heartfelt words struck him profoundly. He could not bring himself to scold such an adoring young girl. Instead, he could only pat her head and carefully articulate, I do not require you to strive to match my capabilities. I have lived 2 lifetimes and endured war. It is only natural that I would be stronger than you. I would never belittle you for not being an animagus. Nor do I need you to be the perfect witch. That is insincere. You are perfectly fine as you are. Snape swallowed the affectionate sentiment with difficulty. In my heart, you will always stand beside me. I merely wish for you to take care of your well-being. He felt that if she remained healthy and joyful, displaying that warm, albeit slightly foolish, smile, it would render the act of safeguarding this world profoundly meaningful. Yet Snape could not voice these thoughts. Isha seemed to sense the unfinished words lingering in the air and tentatively inquired, "What?" "Nothing." Snape's ears felt a bit warm. He retrieved his wand and reversed the transformation spell on her. Isha appeared somewhat reluctant to part with her cat-eared form. It was simply too adorable. Finally, when it came to her tail, Isha flicked her fluffy tail, wrapping it around Snape's wrist, nervously asking, "So, who did you select on your questionnaire?" Snape paused, feeling his ears grow even warmer. "You," he murmured softly. Chapter 30. The Tale of the Three Brothers. Upon discovering that Snape had cast his vote for her, Isha was elated, even if she sporadically manifested cat ears, as Snape would promptly stand up to pull her hood over them. The Halloween festivities for third years were as lively as ever, with the school having invited a ghost theater troupe to perform. Comprised of a group of bored-to-death spirits who adored drama, they presented a tragic love story of medieval male and female witches. The climax unfolded when the male protagonist, thwarted in love, was pushed off a tower by his rival, resulting in a truly gruesome fate with broken limbs. The younger students could hardly bear to watch, with some girls screaming in fright while Dumbledore covered his face, and Snape sat with a vacant expression. After Dumbledore was slain by him, he fell from the tower, limbs shattered. Isha clasped his tightly held hands beneath the table, her tail quietly emerging, draping over his knee, its fluffy tip brushing against him in a comforting manner. Snape met her gaze with an impassive expression, releasing her hands to extend his arm and lift her hood, concealing her burgeoning ears once more. "I am not so sentimental. Focus on your play and manage your feline affliction." Once Snape skillfully adjusted her hood, he returned his hands to his knees, inadvertently brushing against her tail. Isha, with a cheerful smile, flicked her tail playfully at him. Snape had no choice but to pin down the fluffy appendage, drawing his wand to silently cast the counterspell, causing her tail to vanish. Isha felt a twinge of regret. Not everyone got to sprout a fuzzy cat tail, nor did every cat have the chance to have their tail petted by a professor. Due to unforeseen circumstances, both Isha and Snape missed the conclusion of the play. By the time they sorted out her ears and tail, the other students had already begun applauding the finale. Dumbledore, as per usual, was set to deliver a speech. However, this time he dropped a bombshell. "Someone gifted me a pamphlet, and I found it quite amusing." Dumbledore held up a small booklet with a white cover, causing Scarlet to gasp. "It contains the names of the 10 most charming girls at Hogwarts, as voted by all of us." "We have that very pamphlet," Scarlet whispered, her mouth covered in shock. How did it end up in his hands? The goddess list had yet to be announced, yet the completed booklet had already reached the headmaster, leaving the students utterly astonished. However, Dumbledore, with great enthusiasm, chose to announce the results himself. "I do enjoy reading the list of winners or the rankings. It is a moment filled with anticipation and suspense." He began with the 10th place. The hall fell silent, except for a few teachers with rigid expressions. The students held their breath in anticipation. In 10th place, Dumbledore proclaimed, is Bellatrix Lestrange. 37 votes. As the rankings and vote counts increased, a problem became evident. In the previous male idol ranking, the vote counts among the top 5 had been closely contested, with no more than 5 votes separating each contender. After all, with so few students at Hogwarts, the margins could not be vast. Yet this time, the second place, Lily Evans, managed to outpace the third place, Narcissa Malfoy, by a staggering 50 votes. It was rumored that Gryffindor had rallied behind Evans upon hearing that Slytherin was supporting her, prompting Potter to mobilize his house to vote for Evans as well. Narcissa, who had tied for third place, calmly remarked to Isla that she had been sitting next to Lucius while watching a play, and as soon as Dumbledore began to speak, she had bolted back. The top position had yet to be revealed, and Dumbledore paused purposefully for a moment. With 9 names announced, Isla's was conspicuously absent, prompting many to glance at her discreetly. Isla shifted uncomfortably, her nerves making her feel as though her ears might burst. Snape reached out, gently patting her back, murmuring, "Do not let such trivial matters sway your heart." Isla suppressed the anxious cat scratching at her insides and quietly asked Snape, "What if I am not first?" Snape looked at her, his gaze piercingly clear. "That would not alter my regard for you." Isla smiled, her eyes narrowing, and Snape, maintaining his composure, turned her head back to face forward. "Listen to the results." The first place, Dumbledore announced with great volume, is Isabella Slytherin. Wherever the name Slytherin was mentioned, there was applause. This time, the excitement was akin to winning the House Cup, with resounding claps and stomping feet. Isla maintained a gracious smile, nodding in acknowledgement to each congratulator, her heart dancing wildly. I have been crowned the school beauty before the entire student body. Dumbledore smiled, clapping his hands before gesturing for silence. Upon seeing this list, an idea has come to me. The students gradually quieted, looking up at him. I have heard there is also a list for Hogwarts' most popular male students. Dumbledore produced another small booklet with a black cover from his pocket. Isla recognized it as the male idol list, each girl having her own copy. Since your 20 favorite individuals are listed here, as headmaster, may I anticipate these 20 individuals providing an enchanting performance for our faculty and students on the eve of Christmas? Isla and Narcissa, both of whom made the list, gaped in surprise. They had not expected this. The last theatrical performance at Hogwarts had occurred 70 years ago, reportedly cancelled after a groundhog used as a prop gnawed through the auditorium floor. Traditionally, actor selections had been conducted through school-wide voting and self-nominations, with the director and playwright typically being the top-ranked individuals. Hence this time, following tradition, the top male and female idols would serve as director and playwright. A cacophony erupted below. Headmaster! Isla nearly shouted in despair, the top male idol has graduated. And he is visiting Turkey this Christmas. The initially excited students were doused with cold water as they recalled their chosen idol. Minister Fudge seemed quite busy. What should we do? Someone suggested. We could have the second place take over. The supporters of the Lawrence x Isla, couple began to stir with excitement, officially shipping it. Isla felt utterly defeated. Being the school beauty also meant organizing a theatrical production. What kind of school beauty was that? Dumbledore expressed some regret. Tom is not here, so Lawrence straightened his back slightly, casting a covert glance at Isla, who proactively pressed her hand to her head. Snape assisted her in adjusting her collar, vigilantly preventing her from collapsing, and causing her ears to pop out again. Lawrence's fanbase largely comprised Isla's detractors, glaring at her with disdain as she awkwardly covered her head. Then let the top female idol also serve as director and playwright. Dumbledore decided effortlessly. Isla pressed her head tightly, and Snape discovered a furry tail. Even a few cat whiskers seemed to appear fleetingly on her face. Isla felt despair. She was on the brink of collapse. Her heart shattered. She had to direct and star in a play within 2 months. She had to integrate students from the 4 houses who often clashed. And they were all the most proud male and female idols. How could she make the Highwayman and Lucius act together? The key was that Lucius was exceptionally busy. He needed to prepare for his newts, which meant his role had to be both minimal and impressive, yet not diminish in significance. Otherwise his fans would revolt. Isla wished she had not attended this evening's gathering. Snape finally managed to tuck the tail back in, patting Isla's shoulder sympathetically, with a hint of schadenfreude. Almost everyone was watching Isla, their expectations from fans, jealousy and dissatisfaction from detractors, and a wave of skepticism and indifference swirling around her. Isla straightened her back. Strangely, despite the turmoil within her, she appeared calm on the surface. Her body and soul seemed to react separately, her ears and tail quietly hidden within her form. To all observers, whether eager for her success or anticipating a spectacle, they saw a composed Slytherin miss with a slight smile gracing her lips, cool and confident. Snape felt an emptiness in his hand. The furry tail he had just held had vanished, and when he turned to look at Isla, he found her gazing serenely at the podium, her eyes fixed on Dumbledore. I accept the challenge, her expression seemed to say. The Snape who had previously relished her discomfort was taken aback by her rapid shift in attitude. The startled girl earlier was not the same as this composed individual. She was now a mature soul, navigating the stormy seas within while presenting a facade of tranquility. Confronted with the weight of expectation and doubt, she stood tall, stepping forward to shoulder the burden. Snape recalled a passage from a book on animagi. The commonality between humans and animals lies in intuition. It is a tool that enhances the survival rate of species through heredity. However, throughout the long course of evolution, human intuition has been continually diminished and is currently noticeably weaker than that of animals. In response, humans have evolved a highly developed brain. It is precisely because humans have elevated reason to a level unattainable by animals that every situation requiring intuition can be supplanted by rational thought. Hunting no longer necessitates the ability to smell or sense danger. Reason can thoroughly consider the environment, physical capabilities, and tools. And even the success rate of rational hunting surpasses that of instinctual hunting. The essence of becoming an animagus does not lie in transforming one's body into that of an animal, but in retaining human intellect while utilizing an animal form. Therefore, the success of an animagus depends on whether the wizard possesses profound intellect. Isla had attempted to become an animagus without sufficient rationality. Her thoughts had been consumed by impulsive emotions, rendering her unable to control her animal form. In moments of excitement, or rather, when she lost her reason, she would transform into a cat-eared girl. Yet, she had finally encountered an opportunity to regain her rationality. Under pressure, the part of her that valued honor, or perhaps her vanity, quickly reclaimed her sense of responsibility as an adult. Thus, the adult within her fully awakened. The difference between an adult and a girl was not in intelligence, but in experience. Having endured overwhelming expectations, the isolation of helplessness, and countless failures that had all become commonplace, she had finally matured into adulthood. Isabella remained composed, retracting her gaze from the headmaster to survey the long table of the academy, locking eyes with each student bold enough to meet her stare, banishing all disdain and jealousy, compelling those harboring resentment to avert their gaze in shame. When Severus finally met her dark eyes, a jolt ran through him. It was an exchange between two equal souls. Gone was the ever-present eagerness and concern she had once shown him, along with that subtle, almost imperceptible hint of flattery. Now, the heir to the Slytherin name was merely making a straightforward declaration. She was determined to ensure the success of the play. Since taking on the task, Isabella felt her popularity had surged. However, she was exceedingly busy. She was racing against time to create a new notebook with group discussion functionality, while simultaneously reaching out to her father, urging him to hastily secure a patent for her communication notebook named Snote, affectionately dubbed Chaboner. The basic specifications of Chaboner were modeled after QQ, with each notebook accepting only its owner's magical frequency and possessing a unique serial number, known as the Cha-Cha number. Currently, Chaboner could be used for instant written communication, group dialogues, creating groups, and adding friends, among other features. In her quest for profit, Isabella had also introduced a premium option for interchangeable covers, for which she enlisted her father to contact artists and designers to create appealing notebook covers that would entice buyers. Each cover was priced at a premium, and during holidays, limited edition covers were sold at exorbitant prices. She worked tirelessly to produce the first batch of Chaboner, totaling 18 notebooks, all distributed free of charge to the members of the drama troupe, solely to facilitate communication among the cast. Consequently, the release of the notebooks caused an uproar throughout the school. Inquiries about where to purchase them flooded in, particularly from couples. Some flaunted their possession, like a certain large black dog, while others, enamored with their crushes in the troupe, began using Chaboner to send morning and evening greetings like the lovesick fools of later generations, such as one James. A certain pair of infatuated individuals even spent their days gazing at the notebooks with silly grins, like Lou and Na. After allowing them a couple of days to enjoy the notebooks, Isabella began assigning tasks. I, Pure White group leader, is everyone here? Flatfoot, present. I, Pure White. Who is Flatfoot? Please change your nickname upon entering the group. Flatfoot. I'm sitting right next to you. You actually want me to change my nickname? I, Pure White. Narcissa, please speak politely and refrain from pinching me at will. Flatfoot, you deserve it. Where do I change it? I, Pure White. In the upper right corner. Narcissa. Oh, done. I, Pure White. Good. Pointed Fork. The group leader hasn't even changed their nickname. Bigfoot. What a ridiculous nickname. What on earth is I, Pure White? Pointed Fork. What's One Fool? Ha 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 ha, your nickname in Slytherin is actually One Fool. Bigfoot. When she was younger, she even said if her father had a daughter, she would name her Aisha and Shansha. 2 Fool and 3 Fool. Ha 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 ha. Pointed Fork was muted by the admin for 5 minutes. Bigfoot was muted by the admin for 5 minutes. Isabella. Oh dear, who muted me? Half-Blood Prince. Admin, I did. Isabella. Ah, Severus, moi 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 moi. Shining First Star. How can I become an admin? Isabella. Only good children who change their nicknames have this opportunity. First Star. Is your nickname a couple's name with Flatfoot? Narcissa Lucius. Shining First Star. Cece. Most adored Sharktooth, yikes. 100 Lily, yikes. Malfoy is the handsomest, TSK. Isabella. All those dazzled, please change your nicknames. Severus. What options do we have for muting duration? Isabella. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. 1 day, or even removal from the group. Severus. My fingers are itching. Narcissa. Let's light a candle for the 2 who were muted. Lily. Isabella. Isabella. Lily W. Lily. Is the script finalized? Isabella. Of course, it's all set. Isabella uploaded the group file The Story of the Peveril Brothers. Lucius. Are we performing the story of the Peveril brothers? Isabella, yes. Lily, is this a traditional wizarding folk tale? Isabella, it's akin to the status of Snow White in the childhood of ordinary people. Lily, got it. Thomas, the story is a great choice. But the final script will need your adaptation, right? Isabella, indeed, but I have already assigned roles. James, huh? The mute time is up, Snotty, just wait. Isabella, you will play the third brother. James, what? Isabella, I will portray the second brother's fiancé. Thomas, this is rather hasty. Why so easily assign the main roles? Isabella, because we are the legitimate descendants of the Peveril family. Thomas, caught off guard and shown the bloodline. Narcissa, fiancé? Is it the one who died once? Ah, too cunning. I want to act as a proper couple with Lucius. Lucius, no problem, CC3. Narcissa, 3. Isabella, rest assured, you will be a couple. Sirius, is the script ready? Isabella, the outline is complete, but details and roles remain undecided. Bellatrix, I'm more concerned about whether Lauder will participate. QEQ. Isabella, he will not. Bellatrix, Quack. Severus, so why am I also in the group? James, exactly. Why is this bottom-tier male god in the group? Isabella, filling in for my father, as he is to play an important role, and in my heart. Severus is the top male god. The 8th place should remain silent. Sirius, currently, I am most curious, since you are playing the second brother's fiancé. Who will play the second brother? Lily, right. Narcissa, no matter who plays it, they will be torn apart by Isabella's fans, right? Bellatrix, does Isabella have someone in mind? Isabella, not at the moment, which is why I'm conflicted. Thomas, what do you think of me? Bellatrix, who are you? Sirius, yeah. Where did you spring from? With such a plain name, you think you can woo my brother? Is there someone named Thomas on the male god list? Lucius, his last name is Lawrence. Bellatrix, oh, the second one we took down in the Lauder PK/TSK. Isabella, you all don't even remember his surname. Severus, is it necessary to remember? Lily, don't be like that, at least he's second place. Narcissa, just second place and he dares to covet our Isabella. Bellatrix, do you believe we Lauder will teach you a lesson? Sirius, the last one who had leeks growing in his ears. Relying on winks at a little girl to achieve second place, if it weren't for Malfoy being unavailable, you wouldn't even keep that second place. James, you Slytherins are surprisingly united at this moment. Sirius, who the hell is united with them? Bellatrix, who the hell is united with him? Song of the Ocean has joined the group. The most attractive group of lunatics in Hogwarts. Silent and Speechless has joined the group. The most attractive group of lunatics in Hogwarts. Regulus, brother. Narcissa, little Regulus is here? Our 9th place W, wonderful. Schutz, hello seniors. I am Schutzheimer. Lily, the first year from Hufflepuff? Bellatrix, oh, that adorably cute little boy. Isabella, be careful not to scare him. Private chat. Half-Blood Prince, added by I, Pure White Professor. New signature. After saving the world, take a break, and accompany a giant troll. I, Pure White, added by Half-Blood Prince Little Troll. New signature. What on earth is happening with my dismal team in La Liga this year? I shan't concern myself with it. If my royal team secures the championship, I shall buy a tailcoat for the professor. Hybrid Prince, ISA. My Pure White, hey. Hybrid Prince, what role shall I play? My Pure White, I believe the most fitting for you would be the Grim Reaper. Hybrid Prince, oh, then who shall portray the second? You wouldn't truly let Lawrence take on that role, would you? My Pure White, absolutely not. Hybrid Prince, he is utterly unfit for it. Promise me you won't cast him as the second. My Pure White, why the sudden intensity? Are you feeling a tinge of jealousy? Hybrid Prince, in the midst of writing. Hybrid Prince, don't overthink it. Hybrid Prince, your father wouldn't wish to see him play your fiancé and ancestor. Hybrid Prince, stop spouting nonsense. My Pure White, you're typing so swiftly. Hybrid Prince, do you have someone in mind? My Pure White, Regulus. Hybrid Prince, that works. My Pure White, his melancholic aura is more suitable, and the likelihood of him being torn apart is minimal. My Pure White, coincidentally, his brother Sirius is playing the lead. Hybrid Prince, and I shall be responsible for taking their lives. My Pure White, exactly. Isn't that exhilarating? Hybrid Prince, quite exhilarating. Hybrid Prince, when does your Muggle studies class end? My Pure White, shortly. Hybrid Prince, let us meet at the library after dinner. My Pure White, sure. Hybrid Prince, by the way. My Pure White. Hybrid Prince, does your nickname hold any significance? My Pure White, That. It's because the home jersey color of my team, Real Madrid, is white. My pure white. While other teams are vibrant and colorful, we remain a pure white. My pure white. Thus, in a world of colors, I embody pure white. Hybrid prince. Oh, I see. I thought you simply favored the color white. My pure white. In truth, I hold no particular affection for white. It shows dirt easily. I prefer green, black, silver, and blue. Red is also acceptable. One might say I have no colors I despise. Hybrid prince. Oh, my pure white. What about you? What colors do you like? Hybrid prince. Green and black, I suppose. Deep blue is also fine. My pure white. Just like me, huh? Hybrid prince. You're not particularly choosy about colors, are you? My pure white. Black hair is simply convenient. Hybrid prince. Have you changed your signature? My pure white. Only just now did you notice? Hybrid prince. I thought that study diligently and make progress every day was quite nice. My pure white. It lacks personality. Hybrid prince. This new one is rather foolish. My pure white. Isn't your saving the world foolish as well? And accompanied by a troll. Hybrid prince. Your taste is the lowest. And yet you wish to buy a suit for the professor. Which professor could possibly pull off a tailcoat? You wouldn't be getting one for Slughorn, would you? My pure white. I have no idea who the professor specifically refers to, so don't make wild assumptions. Hybrid prince, returning your exact words. I have no idea who the troll specifically refers to, so refrain from making wild assumptions. My pure white. Who does the troll specifically refer to? Hybrid prince, no comment. My pure white. Humph. Hybrid prince. Chapter 31 The Play. Isa has been exceedingly busy lately. She must balance her studies and rehearsals, and occasionally provide materials for Snape's patent applications. Even Voldemort, despite being the minister, must adhere to certain necessary application procedures. By early December, rehearsals have entered a new phase. You should still harbor some anger here. Isa informed Regulus about the play, and your fiancée, upon her resurrection, has begun to harbor resentment towards you. This should leave you feeling perplexed and displeased. Good-hearted Regulus is blushing. The other members of the cast are seated along the walls of the empty classroom, munching popcorn, happily swinging their legs while watching the rehearsal of the third act. In the first act, the three brothers confront the Grim Reaper. This scene is referred to as 3 against 1, or 1 torments 3, with the Grim Reaper Snape utterly dominating the three brothers. In the second act, the eldest brother meets his demise at the tavern, a scene dubbed a brawl, as Isa has crammed nearly all the actors into it. Not only the eldest brother Sirius and his murderer Lawrence, but also Bellatrix, Narcissa, and Lucius are featured in this act. The third act is informally referred to as Young Grass as Isa and Regulus portray a sibling romance, with Heimer also dyeing his hair and wearing colored contact lenses to play their son. The most contentious aspect of this act is Isa's portrayal of the fiancée's resurrection and her return to the afterlife. She insists on depicting the fiancée's resurrection as her being cradled in the Grim Reaper's arms before the second, and her return to the afterlife as her joyfully leaping into the Grim Reaper's embrace. The first to refuse was the Grim Reaper himself, who felt that the fiancée's intentions were dubious and claimed he could not carry her. The fiancée argued that she was extraordinarily light. After all, how much could a soul weigh? I believe the fiancée might have actually fallen for the Grim Reaper after her death, thus unwilling to return to the second, right? Bellatrix, who plays the tavern keeper in the second act, remarked while munching popcorn. The crowd nodded in agreement. Regulus also nodded until Isa placed a green yarn hat atop his head. Your head is nearly a prairie, second. Hurry up with the rehearsal. Regulus struggled to remove the hat, taking the opportunity to have his older brother ruffle his hair. All right, let us continue. The meticulous Regulus straightened his attire, adjusted his expression, and gripping the chair back with pain and anger, shouted at Isa, who sat with her head down. Is your heart as dead as your body? The onlookers held their breath. The Grim Reaper coldly crossed his arms and observed. I am the man who conquers the Grim Reaper. I defeated death and brought you back. Regulus gesticulated frantically. Did you not have any regrets before you died? You are still so young. There are still so many things left undone. The life we could have shared has been snatched away by the Grim Reaper. Do you not feel any resentment? Have you forgotten that night? I have not forgotten. Isa remained turned away from Regulus, her demeanor distant. Even in death, I still remember that night. Isa whispered, that night. You climbed over my family's fence and knocked on my window. I was writing a letter, about to press a dried flower into it when you arrived. You were so mysterious, claiming you wanted to take me somewhere. I put down the letter, and with your help, I climbed out the window, over the fence, nearly getting caught by my brother. You held my hand and we walked for a long time. When you first came to find me, the sky was ablaze. And by the time we reached the valley, it was dark. You thought it would be a clear moonlit night, but your ability to read the stars was particularly poor. And it began to rain halfway through. You had to conjure a large umbrella, and we sat beneath it, watching the rain outside, feeling quite dejected. I intended to offer you some consolation, but you suddenly spoke to me. Isa suddenly sprang up, walking with Regulus to the other side of the empty classroom, instantly transforming her demeanor into that of a young couple watching the rain. Regulus appeared conflicted and uneasy, while Isa seemed bashful yet excited. The Grim Reaper remained in his original corner, coldly observing their display. Liz. Regulus exclaimed loudly, his face flushed, let us marry. Sirius would always click his tongue loudly whenever they reached this part, only to be met with a joint reprimand from Bellatrix and Narcissa. Suddenly. Why would you say something like that? Isa nearly jumped up, stifling a laugh. My brother wouldn't he agree? It has nothing to do with your brother. Regulus insisted eagerly, ask your heart. Do you not wish to be with me? We could study divination together, gaze at the stars, spending countless afternoons discussing spells. Did you not feel my heartbeat and excitement? Isa twirled her fingers. I must say everything. Regulus's gaze was intense as he expressed his desire to share a life with you. Residing in a quaint 3-story cottage where the first floor housed a kitchen and a parlor, a garden flourishing with potions and your beloved laurel trees. The second floor would be home to our children, an elder brother named Ralph and a younger sister named Daphne, while we would occupy the attic, where on clear nights, we could open the skylight and gaze at the stars together. Wait. I do not favor the name Isa, lightly biting her lip and closing her eyes as if summoning courage. I actually prefer the name Lloyd for a boy. Regulus momentarily froze, then leaped into the air with uncontainable joy. Cut! Exclaimed the assistant director Lily. Both Isa and Regulus were magnificent. Regulus, utterly exhausted, nearly collapsed into a chair. Sirius, laughing heartily, helped him up, patting his back. Little Regulus, your acting is remarkable. We shall never have to worry about finding girlfriends again. A sense of trepidation gripped Regulus as he thought of Lord witnessing the play. The pressure of acting alongside Sister Isa was immense. Meanwhile, Narcissa was enjoying a break with Isa, sipping water and munching on melon. Your bashful performance was truly commendable. Narcissa, the seasoned romantic, praised Isa. Had I not watched you grow up, I would have believed you had prior romantic encounters. Isa humbly replied, oh, not at all. One does not need to engage in romance. I can fulfill all necessary steps of courtship on my own. An esteemed professor who had been single for nearly 50 years mused. What a sudden wave of relatable melancholy this is. A foolish individual who had been single for over 30 years remarked, I've simply grown accustomed to it. However, once the play concludes, the number of Valentine's Day cards you receive will surely double. Narcissa, resting her chin on her hand, gazed wistfully, but our dear Isa finds none of them appealing. I care more for chocolate than cards, Isa replied, taking a bite of melon. We can enjoy them for 2 months every year. How wonderful. Every year. We must tally them together for a week, Snape darkly reminded. Do you not think it cruel to involve me in discerning whether the chocolates are laced with love potions? Because Severus, you excel in potion making, and I trust you implicitly. Isa cheerfully offered him a slice of melon. My father brought this from abroad. It's sweet and juicy. Do try it. Snape accepted the melon with a look of disdain, muttering, the juice will stain my robes, making it difficult to clean. You're not the one washing it, Isa replied, munching on the melon, her words somewhat muffled. With you eating like this, who would still believe you to be the schoolbelle? A goddess indeed. What a joke. Snape took a small bite of melon, nibbling away like a hamster. In the rehearsal room, Lily and Sirius laughed at James's jokes while Regulus, with his hair tousled by his brother, wore a dejected expression as Bella continued to ruffle his hair. Laurens and Heimer conversed about cars, while Lucius quietly enjoyed half a melon beside Narcissa, occasionally feeding her a bite. Isa and Snape each held a slice of melon, nibbling gently while contentedly observing the happiness radiating from everyone in the room. How delightful. Isa sighed, though she did not articulate what was so good about it. Yet Snape understood, casting a silent glance her way before instinctively reaching out to wipe a seed from her cheek. Isa appeared oblivious to his gesture, while Snape stared at the seed on his fingertip, startled by his own familiarity. Leaning against the steps. Now it was a chair. Both smiled at the serene scene unfolding, reminiscent of the little professor and the elder man. Isa rambled on, but I am the little professor, and you are the elder man. This time, professor cannot be used to address you. Different professors are not the same. One is in HP, another in Marvel, one at Warner, and another at Fox. Snape swiftly flicked away the warm seed, nonchalantly humming in response. The entire school was abuzz with anticipation for the play. which finally premiered on the eve of the Christmas holidays. As the curtain rose on the first act and the actors took the stage, the audience erupted in cheers. Oh my goodness, who are these three breathtakingly handsome men? It's the Black brothers and the Potters. They've taken aging potions. Three black-haired men of adult stature walked side by side along a scenic path on stage, the eldest, Sirius, leading the way, tall and striking, exuding charisma. The second, Regulus, wore a brooding expression, refined and handsome, while the third, James, smiled brightly, radiating warmth and lightness in his step. Once upon a time, three brothers set forth on a journey. They walked and walked until they were confronted by a raging river blocking their path. The narration began. A smooth, resonant male voice echoed in everyone's ears, sending shivers down the spines of the girls enchanted by his voice. How lovely to hear. The three brothers, skilled in magic, conjured a bridge and easily crossed the river. Sirius brandished his wand, theatrically waving it, prompting Bella from the props team to swiftly transform a stone into a bridge. Sirius laughed heartily, the first to cross, sneering, I thought this river, which has claimed many lives, was something to fear. We crossed it with such ease. Regulus followed closely. Smiling, we can consider ourselves the first travelers to defeat death. James remained silent. Death was furious, for his three offerings had vanished. Yet he devised a plan, revealing himself and addressing them directly. On stage, black mist swirled ominously. A gaunt man in a black robe and hood appeared at the edge of the bridge. Death. Severus Snape returned to Hogwarts in his adult form. Facing the adult James and Sirius, Severus did not mask his hatred and disdain. He twisted his thin lips into a smile and softly spoke, The gods shall reward you, exceptional mortals. Ah, I recognize that voice. He is the narrator. Death is so handsome, oh my goodness. The ascetic male god. What rank does he hold on the list of male gods? He is not in the top 10. He is the one Isla called to fill the ministerial vacancy. The gods promise to grant each of you one thing, Snape spoke softly, anything you wish. Sirius, unusually excited, raised his head proudly and demanded, As the wizard who has defeated death, I ask for a powerful wand that can never be vanquished. Snape said nothing. Silently, he broke off a twig from the elder tree by the bridge, and in a flash of golden light, he transformed the twig into the elder wand. The elder wand floated gracefully before Sirius. With a look of adoration, he took hold of it, sparks flying from its tip. The eldest had received his gift. Regulus coldly observed Sirius's exuberance, slightly pursing his lips, and raised his chin, requesting, I wish for the ability to bring the dead back to life. Snape curled the corner of his mouth, a standard expression when grading a D-level paper. With a flick of his wrist, a stone by the riverside leaped into Regulus's palm. The resurrection stone, he whispered. Finally, it was James's turn. Snape and he exchanged the most overt glances of animosity for 3 seconds. But the audience interpreted it as the clever youngest pondering. Then James recited his lines. I desire something that will make it impossible for you to find me. Upon hearing this, Snape reluctantly began to remove his hood, revealing his long black hair and pale face to the audience. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He is so handsome. Severus has grown up and is incredibly attractive. This lad hasn't he used makeup, has he? Suddenly, I find him very maturely charming. I don't usually swoon over older men, but his voice is truly delightful. Why has Snape let his hair grow so long? It looks so good. Snape slowly removed his black robe, and the audience held their breath, captivated by his undeniable allure. Is he teasing us by taking so long? Snape was indeed intentional about it. Before the performance, Isla had shared an aging potion with him, spending a whole hour on his makeup. He felt the alluring presence of Isla, now more strikingly beautiful in adulthood, as she playfully toyed with his face, causing his ears to nearly ignite with warmth. Ironically, at the most opportune moment for infatuation, Isla was utterly serious, intent on transforming the adult idol into a mature figure, as rich and captivating as a fine red wine. Akin to Alan Rickman. With meticulous care, she applied foundation, shaped his brows and contoured his nose. Finally, after Severus had mentally recited the 7th round of the aging potion's preparation, she completed the makeup. When Severus caught sight of his reflection, he was momentarily taken aback, reminiscent of the scene in the Princess Diaries where a sparrow transforms into a phoenix. Isla sighed with admiration, then handed him a neatly folded stack of black garments. Your costume, be careful not to ruin it. This is Mr. Rickman's robe, which I have treasured for 7 years, and only now am I willing to part with it. Severus choked back an odd sensation. He had once sold the very robe to the young Isla to conceal his identity, and now it had returned to him. He contemplated asking her why she referred to him as Rickman but hesitated, fearing exposure. After all, he had already inadvertently revealed his rebirth. Rescuing her once was hardly a monumental act. He decided to speak. Clearing his throat, he was abruptly interrupted by Lily, who burst into the dressing room. Having consumed the aging potion, Lily remained as beautiful as ever, and she praised Severus before eagerly insisting on having her makeup done as well. Isa quickly reminded him of a few performance pointers before ushering him out, including the importance of slowly removing his clothing. Save your words until the performance concludes. She winked at him as she shut the door, leaving him to endure Potter's astonished exclamations. Reluctantly, he shed the black robe and handed over the attire that Isa had cherished for 7 years to James. Invisibility cloak, he muttered, casting a warning glare at James. Dare to soil it and you'll see. Severus stepped off the stage, retreating backstage to prepare for Isa's enthusiastic praise. Marvelous, Severus, simply marvelous. Isa, her face painted pale for a sickly effect, busily organized props for the next scene. Sit down and rest for a moment. You'll go on again at the end of Act 2. Have you picked up your prop dagger yet? Severus sensed a hint of indifference in her words. In truth, since they began preparing for the play, he had noticed a marked decrease in Isa's attention towards him. She was preoccupied with countless concerns, script, stage, and actors. Not to mention balancing her studies and the development of Snout. She no longer accompanied him to the library daily, nor did she brew potions with him weekly. Their conversations had dwindled to mere exchanges in group chats. The newfound silence unsettled him. He would occasionally open the live map to seek out Isa's small dot, which he had marked as a silvery star, watching her dash from the dining hall to gather snacks before hastily preparing props in an empty classroom, then rushing back to the common room, frantically tackling assignments. More than once, he wished the play did not exist, longing for life to revert to its original state, free from the chaos of Isa's erratic schedule and dark circles beneath her eyes that troubled him. Yet, Isa clearly relished the experience. She thrived on the sense of control, reveling in the completion of such a colossal endeavor, weary yet self-assured, as if she had discovered a purpose in her relentless pursuit. He had even wickedly mused about what would happen if he refused to participate. Surely, the obsessive little perfectionist would be tormented in her search for a suitable replacement. She would come to him, persuading and pleading. However, upon witnessing Isa's eager and excited gaze, all his grievances were swallowed back down, transformed into a simple, all right. Somehow, he found himself donning the black robe, engaging in an act he believed he would never undertake, performing in a play, and alongside Potter, no less. Severus sat backstage, awaiting his cue to take Sirius away at the end of Act 2. In adulthood, his features were stern, and the other actors, curious about his transformed appearance, were intimidated by his presence, peering at him from a distance. Only one tall man, similarly cloaked in black and wearing a hood, sat beside him unbothered. Severus fixed his gaze ahead, concentrating on the screen used for viewing the performance, watching as Sirius boldly rescued the beleaguered Lucius couple, then flaunted his old wand. Do you believe the Deathly Hallows truly exist? The hooded man asked, tilting his head towards Severus. He remained silent for a moment before responding, they do. I share your belief. But if one gathers all three, can it truly transcend death? Severus found the query absurd. Of course not. Death is humanity's fate. Something even Merlin could not escape. That sounds precisely like something Death would say. The hooded man chuckled softly. But what of Nicholas Flamel? The Philosopher's Stone is a magical stone. How does that fit in? Delaying aging is not the same as achieving immortality, Severus replied tersely. So, there is no method of eternal life? The hooded man pressed. Severus noticed Lawrence slitting Sirius's throat and realized he was due on stage. Hastily adjusting his attire and picking up the prop scythe. Before departing, he glanced back at the man obsessed with immortality, catching only a glimpse of his smooth chin and inscrutable smile. Go now, Severus. I await your return, he murmured. Severus ascended the stage, filled with confusion. He grasped the excitedly playing Sirius, drenched in blood, and sought out the visibly anxious Regulus. It's your turn, Regulus, he stated. Just as Isa hurried over from beside the hooded man, reverently placing a rough stone ring into Regulus's hand. The resurrection stone, not a prop, Isa said solemnly. When you turn it, do not think of anyone or anything. If you truly summon a spirit, it will become a performance accident. Regulus trembled. Really? The Deathly Hallows? If you ruin it, just wait until I tell my dad to come and deal with you, Isa warned. All right, go now. Regulus, you can do this. Relax. Regulus ascended the stage, moving in sync with his nerves. Severus lowered his gaze to Isa, who, despite her pale visage, could not conceal her beauty. Take my hand. Isa raised her wrist, where a delicate, jingling iron chain was locked. Severus silently accepted the chain, unable to resist glancing at her slender wrist, adorned with a chain symbolizing death, which exuded an oddly captivating beauty. On stage, Regulus turned the resurrection stone, drenched in cold sweat. The audience presumed he was merely anxious to meet his fiancée, unaware that he held the genuine resurrection stone. The figure of death slowly approached the stage, leading a pale woman by the chain. Her long black hair flowed behind her, and her white gown concealed her feet, making her movement appear ethereal. With a firm tug, death transformed the chain into swirling black mist. Yet the liberated woman, faced with Regulus's eager gaze, silently stepped back, grasping Severus's sleeve. He had to pull his sleeve free, gently nudging Isa from behind. Isa finally approached Regulus, but contrary to the script, she cast one last glance at Severus. Go, Severus mouthed, finally uttering those words. Isa turned back, slowly making her way towards Regulus. Severus watched until Regulus embraced her, before stepping down backstage. Regulus should consider himself fortunate that his lord was visiting Turkey. Otherwise, that fool of a father would undoubtedly have torn him apart. Sirius and Potter sat side by side, chattering excitedly about the performance. The hooded man remained seated alone, casting a heavy gaze at the screen. I finally understand Slytherin. It is said that on the day he married off his daughter, he vented his frustration by slaying a sphinx all by himself. The hooded man remarked gloomily. I saw you staring at her longingly as you descended the stage. Severus's heart sank. You are. The hooded man lifted a corner of his hood, revealing a highly recognizable face. One who was meant to be in Turkey. Severus nearly fell from his seat in shock. I altered my voice. No wonder you didn't recognize me. After all, no one else has. Voldemort remarked casually. Sit down and enjoy the show. Severus feigned calmness as he resumed his seat, watching Isa and Regulus perform their tragic tale. I cannot fathom the thought of Isadora wed. Voldemort suddenly remarked, not even the prospect of courtship. Severus Snape found himself at a loss for words. At school it seemed she had but one close male companion. Voldemort inquired, do you believe she harbors special feelings for anyone? Snape almost uttered this response, yet it would have been tantamount to folly. She is wholeheartedly devoted to her burgeoning career, Snape cautiously replied. Voldemort stroked his chin deep in thought. Indeed, she has always been fervently passionate about fame and fortune. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his features, despite the appearance of Isadora's son, Heimer, on the screen. The Snout was on the verge of mass production. She would become a transformative figure in the lives of wizards. Voldemort turned to Snape and asked, do you not yearn for a share of glory in Britain when Isadora has achieved so much? Naturally, Snape desired this, for it was the very reason he had allied himself with Voldemort in his previous life. I can offer you this opportunity, Voldemort smiled. Do not dawdle. It is your turn now that Regulus is on the brink of despair. Regulus's emotional outburst was strikingly palpable. Isadora silently watched him collapse, and then Snape appeared, discreetly aiding Regulus to his feet. As Isadora observed Snape, who wielded a scythe, relocking her chains, a sudden smile broke through, the sole expression of joy since taking the stage. A gasp rippled through the audience. With a radiant smile, she turned to grasp the hand of Regulus, who was also shackled, and together they joyfully descended the stage. How was that? Did I perform splendidly? Isadora exclaimed, addressing both Snape and Voldemort. Voldemort, still concealing his identity, merely raised a thumb in approval from afar. Splendid indeed, replied Snape. Lily and James then took the stage, portraying a couple who fell in love in the countryside. James had returned Snape's black robe early on, while he donned the true invisibility cloak, chasing after Lily, who sported two braided pigtails in a jovial manner. Ultimately James, surrounded by a multitude of descendants, was abruptly yanked off stage by Snape, disregarding the original narrative which suggested they returned to the afterlife as friends. As the curtain fell, darkness enveloped the stage once more. The narrator's voice resounded again. To this day, the Deathly Hallows are passed down among wizards. It is said that by uniting all three Hallows, one can attain true immortality. Nonsense. A man softly interjected. The spotlight illuminated Voldemort, who appeared to radiate light, standing in the center of the stage, basking in the audience's astonished and euphoric applause. True immortality is not merely an extension of life, Voldemort proclaimed, but rather living on in the hearts of future generations. Merlin has died, yet he endures in the hearts of every British wizard. Salazar Slytherin has perished, yet his spirit lingers throughout Hogwarts Castle. And what of us? Can we etch our names in history and endure forever? Voldemort scanned the room, locking eyes with each audience member, including the inscrutable Dumbledore. Each one has the chance to conquer death, he gently asserted. Perhaps you will discover a new species, and a creature named after you will carry your essence forward. Perhaps you will invent a new potion, allowing you to live on in every apothecary's hands. Perhaps you will write a book, establishing a spiritual connection with every reader. leaving your mark in their hearts and within the pages. You shall never perish. As long as you are willing to contribute to the wizarding world and leave your indelible imprint. Young ones, rise up. The future of the wizarding realm ultimately belongs to you. Voldemort raised his arms. I await you on the next page of history. Britain shall flourish because of us. Chapter 32 Chat Log. Voldemort ultimately seized Isadora, restored to her 13-year-old appearance, and transported her home via the Flu network, stepping into the fireplace as throngs of fervent fans, including Bellatrix and Regulus, gathered outside the headmaster's office. In truth, following the performance, all actors were besieged, particularly Isadora and Snape, who had made a striking entrance. Fans rushed forward, their eyes brimming with tears of joy at the mere chance to touch the hem of Voldemort's robe, vowing never to wash their hands again. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who intervened, forcibly extracting Voldemort and Isadora from the surging crowd. With Isadora clinging to Snape, the four of them sprinting towards the headmaster's office. Dumbledore leading the way, his white beard flowing behind him. The most exhausted were Isadora and Snape, the two students, who upon ascending the spiral staircase, were rendered nearly incapacitated. Isadora, like a boneless creature, collapsed into her father's embrace, while Voldemort hoisted her by the nape of her neck, prompting her to let out a few soft whimpers as she nestled against him. Snape meanwhile stood alone, gradually regaining his breath, unable to muster the energy to survey the familiar surroundings of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, after a few strokes of his beard, invited everyone to sit. Voldemort politely expressed his gratitude to Dumbledore and introduced Isadora to the portrait of Headmaster Dipet, despite Isadora having encountered him in the extras. I never anticipated we would meet in this office in such a manner, Dumbledore mused, while his fingers roamed over the candy box atop the desk. When Tom graduated, I was still the Transfiguration Professor. Voldemort passed the super bubble gum, which Dumbledore had pushed towards him, to Isadora, who happily tucked the candy into her pocket. Observing this, Snape also relinquished his piece of candy to her. The prospect of possessing 3 sweets evidently brought Isadora great joy. Voldemort reclined comfortably in his chair, stating, after graduation, I had intended to apply to remain here as the defense against the dark arts professor, but the headmaster deemed me too young. So I ventured abroad for a few years. Those years evidently transformed you. Dumbledore fixed his piercing blue gaze upon Voldemort, scrutinizing him sharply. I had assumed you would return and continue your application, yet you chose a different path, joining the magical law department and gradually ascending to your current esteemed position. Voldemort shrugged. Yes, I changed my mind. I realized that the path I had initially chosen could indeed yield what I desired, but the risks were too great, uncontrollable, and in some respects foolish. Thus, I exercised restraint and still achieved the heights I had anticipated. Different paths can lead to the same destination, cannot they? Isadora did not comprehend the cryptic exchange between him and Dumbledore, but Snape and Dumbledore did. Voldemort had always harbored antisocial tendencies, a fact that remained unchanged. The violent temperament was ingrained in the bloodline of the Gaunt family. Even now, he would erupt in fury at his subordinates or destroy a fish tank in his home. In his youth he idolized power, yet he held disdain for official positions. Voldemort abhorred the constraints and regulations imposed by politics. He was born to be the rule-breaking Dark Lord. A Dark Lord need not attend meetings or feign smiles to placate reporters and voters. A Dark Lord need not exercise restraint against political adversaries. A Dark Lord eliminates those who displease him and requires no rules. Yet Fawkes appeared. He informed Voldemort that Dark Lords meet swifter and more tragic ends than politicians precisely because Dark Lords shatter all rules, ultimately being overthrown by those who uphold them. Voldemort accepted the challenge. He believed he could temper himself, avoiding the fate of becoming a bloodthirsty lunatic like old Gaunt, preserving the cool composure he had always prided himself on. Thus he learned to deceive reporters and voters, superiors and bureaucrats. He was a natural liar, charming and capable, ultimately conquering Britain, becoming the magical leader of the land. A legitimate leader. All of this stemmed from his self-restraint. I did not come here to reminisce, Voldemort declared, producing a small leather-bound notebook from his robe pocket. Your Christmas gift, a joint present from Isadora and me, delivered ahead of time. Dumbledore accepted the notebook. Adorned with a silhouette of Hogwarts castle, chuckling softly, a joint gift? Is this not Isadora's remarkable invention? Minerva had inquired whether I would confiscate Potter's notebook in class. A brilliant notion indeed, Isa. It would undoubtedly transform the life of a wizard. I concur. Isa displayed no modesty. Voldemort proudly tousled Isa's hair. Dumbledore had already begun examining the snout, while Snape contemplated his next move, ultimately deciding it best to take his leave. After exchanging pleasantries with the headmaster and Isa, Snape descended the spiral staircase. He was soon confronted by a throng of ardent fans who had gathered at the entrance of the headmaster's office. "It's the Grim Reaper!" they shrieked, their expressions twisted with fervor as they lunged toward him. Snape's heart raced as he found himself cornered, with no escape in sight. The former headmaster of Hogwarts, the potions master, was driven to the precipice. With no other option, Snape grit his teeth, flung open a stained glass window in the corridor, and leapt into the abyss. The fans experienced a whirlwind of emotions. The idol has appeared. He has jumped. They gasped. Oh my, he is flying. Having learned the art of flight from the Dark Lord in his previous life, Snape glided through the night sky like a shadowy bat, landing silently at the castle's base before hastily retreating to the Slytherin common room. Little did he know, the common room was teeming with admirers. The Grim Reaper has returned. They cheered. Your transfiguration skills are remarkable, senior. Your voice is so melodious. Snape sprinted back to his dormitory at a speed reminiscent of a 50-meter dash, slamming the door behind him. Inside, his roommate Avery exclaimed, "Ah, Snape, you've grown into such a handsome figure. Would you read me a poem before bed?" Snape thought to himself, I cannot endure this wretched school any longer. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore expressed genuine admiration after experimenting with several features of the snout. Yet he insisted on establishing a new school rule prohibiting its use in class. Isa felt a deep sympathy for Narcissa and James, who had resorted to using such devices in lessons. "That's of no concern," Voldemort replied casually, "such things are persistently contraband. I used to pass paper airplanes in class myself, though I saw you once during a transfiguration lesson and couldn't catch you. Your movements were too swift." Dumbledore shook his head, while Isa's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to uncover more of her father's past, only to be discreetly poked by Voldemort, who playfully tickled her side. "I will carefully consider matters regarding the European Union of Magic Conference and the Foundation," Dumbledore stated. Voldemort's purpose for visiting Hogwarts today, aside from enjoying the performance, was to persuade Dumbledore to cooperate with the foundation he established, providing support and funding for students with innovative inventions and discoveries. Additionally, he intended to invite him to the European Magical Union Conference to be held in London next year. With his objectives met, Voldemort made a brief departure. Taking his leave with Isa, "Tom," Dumbledore remarked with a warm smile, "you have truly changed. 20 years have passed, yet the comatose remain unchanged," Voldemort retorted. Dumbledore shook his head, choosing not to respond further. "Everything is improving. Go now, Tom." Voldemort let out a soft hum, taking Isa by the hand as they descended the spiral staircase with an air of pride, only to be startled back into the office by a chorus of fangirl shrieks. Dumbledore observed Voldemort slam the office door behind him, his expression one of lingering shock, while Isa, utterly exhausted, suggested, "Let us just use the flu network, father. Tomorrow is a holiday, and we can have Winge retrieve our luggage." Voldemort quickly borrowed some flu powder, scattered it, and fled. On Christmas Day, Isa awoke amidst a mountain of gifts, bewildered as she pushed aside boxes nearly burying her face, and propped herself up to survey the towering pile beside her bed. "Winge," she called out, "didn't we agree to place everything beneath the Christmas tree in the living room?" Winge appeared, looking troubled. "But there's no room left in the living room." Isa was utterly perplexed. She hurriedly put on her clothes, tore open a pink gift box, and found it contained a set of decorative tape. Glancing at the card, she recognized it was from a Ravenclaw senior she met in the Slug Club, who expressed her admiration for the performance. "The Grim Reaper is so handsome. After the holidays I bought in Snout. It's absolutely wonderful. I can use it for journaling. Could you please send a message to the Grim Reaper's number?" Isa replied, "Oh, absolutely not." Deciding to have breakfast first, and then take her time opening gifts, she headed to the dining hall. Voldemort was not perusing the newspaper, but studying charts instead. Isa gave him a kiss on the cheek and also pecked Nagini, who was adorned with a silver ribbon around her neck. "Isa, you must accept a harsh truth," Voldemort stated solemnly, setting aside the charts. "We cannot go to Diagon Alley today." Isa, who had just taken a bite of her cookie, was startled by his words. "Why? Are they closed?" Voldemort shook his head. Speaking with a heavy heart, "You have become as popular as I am. We would attract too much attention on the street." "What? But our play was only shown to Hogwarts students," Isa exclaimed, munching on her cookie. "Surely the inventor of the snout wouldn't be held in such high regard?" Voldemort gestured toward a large television screen that had mysteriously appeared in the living room. "But what if others besides students have seen the play?" Isa's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh my, it's a television." She forgot about breakfast and rushed to the living room, curiously examining the device. "How do you turn it on?" she inquired. Voldemort continued to study the charts. "There's a remote on the coffee table." Isa found the remote and pressed the power button. The screen illuminated, revealing bold green letters against a dark backdrop. Hogwarts Christmas Play, The Tale of the Three Brothers. Isa understood. She discovered a DVD player beneath the television, paused the playback, and opened the player, which revealed a tape containing a cotton-like substance. Why does the tape contain memories? Isa gasped. That is a mass-produced memory device, processed from actual memories. But it is not genuine, Voldemort explained. If I were to place my own memory directly into the tape, could this screen display it? Certainly. It was originally called the Mirror of Meditation, he replied. Isa felt a surge of excitement. She was about to embark on a blissful, lazy day in front of the television. Did you invent this, Father? I contributed ideas and key technologies. Voldemort nonchalantly stroked his chin. But it was developed collectively by our company, so the credit is not solely mine. However, as the major stakeholder, I stand to profit the most. Isa felt as though the world had transformed. Father, you registered a company? Ah, the Death Eater Corporation. Your snout is also distributed by it. Don't worry. I've included you as a shareholder. 10. Isa pondered how to translate the name Death Eater. The People's Literature Publishing House suggested. But Death Devourer sounded overly dramatic. What to do? Father. Can you conduct business while being a minister? Voldemort scoffed. No one dares to impeach me. Ah, how imposing, yet I worry, she admitted. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Voldemort smiled at her from above the charts. Hurry and finish your breakfast to open your gifts. I've heard your room is nearly overflowing. As Isa began unwrapping her presents, she realized that nearly everyone she knew had sent her gifts. The cards all echoed similar sentiments. The play was fantastic, the snout is amazing, and here's my number. What's yours? Plus. The one who played XXX was so handsome, beautiful. What's their number? However, her closer friends didn't mention the numbers, including those from the play's crew who had grown inseparable from her. Even Potter gifted her a broom, the latest Comet model. Yet Isa sensed a subtle mockery in his gesture, as if he were teasing her for her lack of broomstick proficiency. Lawrence, who was also a member of the crew, did not share a close relationship with her. She took out her phone and flipped to the page designated for her social circle, discovering that her friend was showcasing a car gifted by her uncle, complete with a gleaming shark tooth emoji. Although the social media platform currently allowed only text posts, Lawrence eloquently conveyed her admiration for her uncle, likening it to the relentless flow of the Rhine River, encapsulating her infatuated enthusiasm in a mere 140 characters. Isla scrolled through her feed and noted that her peers were largely lamenting the fact that since the release of the meditation mirror, which only Lily seemed to understand, referring to it as a television, they could no longer shop in peace. Anytime they were recognized, fans would rush over, exclaiming how well they acted and how handsome they had become. Even the socially awkward Severus had, for the first time, posted a message, expressing his frustration about being consoled by a store clerk when buying a book, who told him that it was fine to have a voice like a quacking duck during puberty, and that being unattractive as a child was inconsequential, because he would grow up to be handsome with a delightful voice. The comments section erupted with laughter, led by James, followed by Sirius chiming in with his own hearty laughter. But soon they were drowned out by the comforting words of Severus's legion of admirers. Lily, it's all right, Severus. We won't laugh at you during your voice change. Lucius, the voice change will pass in about a year, and you're not ugly. Narcissa, you just seem a bit gloomy. Regulus, it's okay. Even if you don't look great now, there's hope for the future. Bella, you still have 20 centimeters of growth left. How wonderful. Isla pondered for a moment and decided to reply. I am pure white. Just think about it. In the future, there will be a handsome guy who is 186 centimeters tall. It's not too hard to accept that you are currently 2 centimeters shorter than me. Half-Blood Prince, hee. Severus closed the comments. Private chat. Half-Blood Prince noted as Professor. New signature. Try calling me the Grim Reaper again, and my scythe will be sharpened. I am pure white, noted as Kitty. New signature. I want to record Shakespeare's sonnets for the professor before bed. I am pure white. You actually gifted me a cat collar. And it has a bell. Half-Blood Prince. It can be put on your Cristiano. However, it was meant for you, Kitty. I am pure white. Severus, you've changed. How heartless. How cruel. Half-Blood Prince, oh? Then why did you gift me 5 centimeters height increasing boots? Half-Blood Prince, speak up. I am pure white. Hello, the other party is offline. This is an automated response. Half-Blood Prince. Typed it wrong, you fool. I am pure white. Hello, the other party is offline. This is an automated response. Bigfoot noted as Big Dog. New signature. I have a car now. I am pure white, noted as a fool. New signature. I want to record Shakespeare's sonnets for the professor before bed. Bigfoot bro, thank you so much. I am pure white. It's nothing. Just a small amount. Bigfoot. I've wanted a motorcycle since I was 6. Finally, I've achieved this dream. I am pure white. That's wonderful. Bigfoot. I've hidden it in the wardrobe, standing upright. I stuffed all my clothes in Regulus's room. I want to modify it well. It would be best if it could fly. I am pure white. Aside from motorcycles, do you like cars? Bigfoot. I like convertibles and sports cars. Bigfoot. Unfortunately, I can't afford it. I am pure white. Then I'll gift you an Aston Martin to play with next year. Bigfoot thud. Bigfoot. Dear brother. I am pure white. Pats enthusiastically, good brother. Isla, not lacking in funds, rushed off to learn Animagus transformation from her father to wear the collar gifted by the professor. On Christmas Day, Voldemort was on holiday, which provided him with ample time to teach little Meow Sha. Isla gazed at her father's imposing animal form, momentarily at a loss for words. I really am his biological child, she finally managed to utter. Chapter 33. Side story: How did I wake up bald after just one sleep? Voldemort was awakened by the cold. As he groggily opened his eyes, he pulled up the blanket but still felt chilled, especially on his head. He groaned, stretched out his arm to pull the blanket over his head, and called out, Winky. The house elf did not appear. With a grumpy disposition, Voldemort pondered whether Winky was making breakfast, and decided to get out of bed to stoke the fire himself. He lazily sat up, only to realize he was lying on an abnormally large, glittering golden bed. Lifting the covers, he discovered that even the blanket was not the one he had before sleeping. No, he was not in his own room. The opulent, shimmering room before him was definitely not his chamber. Voldemort was utterly astonished, initially suspecting he was sleepwalking. He later wondered if Isla had, in retaliation for assigning her extra homework, carried him off to some unknown, peculiar location in the middle of the night. Voldemort got out of bed in search of slippers, but after a thorough search, found none. Looking down at his nightwear, he noticed it had changed into a hideous, shapeless black robe. Very well, Isla. When he caught that little girl, she could look forward to eternal homework hell. Voldemort felt extremely uncomfortable. The air was too cold. And he rubbed his nose, only to realize, hey, where is my nose? How could I be without a nose? Voldemort's eyes widened in panic as he frantically touched his face. Aside from 2 elongated slits serving as nostrils, there was no sign of the handsome, prominent nose he once possessed. Moreover, he finally understood why he had awakened frozen. He was bald. He was actually bald. Voldemort's first reaction was, it's over. I can't face anyone. My fans will turn against me. I can't stay in this position any longer. In a hurry, he sought his wand and fortunately his old companion, the purple wood wand, lay on the nightstand. Grabbing it, he quickly assessed the time and location. December 25, 1996. Holy cow. 1996. He had gone to sleep in 1973. Was he turning into Sleeping Beauty, sleeping for 20 years? Did he age, go bald, lose his nose, and even let his taste and style decline? Stumbling to the window, Voldemort realized something was amiss. The stunning manor outside was clearly visible, with a few white peacocks lazily strolling across the lawn. This was Malfoy Manor. So, this was why he found himself residing in Malfoy Manor 2 decades later. Was Isla, that little rascal, neglecting to support him? Or had she indeed married someone, leaving him a lonely old man in the company of Nagini? Speaking of which, where was Nagini? Nagini. There was no response. Voldemort felt quite frustrated. He dragged his feet to open the wardrobe, only to discover it was filled entirely with identical black robes, thin as paper, and hideous. There wasn't even a pair of trousers. Voldemort disdainfully rummaged through a drawer of black underwear. Holy cow, is this how you treat an old friend? Lucius, is this how you treat your idol? Narcissa. He wasn't even sure if Narcissa had become Lucius's wife. That was a bit uncertain. He ultimately relinquished his quest for a garment that suited his taste, resorting instead to transfiguring the black robe he wore into a fitted black shirt. To his horror, he then discovered that he was not wearing any trousers and had to transfigure another black robe into a pair of pants. After completing his attire, he gathered his composure, steeling himself to confront the grotesque visage he had become, devoid of a nose and with a receding hairline. Voldemort strode with a sense of bravado into the bathroom of his bedroom, only to stumble back out in a panic. Good heavens! I am hideous. Who is that monstrous figure in the mirror? I do not recognize him at all. Trembling, Voldemort cautiously leaned back in, quickly glancing at his reflection, only to be horrified once more by his own face. This was disastrous. With such a countenance, he could forget any aspirations of holding office. He envisioned a future where, 20 years hence, his disfigurement would be the reason for his downfall, leading to a desolate existence at Malfoy Manor, while Isabella toiled away outside. Voldemort raised his wand, tentatively attempting a transfiguration spell on himself, feeling a peculiar itch at his nose as if something were trying to sprout forth. Upon touching his nose, he discovered could it be that this could be remedied? His nose was still capable of regeneration. With renewed determination, Voldemort focused on hair growth, adjusting his complexion and fine-tuning his facial features. This year, Draco had written to inform him that he would not be spending Christmas with them. Lucius, who was holed up in the manor nursing a sickly-looking Louty, shared a silent breakfast with Narcissa. "Where is Louty?" Narcissa softly inquired of Lucius. Lucius shook his head, casting a warning glance at Narcissa. "Louty may do as he pleases. But this is our home," Narcissa murmured, her gaze cast down in fear and resentment. A noise echoed from the staircase, prompting Lucius and Narcissa to rise hastily, bowing respectfully. "Good morning, my lord." Voldemort, raking his fingers through his thick black hair, waved dismissively. "Oh, good morning, Lucius. Why do you look so ill? Did you forget to apply your face mask last night?" The Malfoy couple gaped in disbelief. "I fixed my face this morning." Voldemort could not fathom why he had not restored his disfigured visage sooner, expressing gratitude for their hospitality. "By the way, where is Abraxas? Did he not stay here last night?" Lucius stared, lost in thoughts of that radiant face from his childhood. Father. Voldemort took a seat at the long table, leaving the head chair vacant, assuming it had been reserved for Abraxas. "Please sit down. I suspect he was out carousing again last night. How is Isabella, Narcissa?" Narcissa, taken aback, replied, "I do not know Louty, but who is Isabella?" Voldemort hesitated, spoon in hand. "That little brat, does he not recognize me now that I am disfigured?" Narcissa cast a desperate glance at Lucius, who remained entranced by the shocking transformation of Louty back to the dashing visage of his youth, and stammered, "I do not know anyone by the name of Isabella Louty." "You do not know her? Has she severed all ties with us?" Voldemort set down his spoon, furrowing his brow. Yet, noticing that Narcissa's expression did not betray any deceit, he inquired with suspicion, "My daughter, my Isabella Slytherin, your friend from school, where is she now?" Narcissa appeared as if she had seen a ghost. "You have a daughter? I do not recall such a friend from my school days, Louty." Voldemort could no longer contain himself. Unable to extract any useful information, he broke his own rule and employed the Cruciatus Curse on a younger acquaintance. Lucius and Narcissa were commanded to scour for every issue of the Daily Prophet from 1960 to the present. Voldemort returned to the dilapidated Voldemort Manor with flue powder, surveying the overgrown grounds, ravaged by the Ministry of Magic, and let his hands fall in despair. "I must thank you, Fawkes," he muttered to himself. "Were it not for your counsel to abandon my aspirations of becoming the Dark Lord, I would not find myself in this predicament." History took a sharp turn. Voldemort encountered no German dark wizards during his trials and tribulations. He endured perilous transformations, marred his own face, amassed followers, and upon returning to England, became a Dark Lord. He even came to believe in the notion of Horcruxes, for had he not encountered Fawkes, he would not have discovered the ancient texts detailing the failed Horcrux experiments hidden within the dungeons of Neuschwanstein Castle. He remained oblivious to the dangers of splitting one's soul, which also led to a loss of sanity, and did not resort to the alternative method of creating an alchemical Horcrux, and thus, Isabella was never born. He delved into the memories of that failed Dark Lord, reflecting on the folly of splitting his soul into 7 pieces, desecrating the relics of Hogwarts founders, and believing in a foolish prophecy while failing to kill a mere infant. He existed in a state between life and death in the forests of Albania, ultimately relying on a traitorous rat for resurrection. Now he found himself brazenly residing in Lucius's home, tormenting them while demanding their loyalty, even dispatching an inexperienced youth to assassinate Dumbledore. This was far more terrifying than baldness. How had he managed to oscillate between life and death for 20 years to arrive at this point? Voldemort trudged about the manor, restoring its former glory. Winky, a house elf gifted to him during his campaign for the deputy minister, was no longer present. Thus he resorted to using his abundant magical prowess to sweep through the estate, striving to make it habitable. Once he had arranged his domicile, he would hunt down that fool's Horcruxes, annihilating each one. After all, his soul was now whole. That missing fragment lay within Isabella's blood. Perhaps Isabella was living well in the original world, and thus he had no reason to fear death. He needed to expedite the cleanup of this mess, gather the Horcruxes, manage his subordinates, negotiate with Dumbledore, and ultimately decide whether to pursue his ambitions as the Dark Lord or under a different guise. After feeding Ricardo, Isabella emerged from the room of requirement, reeking of unpleasant odors. She was anxious to return to her dormitory for a bath. Oh, Lucius! Sprinting up to the 8th floor, she paused upon spotting a golden-haired lad and greeted him. Hey, did you get a haircut? Who are you calling? The golden-haired boy turned, glaring at her with a sullen expression. Why do you address my father so casually? Isabella froze. Your father? This boy bore an uncanny resemblance to Lucius, but his eyes were like narcissus. He sported a slicked-back golden hairstyle, clad in Slytherin robes, his demeanor dark. Isabella sensed an ominous premonition. She glanced around and spotted a figure with disheveled black hair ascending the stairs, quickly calling out, Hey, Potter! Hurry over, there's trouble. The blonde boy's complexion drained of color as he drew his wand, pointing it at Isabella. How dare you? Harry Potter, hearing his name, rushed up the stairs and caught sight of Draco aiming his wand at a younger Slytherin girl, who looked oddly familiar. Stop. Have you sunk so low as to bully a first-year girl? Isabella gaped at Harry, then turned to Draco, and back to Harry. James, are you James? Where is Sirius? Harry felt a jolt at the mention of Sirius's name, and he uncontrollably exclaimed, How do you? Isabella suddenly grasped something. What on earth is this? Even feeding a snake allows me to traverse dimensions. Clarify yourself. Why do you call me by my father's name? Draco pointed his wand at Isabella. Why do you call Sirius? Why do you invoke my father's name? Harry aimed his wand at Draco but directed his inquiries towards Isabella. Isabella retorted, What do you want from me? You all look just like your fathers. She was at a loss for words and, in a moment of despair, threw herself to the ground, rolling about and weeping uncontrollably, her tears flowing freely. Oh father, my father, you died such a tragic death. Harry and Draco exclaimed. Why are you crying first? You stop crying, get up, don't cry. Harry was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Malfoy, take your classmate back, she's covered in stains. I've never seen her in Slytherin. Draco replied with a look of disdain, Don't boss me around. What should we do then? Harry squatted down, trying to comfort Isabella gently. Please stop crying, what's wrong? Isabella, overwhelmed with grief, responded, I have no family. I've relied on my father since I was a child, but now he has gone. Harry looked up at Draco and said, She's in such a dire state. You should either call your head of house to take her away. Draco narrowed his eyes, giving Harry a look that suggested he was foolish. Do you think our head would be the sort to comfort a young girl? Harry conceded that's true. Then I'll go summon Professor McGonagall, he declared. Don't. Isabella interrupted through her sobs. I want to see Dumbledore. Harry thought this Slytherin was quite inconsiderate. The headmaster is very busy. You can't disturb him just because of your emotional issues. I possess vital confidential information about Voldemort. Isabella shot back, glaring at him. Draco immediately glared at her. What did you say? I said I know crucial information about Voldemort. What is it to you? Don't believe me? Or are you going to stop me from telling the headmaster? Isabella demanded fiercely, pulling out her wand. Go ahead, try me. Harry, though somewhat skeptical, recognized the gravity of the situation. This peculiar classmate didn't seem particularly dangerous, and he had a nagging feeling he had seen her somewhere before. Malfoy, do you intend to protect your master? Draco snorted derisively, threatening, If you truly mean that, don't expect to remain comfortable in Slytherin, little girl. What's your name? Isabella wiped her tears, a smirk teasing the corners of her mouth, saying it might scare you. Now take me to the headmaster, Potter. She tugged at Harry's sleeve. Don't call me your classmate. My name is Isabella, but you can call me Isa. Draco resolved to inquire later if any first years were named Isabella. Dumbledore and Harry exchanged glances. My father was such a wise and magnificent man. How could he have become disfigured? Isabella lamented in Dumbledore's office, still crying. Why did he lose his mind and choose to become the Dark Lord? My father. My dear father. The Minister of Magic had such a comfortable life. Why did he choose to disfigure himself and kill, even children? Dumbledore leaned closer to the pensive, deciding to revisit Isabella's memories. The experiences of Voldemort in the parallel universe were utterly toxic. This handsome young man, so devoted to education, could not possibly be his bald-headed Tom. Harry was at a loss in how to confront Isabella. Logically, she was the daughter of his enemy, but in the parallel universe, Voldemort appeared to be a good person. Moreover, Isabella, in some way, was friends with his mother and godfather? How could he reconcile that with the fact that he had killed Lily and James? Bella had even killed their beloved Sirius. My best mate only washes his hair once every 2 weeks. Isabella screamed, Your world is utterly insane. Your idyllic realm of collective harmony in academia is the real horror. Miss Slytherin, I apologize, but this world is simply as it is, Dumbledore replied, polishing his glasses. I understand it's hard for you to accept, but Isabella slumped in her chair, unwrapping a piece of candy and mumbling, I refuse to accept it. I want to die and return. Dumbledore cautioned, life is incredibly precious. I hope you do not harbor such thoughts. Isabella, visibly resistant, replied, my father, my only companion, has turned into a madman. All my good friends are either dead or insane. My two best friends don't even recognize me. One is married, and the other is a defense against the dark arts professor, who doesn't he even wash his hair. How am I supposed to live here? Is there anyone besides you who doesn't he see me as a lunatic? Harry finally understood why Isabella seemed so familiar. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the 16-year-old Tom Riddle. I've made my decision. I'm going to confront that madman father of mine, tell him I'm his daughter, and let him Avada Kedavra me, quick, painless, and convenient, so I can go back to my father, Isabella declared, jumping off her chair. Her determination resolute. Do you know where my madman father is? Dumbledore and Harry exclaimed simultaneously, wait. Father? A figure pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. When had the Dark Lord fathered a daughter? Isabella turned around, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed upon the man in black robes. Dumbledore rubbed his temples. Severus. Someone informed me that you have obtained confidential information about the Dark Lord. Snape scrutinized Isabella. Is this it? His daughter? What use is she? A hostage? Do you think the Dark Lord would be intimidated by her? Isabella stared blankly at the real professor, and then tears streamed down her face once more. I thought you were busy making orders and that 2 weeks without washing your hair was the limit, she sobbed, but now looking at you. It's clearly been a month. Have you not washed your hair? Snape silently began rolling up his sleeves. I believe it would be best if we dealt with the little Dark Lord first. Wouldn't you agree? Isabella ran to hide behind Dumbledore, crying, Headmaster, look. I have no hope left in this world. I'd rather see my already disfigured father and have it all end. Snape coldly remarked. Are you truly the Dark Lord's daughter? Your intellect certainly doesn't seem to have inherited his traits. Isabella pointed at him. Just because you're my idol doesn't mean you can make personal attacks on me. Harry thought to himself, who am I, where am I? And why am I witnessing this quarrel? Dumbledore, with a sigh, intervened, all right, Severus, I've seen her memories. They're not fabricated. She is indeed Voldemort's daughter. Albeit from a parallel universe. Could you both sit down and listen to me? Suddenly, the fireplace in the headmaster's office erupted into vibrant green flames. The head of a handsome man emerged, exclaiming in surprise, Isabella. Isabella froze for a moment, then joyfully leaped up. Father. Dumbledore, Harry, and Snape were left in disbelief. Am I going mad? Did I just see Voldemort brazenly using the Flu network to enter Dumbledore's office? Voldemort stepped out of the fireplace, disregarding the ash, and embraced the oncoming Isabella. Little rascal, I knew you would come to this world. Just now, Lucius's son informed me with his grotesque tattoo. This world is terrifying. Isabella cried in her father's embrace. They told me you were disfigured. Voldemort's expression twisted for a moment. Don't worry, I've healed myself. The other two had already drawn their wands, while only Snape cautiously leaned against the door, waiting for the right moment. Father, are you truly my father? Isabella asked, stepping out of his embrace, her expression laced with doubt. They say you are the Dark Lord. Your request for Lucius to discreetly procure the confiscated academic answers has not gone unnoticed, Voldemort stated coldly. Father, dear father. Isa quickly amended her tone, devoid of any stance. Good day, Professor Dumbledore, and to the grown-up Severus, Voldemort said, embracing Isa while greeting each individual pointed at by his wand. You really ought to wash your hair. And this, little Harry. I sincerely apologize for your predicament, but it was not I who orchestrated it. It was the version of me from this world. I could never commit such a ludicrous act. Isa maintains a rather cordial relationship with your mother. Tom, the Tom from another world? Dumbledore inquired cautiously, wand aimed at him. Are you the Minister of Magic, Tom? Do not refer to me as Tom, Voldemort replied irritably, then noticed the ring on Dumbledore's hand. How did our family ring come to be in your possession? What has happened to your hand? How was it damaged? Who did this? Dumbledore replied, your Horcrux did this. How dare you question me? By the way, I must remind you that the version of me from this world created numerous Horcruxes. I assisted in destroying a few, while several remain unaccounted for, Voldemort stated. This ring is one of them. I am currently unable to locate the locket. One of my admirers exchanged it due to their overwhelming adoration. It is likely in their home. Oh, that admirer is Regulus. Another is Ravenclaw's diadem, which you can retrieve from the Room of Requirement. I have no desire to go there. I destroyed the remaining cup. And there is Nagini. I have extracted the piece of soul, so you need not worry. Dumbledore interjected, but wait. What shall we do about the 2 remaining books? Voldemort scattered a handful of flue powder into the fireplace. I am no longer the Dark Lord. I intend to return to the political arena. Do not trouble me. Those foolish acts were not my doing, nor do I intend to take responsibility for them. You focus on teaching and studying, while I shall educate Isa at home. Just leave us be, understood? By the way, Dumbledore, could you return my ancestral ring? I require it for formal occasions, and you wear it poorly. Dumbledore, in a fit of anger, removed the resurrection stone ring and tossed it at him. Isa turned back, tearfully bidding farewell to Snape. Do remember to wash your hair. Remarkably, after a brief slumber, Voldemort and Isa returned to their original world. What are you doing? Snape irritably pushed Isa away. Quit playing with my hair. Let me see. Did you wash your hair last night? I did. Stop bothering me. Nagini, do you think I am handsome? You've asked me that 8 times today. You are handsome. You are handsome. Really? I'll bite you. You are so annoying. Chapter 34. The Great Cat. As Snape opened the door to the room of requirement, a Bengal tiger lay atop the plush carpet where Isa often rested. Glancing at him with mild curiosity, Snape, startled, quickly slammed the door shut. What on earth has that fool done, bringing a Bengal tiger in here? How terrifying. A colossal tiger. After steadying his heartbeat, Snape gripped his wand tightly, cautiously hiding behind the door before slowly reopening it. The Bengal tiger remained sprawled on the carpet, lazily flicking its tail and tilting its head to regard Snape. Its eyes were an unusual shade of crimson, large and round. The tiger yawned, resting its chin on its massive paws, half closing its eyes while its tail continued to swish. Snape hesitated, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Today marked the return to school after the Christmas break. The students, after an entire month of watching theatrical tapes, were restless. And even Dumbledore's prohibition against using notes in class could not quell their enthusiasm for the cast members. In the midst of his voice change, Snape was not inclined to speak. Faced with the enthusiastic supporters who assured him that his voice would be melodious once he matured, he wished he could simply throw a gas canister. He did not need such reassurances. Quiet down, he snapped. At that moment, Isa, who had been coerced into writing dozens of notes to indicate her number, while collecting an equal number of notes, seemed particularly precious. Isa, I see you've only grown to 1.7 meters, Bella remarked sympathetically. Snape chuckled. Hey, you are not allowed to laugh at the fact that I still have 20 centimeters to grow. Before dinner concluded, Isa mysteriously instructed him to visit the room of requirement at 9 o'clock. I have achieved a significant breakthrough with my animagus, she proclaimed. Now, Snape found himself doubting the claims. Previously, Isa had only manifested cat ears and a tail, and now a massive Bengal tiger lounged before him. Could it be that the fool's animagus was, in fact, a Bengal tiger, and that the ears and tail were mere mistakes? Surely there was a vast difference. Cat ears are pointed, while tiger ears are rounded. Yet how could this imposing creature, which even dared to paw at advanced potion making, merely be an ordinary large cat? The Bengal tiger shot him a sidelong glance, exhaling a breath through its nostrils. Tentatively, Snape called out, Isa? The great cat lifted its gaze, its tail swaying. By Merlin, it truly is Meow-Sha. Suddenly, the belly of the Bengal tiger bulged oddly. Snape looked closer, and the tiger lazily raised half its body, allowing a small furball to struggle free from beneath its white belly. A tiny Bengal kitten, resembling the larger cat, wobbled as it emerged, shaking its little head, slightly dazed. It meowed in complaint at the larger cat, and began to climb onto its back with all 4 paws. The enormous tiger, with its sleek body, gently supported the little kitten with its tail as the small creature clambered up. Once on the tiger's back, the kitten let out a satisfied meow, then scampered up to the tiger's neck, curiously extending its tiny paws to reach the tiger's whiskers. The Bengal tiger tilted its head, allowing the kitten, almost about to tumble, to touch its whiskers. The little Bengal cat, feeling triumphant, playfully pawed at the tiger's whiskers, convinced it was the victor of its feline existence. Eventually, the large cat grew impatient, turning its head and opening its mouth to reveal its fangs. Snape gasped, raising his wand. The tiger gently grasped the kitten by the scruff of its neck, shook its fur, and stood up. With its graceful physique, it leaped onto the sofa. The kitten obediently held in its mouth, its green eyes fixed unblinkingly on Snape. The Bengal tiger nearly occupied the entire sofa space. As it lay down, curling its front paws, it gently placed the little furball down, extending its barbed tongue to lick the kitten. The kitten let out a soft purr, looking up to affectionately lick the large cat's pink nose in return. The tiger curled its tail around the small creature, securing it snugly in its embrace. Snape thought to himself, who am I, why am I here, and why must I witness 2 felines grooming each other? A flash of blue light enveloped the 2 cats on the sofa, distorting their forms. Ultimately, Snape beheld a pair of half-reclining feline father and daughter. Minister. Do you even have to go to work? Ah, Hogwarts is not a place you can just waltz into. If it were that easy, what significance would Draco's year-long studies of the Vanishing Cabinet have had? The red-eyed large cat reveled in its own magnificence. The green-eyed kitten shares the same sentiment. What do you think? She inquired of Snape. A genius like me mastered animagus transformation in the 3rd year. The large cat father languidly flipped through his snout, remaining silent. Snape found himself at a loss for words. All he desired was to flee. Let me tell you, my dad looked it up for me. I'm a Bengal cat. And my father is a Bengal tiger. Our animagi are both father-daughter pairs, hee. Voldemort cast her a sidelong glance. The king of beasts does not sire cats. Yet I find it rather peculiar that there are no tigers in England. How did my father come to be a big cat? Moreover, I had assumed he would be a great snake or something of the sort, majestic, commanding, solitary, and proficient in both climbing and swimming. I ask you, aside from tigers, which feline species is capable of swimming? The large cat father swelled with pride. Miasha nodded. Indeed, Dad, you're amazing. Snape reflected that in some aspects, tigers and Voldemort bore a striking resemblance. Have you ever seen an animal so absurdly self-important as to write king atop its head? Well, I merely came over to take a break, and also at Isha's request to frighten someone. I have a meeting tomorrow, so I want to linger. Remember to message me, Isha. Farewell, Severus. Voldemort departed through the fireplace of the room of requirement, and Isha turned to watch him expectantly, producing her kitty bell collar. Could you help me put this on? Snape, with a deadpan expression, replied, leave. If you don't help me put it on, I'll bite you. Go ahead and bite. Severus, you've changed. When did you become so cold-hearted? Wah. Snape felt a moment of weakness, collapsing onto the sofa, muttering, tiger. Library. You're not really scared, are you? Isha teased, playfully poking Snape's nose with a cat toy. He absent-mindedly brushed it aside, lowering his head to continue with his homework. Do you have a psychological fear of tigers? No, Snape replied tersely. Isha pondered for a moment, realizing that summoning her father to scare Snape might have been inappropriate. While Snape may not have a fear of tigers, he certainly harbored a psychological aversion to her father. Isha obediently lowered her head to apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called my dad to frighten you. I'm sorry, Professor. Snape couldn't even be bothered to deduct points. During his voice-changing phase, he preferred silence, which made Isha feel rather unamused. Severus, Isha said, resting her head on the table. Snape shot her a glance, thinking how this girl was becoming increasingly cat-like in her laziness. Did you know that in January, we have a day we can go to Hogsmeade? Isha stretched her arm across the table. Last time we couldn't go because of rehearsals. But this time everyone will definitely want to have some fun. Oh, did you hear that Hogsmeade has opened a new Snout specialty store with limited edition skins? I really want to go shopping. Snape wrote in his notebook. What are you, a shareholder? Why would you want to shop? Isha thought for a moment. Oh, you're right. Then there's nothing worth browsing. With a downcast expression, she continued, if the Duke of Bees is already tired of browsing, why don't we just sit at the Three Broomsticks for the day? Snape replied, the Three Broomsticks will be absolutely packed. No, we're not going. Isha pondered deeply. Then let us go to that CAF for dates. What's it called? The one with Madam in the name? Snape shot her a glare, his ears reddening as he quickly wrote, if you want to go, go by yourself. Isha shook her head, grinning as she rested her head on her arms, ceasing to speak, simply watching Snape as he did his homework. In the distance, Narcissa paused as she prepared to return to Isha and Snape's table after being affectionate with Lucius. Lily, who had intended to greet Isha and Snape while holding a book, also halted. Sirius, who had initially wanted to assist his friend James, came to a sudden stop upon seeing Lily. The three of them quickly concealed themselves behind a bookshelf. What's going on? Sirius asked. What do you mean? What's going on? Can't you see? Narcissa retorted. Is it possible that Isha might have feelings for Severus? Lily speculated. No way. My bro is head over heels for football. Sirius exclaimed. You really are a dog. Narcissa remarked. Isha has emotional needs too. Besides, it's odd that at 13, Isha still doesn't have a boyfriend. 13 is too young to be dating. Lily and Sirius exclaimed in unison. Besides, they might not even end up together. They've been dragging this on for 3 years with no progress. Lily added. I think Severus has a soft spot for Isha. How can my bro be with someone like that snotty kid? Sirius protested. Shut up, Lily and Narcissa chimed in. But Isha definitely likes Severus, Lily noted. I agree, Narcissa added. However, the pace of this progression is simply too slow, Lily remarked. Indeed, Narcissa concurred. Just wait. I'm going to make a move to speed up my bro's progress. Sirius declared. Are you still being a dog? Your bro just gifted you a motorcycle. And this is how you repay him? Narcissa retorted. It's precisely because my bro treats me so well that I want to help him avoid hanging around that snotty tree. Sirius exclaimed. Can you please not call him that? How childish. You're the one who picks at your feet. Lily scolded. Adults are talking. Don't interrupt, you mutt. Narcissa snapped at him. You two are ridiculous. Is this how you treat the fourth-ranked male idol? Sirius exclaimed. The third-ranked female idol says, you little brat. Hurry up and shut up. Narcissa shot back. You're only a month older. Since when did you get so high and mighty? Sirius retorted. The second-ranked female idol begs you to go find Potter and do your homework. Don't come crying to me later asking to copy. Lily added. You don't understand. James always finishes his work. Asking you to copy is just a trick. Sirius countered. Oh well then I want to lend it out next time. I feel like I've sold out my brother. Narcissa exclaimed. Oh. Isha is getting closer. I think Severus is completely stiff, Lily observed. Anyone who claims he has no feelings for Isha is lying, Narcissa asserted. But with his awkwardness, if Isha wants to succeed in winning him over, it's going to be a long road ahead. Sirius pondered. I just can't comprehend you love-struck folks. If you both have feelings for each other, why not just get together? Why all the testing and hesitance? Narcissa replied, you're destined to be single for life, you mutt. Anyway, I'm not in the mood for romance right now. I've made up my mind, Lily declared. What? Sirius asked. I'm going to help Isha. Lily announced. That's not allowed. Isha has me as her supporter. You can't join. Narcissa objected. Why not? I could help from Severus' side. Lily countered. No. You cannot assist my bro. He absolutely cannot be with Snape. Sirius insisted. It's simply not happening. Narcissa affirmed, turning away in a huff. Lily and Sirius were left bewildered. Why does your sister always get inexplicably angry when she sees me? Lily asked. Sirius looked up. I don't know. But it seems she doesn't dislike you. Lily shrugged. Group chat for support squad S established. Join group. Invite Flatfoot to join group. Invite Bigfoot to join group. When joining, remember to change your nickname, Flatfoot instructed. What? Bigfoot exclaimed. Didn't I say I wouldn't assist them? Bye he. Can you bear to see your elder brother yearning in vain? De Jiaoban. However, Snape is truly. Guangqing Bian Pingzu. Did I not say you shouldn't assist? Bye he. Narcissa, let us strive together. Guangqing Bian Pingzu. Who wants to join you in your endeavors? Bye he. I inquired with Severus yesterday. He mentioned he has plans for Hogsmeade Day. Guangqing Bian Pingzu. I suspect he is merely accompanying Isa on a shopping spree, as she likely forced him to go. Bye he. Yet if Isa requests he would not refuse her. De Jiaoban so. What do you intend to do? Bye he. What a splendid opportunity for an assist. We could trail them and devise ways to nudge them into the Pathni CAF. It is said to be a sacred rendezvous spot for couples. Even non-couples who stroll there might end up as a couple. Guangqing Bian Pingzu. Why are you so adept at this? De Jiaoban. I suddenly worry for my brother James. Bye he. This is what my friend told me. Bye he. Do you not think we could recruit more people to strengthen our ranks, thus enhancing our chances of assistance? De Jiaoban, I must ask. Why are you so fervent about providing assistance? Guangqing Bian Pingzu. Moreover, not many are aware of Isa's feelings for Severus, are they? De Jiaoban, hold on a moment. De Jiaoban. Oh, I just asked Regulus, and he said he has noticed too. Guangqing Bian Pingzu. De Jiaoban invites Ocean Song to join the group. Ocean Song, what on earth? Bye he. We are the SXS assist team. Ocean Song, why SXS? Bye he. Because their surnames both begin with S. Ocean Song, impressive. My brother. Chapter 35, Side Story Tom Riddle, The Accidental Father, Part 2, Happy Birthday to You. Tom sat cross-legged on the kitchen floor. His expression indifferent as he listened to Isa sing. Happy birthday to Daddy. Isa decided to challenge her vocal range. Happy birthday to you. Ooh. Tom clapped with his usual indifference. So do not tell me that your lack of pitch is also inherited from me. Isa gasped for breath. If it wasn't inherited from you, then from whom? I don't even have a mother. Tom, the school heartthrob, refused to admit to his off-key singing. Then you must be a genetic mutation. Isa pouted. Oh, hurry and make a wish. Forget about the birthday song segment. Tom smiled at her. I will not forget. Every year, I shall bring it up to tease you. Isa was astonished to discover her father was so shameless. It seemed that his audacity was also inherited. Tom closed his eyes, silently wishing. Do not let Isa leave, do not let Isa leave, do not let Isa leave. What are you doing, Dad? Isa craned her neck to look at him. Hurry and make your wish. I am making one, Tom replied. You can't do it like that. Wishes must be spoken aloud to be effective, Isa corrected him. Tom was taken aback. Did you not say that wishes must be kept secret to be fulfilled? Isa was even more shocked. I have always spoken my wishes aloud since childhood, and you taught me that. You said wishes must be voiced loudly. They truly work better that way. Indeed. For instance, on my 8th birthday, I loudly wished for a wardrobe full of Lolita skirts, and behold, the second wardrobe was filled. My father claimed the tooth fairy delivered it at midnight. And when I wished at 10 not to have a stepmother, days later, I overheard my father telling Uncle O.W.T.S to stop introducing beautiful women to him, as he was asexual. See, how effective, Isa exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Tom, 20 years from now, you are remarkable. You can charm your daughter. I am impressed, thoroughly impressed. Very well, Tom conceded. I wish to be able to stay with my family for a long time. Just with you, Tom thought. Isa furrowed her brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Oh no, could her father still harbor fantasies about the Gaunt or Riddle families? Isa earnestly patted her father's elbow. I will do my best to help you. Now, let's blow out the candles. Tom blew out all 16 candles in one breath and then stared at the cake alongside Isa. You should eat. Tom nudged the cake towards her. I do not eat sweets at night, Isa declined. I would gain weight. No food should go to waste, Tom said sternly. Did my future self not teach you this? Isa paused for a moment and replied. You told me we could eat one piece and throw another away. We have everything we need at home. Tom, suddenly realizing he is destined to become a domineering CEO, what to do? Tom sighed. He finally understood. His little girl was just like Walburga Black, raised in a lap of luxury. His Isa was also a little lady, a lady of Slytherin. One who needed to be cherished in his hands. He must not show the slightest sign of discomfort. If he wished for her to stay, if he craved the warmth she brought, if he wished to surpass the future minister in her heart, he could no longer be the Riddle from the orphanage. Isa scrutinized Tom's expression, reflecting on her own behavior, realizing she had indeed been spoiled by a life of comfort. As a proud practitioner of the 8 honors and 8 shames, she kept the values of socialism close to heart. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, patriotism, diligence, integrity, and kindness. How could she waste food so soon after the glorious anti-fascist war had ended? She had wronged the working class. She had been corrupted by indulgence. She owed an apology to the bright red scarf that once shone on her chest. I am sorry. They both said simultaneously, then reached for the cake at the same time. If you do not want to eat, then do not eat, Tom said gently. Every grain is hard-earned. We cannot waste it. Isa insisted. Tom, why do I feel as if your eyes are shining with a peculiar red light? Isa, because socialism calls to me from within. The red star shines, radiating brilliance. The red star shines, warming hearts. Follow along. In the end, they agreed to consume it the following morning. The house elf packed it for them, and then Tom held the takeout box in one hand and his daughter in the other as they returned to their dormitory. Need help carrying that? Isa looked up and asked. No need, Tom squeezed Isa's palm. When is your birthday? Children's Day, Isa said, being led through the dim corridor by Tom, unafraid at all. It's June 1st. I am a Gemini, so I am quite carefree. Dad, you are a Capricorn. But I think your sun sign should be Scorpio. It suits you perfectly. Why does it suit me? Tom noted her birthday and her belief in astrology. Scorpio, well, is quite assertive and possesses strong leadership. Isa discreetly omitted the part about having a vengeful nature, but regardless, both Scorpio and Capricorn do not align well with Gemini. So I do not really believe in astrology. I believe in Marxism and Mao Zedong thought. Oh, Tom silently crossed out the belief in astrology and noted her as a red ideologue. Tell me more about yourself, Isa, I wish to hear. Her father surprisingly did not reject socialism. Isa felt hopeful about turning the future Dark Lord into a proud party member, and she became even more loquacious. I am actually a Maoist, but unfortunately, everyone around me is a liberal. You have gained a sister. Abraxas, returning from a Christmas holiday, felt as though the world had changed. Were you not raised in an orphanage? I found her, Tom replied curtly. Isa obediently greeted Uncle Malfoy. Hello, brother. Hey, alright. Up smiled reflexively upon seeing the beautiful girl. You and your brother look so alike. Indeed. Isa beamed with pride. After dinner, call them all over. I have something to discuss with them, Tom instructed Up. They currently form a small group of several dozen individuals, with Tom at the helm. allowing him to navigate Hogwarts with relative ease. Tom believes that the manpower he has gathered over the years is the foundation for great achievements. In reality, these individuals are merely the Tom Riddle Hogwarts Support Club. Unbeknownst to him, they have secretly organized initiation ceremonies, team-building activities, and various support events. The fandom has gained a new member, Tom's little sister, as announced by the president, O.W.T.S. The female members erupted in excitement. Is she really his biological sister? Vice President Walburga Black shouted. Isn't this a case of Germanic familial complications? It seems unlikely. O.W.T.S. glanced around, and from that familiar face, it was evident they shared blood. She looked strikingly similar and was utterly adorable. The girl was only 12. There were no such complications to worry about. Doesn't that make her a gender-swapped version of Tom? Exclaimed Lester Lestrange, clutching his chest. Oh my goodness. I'm so thrilled. I'll regard her as my sister-in-law. Walburga vowed, as the other female members erupted in discontented shouts. Nonsense. She is clearly my sister-in-law. The female members plunged into yet another round of rivalry. Don't you dare steal my husband. You have your own Marlon Brando. You can't take my Tom back after you said you'd switch husbands yesterday. Meanwhile, the male members debated whether pursuing the idol's sister was permissible. You'd be risking your life, O.W.T.S. stated. It's a matter of whether Tom will get to you first or if the other members will. But what if it were permissible? Avery inquired. O.W.T.S. replied, fair competition. No one is allowed to pursue her. Tom, acting as the arbiter in the empty classroom that served as the meeting room, warned everyone. If I discover anyone harboring even the slightest intention of courting Isla, I will not hesitate to take action. He coldly shattered the meeting table with his glare, leaving the members as quiet as mice. Isla sat obediently beside Tom, silently absorbing the admiring glances of the male members and the uniform gaze of the female members, all exclaiming, she is adorable. Walburga, Tom called out, I entrust Isla to you. The vice president nodded resolutely. You can count on me. So, is Tom's support color green? Isla and the primary female members of the support club snuggled together under the covers, munching on sunflower seeds while discussing their idol. But how is this different from promoting Slytherin? Oh, there's a distinction. Our support artwork features numerous Deathly Hallows. See, the team artist, Apollos, has a banner with the TR emblem. Isla mused that this design bore the early semblance of the Dark Mark and thought it was delightfully whimsical. Tom would absolutely love it. This is our poster. Walburga displayed a smiling image of Tom on the dormitory wall. When Isla glanced over, Tom and the poster winked at her, also painted by Mia, truly remarkable. Does Tom have a personal character song? Isla inquired. Walburga's expression turned serious. We lack the talent in that area. Isla patted her chest confidently. Leave it to me. By the way, Isla, there is someone you must be cautious of. She is the enemy of all of us in the Tom Riddle Hogwarts Support Club residing in the Slytherin girls' dormitory, Walburga advised. She has never adhered to our club's regulations and has always acted independently, attempting to charm our idol since her arrival, through various encounters, feigned helplessness and the like. The key is, she has an inflated sense of superiority, insisting she is the only one capable of rescuing Tom from the depths of darkness. She boasts of memorizing the periodic table at 3, attending college at 4, and winning a Nobel Prize at 5, complete nonsense. She can't even pass the history of magic exam. Who is she? Asked Isla. Sounds like a time-traveling girl. Even more impressive than her. Elena McAvoy. Are you kidding me? That wretched girl dares to bear the McAvoy name. Isla exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. Walburga? Isla, who had mastered both Shanghai and Northeastern dialects, quickly rephrased in English. Does that little brat even deserve the McAvoy surname? All the girls collectively spat. Exactly that brat. Isla, in a state of panic, thought no. This time-traveling girl who shares the name of my ex-girlfriend and my best friend is too terrifying. Even more outrageous than Eric Fassbinder. No, why do both pairs want to pursue my father? No, my brother. You all should focus on your own EC and stop trying to insert yourselves into HP. Absolutely not. Following this fanfiction trope, Tom will surely be ensnared. Isla decisively grabbed a pillow and leaped from her bed, running barefoot. Isla, where are you going? Walburga exclaimed in alarm. Don't go killing her in her sleep. Even if I told you she's in dormitory 312, it wouldn't matter. Isla turned back, kissing each senior goodnight. Good night, good night, good night. I'm going back to sleep. Sweet dreams. She silently slipped out of the dormitory, quietly closing the door. Walburga pondered, what should I do about being captivated by the idol's sister? A senior remarked. The gender-swapped version of the idol is adorable. She even kissed me. Tom? O.W.T.S. exclaimed, startled, rolling out of bed. Why did I hear someone knocking on our dormitory door at such an hour? Tom groggily awakened and heard the knocking as well. Tom. He recognized that he was being called and who was calling him. He remained still, warning Up with a glance to lie quietly. Isla, believing Tom was asleep, quietly pushed the door open and tiptoed inside. The Slytherin boys were few in number, so Tom shared a room with Up. Isla easily distinguished between the golden-haired and the dark-haired boys, and silently lifted the dark-haired boy's blanket to snuggle in. Tom feigned sleep, feeling a small body creep into his covers, bringing a chill as she tentatively brushed against his pajamas. Her little feet were cold. She must not have worn shoes on her way here. Tom felt a pang of sympathy. He pretended to turn over, wrapping an arm around Isla, pulling her into his embrace. Isla was taken aback by Tom's sudden embrace, momentarily stunned, nestled in his arms. Her mind went blank for a moment before she instinctively tried to retract her cold feet, fearing they would freeze him. But Tom trapped her little feet between his legs, silently warming them. Is he awake? He can't be, can he? Isla thought anxiously. Tom. She whispered. Tom zzz. It seemed he was indeed asleep, Isla mused. All right then. I'll employ the sleep memory technique, as discussed in Brave New World. She leaned closer to his ear, whispering. Studies show that words heard in dreams remain in the subconscious, leading one to unconsciously adhere to them. Tom perked up his ears. So Tom M. Riddle first. You must not develop feelings for Elena McAvoy, she stated softly yet clearly. Second, you must not have any interactions with her. Third, you must fulfill Isla's wish for her 10th birthday. In case you forget, I'll repeat. You are not to find me a stepmother. A stepfather is also off the table. Fourth, you must never reject Isla or dismiss her in any form. Fifth, always remember that Isla loves you. After finishing her declarations, Isla gently pecked his face. If you accomplish all that, you'll earn a reward, a kiss. Tom remained silent, waiting for Isla to retract back into his embrace. Satisfied, he adjusted his position, preparing to continue sleeping with her nestled against him, gently curling his body to hold her even closer. All right. He silently moved his lips in the darkness, agreeing to her terms, and then placed a tender kiss atop her head, as gentle as the fluttering of butterfly wings. Abraxas Malfoy, I heard nothing. I am merely a passing weasel. Do not ask me what Germanic familial complications are. Ah, how bright the Mars is tonight. Wishing everyone sweet dreams. Ha 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 zzzzzzzzzzz. Chapter 36, Side Story, Tom Riddle, The Accidental Father, Part 3. Today, Ab unusually arrived early at the breakfast table, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Avery, he called to the yawning blonde giant coming for breakfast. I remember you have a relative in Germany who works as a therapist. What specialty does he have? Orthopedics? What for? Avery sleepily grabbed a plate of fried eggs. I think our idol might need it. Innocently passing by, the esteemed president, Lady White Weasel, lamented, do reach out in advance. Meanwhile, on the other end, Isla awoke in Tom's embrace, feeling woefully deprived of sleep. Isla, Tom leaned down. It's time to rise. With a petulant huff, Isla replied, Can I skip class, father? Her playful charm fell flat. Tom resolute declared, Your first lesson is Professor Dumbledore's Transfiguration class. What's so terrifying about Dumbledore? I'm not even afraid of Snape. Isla retorted, like a playful kitten. She nuzzled under Tom's chin. Father, you get up first. Tom gently released Isla, sitting up himself. Seizing the opportunity while Isla buried her head under the blankets, he swiftly dressed and, clutching the corner of the duvet, yanked it off with a flourish. Wah! Betrayed by my own father. You actually pulled my covers off, Isla exclaimed. Ultimately, she donned Tom's outer robe and slipped into his slippers, returning to her dormitory to change her clothes. She forgot her pillow was still on Tom's bed, and he deliberately chose not to remind her. Elena McAvoy cornered Isla in the second-floor ladies' restroom. Isla had just finished 2 back-to-back potions classes. It was simple enough to fool the younger slughorn. A touch of pretentiousness sufficed. However, after 2 consecutive classes, she was desperate to relieve herself. She hurried into the restroom, her goal in sight, only to be intercepted by a striking beauty with dark hair and blue eyes. Are you Tom's sister? Elena mocked, glancing at the sink that led to the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. Eager to make your mark so soon after transferring, are we? Senior, please. You look so much like James the First. Want to chat with you, but I'm in such a rush. Isla pleaded. Just let me go for a moment. You do indeed resemble Tom, but that is where our similarities end, Elena retorted, blocking her path. Do you possess any special talents? Could you move aside? Isla, exasperated, replied. I just need to use the restroom, and you're dragging this out. Do you believe I wouldn't unleash a communist punishment upon you for the sake of my country? Not playing along anymore? no longer wishing to maintain a sweet facade to deceive him? Elena clicked her tongue. Come now, little sister, you must understand. In my eyes, you are but a fleeting shadow. Chilled to her core, Isla hadn't heard such outdated phrases as giving strength and fading away in ages. I'm done with you. Isla pivoted and returned to her dormitory to relieve herself. But before departing, she glanced back, her expression a mix of curiosity and complexity. What year did you come from? 2010. Elena proudly raised her chin. I was among the first to knit scarves. Isla gasped and hurried away. Senior, it must be tough, not even using WeChat or Zhihu. How tragic. Elena epitomized the older generation of transmigrators, fully embodying flamboyance and the desire to stand out. Determined to be anything but ordinary. I'm not studying. I'm merely enduring solitude. Elena sighed dramatically as she passed a father and daughter holding hands on their way to lunch. Unable to contain herself, Isla softly muttered, Impressive, my sister. Why do you bully the younger Slytherins? Is it merely because your father is Li Gang? She was also a classic Gryffindor-Slytherin supporter, often stepping forward to criticize the red uniforms. You're here again. You simply want to unlock the chamber. Do you know this could lead Tom to be suspected by that old bee? For the third time, Isla found herself cornered in the second-floor ladies' restroom. She felt as if it were a showdown between the internet slang of 2016 and that of 2010. All she wanted was a moment of peace in the restroom. And she finally erupted, her years of pent-up verbal combat skills ready to be unleashed. With fluency in Mandarin, Shanghainese, Northeastern dialect, and an adeptness for online bickering, Isla infused her voice with a booming clarity. Are you out of your mind? You want to be slapped, you unfortunate little bear? If I don't tidy you up today, you won't even realize the consequences. Every day, you prattle on without a care, thinking you can flaunt a few outdated phrases like giving strength and fading away and still make a name for yourself, huh? You think Yang Yongxin will have to shock you before you appreciate the value of life and the dangers of transmigration. Isla slammed the stall door, the sound echoing. Has the little girl even turned 15 before her transmigration? Resorting to such lowly tactics, parading around before others, unable to articulate properly, what a pathetic display. You don't even know how to communicate with me. Why haven't you dyed your hair in some garish rainbow to match your non-mainstream style? 3 years old memorizing the periodic table, 4 years old in university, 5 years old winning the Nobel Prize? Have you heard of Tu? And yet here you are, spouting nonsense. If someone knows the Qingyu and Chun Shui, you can't even recite the Chibi Fu. What are you pretending to be? A talented woman. You can't even top your grade. What worth is there in being a transmigrator? Elena, flustered, retorted, do you even know how to recite the Chibi Fu? In the autumn of the Renshu year, on the 15th of July, Suzy and his guest rode beneath the red cliffs. As the gentle breeze blew, the waters stirred not. Raising a cup to toast the guest, reciting poems of the bright moon. Do you even have the audacity to listen? Isla finished, you are a disgrace to all transmigrators. You know it's 1945 this year, and you feel justified studying in Britain? Your homeland is still embroiled in the Liberation War. Can you really bear to watch as Taiwan and the mainland remain apart? What else can I do? Elena stood dumbfounded. For the benefit of the country, one must face life and death without regard for fortune or misfortune. Isla passionately asserted, are you truly willing to squander your magical abilities just to pursue a man? Is that worth it? Is it? The core socialist values were non-existent in your era, but surely you must recognize the 8 honors and 8 shames. You will graduate in 2 years in 1947. There is still time to make a difference. Elena was left speechless. Instead of endlessly fantasizing about unattainable heartthrobs or scheming against younger classmates, wouldn't it be wiser to improve one's own skills rather than strive for sensational headlines? When trouble arises, she would flee faster than anyone. You are indeed Navi. I once shared laughter with Billy Harrington. Which Western country have I not visited? Look at you, busy plotting and scheming, with not a hint of the dignified demeanor of a true mage. With a sudden clash, Isla slammed the stall door again. The wood shattering. If you ever disturb me or my father again, I will toss you into the chamber at midnight to feed the snakes. Elena turned pale, trembling as she drew her wand. Why you? What of it? Do you believe I want to take you down, and then run to Slughorn to see if he believes a second year could take down a 5th year? Isla threatened, glaring. Then swiftly shattered the already broken door into splinters. What began as a youthful campus narrative abruptly shifted, with elements of patriotism and bullying sending the true 15-year-old Elena fleeing. Isla sighed in relief. Finally, I can have a moment of peace in the restroom. In truth, Isla didn't need to be so harsh with Elena. However, the thought of Elena's clinginess towards Tom irked her. You are jealous, Tom whispered softly in her ear, causing Isla to startle, her hand trembling as she marred her paper. Nonsense, what do I have to be jealous of? Isla feigned calmness, erasing her previous remark, merely finding Elena irritating. Tom chuckled softly. You are envious that she can pursue me openly. Don't slander me, spreading rumors can land you in serious trouble. Isla's ears flushed red. Tom decided to drop the teasing and turn to serious matters. I've uncovered the truth about my lineage. Isla paused her writing. So you've known about my background all along, but chose not to share it with me. Tom reached to unbutton Isla's shirt, and she feigned a struggle. There are so many people in the library. Where did your mind wander? He pulled out a locket from Slytherin along a fine golden chain. Is this the future me? He opened the locket, gazing at the photograph of Voldemort and Isla behind the glass, dashing. During the summer, accompany me to Little Hangleton. Tom caressed the photo of Isla, her toothy smile. Let us introduce you to my uncle and your grandfather. As dusk fell upon Little Hangleton, the Gunther estate stood dilapidated and dim, exuding a foul odor. Isla tugged at Tom's sleeve, covering her mouth and nose, following him inside with a look of disdain. They encountered the inebriated Mofin, languishing in the room. You. Mofin swayed as he stood. You. That muggle. How dare you show your face here? Tom regarded him with calmness, his grip tightening around his wand. I will kill him. Suddenly, Isla yanked Tom away from the flailing Mofin, catching him off guard with her protective gesture. Still dazed, Tom barely had a moment to collect his thoughts before Isla hurled a handful of quicklime at Mofin. Where did you get the quicklime? Tom asked, perplexed. I just passed by a construction site and grabbed some on a whim. If only I had a brick to conceal. I would have picked one up to smash him with. It would have been just as handy. Darling, how did you become so unrefined and crude? As the quicklime stung Mofin's eyes, he began to wail. Isla expertly approached, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Prying his mouth open to administer the truth serum. How are you so skilled at this? Tom exclaimed. Mofin quieted, trembling uncontrollably. Isla smiled at Tom as if seeking recognition. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Tom's meticulously crafted plan for ruthless vengeance was significantly undermined by the presence of quicklime and the potential for bricks. The ensuing interrogation became rather tedious. Name? Mofin Gant. Gender? Male. Place of origin? Little Hangleton, England. Marital status? Unmarried. Tom, unable to endure any longer, interrupted. I am not here to conduct a census. Isla obediently fell silent. Tom continued with a fierce demeanor. Family situation? Both parents are deceased, and my sister has run away. Isla glanced at Tom. You forgot to inquire about his political affiliation. That is unnecessary. Tom snapped. What about your sister? She eloped with a muggle, taking our ancestral Slytherin locket. Tom's visage darkened, and Isla gently grasped his hand. Who is that muggle? The Tom Riddle from across the valley. He has returned home recently. Tom clenched his jaw, delivering a swift blow that sent Mofin sprawling. Isla stepped forward, removing the resurrection stone ring from his hand. Here, Dad, take this. When I return, I will help you clean it. What is this? Tom furrowed his brow as he examined the ring. Isla eagerly proclaimed, it is one of the Deathly Hallows, the resurrection stone. Passed down from the Peveril family. How hideous. Tom remarked. Let us not be too picky about aesthetics, haha. Come on. With a sigh, Tom tightly clasped Isla's hand. Let us visit the Riddle house. Don't go there. Isla stood her ground. Dad, please. Tom regarded her with a complex expression. You know what I intend to do, don't you? You are aware that man will not survive the night, correct? Yes, I know, Isla replied candidly. I also know you plan to frame Gant for it. Just like my daughter to understand me so well, Tom smirked. What, did your father tell you? Is that future version of me sharing all my secrets? No. It's just a guess. Given my disposition, I could easily do such a thing. Isla denied. My father has always strived to present himself as virtuous before me. He keeps such dark history tightly sealed. Tom's palm was slick with perspiration as he gripped Isla's hand. Do you wish to prevent me from killing? Isla met his gaze unwaveringly. Yes. Am I disappointing you? He asked softly, realizing that the man he had become was despicably plotting the murder of a muggle father. Suddenly, Isla planted a kiss on his cheek, compelling him to swallow the remainder of his words. Not at all. My morals are even lower. I would even consider killing Mofin. Her tone was lighthearted. I simply do not want you to feel sorrow after confronting that dreadful family. I care for Grandma, and I care for you. Seeking them out will only reopen your wounds. What good would it do to kill them? No matter how clever the framing, those determined to investigate will always uncover the truth, and it could jeopardize your future. I am not a spoiled, kind-hearted princess. Isla added as she delivered a finishing blow to Mofin, then took Tom's hand to lead him outside. The darkness within me is as substantial as yours. I merely lack the energy to engage with those who would readily strap me to an electric chair. I crave fame and fortune, and I am vain. What right do I have to be disappointed in you? Tom chuckled as Isa pulled him along. It seems my future self has failed miserably at parenting. Indeed. It is your fault, Isa retorted, retrieving some buzzing honey candy from her pocket. Once they reached the main road, she offered the candy to Tom. Shall we return to London? Weren't you the one who wanted to see Manchester? Tom slowly unwrapped the candy. The night had fallen, the stars twinkling above. Tom placed the candy into his mouth, drawing Isa close, lowering himself to meet her gaze, and gently pressed a kiss upon her lips, even softly savoring the color of her flushed petals. They were too close. He could even see her trembling eyelashes. This was not a kiss one would expect between a father and daughter. Is it sweet? He whispered. Isa was momentarily stunned, taking time to regain her voice. Don't move, she stammered. Tom, thinking she was frightened, sighed inwardly, realizing he had been too hasty. Isa rummaged in her pocket, producing a small glass vial, exuberantly declaring, "Wait until I drink this aging potion before I kiss you again." Tom exclaimed, "You are quite adept at this. Why such a strong reaction? Don't like it? Are you, perchance, a fan of younger girls?" Isa glared at him. "I like you in all your forms," Tom smiled. "So perhaps it's best if you don't drink that aging potion, I beg you." The father-daughter ending had been achieved. Now 2 alternate endings, 1. Isa did not return to her original world, continuing her charade with Tom, truly becoming his daughter-in-law. 2. Isa returned to her original world, discovering that Lauder was indeed the Tom of yore, who had been derangedly indulging in his own upbringing these past years. Thus, she truly became his daughter-in-law. Is that satisfactory? Are you pleased? Little Tom has given both Lauder and the rest a taste of it. Now, you go back to the main text and properly deal with your overly rigid and reclusive bat. Otherwise, I will present the tragic ending where the father becomes the son-in-law. I assure you, the tragic ending is excruciatingly heart-wrenching. You would not want to know. Chapter 37, Patafu. The supporting team continues to grow in numbers. Group members. Bye he group leader. Bigfoot administrator. Flatfoot administrator. Ocean Song pointed fork moon face. This time, the red and green factions remarkably reached a consensus, with Big Dog dragging along his friends, ensuring that if the support failed, they could all face Isa's wrath together. Jean Dalla's reasoning was straightforward. Any male in Lily's vicinity posed a danger that needed to be addressed promptly, particularly Severus, who after a good wash, was not unattractive. Remus, on the other hand, felt that both Isa and her father were good people. Had it not been for the minister's intervention in his youth, he would have been bitten by a werewolf. Moreover, he was uneasy about his friends. If they weren't careful, they could easily knock Severus unconscious and deliver him straight to Isua's dormitory. Come on. Lily's plan was quite simple. She mentioned someone had asked her out on a date at Patafu and requested Isa and Severus to sit at a nearby table to keep watch. The small group then utilized the restaurant's discount to send them a romantic candlelit dinner. After such a candlelit lunch, it would be hard not to develop feelings. Who asked you out to Patafu? Narcissa secretly scribbled a question. A certain John responded eagerly, me. Your intentions are clear. Jean Dalu, I see through your schemes. Sirius scorned Jean Dalu and then wagged his tail in agreement. Yes, I also recommend James. Lily had previously played a couple with James in a drama, and she held a favorable impression of him, despite occasionally finding him immature in his desire to show off. Nevertheless, his radiant smile made her quite willing. And thus, it was settled. Private chat. Bye he nickname, Lily-chan. New signature. Once a red, always a red. I who am devoted to pure white alias, Isabel. New signature. Alright, it's time for a choice akin to the Champions League final. Manchester United vs Real Madrid QEQ. Bye he, Isabel W. I who am devoted to pure white. Lily 0W0. Bye he. Do you have plans for Hogsmeade today? I who am devoted to pure white. Do you want to invite me? Bye he yes. No. Someone wants to invite me. I who am devoted to pure white. Someone wants to invite you? Who? Is it Potter? That antlered James. Bye he. Well, he invited me to the O.W.T.S shop for a chat. I who am devoted to pure white. Goodness, did you agree? Bye he. So, I came to find you. Can you accompany me? Not to sit together. Just find a spot nearby and help me observe. If you think it's alright, then I will. I who am devoted to pure white. Goodness. I who am devoted to pure white. Goodness. I who am devoted to pure white. Lily, you're only in 3rd grade. Bye he. I'll be in 4th grade next year. I, who am devoted to pure white. Your progress is surprisingly swift, coughs up blood. Bye he. It's all right, Isabel. Your progress can also be rapid. I, who am devoted to pure white. No. I mean I'll soon be seeing little Harry, and I'm a bit anxious. I, who am devoted to pure white. Don't worry, I will definitely accompany you. I, who am devoted to pure white. However, I may not stay for too long. Bye he. By the way, does Severus have any plans? I, who am devoted to pure white. I wanted to invite him, but it seems I failed. Bye he failed? I, who am devoted to pure white. I secured 2 tickets for a play in London, but he resolutely refused to go QAQ. Bye he. It's fine. I'll ask him if he wants to accompany me to tPullOutCaseStudiesDuringDuel to help me observe. I, who am devoted to pure white, don't. I, who am devoted to pure white. He would surely eliminate James on the spot. I, who am devoted to pure white. Let him be, Humph. I don't care who he spends Valentine's Day with, love whoever he wants. The situation is dire. The assisting team members face the dilemma of Snape's absence. The assisting team of Gryffindor. He must appear at tPullOutCaseStudiesDuringDuel. Sirius clenches his fist, James lowers his head pondering strategies, while Remus silently and swiftly completes his homework. Has Isabel asked him out? James inquires of Sirius. He firmly declined, stating he wouldn't go to a couple's tea shop. The great dog, a witness to the scene, felt a pang for his brother. Then let us take a hard approach. James ultimately chose the most comfortable method for himself, forcing him to go. No. We must make him willingly obliged to go. Sirius vetoed the violent tactic. The two pondered deeply. How about telling him Isabel is on a date with Lawrence at tPullOutCaseStudiesDuringDuel? Inspiration struck Sirius. That snot-nosed brat, even if he's green with envy, wouldn't he want to witness it in person? James knows his arch-rival very well. Sirius grinned mischievously. What if I say Lawrence is bringing something that resembles a love potion? James, sounds good, my brother. They began to plan further. They inquired about Lawrence's Valentine's Day plans. Regulus indicated that Lawrence would also be roaming Hogsmeade that day, but it was uncertain where he would go. Lily issued a clear directive. Find someone to detain Lawrence. He must not appear in front of Snape. Narcissa arrived along with Lucius, who got along rather well with Lawrence. Have Lawrence drink beer at the Three Broomsticks all day. Shocked that his girlfriend kicked him to flirt with other men, Lucius exclaimed, "You want me to drink beer with Lawrence on Valentine's Day?" Of course. He couldn't reveal the reasoning to him. This Death Eater's informant might report back, and then they would only witness Snape's shattered corpse. The members praised Narcissa's noble spirit, sacrificing Valentine's Day for her friend. Narcissa humbly replied, Isabel once sang a song to me with beautiful lyrics. As long as you love the right person, every day can be Valentine's Day. It's all right. However, how was the dejected Isabel originally planning her Valentine's Day? She managed to procure 2 tickets to the Royal Opera House in London for Romeo and Juliet, eagerly inviting Snape, but upon seeing the title, he turned green and fled. She couldn't tell if he was angry or shy. Thus, this year's Valentine's Day turned out to be another foolish affair. She was accustomed to it, truly. She had truly become accustomed to it QEQ. On February 14th, the snow fell gently. While eating breakfast, Isabel feigned liveliness, greeting Snape. Hey, lonely dog, spending the day alone. Ha. Snape clicked his tongue. As if you're not alone. I'm not alone. Isabel huffed. I have my idol keeping me company. Your idol? Snape raised an eyebrow skeptically. Yes, you have no idea about the lead actor of the play. At that crucial moment, Lawrence and Sirius appeared one after the other. Good morning, Isabel. Happy Valentine's Day. Lawrence greeted warmly and Isabel smiled back, internally snickering. Burn in hell, you and your uncle. Snape, come here. Sirius, with a mysterious gaze, glared at Lawrence from behind. Snape rolled his eyes at him. Sirius had to whisper, It's urgent. Isabel looked over curiously. What could be so urgent that it couldn't be said here? Snape frowned. Sirius simply pulled him up. It's very important, others cannot hear. Then the great dog seized one of Snape's arms and walked away, leaving a confused Isabel staring at their departing backs. Isabel. Oh no, on Valentine's Day. Those two aren't planning to do something dog-like, are they? Big news. She jumped up and chased after them. I told you I saw it with my own eyes. Then why didn't you inform Isabel and instead told me? Isabel has feelings for him. So she wouldn't believe it. Are you stupid? If I didn't trust you to protect my brother, I would have gone myself. She doesn't like Lawrence. Are you so sure? Can you not speak to me in that manner? Ha. What manner? Isabel wall. The dashing Sirius, leaning casually against the wall with one hand in his pocket, and the silent Snape, squeezed between the dog wall. Both turned to look at the corner where Isabel had just chased out, tears streaming down her face. Goodness. The two dark-haired boys silently watched her run away in tears. Sirius quietly straightened. Sorry, I'm used to it. Snape silently straightened. Get lost. I'm serious. Lawrence is really planning to invite her to O.W.T.S today, and he is bringing. I know. Snape replied simply, turning to leave. Where are you going? To confront him. My heart is shattered, Narcissa. Isabel, with red eyes, collapsed into Narcissa's embrace. He is actually with my brother. Just a normal action. Narcissa, distracted, was flipping through a textbook. By the way, James invited Lawrence to O.W.T.S to assist. You might need to compete for a table with him. So keep an eye on him. How did they get involved? Isabel wondered. Isn't the great dog not going? The great dog has plans. You and he need to appear somewhat intimate. Otherwise, you'll be staring at Lily's table, just like an ex-group glaring in resentment. The great dog must have gone to mess around with Severus. Does he still consider me a brother? This concerns Lily's happiness. Isabel, be serious. Isabel. QEQO. Outside O.W.T.S tea shop, snow fell in a flurry. You're here? James awkwardly stood up to greet Lily, while Isabel looked around, unable to find Lawrence. But instead spotted a figure cloaked in a hooded black robe. She frowned and continued searching for Lawrence, still finding nothing. However, she didn't want to turn back and ask James, so she decided to take an empty seat nearby. On Valentine's Day, it's notoriously difficult to find a seat at O.W.T.S, and only the space beside the hooded figure was available. Hello, may I join you? Isabel's greeting was infused with a rhythm reminiscent of Gang, full of vitality, alternating between 3 and 4 tones, suitable for a quick-paced rhyme. Snape silently looked up at her. Don't sit here. He brusquely urged her away. I see no sign of you. Have you come to the couple's tea house to revel in your freedom? What brings you here? And why won't you let me sit? The members of the small group, hidden throughout the tea house, observed with bated breath. Snape, after a prolonged silence, finally uttered, I have an appointment. Instantly, anger flared in Isla. I've been waiting for a month for you to respond to my invitation, and yet you come at once for someone else? Who is this person with such audacity? Snape remained impassive. It is none of your concern. Isla glared at him, standing there silently, her gaze unwavering. After a moment, Snape sensed something amiss. He lifted his gaze and discovered that Lily and James, who were supposed to be on a date with him, were glaring at him in fury, and everyone in the tea house was directing their ire toward him. Meanwhile, quiet Isla stood there, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Snape's mind erupted in turmoil. This was disastrous. He thought, it is over. He had made the young girl cry. You please sit down. I am not with anyone else, he stammered, feeling helpless as he gently tugged at her sleeve, attempting to coax her into sitting. Yet Isla remained standing, silent as a tear slipped down her cheek. Isla, please. It's not what you think. In that moment, Snape found himself at a loss for words. Before coming, his mind had been in chaos, rationality mocking the absurdity of Isla dating Lawrence, while his emotions scoured memories for evidence of Isla's affections for Lawrence. Just that morning, she had mentioned celebrating the holiday with her idol, stating that her prior invitation had merely been due to a lack of companionship. He was furious, angry at Lawrence's deceit, angry at Isla's naivety, angry at his own ineptitude. But upon witnessing her tears, the once daunting figure who had once brought an entire year of Hufflepuff girls to tears now felt as panicked as a 13-year-old boy, repeating, I was lying to you. Please don't cry. Isla only reproached herself. It's fine, she managed a forced smile. Enjoy your Valentine's Day. I already have plans and one to intrude. But you. I have to go see a show with someone else. Isla quickly wiped away her tears, looking up as if nothing had happened. Romeo and Juliet. I'm just crying because I'm happy, don't misunderstand. Just wait a moment, I'm leaving now. Don't tell my dad I snuck off to London. With that, she picked up her scarf and strode out, pushing open the door and stepping into the snowstorm. Snape hurriedly pushed back his chair to follow her, his small group hastening after him. Madame Poudafou peeked out from behind the counter. Aren't you going to finish your coffee? James slammed the door behind him. No. We want tea. Isla felt as if she suddenly understood many things. She walked against the tide of couples, her steps light as if she might take flight. Like a whirlwind, she dashed into the 3 broomsticks, tossed a sickle onto the counter, grabbed a glass of whiskey, and ran, disregarding Lawrence and Lucius at the bar sipping beer. In the snow, she marched forward, deftly popping the cap off the bottle with her thumb. She exclaimed to herself, impressive, and took a swig, only to cough at the burn. Who am I? She leaped and bounded down Hogsmeade Street, clutching the liquor, mocking her past vulnerability. What a wonderful girl I am. Why did I ever undervalue myself? To hell with that half-blood prince. I am the Snow Queen. Why should I lower my worth and demean myself to please others? Hey boss, are you open today? Do you have vodka? A Bufus from the Hog's Head emerged to shovel snow, staring in disbelief at the girl running by, whiskey bottle in hand. Forget it, she muttered, taking another long swig. Feeling the wind at her feet. I couldn't care less. If he doesn't like me, that doesn't mean I'm not a good girl. If you're not interested, I won't force you. After all, I haven't seen you as miserable as they portray in fanfiction. You seem to be living quite well, even having a date on Valentine's Day. Fine, I'm just a single dog. And I'm proud of it. She drained the last of the whiskey, viciously tossing the bottle into a nearby trash can, delighting in the sound of shattering glass. Dead. I'm off to see my idol, no more chatter. She pulled out 2 tickets she had been hiding in her pocket, casually discarding one and clutching the other. Staring blankly for a moment. Why do I still feel like crying? She murmured to the ticket featuring Romeo. I thought I had come to terms with everything. He doesn't like me. I can't demean myself any longer. Time to pull myself together and go see my idol. Yet, her idol also had a girlfriend. She looked up at the swirling snow, feeling like the loneliest dog in existence. Going to see Romeo and Juliet alone on Valentine's Day. How tragic. Chapter 38, Confession. Arriving in London with the key to the door, she found the theater and entered with the crowd, taking her seat. The seat beside her remained empty, but she no longer cared. The lights dimmed, and the curtain rose. Romeo appeared, played by Alan Rickman. In the darkness, Isla quietly laughed, but as she laughed, tears began to flow again. An oblivious individual who hadn't found their seat plopped down next to her. Isla had a bad habit of commenting during performances. And before she knew it, she was babbling. My idol was indeed breathtakingly handsome in his youth, but alas, he has a girlfriend. Otherwise, I would have rushed to kiss him at the end of the show, hee. His voice is delightful, but I've heard even more beautiful voices. I have a friend who sings beautifully. O.W.T.S. balcony. I've imagined him coming to tell me he likes me. I'm certain I will never see that day. How miserable I am, watching a heart-wrenching play alone on Valentine's Day. Damn that professor. How could he not like such an exceptional fairy like me? That is his loss. But just like Alan Rickman, as long as he is happy, I will be too. Humans are so greedy, always wanting more. But I refuse to believe I am unworthy of him. I'm not an obsessive fan. Why should I demean myself? Why torture myself needlessly? If it comes down to it, I can wait a few years, go to Portugal, and cultivate my own Romeo. Why must I constantly obsess over him? Am I being pathetic? Yes, I am utterly pathetic. Fine, I've decided to be a free spirit. I'll date 28 different boyfriends, selecting the most handsome from each college and year, and break up with them after a month. That way, I can write a guide for men when I graduate, hee. Wait, has Romeo already decided to commit suicide? No, Alan, think clearly. I'm not ready to watch you die again. Last time in the cinema, when you fell, you still died. Do you know that when you died last time with that black wig and dark contact lenses, I cried so hard in the theater that I almost got kicked out? This is fate, I assenti it. I must see you die again, once in the book, once in the film, and now in real life. Is it because I've lowered my expectations to simply wishing you wouldn't die that I can so humbly tolerate this? You love Juliet and die happily. But when you die, I cry for you from the audience. The lights came on, and the actors took their bows. The deceased Romeo stood up, smiling and bowing. But Isla rested her head against the seat in front, refusing to glance again at Severus Snape, who had once resided in her heart. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience, but you have to endure my commentary throughout this Valentine's performance, she mumbled, looking down. The person beside her remained seated. As those around began to leave, he did not move. He stayed in his seat, mimicking Isla's position, resting his head against the front row, gazing at her as she cried silently. He hesitated, then reached out a hand, gently patting her back. Having consumed potent spirits and now overwhelmed with emotion, Isla felt as if she were experiencing heartbreak. The moment she received comfort, she felt the urge to unleash her turmoil. She began to sob, muttering, "Why doesn't he, the person I like, return my feelings?" The gentleman beside her was at a loss for words. He had asked that very question in his past life. This time, he was just as timid as before. It seemed that this heartbroken girl was equally as lost. "Who do you like?" he gently inquired, stroking her back. "Have you ever confessed your feelings?" Isabella was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she straightened up, staring as if she had seen a ghost. The suave gentleman from the film, clutching his throat and collapsing, was now seated beside her, radiantly alive. Listening to her furious complaints for an entire hour about how he kept dying, and yet still did not favor her. "Professor?" she whispered incredulously. You heard my heart's lament and returned to visit your devoted fan, didn't you? Snape. He merely stumbled upon the ticket she had discarded, consumed a youth potion, and followed her to hear her weep for an hour. You Snape hesitated. In that moment, Isabella, her head spinning from the alcohol, lunged into the embrace of the man in the black robe. She clung tightly to his waist, losing the distinction between reality and illusion, her heart racing as she attacked the professor with her affection. Seeing her in tears over a lost love, and now so vibrantly alive, Snape felt a bittersweet ache within him, unsure of how to respond. She had cried so pitifully for someone unattainable, and yet, this young woman knew the original trajectory of her world, and had fallen for one who was meant to perish. To him, she had always shone brilliantly, and he could not fathom the excellence of the man she yearned for but could not possess. He too felt sorrow, even as he struggled to comprehend why he found it difficult to breathe through his grief. Of course, he was aware of the subtle yet persistent affection he held for Isabella, a radiant girl. He had always suppressed it, forcefully locking away the joy of seeing her in a mental cupboard, securing it tightly. Each night, he would extinguish that stubborn affection before sleep, day after day. Yet, each time she approached, that cupboard would rattle violently, struggling against its confines. In the quiet of night he would converse with the cupboard, asking, "Have you forgotten what manner of being you are?" The cupboard would hum in response, "Whenever I see her, I forget myself, only remembering her." Eventually, he would have to reapply the lock and retreat in disarray. He envisioned what Isabella's future would hold. She would achieve success through her own efforts, with princes and nobles lining up to pursue her, and she would choose among them as one might select a quill from a scholar's collection, ultimately selecting the most exquisite one. She would send him a glittering invitation, as though casually inviting him to a grand affair, pretending to be indifferent. He would offer her his sincerest congratulations, and then resolutely incinerate that weeping cupboard. Isabella remained nestled against her professor, clad in a black robe with unkempt hair, who had callously covered his throat even before dying, had stabbed her heart. "Professor, you must have experienced this too. The humble pangs of unrequited love," she mused. The theater's janitor watched from a distance, contemplating whether to usher the two lingering souls away. Snape winced at a sharp pain in his knee. "I have fallen for a dear friend, someone I hold very close. Yet he harbors an unattainable ideal in his heart. I cannot even ascertain whether he still cherishes her." The cupboard rattled ominously, eager to uncover the identity of that person. A dear friend? Logically, someone as outstanding as I should not feel so timid, right? Yet I do, wholeheartedly and unreservedly. The cupboard cracked open a lock, preparing to burst free from its remaining restraints. "Professor, you would certainly tell me to simply embrace my feelings," she continued. "I knew you would say that, for you have acted upon your own feelings, haven't you? Yet, I am unwilling to accept that. I deserve reciprocal affection. Why must I be the one to love in silence, performing noble deeds without recognition? Do I not deserve him?" The cupboard pressed against the final locks, and Snape felt the strain of keeping it contained. The theater manager approached them. "Since you're here today, Professor, let me just say this. You're a fool, and so am I. You believe yourself unworthy of the one you desire, and so you torment yourself. I fear that confessing will ruin our friendship, so I inflict pain upon myself. Why subject oneself to such misery? One should boldly declare their feelings and graciously accept the outcome. What a liberating thrill that would be." Isabella broke free from his embrace, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed. "You have never even tried. Nor have I. Professor, bear witness. I shall confess my feelings immediately. If I fail, I shall grant myself a clean slate and refuse to linger," she exclaimed, exhilarated. Manager, where is Alan Rickman? Is he backstage?" The manager stood in stunned silence. Isabella nimbly leaped across the stage, and Snape hurried after her, gripping the pounding cupboard door. He watched as the inebriated girl approached the blonde man backstage, standing resolutely before him, and tenderly kissing the pendant resting on his chest. "I like you. Please don't die. Don't make me cry for you again, all right?" She gazed intently at the startled young man, awaiting his response. "Apologies, miss, but this is backstage." She was intoxicated. "I'm sorry. I'll take her away immediately." Snape grasped Isabella by the shoulders. "Snape, you bastard." Isabella erupted suddenly. "You always act as if no one in this world cares for you, that no one loves you. Can't you give yourself a bit more confidence?" Snape was jolted. As if struck by lightning, cleaving through the tumultuous cupboard, unleashing the pent-up emotions within him, allowing them to scream and reclaim the barren corners of his heart. She continued to address Alan, mistaking him for the man who had wounded her so deeply in the film, envisioning him as the one she yearned for, the one with whom she exchanged banter and longing. "I call you Professor, yet you still think you are truly a professor?" Do you believe yourself invulnerable, heartless? Am I not the same? I refuse to torment myself any longer. I've had enough. I detest being alone on Valentine's Day. She drew her wand as if wielding a sword. Snape circled around her from behind, capturing her wand hand with gentle yet unwavering authority, guiding her wand away from him. Is this why you refer to me as Mr. Rickman? He covered her eyes with his free hand, leading her away from backstage, away from Alan, away from the tormenting illusions. They stepped out of the theater and into the snowstorm. With her eyes covered, intoxicated and tired, she merely wished to sleep. Snape longed to dance, to sing, to toss 10 passion fruits into the cauldron all at once. More than anything, he yearned to lead Isabella back to Hogwarts, to grant them both a clean slate. Fool, he thought, as his heart's cupboard performed a series of backflips. I am too. Isabella was oblivious to this. She nestled deeper into the embrace of the tall man, joyfully evading the awkwardness fueled by her intoxication. Snape, using the door key, carried Isabella back to Hogsmeade. Just as the effects of the youth potion wore off. In the blizzard he held the girl, now slightly taller than him. At the point where the door key had landed, in front of the Hog's Head Inn. Unable to contain his laughter any longer, Aberforth emerged, tossing a bottle. Only to witness the pair of foolish students laughing heartily in the snow. Aberforth, what the hell? Chapter 39, Aftermath. Isabella awoke in the infirmary. Her head throbbed. Her body felt feverish, and steam seemed to rise from her ears, clearly having just consumed a dose of cold medicine. Her mind was now quite clear. She recalled the Patafoot tea shop, Snape awkwardly arranging a meeting with someone else. In anger and indignation, she had stormed out, her mind swirling with countless schemes to vent her frustration, including waiting outside for the person Snape had arranged to meet, regardless of whether they were male or female, and delivering a thorough beating to both. Yet she had opted for the most cowardly method. She had fled, running through the snow under the influence of alcohol, even giving a thumbs up to a bottle cap, feeling rather impressive about herself, and then heading to London to see her beloved Alan alone. However, her memories ceased as the theater lights dimmed and Romeo made his entrance. How she returned to Hogwarts, ultimately succumbing to a cold and landing in the infirmary, remained a blur. She sat up, pulling back the white curtain, and beheld the occupants of the adjacent beds. To her left lay the inebriated Lucius and Lawrence, while to her right was Snape, whose ears were also steaming, suffering from a fever worse than her own. Isabella fell into contemplation. She had not finished watching the play when she encountered the magnificent Alan Rickman, and an insatiable malice brewed within her. Returning to Hogsmeade, she dragged Severus Snape out of the tea-house, ruthlessly administering a beating before unceremoniously casting him into the Black Lake. With a resounding click, the door swung open, and the members of the support squad cautiously peered at her countenance, gingerly entering with a basket of fruits. Isolde flashed them a smile, but they averted their gazes in guilt. Isolde. What happened? She inquired softly. Lily and Narcissa were the most apprehensive. Lily, Snape and you. Narcissa, he has a high fever. James, he's covered in snow. Sirius, he was returned to school by the owner of the Hog's Head. Regulus, he's in the hospital. And then there was silence. Remus, period. Isolde, huh? She cautiously asked. He wasn't hurt, was he? To her dismay, the expressions of the support squad grew even more fearful. You hit him? Sirius asked in awe. Isolde, I just forgot to ask. James reported their observations after leaving the tea house. You ran out, and Snape chased after you. He followed you all the way to the Hog's Head. And after you left with the key, he picked up something you dropped and spun around like this, Sirius added. He disapparated. And then vanished. Oh dear. Isolde's expression remained inscrutable. So Snape picked up a ticket and then followed her to London to watch the play? They had enjoyed a lovely evening watching her idols Romeo and Juliet, and then returned merrily together? How delightful. Isolde suddenly felt a wave of joy, exclaiming, oh, I watched my idol Alan Rickman in a play. He was utterly charming. Although the support squad was still perplexed by the events, they felt relieved to see Isolde so elated. Lily, how about you and James? Isolde remembered. I hope I didn't ruin anything for you. They hastily shook their heads. No. No. Then why were Lawrence and Lucius so drunk? Didn't he also intend to assist you? She queried James. James, in a fit of jest, replied. I found him too handsome, so I sent him off to the 3 Broomsticks to drink. Isolde understood. Ah, of course, a support squad shouldn't be more attractive than you. All right, thank you all. Please set down the fruits. I should be able to return tonight. Isolde ushered them out, and the support squad, understanding her cue, tiptoed back. Isolde reclined back onto her hospital bed, turning to her side, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the sleeping profile of Snape. She had the nagging feeling that she had forgotten something. Watching the steam rising from Snape's ears, she found herself drifting off again, realizing that she seemed to have neglected to ask her idol for an autograph before succumbing to slumber. Snape awoke in the infirmary, steam billowing from his ears. He knew he was undoubtedly feverish, or perhaps suffering from a severe cold. Once restored to his original form, carrying Isolde proved challenging, although he stood at 186 centimeters. He now felt like a mere 160 centimeters. In the end, he and Abeforth managed to haul the comatose girl back to Hogwarts. The girl lay on her side, her head resting on her arm, peacefully sleeping. The soft light illuminated her face, rendering her angelic. Yet, when she became drunk, she transformed into a little devil, spouting nonsensical tirades. Snape recalled the tearful girl, lamenting her unrequited love, bemoaning her heartfelt confessions that went unanswered. At that moment, he empathized deeply, wishing to hang that fortunate scoundrel by his neck. How could anyone not appreciate such a wonderful girl as Isolde? Just as he contemplated rolling up his sleeves to confront the culprit, she suddenly sobbed, "Snape, you bastard." For the emotionally detached old bat, it was a blow too harsh to bear. Were you not cursing the scoundrel? Why am I implicated? How does this concern me? Goodness gracious. Could it be? In that instant, every fragment of memory in Snape's mind joyfully aligned. The image of Mr. Rickman during her kidnapping flashed before him, alongside her furious diatribe against the scoundrel directed at Alan Rickman. She referred to him as Professor, the name that appeared most frequently on her autograph requests, and the pronoun she used while crying about her grievances. Rickman was him. He was the professor was Rickman. Realizing this, he was nearly overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotion. Fortunately, the experiences of his past saved him, allowing him to soberly return the inebriated girl instead of fainting from excitement. Now, gazing at Isolde's sleeping face, his heart raced, and he could distinctly hear the rush of blood in his ears. Do you comprehend the feeling of a man who has always perceived himself as a wretched, impoverished soul suddenly discovering that the radiant goddess he has long admired, yet dared not confess his affection for due to insecurity, has cherished him deeply for many years? You would likely struggle to read through that paragraph in one breath. In simpler terms, Snape was overwhelmed with joy to the point of timidity. He had thought that simply witnessing the happiness of someone he had wronged in a past life would suffice. For the unexpectedly radiant Isolde, he truly dared not entertain thoughts beyond friendship. He diligently uprooted the wildflowers that sprouted in his heart, warning the cabinet containing dangerous emotions to remain still. He remembered the life he had taken due to a betrayal and the terrifying demon lurking behind Isolde. But now what was he to do? Isolde had laid bare her feelings, and the sincerity and warmth of her confession left him astounded. Should he refuse her upon her awakening? He recalled how once Isolde resolved to abandon a relationship, she would rather erase all memories than endure further pain. What if he yielded to his heart's desire? He trembled. For a fleeting moment, the scene of their rendezvous beneath the beech tree by the Black Lake flashed in his mind, the brilliant sunlight nearly scorching him. He hastily locked away that vision, fearing its temptation. If he agreed, he forced himself to dismiss the thought of Isolde's joy upon learning of his acquiescence, redirecting his mind to the reactions of others. He was a shadowy, unremarkable figure. How could he possibly be with someone like her? Lily in his past life had been one thing, Isolde was another. Maintaining mere friendship with Lily had already caused her endless trouble. He shuddered to think of the ridicule Isolde would face should their relationship transcend friendship. Isolde, who valued her dignity above all, could scarcely tolerate mockery. And then he recalled the chilling red eyes of the Bengal tiger. You cannot harm her for your own happiness. Snape closed his eyes. Habitually, after deprecating himself, he succumbed to sleep, burdened with worries. The pair awoke at staggered intervals. When they finally roused, Isolde would remember everything, wishing she could strike herself. What a fool. She berated him for an entire hour, startling the idol backstage, and in the end, she failed to secure even an autograph. However, she had confessed her feelings in front of Snape, albeit directed at the wrong person, yet he did not reject her. Rather, he gently carried her back. Does this not imply that the professor harbors affections for her? Isolde, regardless of her state, leapt onto Snape's bed and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Snape, goodness, how heavy and painful. Hey Severus, Isolde knelt beside his bed, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Do you know what my contact name for you is? Snape feigned sleep. Zizi. Isla. Oh, how could he not wake up from that heavy fall I just gave him? Snape. So you did it on purpose? No. I must change your designation to my wife. Isla pondered seriously. Perhaps I could use my privileges to send a school-wide announcement. Little Fairy Isla is off the market. No need to send chocolates. After all that effort, it's all for that scoundrel Snape. Snape. Zizi. I can't hold back any longer. I must go for a run. Just as Isla donned her coat, she dashed out, making a ruckus. Madame Pomfrey opened the door with a stern expression. Get back to bed. 1 second of hesitation and she obediently replied. Oh. She returned to her bed, lying down properly. Once Madame Pomfrey returned to her office, she lifted the covers and jumped onto Snape's bed. She quietly pulled back his blanket, trying not to disturb him, preparing to snuggle in. Upon realizing she intended to join him, Snape feigned a roll, sprawling out in a starfish position to claim the entire bed. Isla, oh no, I failed. In the TR side story, I managed to win over young Tom effortlessly. Tom. That's because I let you, it was intentional. Isla knelt beside Snape, tucking the blanket around him snugly, gazing at his sleeping face with a smile. So you must have agreed, right? Isla murmured softly, speaking to herself as if in a dream. I thought I would never dare to confess, so it's true that alcohol emboldens the timid. I am particularly, exceptionally happy. Happier than being chosen as the school flower. Happier than discovering I am a witch. Initially, I regarded you as a distant idol. When I first became your classmate, I hardly dared to speak with you. However, truly, upon learning you were a professor, I felt tears welling up, for in that moment, I sensed that this world still harbored a touch of gentleness and solace, granting a deserving individual another chance at happiness, returning the long overdue reward. You deserve happiness, you know? You always put yourself down. I can see it. Yet, you do not realize how wonderful you are. I vividly remember. It was the first history of magic class after the March exam in the second year. I was dozing off again and you nudged me awake. You have a penchant for pushing the back of my head. It appears fierce, but each time your fingers brush my hair, your force lightens, rendering it a gentle nudge. I was in a daze, glanced back at you, and you shot me a glare just that once, which was peculiar, making my heart race. That night, I dreamt of you. Are you dreaming of me now as you sleep? My dream was quite amusing. I bought 4 matching couple t-shirts, labeled spring, summer, autumn, and winter. You insisted on choosing the winter one, leaving me torn between summer and spring. You said I could wear them interchangeably. So I put on spring and leaped onto you like a koala, clinging to you with my limbs. I gazed at your face from such a close angle thinking, wow, your eyelashes are so long. Upon waking, I felt something was off. As soon as I left the dormitory, I searched for your figure. Even in class, I had to glance at you. Knowing what you were doing brought me peace. Returning to the dormitory and not finding you, I opened the live map in my blanket. I marked you as a black bat, like Wayne hee. I pondered, do I admire you more, or do I like you more? After some contemplation, I concluded, it's indeed like. If you were still that Hogwarts professor, I surely wouldn't have developed feelings for you. But now, after being classmates for several years, I have seen your gentle side in the sunlight of the library. You correcting my papers, forbidding me from copying homework, bringing me meals, rehearsing together, and even performing a dissection on the black-framed toad. Worried I would be disgusted, bringing me gloves and peppermint candies. Isla could not continue. She stared at Snape's increasingly flushed face, realizing her infatuation was rather overwhelming. You must promise me, okay? She gently brushed aside Snape's hair covering his eyes. You don't dislike me, do you? I'm genuinely scared. Pretending to sleep, Snape's heart was a tumultuous sea. Despite being mentally prepared, upon hearing Isla's heartfelt musings, he felt both shy and delighted, wishing to bury his head under the covers. He never knew that Isla had been so cautiously enamored with him. He thought she merely expressed friendship in a more open manner, yet she had been restraining her affections. She was afraid. It should be he who is afraid. Could she truly accept someone like him? A person with so many sins? It seemed she had known from the very beginning. So, what was he hesitating about? They both harbored mutual affection, and she didn't mind his darkness, his eccentricities, or his foul temper. In fact, she even overlooked his blood-stained hands and past. So, what was he concerned about? Didn't she say he deserved happiness? Since Lily's death, Snape's long-suppressed desires and budding hopes clamored within him, yearning for the simplest joys. Unable to endure the monotonous and dreary existence any longer. They were the most basic of human cravings, urging him to unfasten the locks of his confession. Singing loudly, open your eyes, respond to her, tell her how bright and warm she is, express how much you wish to bask in the afternoon sun with her. If only he could open his eyes right now. If he were to open them, if he could. Meanwhile, Lily and Narcissa, bringing food, opened the door only to find Isla sprawled across Snape's bed. They quietly closed the infirmary door, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Lily, Isla, you can do this. Seize the opportunity and turn the raw rice into cooked. Narcissa, oh my goodness. After Lucius graduates, I want to become the third wheel between them, will I? After a long pause, they played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would open the door. In the end, Lily won, pushing the door open with a heroic heart. But Isla had vanished. They stared in disbelief as Snape, who had been pretending to sleep, suddenly sprang up, clutching a small Bengal cat from under the covers. How did you get in here? He was both embarrassed and angry. Where is Isla? Narcissa looked around. She was just here. She went to Madame Pomfrey's office for a checkup. Snape held the fluffy bundle. Are you here to deliver food? Oh. Lily set the food box down and turned to look at the little fur ball. The kitten, wearing a bell collar, nuzzled her hand adorably. The girls immediately fell in love with the little meow. It's so cute. Is it yours? Snape, yes. Lily scratched the kitten's belly, and it rolled around in Snape's arms, thoroughly enjoying itself. You actually keep a cat, just like Isla? Narcissa narrowed her eyes. By the way, what's going on between you and Isla today? The kitten lay in Snape's arms, its big eyes staring at him unblinkingly. Snape felt like he was sitting on pins and needles under the expectant gazes of the three. I just accompanied her to watch a play. Lily, and then? Nothing changed? No substantial progress in your relationship? Feeling guilty, Snape unconsciously started petting the cat. What change? The Bengal cat playfully nibbled on his finger, its little barbed tongue tickling him. Though it didn't hurt at all. It held onto his index finger, looking up at him with innocent eyes. Snape! What do you want? It released its grip and softly mewed. Realizing they wouldn't extract any information from him, Narcissa and Lily decided to leave. What's its name? Lily asked before departing. Snape hesitated for a moment, then replied, Kitty. The two girls exchanged identical expressions of disdain. Ugh, what a terrible name. The little fluff ball nuzzled against his palm with unbridled joy. As the door closed once more, Severus Snape exhaled a sigh of relief, while the fluff ball transformed back into a young girl, nestled comfortably in his embrace, wearing a beaming smile. You should come down, he urged. Yet Snape dared not move. No. I will not descend until I have clarified everything, she replied. Adjusting her position with ease, she added, Thank you for not disclosing my animagus form. Snape fell silent for a moment, finally responding, It was the least I could do. Now please come down. You heard what I said in London, didn't you? She inquired. You know whom I wish to be with, correct? Snape feigned ignorance, Alan Rickman. Upon realizing his evasion, Isla responded, It's you. Snape understood that he could no longer evade the truth. No, he asserted, pushing Isla away, that is not possible. Isla seemed to grasp his reaction, sitting up slightly. And in a calm demeanor, she asked, Are you belittling yourself again? Are you concocting a myriad of chaotic thoughts that lead you to believe you would cause me harm? Do you think my father would either harm you or me if he found out? Snape exclaimed, How do you know all of this? Isla retorted, Do you think I haven't read enough scholarly texts from my many professors? I have long since deduced your patterns. First, you are far more exceptional, remarkable, and likable than you perceive. Stop underestimating yourself. Did you know your underground fan club is nearing 100 members? Second, I am incredibly resilient, thank you very much. My emotional fortitude far exceeds that of a typical 13-year-old girl. Your trivial worries pale in comparison to the pressures of a monthly exam. Third, how can you presume to know that my father would disapprove without even trying? Let us be honest, what father relishes the idea of his daughter dating? You are shirking your responsibility to win over your future father-in-law, merely because he seems intimidating. If you continue in this manner, you will find yourself at the mercy of the European Roast Council. If you fear my father, then let us keep it clandestine. If he discovers our relationship, I shall advocate for you. He respects you, and should you achieve something on your own, any objections he may have would merely be a fleeting annoyance, as he would find no legitimate fault in you. If you detest or fear him, how can you maintain such a harmonious connection with me, who bears so many of his traits? Furthermore, the extent of his reformation now is akin to that of an entirely different individual compared to that bald man. In short, if you have any objections, voice them all. Apart from the fundamental issue of lacking feelings for me, everything else can be resolved. Snape was taken aback. Instinctively, he wished to refuse, yet he found himself devoid of reasons. After a moment's pause, noticing his ears turning red once more, Isla revealed a genuine and radiant smile. Would you be willing to be my caretaker, Severus? She inquired softly. I permit you to associate with me as a partner. Snape pressed his lips together, awkwardly responding. Shouldn't I be the one to ask you if you would endure my company in the future? I would never despise you, truly. Isla vowed, raising her hand in oath. Snape, with heartfelt sincerity, displayed a small smile. He hesitated briefly before pulling Isla into his embrace, and she melted into him like a boneless creature. However, let us refrain from associating with the partner title, he added.